Bitingly cold rain lashed down like countless whips, fiercely striking the asphalt roads of Jing City. The ornate, gold-painted gate of the Shen mansion let out a dull boom as it slammed shut, without mercy. Shen Xingyu collapsed in the muddy water, her clothes completely drenched, her fingertips pale with cold. Yet she still clutched tightly in her hands an old plush bunny with one ear torn off. A black umbrella slowly appeared above her head, but the ribs were cleverly tilted, allowing the rain to pour down her thin back. Shen Mingyue, dressed in a spotless white haute couture dress, looked down at the drenched figure on the ground with a smug grin curling at the corners of her lips. Sister, the rain is too heavy. You'd better find shelter under a bridge. After all, you're no longer a young lady of the Shen family. Don't catch cold. You can't even afford the medical bills. Shen Xingyu slowly raised her head. Her once stunningly beautiful face was now pale as paper. Get lost, she gritted out, her voice trembling violently from the bone-piercing cold. You really need to change that temper. It's only because I'm kind-hearted that I came to see you. Shen Mingyue sighed lightly, yet her eyes looked like she was staring at a disgusting stray dog. Just then a flashy Porsche sports car tore through the rain curtain and screeched to a halt by the roadside. The door was kicked open violently, and Bo Jingchuan, wearing an expensive suit, rushed out, without even an umbrella, his face full of rage. Seeing Bo Jingchuan, a faint flicker of hope ignited in Shen Xingyu's dull eyes. Jingchuan, she struggled to stand up from the muddy water. He was her childhood fiancé, her only lifeline now. But Bo Jingchuan didn't even look at her. He strode past her, pulled Shen Mingyue into his arms, and carefully wiped away the raindrops from her face. Mingyue, why did you come out? This woman is a lunatic now. What if she hurt you? The tension and concern in Bo Jingchuan's voice stabbed into Shen Xingyu's heart like a rusty knife. Shen Mingyue leaned naturally against Bo Jingchuan's chest, her eyes slightly red. Jingchuan, don't say that about sister. She must be in great pain after being thrown out. I just wanted to give her some money. Give her money. All the food and clothes she's enjoyed in the Shen family these years were stolen from you. She's a shameless thief who occupied another's nest. Bo Jingchuan turned his head, staring at Shen Xingyu with undisguised disgust. Bo Jingchuan, what did you say? Shen Xingyu's eyes widened in disbelief, her breath catching. I said you're a thief. Can't you understand plain language? Bo Jingchuan let out a cold laugh. He pulled a neatly folded, gilded paper from the inner pocket of his suit, the betrothal contract signed years ago between their families. Back then my grandfather only agreed to our engagement because you were the true daughter of the Shen family. Now that the truth is out, this engagement is naturally void. A harsh tearing sound cut through the air. The betrothal contract, which had carried Shen Xingyu's hopes for 20 years, was ruthlessly torn to shreds. Countless pieces of paper mingled with the heavy rain, fluttering down onto Shen Xingyu's face. Jingchuan, don't do this. Sister can't take it. Shen Mingyue hypocritically tugged at Bo Jingchuan's wrist, but buried her face in his chest, sneaking a laugh. Mingyue, you're too kind. For a fake gold digger like her, there's no need to show any mercy. Bo Jingchuan said coldly, then looked down at the diamond necklace on Shen Xingyu's neck. Take off that necklace. It was bought with money from my Bo family. You don't deserve to wear it. Shen Xingyu covered her neck, her fingertips trembling violently. This is the birthday gift you gave me when you turned 18. You said you would stand by me even if the whole world turned against me. Shut up. Don't make me sick with the past. Bo Jingchuan interrupted impatiently, stepping forward to forcefully grab the necklace. Don't touch me. Shen Xingyu struggled desperately, instinctively backing away. In the confusion, Shen Mingyue suddenly let out an exaggerated cry. Aunt! She stepped back half a step, pretending to be pushed by Shen Xingyu, and fell into a puddle. Mingyue! Bo Jingchuan's eyes instantly turned red. All reason was consumed by fury. He spun around and shoved Shen Xingyu hard. You venomous woman, how dare you push Mingyue? The push was forceful, full of vindictive intent. Shen Xingyu, already exhausted, staggered and flew backward like a kite, with a broken bang. A dull impact echoed clearly in the rainy night. The back of Shen Xingyu's head slammed heavily into a sharp stone guardrail by the roadside. Warm blood trickled down her temple, quickly staining the muddy rainwater on the ground. Her vision began to blur, and all sounds around her faded away. It hurt so much. Her head felt like it was about to explode. Two completely different streams of memory violently collided and intertwined in her mind. Eventually, a severe physical disorder erupted and darkness completely swallowed her. Hey, don't play dead. I didn't use that much force. Bo Jingchuan saw the blood on the ground and felt a flicker of panic. Shen Mingyue was also startled, quickly grabbing his arm. Jingchuan, she's bleeding a lot. Is she going to die here? Let's go quickly, or we'll be in trouble. Just as Bo Jingchuan was about to drag Shen Mingyue away from the scene. At the end of the rain curtain, two piercing headlights cut through the endless darkness like swords. The low rumble of an engine approached with a suffocating pressure. Viru, a pure black Maybach, glided in like a ghost, stopping steadily 3 meters away with an imposing aura. The glaring high beams hit Bo Jingchuan directly in the face, forcing him to raise his hand instinctively to block his eyes. When he made out the license plate through his fingers, his arrogance was doused like ice water. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Jing 888888. It was the car of the living Yin Wang of the capital. Across the entire Jing city, no one was unaware of what this series of consecutive license plates represented. Absolute power, absolute ruthlessness, and a taboo of death that absolutely could not be crossed. The current head of the Bo family, Bo Jingchuan's uncle, Bo Shiyan. The rear window of the Maybach slowly rolled down. The interior was dark with only dim light faintly illuminating the man's sharp, knife-carved side profile. Bo Shiyan sat in the shadows, an unlit cigar between his fingers. His deep black eyes held no warmth, as if one glance could freeze a person to ice. You uncle. Bo Jingchuan's voice wavered. He pushed Shen Mingyue out of his arms, standing straight like a schoolboy who had done wrong. Shen Mingyue guessed the identity of the person in the car and kept her head down, not daring to breathe. Bo Shiyan did not even glance at Bo Jingchuan. His cold, stern gaze passed through the heavy rain and landed directly on the thin figure lying in a pool of blood. Blocking the way, the man's low, husky voice came through the rain, utterly devoid of emotion, yet carrying an undeniable pressure. The driver in the front seat immediately opened a black umbrella and got out. Several bodyguards in black suits filed out of the off-road vehicle behind and strode toward Shen Xingyu on the ground. Bo Jingchuan swallowed hard and quickly ingratiated himself. Uncle, this crazy woman is putting on a stunt here. They'll have them throw her far away immediately, so she won't dirty your eyes. The bodyguard reached out expressionlessly, ready to drag Shen Xingyu away like trash. But just as his fingers were about to touch her shoulder, the girl who had been lying motionless with closed eyes suddenly fluttered her eyelashes and opened her eyes. Her eyes, once dead and dull, were now unexpectedly bright and clear with a touch of innocent charm untouched by the mundane world. She rubbed her aching head and looked through the heavy rain. Her gaze locked straight onto the man sitting in the back compartment of the car, whose aura was terrifying. The memories in her brain seemed to have been forcibly deleted, leaving only a blank emptiness and an instinctive longing. Such a handsome man, such a reassuring embrace. He's mine, he must be. Before the bodyguards could react, Shen Xingyu on the ground suddenly bounced up like a startled rabbit. She deftly dodged the black-suited bodyguard in front of her, covered in mud and blood. Stumbling, she charged toward the Maybach. Holy crap! What are you doing? Bo Jingchuan's skin crawled in terror as he screamed. Was this woman insane? Did she know that was the living Yin Wang who had once personally thrown a person off the 3rd floor? Everyone drew in a sharp breath. The driver even closed his eyes, preparing for a bloody scene. But the expected scene of Shen Xingyu being kicked away did not happen. Shen Xingyu lunged directly at the half-lowered car window, leaning half her body into the compartment. Her two thin, mud-stained arms tightly hugged Bo Shiyan's long leg under his bespoke suit trousers. The air froze completely in that instant, leaving only the sound of rain pounding on the car roof. Bo Shiyan's fingers holding the cigar paused slightly. He looked down, his gaze oppressive and intimidating, fixed on the fuzzy head perched on his leg, a dangerous storm brewing in his eyes. Presumptuous. The man's Adam's apple rolled as he uttered two icy words enough to frighten anyone witless. But Shen Xingyu not only didn't let go, but also rubbed her face against the expensive fabric. She raised her pale, delicate little face, her clear eyes brimming with wronged tears, her long eyelashes fluttering. She pouted, her voice sweet and coquettish, echoing through the rainy night. Honey, someone hit me. I want a hug. The word husband landed like a bombshell. Bo Jingchuan's legs gave way, and he sat down heavily into a puddle. Bo Shiyan's brows furrowed deeply. But Shun Xingyu shamelessly burrowed into his arms, looking innocent. What are you looking at? You were mean to me just now. I'm not sleeping with you tonight. Dead silence. The entire street was left with only the crackling sound of heavy rain pounding against the asphalt, as if the air had been completely drained at that moment. Bo Jingchuan plopped down in the muddy water, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground, while Shun Mingyue was so frightened she forgot to breathe. What was this crazy woman doing? She actually dared to hug Bo Xian's leg and call him husband. The black-clad bodyguard standing by the car door was the first to react. Having been by Master Boss' side for years, they knew all too well how severe his germophobia was and what happened to those who provoked him. Courting death. The bodyguard barked coldly, his hand shooting toward Shin Xingyi's collar like iron tongs, ready to toss this reckless woman across the street. Just as the bodyguard's fingers were about to touch Shun Xingyu, stop. Bo Xian's low, hoarse voice sounded from inside the car, not loud, but carrying an undeniable absolute authority. The bodyguard's hand froze in midair, even emitting a crisp sound from the forced halt. Bo Xian leaned forward slightly, his unfathomable dark eyes fixed tightly on the girl clinging to his leg. The blood mixed with mud on Shun Xingyi's forehead had completely stained his custom-made trousers worth 6 figures. Yet she seemed completely unaware, still looking up at him with a clear, dependent, and even slightly naive gaze. Like a stray cat lost in the storm that had finally found its owner. Bo Xian's perpetually frozen heart inexplicably skipped a beat. He didn't push her away immediately. Instead, he slowly raised his large hand with distinct knuckles, and as if possessed, wiped the mud from the corner of her eye. What did you call me? He stared into her eyes, his tone dangerous and unfathomable. Hubby. Not only was Shun Xingyu unafraid, she instead hugged his wrist and rubbed her face against his warm palm. Please don't be angry, okay? My head hurts and I want to go home. Hiss. A collective gasp of astonishment rose from the surroundings. The driver's hand jerked, almost tearing off the steering wheel. Bo Jingchuan finally found his voice amid the horror. He scrambled toward the car. Uncle, don't listen to this crazy woman's nonsense. She's mentally ill. She even pushed Mingyue. He'll get rid of her right now. I won't let her dirty your car. Bo Jingchuan reached out to grab Shin Xingyi's hair. Get lost. Bo Xian didn't even lift an eyelid, his thin lips coldly uttering a single word. The word seemed to carry tangible killing intent, terrifying Bo Jingchuan into instantly withdrawing his hand. He plopped back into the puddle, trembling like a leaf all over. Bo Xian finally lifted his eyes to sweep a glance at Bo Jingchuan, his gaze as if looking at a corpse. If even one hair on her head is missing, he'll skin you alive. With that amid everyone's earth-shattering gazes, Bo Xian took off his immaculate custom-made suit jacket. With movements that were awkward yet not rough, he wrapped the suit jacket around Shin Xingyu, who was drenched and shivering, covering her thin, trembling body. Then the man reached out one arm and directly scooped her out of the cold rain into the warm, luxurious car. The door slammed shut, cutting off the wind, rain, and outside gazes. Drive back to Jing Garden. The Maybach's engine roared softly, tires splashing through the puddles as it sped away, leaving Bo Jingchuan and Shun Mingyue bewildered in the storm. Inside the car, the heater was on high. Shun Xingyu was wrapped in the oversized suit, the man's cool, pleasant cedar scent lingering at the tip of her nose. Far from sitting obediently, she instead climbed onto Bo Xian's lap, like a koala, wrapping her arms and legs around him and hugging his neck tightly. Lin, the assistant sitting in the passenger seat, saw this through the rearview mirror and instantly broke into a cold sweat that soaked his shirt. Having been with Master Bo for so many years, even a female mosquito daring to come this close would have been crushed on the spot. Let go, sit properly. Bo Xian's body was stiff as stone, his voice strained. I won't. Shun Xingyu buried her face in the crook of his neck, murmuring softly. Hubby, you're so warm, I don't want to sit by myself in cold. Not only did she not let go, she even deliberately bit his chin lightly. Bo Xian's breath suddenly deepened, a dark flame igniting in his profound eyes. But in the end, he only gritted his teeth, allowing her to stick to him like a plaster. Half an hour later, the Maybach drove into Jing Garden, the most exclusive private estate in the capital. As soon as the door opened, the butler, Uncle Chun, who had been waiting at the entrance, stepped forward. Master, you're back. Thighs. Uncle Chin's eyes widened as he looked at his cold-blooded, woman-detesting master. He was actually holding a woman wrapped in his suit jacket, and that woman had smeared her tears and snot all over his master's multi-million-dollar custom-made shirt. Have Ji-hing come here immediately. Bo Xian didn't explain, striding straight into the villa while holding Shen Xingyu. Ji-hung, the private doctor who had been dragged out of bed in the middle of the night, raced to the master bedroom of Jing Garden with his medical kit. As soon as he entered, he saw a scene he would never forget. That living devil who controlled the capital like a puppet master was now sitting on the bed with a dark face. Meanwhile, an impossibly beautiful girl was clinging to him like an octopus. No matter how Bo Xian tried to pry her off, she wouldn't let go. Seen enough. Get over here and tend to her wound. Bo Xian shot a frigid glare. Ji-hung shuddered and hurriedly opened his medical kit. Miss, please let go of Master Bo first so I can examine the wound on your head. No. Shen Xingyu shook her head like a rattledrum, looking pitifully at Bo Xian. Hubby, who is this weird uncle with a needle? He's going to poke me, I'm scared. The corner of Ji-heng's mouth twitched. Weird uncle. He was the famously renowned divine doctor of the capital. Bo Xian pressed his throbbing temples and for the first time softened his voice. He's just going to bandage you, won't poke you. Be good. Be good, shocked Ji-hung and Uncle Chen so much they nearly dropped their eyeballs. Not only had the iron tree blossomed, it had practically become a spirit. Under Bo Xian's half-coaxing, half-threatening manner, Shen Xingyu reluctantly showed the back of her head. Ji-hung quickly cleaned the wound, sutured, bandaged, and then performed a series of rapid neurological tests. 10 minutes later, Ji-hung took off his gloves with a serious expression. Master Bo, this young lady suffered a severe external impact to the head resulting in a mild concussion. Get to the point. Bo Xian interrupted impatiently. The key point is the physical trauma combined with some psychological wound has caused her to develop post-traumatic memory confusion. Ji-hung adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and continued, simply put, her memory has regressed, and she has developed cognitive bias. Not only is her mentality like that of a little girl lacking security, but in her perception you are her only support. That is the hubby she refers to. Bo Xian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the girl in his arms who was sobbing from the pain of the wound dressing. Is there a possibility of a cure? Hard to say. She might recover tomorrow, or she might stay like this forever. Ji-hung packed his medical kit and handed over a bottle of medicine. Let her take this sedative and get a good sleep. Ji-hung and Uncle Chen left the room, leaving the two of them alone in the vast master bedroom. Take the medicine. Bo Xian held a white pill and warm water to her lips. It's too bitter, I want. Shen Xingyu turned her head away and gave a defiant humph. A flicker of annoyance passed through Bo Xian's eyes. Bo Xian had never served anyone in his life. He pinched her small chin, forced the pill into her mouth, and then gave her a sip of water. Shen Xingyu was forced to swallow the pill, tears streaming down her face as she accused him with her eyes. You're mean. You're bullying me. Seeing her reddened eyes and pitiful look, Bo Xian's inexplicable anger inexplicably dissipated. He sighed, pulled back the covers, and tucked her in, ordering coldly, sleep. Then stay with me. Shen Xingyu reached a hand out from under the covers, tightly gripping the hem of his clothes. If you don't stay, I won't sleep. I'm afraid of the dark. Bo Xian looked down at her, and they stalemated for a full minute. In the end, the living devil conceded. Without undressing, he lay down on the bed beside her, his body as stiff as a freshly unearthed mummy. Shen Xingyu immediately curled into his arms like a kitten, unceremoniously using his arm as a pillow. Hubby, pat me to sleep. Mom used to do that before. She closed her eyes and muttered. The corner of Bo Xian's mouth twitched violently. He raised that hand which had signed billions-worth contracts and held guns, and stiffly, mechanically, gently patted her back. One pat, two pats. The girl's breathing gradually became steady and long, seemingly truly falling asleep under his soothing. The night deepened, and the storm outside had unknowingly ceased. The vintage wall clock emitted a dull tick-tock, when the hour hand precisely pointed to 2 in the morning. Shen Xingyu, who had been curled up in Bo Xian's embrace, sleeping like a defenseless baby, suddenly had her eyelashes flutter violently. The next second, she opened her eyes without warning. In those eyes, the innocence, bewilderment, and vulnerability vanished completely in an instant. In their place was a cold, sharp, calculating glint, like a blade. The daytime warmth faded. The Black Lotus Queen of the Night had officially come online. Shen Xingyu looked at the handsome face of this top capital power close at hand, feeling his large hand still resting on her waist. Her mind was flooded with the despair of betrayal by the scumbag and the absurd scene of the car crash in the rain. She curled the corner of her mouth and gave a cold laugh in her heart. Then she slightly raised her head, leaned close to the man's sensitive ear, and murmured to herself in a voice only she could hear. Master Bo, this shield is really convenient to use, isn't it? Young Master Bo, this shield is truly convenient to use. Shen Xingyu silently curled her red lips, the innocence in her eyes completely replaced by sharp clarity and amusement. She quietly gazed at the man sleeping beside her, tracing the cold hard line of Bo Siyuan's jaw with the dim light from outside the window. In her mind, the nauseating images of betrayal by Bo Jingchuan and the absurd memory of the car crash on a rainy night intertwined like a revolving lantern. She knew how outrageous her actions had been during the day, but since the play of mistaking the husband had already begun, she had no intention of letting it go to waste. After all, the group of vampires from the Shen family were not so easily dealt with. With the living king of hell from the capital circle protecting her, her path of revenge would be much smoother. The man's arm tightened around her waist like a vice, exuding a strong possessiveness. Shen Xingyu held her breath, her slender fingers finding the right spot, precisely pressing down on the nerve of his forearm. Bo Siyuan furrowed his brow in his sleep, letting out a muffled groan, his grip instinctively loosening slightly. This is the moment. Like a slippery mudfish, she instantly slipped out of his heated embrace, barefoot and silent against the carpet. Pushing open the master bedroom door, the corridor was eerily silent. Using her remarkable memory, Shen Xingyu quickly locked onto the study at the end of the corridor. The study's door lock featured top-tier fingerprint and iris dual authentication. This would be an impenetrable fortress for others, but for her, a top hacker ranked in the dark web's top 3, it was practically useless. She plucked a black hairpin from her head, bending it deftly to probe into the emergency repair hole at the bottom of the electronic lock. With a soft click, the heavy redwood door opened. The study was unlit. Shen Xingyu walked straight to the large rosewood desk, skillfully powering on the high-end computer worth 7 figures on the desktop. The dim blue light of the screen illuminated her cold, stunning features. Her fingers flew over the keyboard with dazzling speed, swiftly logging into her dark web account, Night Owl, through multiple encrypted proxies. As soon as she came online, the background notification sound rang incessantly like a death knell, beep, beep, beep. The pop-up in the lower right corner was almost causing this high-end computer to freeze. Shen Xingyu frowned slightly, putting on the nearby Bluetooth headset, connecting to the encrypted voice of her designated contact, Viper. Holy crap. Boss, you're finally alive. Do you have any idea how frantic everyone has been looking for you these past few days? Viper's exaggerated voice made her ears ring. Shut up, keep it down. Shen Xingyu coldly interrupted him, her gaze quickly scanning the screen, filled with red alert messages. What happened while I was missing? What else could happen? Your crazy romantic entanglements have all blown up. Viper laughed gleefully. Shen Xingyu opened the top encrypted email. The sender's signature was a blood-red smiley face. This was the exclusive code of Jiangxi, the sickly sweet little puppy from K.O. Technology. The email contained a twisted message. Sister, if you don't come out to see me soon, I will paralyze the networks of every city you've ever stayed in. My hand is bleeding, and only a kiss from my sister can make it better. Shen Xingyu ground her teeth, instantly implanting a silent Trojan into Jiangxi's server, making him suffer for a while. What's Jiangxi compared to? Just look at the bounty board on the dark web, boss. Viper gasped in the headset. Shen Xingyu casually switched to the dark web homepage, nearly blinded by the glaring crimson bounty notice at the top. Bounty $100 million. Target, provide the precise coordinates of Night Owl, must capture alive. Issuer Lu Xiao. That man, a ruthless and decisive arms dealer in the dark web overseas, was also someone she had once toyed with. The bounty notice was accompanied by an arrogant message. Woman, don't even think about escaping. There's no corner in this world where you can hide from my bed. Truly, they just keep getting crazier. Shen Xingyu felt her scalp tingle, her temples pounding. During the day, she had to deal with that cold, abstinent king of hell, and at night fend off the swarm of troublesome romantic interests. This life was even more thrilling than dancing on the edge of a knife. Boss, which country are you in right now? Do you want me to send mercenaries to pick you up? No need for you to worry, just mind your own business. If Lu Xiao finds out about you, just say I'm dead. Shen Xingyu coldly issued her command. She quickly pulled up the firewall logs, beginning to erase her recent login traces with lightning speed. In the hacker world, leaving even the slightest IP clue meant being thoroughly stripped bare. She could not allow Jiangxi and Lu Xiao to trace back to Jing City, and even more so to the Bo family. Alright, then be careful yourself. Those men have nearly turned the dark web upside down looking for you. Viper sighed and cut off the communication. After finishing the last line of code, Xingyu hit the enter key. The screen instantly reverted to its original standby state, leaving no traces of tampering. She glanced at the time in the lower right corner. It was 5:30 in the morning. The sky was about to brighten. She had to return immediately. Bo Siyuan was extremely alert, and any slight delay would reveal her. Xingyu quietly exited the study, restoring everything to its original state. When she slipped back into the large bed in the master bedroom, the cedar scent on the man remained strong. She closed her eyes, adjusting her breathing rhythm, banishing the night's coldness and ruthlessness, and donning the facade of a soft and harmless girl once again. About an hour later, the bed beside her gently shook. Bo Siyuan woke up. The man opened his sharp, expressionless black eyes and immediately saw the girl tangled around him like an octopus. She was sleeping deeply, her cheeks faintly flushed, her long eyelashes drooping, completely unguarded. Bo Siyuan tried to withdraw the arm pressed beneath her, but she only tightened her grip, even protesting with a soft hum. "Don't make a fuss," he said, his voice low and husky from sleep tinged with helplessness. Just then a faint knocking sound came from outside the master bedroom. "Sir, are you awake?" The butler Uncle Chin's voice was cautious, as if afraid to disturb something indescribable inside. Bo Siyuan frowned slightly, raising his voice a bit. "What is it?" Outside, Uncle Chun cleared his throat, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. "Young Master Jingchuan has brought the 2 elders from the Shen family. They've been waiting in the living room downstairs for almost 2 hours, insisting they must explain the misunderstanding regarding last night's annulment to you in person." Hearing the words Bo Jingchuan and Shen family, the previously feigning sleep Xingyu suddenly opened her eyes. She rubbed her eyes, sleepily looking up at Bo Siyuan with a pitiful expression. "Husband, is that bad person coming to bully me again?" Bo Siyuan looked at the tears welling up in her eyes, a cold smile escaping his lips, his gaze filled with hostility. "Don't be afraid, with me here, no one can bully you." Xingyu immediately broke into a smile, planting a kiss on the man's chin, her voice sweet enough to make water drip. "You're the best husband. Can we go down and see the bad person get scolded?" Bo Siyuan ignored her coquettish plea, his face stern as he threw back the covers and stepped out of bed. Casually, he grabbed a black robe hanging nearby, draping it over his well-defined muscular frame. "Stay put in your room, no wandering around," he warned with a hint of sternness before turning toward the washroom. Hearing the sound of running water, Xingyu's lips curled into a sly smile. She had no intention of behaving obediently. Downstairs awaited a dramatic scene in which she would play a key role. The deeply biased Shen family elders and that selfish scoundrel Bo Jingchuan were about to make an appearance. They arrived at Jingyuan early in the morning, clearly to complain and distance themselves. She needed to firmly establish her position as Madame Bo, and at the same time trample mercilessly on that scoundrel X's face. Xingyu slipped barefoot from the bed and walked into the wardrobe. Disgusted by the soiled clothes from last night, her gaze settled on a pristine white haute couture shirt hanging next to Bo Siyuan's. The shirt fit him perfectly, but on her it hung loosely like a one-piece short dress. The hem barely covered the roots of her thighs, the loose collar revealing delicate collarbones, exuding an unintentional allure. She stared at the delicate, seemingly fragile girl reflected in the mirror, a figure soft and vulnerable, as if ready to shatter at a single touch, while casually tousling her long hair into a charming disarray. Ready, Xingyu moved like a graceful cat, barefoot and silent, slipping out of the master bedroom and arriving at the spiral staircase on the second floor. The spacious and luxurious living room downstairs brimmed with a suffocating atmosphere. Bo Jingchuan stood before the sofa, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Shen father Shen Jinnan and mother Lin Weiner sat awkwardly at the edges, barely daring to breathe. "Young uncle, you must hear my explanation." Bo Jingchuan looked at the imposing man seated in the main position, his voice trembling. Bo Siyuan crossed his legs, idly playing with a pitch-black lighter in his hand. Without so much as lifting an eyelid, an icy aura radiated from him, lowering the temperature of the entire living room to a frigid point. "Speak." The man uttered a single word, yet it struck Bo Jingchuan's heart like a heavy hammer. Granted permission, Bo Jingchuan hurriedly began to pour out his grievances, desperate to sever all ties with Xingyu. "Young uncle, last night was truly a misunderstanding. Xingyu is not the Shun family's biological daughter. She is an impostor who usurped her place. Mingyue is my fiancée." Bo Jingchuan's agitation grew, as if Xingyu were a villain beyond redemption. After her true identity was exposed, she was expelled from the family. "Last night, she deliberately staged an accident with your car on the main road, aiming to use your influence to take revenge on us." Shen Jinnan nodded repeatedly in agreement, his face full of sycophancy as he looked at Bo Siyuan. "Indeed, Master Bo, that wicked girl has been scheming since childhood. She secretly sold the family's valuables and even shoved Mingyue last night. She is utterly The Shen family has severed all ties with her. She provoked you last night. Please do not implicate the Shun family and Jingchuan because of her. Though Lin Weiner felt some pity under her husband's stern gaze, she could only silently nod in agreement. Hiding at the stair corner, Shun Xingyu curled her lips coldly. These were the people she had called parents for 20 years, willing to trample her into the mud without hesitation to protect the Shun family's interests. But it mattered little, as she no longer needed such hypocritical kinship. What was the scoundrel X but a rotten thorn? The living devil seated in the main position downstairs was the true god of wealth she intended to clutch tightly. She staged an accident. Bo Xian finally raised his eyes, a faint, nearly imperceptible sneer flickering in his deep, black gaze. Yes, she is a ruthless lunatic. Bo Jingchuan, thinking Bo Xian believed him, eagerly added fuel to the fire. Young uncle, such a shameless woman should be locked away in an asylum to keep your territory clean. Say that again. Oh, who is shameless? A clear, soft female voice tinged with tears suddenly echoed from above the stairs. Everyone looked up in unison. Shun Xingyu stood on the stairs wearing an obviously oversized white shirt belonging to a man, her bare fair feet delicate and flushed eyes staring down. The shirt enveloped her petite frame, revealing slender straight legs like a canary freshly emerged from. Bo Jingchuan instantly recognized the style of the shirt, his pupils constricted sharply, jealousy and fury surging to his head. The once timid fiancé who dared not even hold his hand now appeared disheveled in his most revered young. Shun Xingyu, you shameless wretch, you actually climbed into young uncle's bed. Bo Jingchuan's eyes reddened with rage as he pointed and cursed at her. Shun Xingyu seemed frightened by his ferocity. Her shoulders trembled and large tears streamed down her face. Husband. Barefoot, she dashed downstairs like a startled swallow, directly plunging into Bo Xian's embrace. Instinctively, Bo Xian reached out and caught her. A warm, soft scent enveloped him, a faint, milky fragrance mingled with the cool aroma of his shirt, filling his nostrils. Husband, who is this ugly monster? He glared at me. I was scared. Shun Xingyu clung tightly to Bo Xian's neck, burying her face in his chest, sobbing uncontrollably, as if enduring the greatest injustice. Ugly monster. Bo Jingchuan's complexion instantly darkened like pig liver. One of the 4 young masters of the capital publicly insulted as an ugly monster by this woman. Shun Xingyu, stop pretending and acting dumb. Come here this instant. Bo Jingchuan roared irrationally. Shun Jinan and Lin Weiner were stunned into silence. They never imagined Shun Xingyu would dare throw herself into the arms of the living devil and even call him husband. Master Bo, please calm down. This wicked girl is truly insane. I will send men to drag her out and punish her. Shun Jinan's legs weakened, preparing to call the bodyguards. Let me see who dares touch her. Bo Xian's cold voice was low but piercing, instantly silencing me. He looked down at the trembling girl in his arms, his brow slightly furrowing. Though aware she was mostly acting, the redness in her eyes stirred an unusual irritation deep within him. He raised his long, elegant hand and gently patted her back, soothing her like a frightened cat. Don't be afraid. I am here. At those 5 words, Bo Jingchuan was struck as if by lightning, staring in disbelief at the scene before him, feeling his entire world overturn. That fastidious, cold-blooded young uncle was allowing a woman to wear his shirt and act coquettishly in his arms, even comforting her. Young uncle, don't be fooled by her. She is not insane, she is a calculating femme fatale. Bo Jingchuan's jealousy drove him nearly mad, his reason completely lost. He strode forward, reaching out to grab Shun Xingyu's arm, attempting to forcibly pull her from Bo Xian's embrace. Shun Xingyu screamed in fright, desperately burrowing deeper into Bo Xian's arms, even curling her legs around his waist. Husband, save me. He's going to hit me. A chilling frost suddenly gathered in Bo Xian's deep eyes. The oppressive aura emanating from him lowered the room's temperature to a freezing point. Just as Bo Jingchuan's hand was about to touch Shun Xingyu, a muffled bang resounded. Without even standing, Bo Xian casually lifted his long leg and delivered a brutal kick to Bo Jingchuan's kneecap. Accompanied by a bone-crushing pain, Bo Jingchuan screamed in agony, collapsing heavily onto the floor, his features contorted in torment. Jingchuan, Shun Jinan and Lin Weiner screamed in fear, but dared not intervene. My woman, when did you get the right to boss around? Bo Xian looked down at his kneeling nephew with disdain, as if gazing upon a mere ant. His hand remained firmly protectively around Shun Xingyu's waist, the warmth of his palms seeping through the thin shirt to her skin, scorching and fierce. Bo Jingchuan sweat profusely from the pain. He lifted his head to look at Shun Xingyu hiding in Bo Xian's arms, secretly casting him a provocative glance. A bitter metallic taste rose in his throat. Young uncle. She's a fake heiress. She doesn't deserve to be by your side. He clung to this last desperate struggle. Bo Xian was too weary to listen further. Caressing Shun Xingyu's hair, his tone icy and commanding, he pronounced his final judgment. Since you cannot control your hands, there is no need to keep you. Notify the entire industry from today onward all of Bo Jingchuan's projects are to be completely blacklisted. Anyone who pleads for him will be blacklisted alongside him. Since you can't control your own hands, there's no need to keep them. Inform the entire industry to blacklist all of Bo Jingchuan's projects from today onwards. Anyone who dares to plead for him will be blacklisted as well. Bo Xianxin's cold voice echoed in the hall, each word like a blade tempered in ice, piercing sharply into Bo Jingchuan's eardrums. Bo Jingchuan abruptly lifted his head, his eyes wide as saucers, his face filled with undisguised terror. "Uncle, you can't do this to me. I'm your own nephew." He struggled to run towards Bo Xianxin to embrace his leg, but was kicked to the ground by a bodyguard nearby. Shun Jinan and Lin Weiner were so frightened they retreated, huddling in a corner, trembling and not daring to make a sound. Bo Xianxin looked down at the girl peeking out with half her fuzzy head from his arms, his long fingers absent-mindedly twirling her hair. "You just wanted to lay your hands on her," he said, his tone chillingly calm. Then kneeled down and apologized to her. "Uncle, don't be fooled by her pitiful appearance." Bo Jingchuan was still struggling, his face filled with unwillingness. "She not only steals, but her private life is chaotic. She doesn't deserve you." Bo Xianxin slowly turned the jade ring on his thumb. A soft click echoed the sound of the ring clashing, yet it was like the ominous tolling of a death knell. "Given she is currently mine," Bo Xianxin sneered, a deadly storm brewing in his bottomless black eyes. "Not kneeling is also acceptable. From now on I strip you of your status as the heir of the Bo family. You can roll out of Beijing, stripping away the inheritance." These words struck Bo Jingchuan like a bolt from the blue, shattering all his pride and pretense. Without the towering Bo family as his support, he was nothing at all. He trembled violently, his eyes bloodshot, as he glared at Shun Xingyu, who was hiding in Bo Xianxin's embrace, pretending to be weak, his teeth chattering. 1. Bo Xianxin began to count down, his voice devoid of warmth. 2. With a thud, Bo Jingchuan's kneecaps crashed heavily onto the cold marble floor. He humiliatedly lowered his head, his fists clenched tightly, his nails almost digging into the flesh. "I'm sorry." He squeezed out these 3 words through gritted teeth, his humiliated tears mingling with cold sweat splattering onto the floor. "Haven't eaten. Call someone." Bo Xianxin did not even raise his eyelids, playing with a strand of Shun Xingyi's long hair in his hand. "Auntie, I was wrong." Shun Xingyu, hiding in the man's broad chest, raised her mouth in a wild smile, almost unable to hold back her laughter. So refreshing. It was simply delightful. This living Yama was undoubtedly her perfect accomplice for murder and smuggling. "Husband, he's so fierce." She intentionally rubbed against Bo Xianxin's embrace again, her voice soft and sweet, as if it could drip water. "Get them out of here." Bo Xianxin waved his hand in disgust, as if even a glance more would soil him. The bodyguards immediately dragged Bo Jingchuan and the snobbish parents of the Shun family out of Jingyuan like dead dogs. The hall finally fell silent. Bo Xianxin looked down at the loose men's white shirt that the girl was wearing, his brow slightly furrowing. "Too big and too sheer. Go change your clothes." He picked her up horizontally and strode upstairs. "He'll take you out to shop." Half an hour later, a low-key luxurious Maybach slowly stopped at the VIP entrance of the most upscale luxury shopping mall in Beijing, Hunglong Plaza. Every item here is worth the salary of an ordinary person for 10 years. Those who can enter and exit here are either incredibly wealthy or the elite of the Beijing circle. Shun Xingyu was wearing a high-end dress that Bo Xianxin had arranged to be delivered, following him like a curious baby. As soon as they entered a boutique of a top French luxury brand, a sharp and sarcastic voice came over. "Oh, isn't this the young lady Shun who was just kicked out of her home yesterday? Oh no, I should call you the fake heiress now." The speaker was a flamboyantly dressed sales assistant. She rolled her eyes, arms crossed, her face full of undisguised disdain. The scandal about the Shun family's fake heiress had already spread throughout the socialite circles in Beijing, and they as luxury goods sales assistants were the most informed. "What are you looking at? This bag is a limited edition. Can you afford to dirty it?" The sales assistant, seeing Shun Xingyu staring at the bag on the counter, unceremoniously walked over and locked the bag away. The sales assistant, instead of restraining herself, became even more arrogant, pointing her finger at Shun Xingyi's nose and berating her. "What are you pretending to be innocent for? Everyone in this circle knows you're a vixen who lures men. Even if I were to ruin this bag today, I wouldn't sell it to someone like you." Shun Xingyu blinked her innocent big eyes and turned to look at Bo Xianxin behind her. "Husband," she said, "I'm a vixen." She pouted, tears flowing freely, and said she wouldn't sell the bag to me. Bo Xianxin had just walked in after finishing a phone call, his deep gaze coldly sweeping over the sales assistant who was still flaunting her power. "What did you call me?" He narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous glimmer flashing in his gaze. The sales assistant then noticed the terrifying man standing behind Shun Xingyu. When she saw Bo Xianxin's sharply defined cold face, she was so frightened that her legs went weak. "Be Bo Yi." The sales assistant's voice instantly changed, cold sweat breaking out all over her body. Who in Beijing didn't know Bo Xianxin? This decisive and cold-blooded business tycoon, how could he be with this infamous fake heiress? The store manager who came upon hearing the news was so scared that his soul almost left his body, scrambling out and bowing at a 90-degree angle to Bo Xianxin. Bo Yi, your presence is a great honor. This new one doesn't understand the rules. They'll have her fired immediately. The store manager turned and slapped the sales assistant hard, shouting, "Hurry up and apologize to Mrs. Bo." The sales assistant covered her face, kneeling on the ground with a thud, crying heart-wrenchingly, "Mrs. Bo, I was wrong. I was blind." Shen Xingyu hid behind Bo Xianxin, peeking out with a small head tugging at his clothing with a face full of grievance. "Husband, I don't like these people here. Their eyes are above their heads." Bo Xianxin looked down at her pitiful appearance, feeling an inexplicable irritation in his heart. When has Bo Xianxin ever allowed others to give him a bad face? He took out his phone and dialed his assistant Lin. "By this shopping mall within 5 minutes." Lin on the other end was stunned for 3 seconds. This was Honglong Plaza, the best location in Beijing, valued at over 10 billion. But this was indeed the command of the living Yama. "All right, Bo Yi, under whose name will the property be registered?" Bo Xianxin glanced at the little woman who was still pretending to be pitiful in his arms and replied, "Shen Xingyu." Boom! Everyone present felt as if a thunderclap had burst above their heads. 100 billion shopping mall just like that to be bought and directly registered under a kicked-out fake heiress. Was the living Yama's iron tree blooming, or had he been possessed by some vixen? As for all the employees on this floor, Bo Xianxin's cold gaze swept over the trembling sales assistants, his tone chilling as ice. All fired, never to be hired again. This single statement directly destroyed their entire future in the luxury goods industry. The store manager and the instigating sales assistant crumpled to the floor, faces full of despair, unable to even cry. At this moment, the socialite WeChat group in Beijing had erupted. A shocking scoop. The living Yama Bo Yi, furious for the beauty, buys 100 billion shopping mall for a fake heiress. No way is this real. Isn't Bo Yi indifferent to women? Did that woman cast a spell on him? The Shen family must be regretting it to the point of turning green with regret, having chased away a fake heiress only to have her turn into the beloved of the crown prince of the Beijing circle. News spread like wings. Within just an afternoon, everyone in the Beijing circle knew. That cold-blooded and violent living Yama not only had a woman, but was also a complete wife, doting madman. Whoever dared to provoke Shen Xingyu was simply tired of living in Beijing. In the evening, the Maybach returned to Jingyuan loaded with spoils. Under the luxurious crystal chandelier, Shen Xingyu lazily leaned on the sofa, her long fair legs casually crossed. She peeled a crystal-clear sunshine rose grape, smiling as she offered it to Bo Xianxin, who was sitting beside her and reading documents. "Husband, thank you for standing up for me today. You're amazing." Her voice was soft and sweet, carrying a deliberately exaggerated admiration. Bo Xianxin's hand holding the pen paused slightly. He looked down at the grape brought to his mouth and her tender, delicate fingertips. The living Yama had a severe cleanliness obsession and never ate anything handed to him by others, let alone directly fed by hand. Yet facing her moist, eager eyes, he inexplicably opened his mouth. His soft lips accidentally brushed against her fingertips, sending a peculiar shiver down his spine. The grape was very sweet, almost sickeningly so. Shen Xingyu instinctively withdrew her hand, her ears inexplicably turning red. This man's destructive power was simply too strong. If not for her solid psychological quality, she would have likely succumbed to this endless pampering. But she was very clear that all this was based on the premise that she was a forgetful little fool. Once the game began, she could not easily expose her true self. "Get some rest. Oh, I have an international video conference tonight that will last late." Bo Xianxin swallowed the grape, casting her a vague glance before rising to head towards the study on the second floor. Watching his tall, rigid figure disappear around the corner, the playful smile on Shen Xingyu's lips instantly vanished without a trace. As night fell, it was the time for the Black Sea King. She stood up, stretching her back, her eyes becoming sharp and clear. Spending the living Yama's money during the day was indeed exhilarating, but after all, it wasn't her own. To completely step on the Shen family and establish her own true business empire, she must have her own trump card and funding chain. Shen Xingyu quietly returned to the master bedroom, locking the door. She dragged out a black anti-peeping box from under the bed, which contained her assembled top-tier portable micro-base station. After assembling it, she skillfully connected the mini-computer to an encrypted network. The screen instantly lit up with a ghostly blue glow, countless complex codes pouring down like a waterfall. She put on her Bluetooth headset, rapidly typed some keys connecting to the task bounty hall of the dark web black market. As soon as she came online, Viper's encrypted communication rang through. "Boss, you finally came online. The situation has been too tense these days. I could barely breathe." Viper's voice sounded extremely excited. "Cut the crap, do you have a big job?" Shen Xingyu asked coldly while establishing multiple virtual IP jumpers behind the firewall. Yes, just released a top-tier bounty task with a reward of up to 30 million USD. It was an urgent bounty issued by the top financial giant, the Bow family group. Their secondary defense system was under a devastating attack from unknown hackers requiring immediate repair of logical vulnerabilities. No one in the entire dark web dares to take this hot potato after all who would dare to earn the living Yama Bow Scientian's money. 30 million USD. Earning the living Yama's money. A glint of excitement flashed in Shun Xingyi's eyes. Spending his money during the day and earning his money at night was simply a guaranteed profit. He'll take this job. Send the target IP and the rendezvous key over. Got it. But boss, you must be careful. Oh, I feel like this job is a bit strange. Be cautious not to flip the car. Viper cautioned as he transmitted the data packet. Flip the car. Shun Xingyi's lips curled into a proud sneer. That also depends on whether his firewall is solid enough to withstand my night owl. Data transmission complete. A complex defense matrix appeared on the screen. Shun Xingyu retracted all her laziness, her eyes becoming sharp like an eagle's. She rapidly inputted a series of long and complex decryption codes beginning to conduct brute force dismantling and underlying logic reconstruction. Time passed second by second, and the computer's fan roared under high load. Just as she was about to break through the last core firewall and complete the vulnerability, repair and notification pinged. Repair successful. Just when she was ready to click submit to claim the 30 million, a steady footstep suddenly approached from the corridor heading towards the master bedroom. Immediately after, Viper's terrified voice exploded in her headset. Boss, quickly retreat. The Bow family's counter-tracking system has been activated. They've traced you through your IP. Boss, retreat quickly. The Bow family's anti-tracking system has been activated. They traced your IP. The terrified roar of the snake echoed in the earpiece, nearly shattering Shun Xingyu's eardrum. Meanwhile, the steady and powerful footsteps outside grew ever closer, as if each step was precisely in sync with her heartbeat. The living Yama had finished the meeting. Instead of panicking, Shun Xingyu grabbed a strawberry from the nearby fruit plate and tossed it into her mouth. The sweet juice burst in her mouth. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade. Her fingers danced like shadows on the specially designed mini keyboard. Want to catch me? Train for another 100 years. She let out a cold laugh, arrogantly implanting a series of trampoline programs at the very bottom of the Bow family's defense system. As long as they dared to track her, the IP address would be bounced to Antarctica to see penguins in just 0.1 seconds. Snap. The final crisp sound of the enter key echoed and a green task completed popped up on the screen instantly. $30 million received. Meanwhile, in the study, just a wall away, Bow stared at the system network on the large screen that had returned to normal, a dangerous glint swirling in his deep black eyes. Master Bow, the system vulnerabilities have not only been completely fixed, but the other side also inadvertently helped us reinforce the firewall core. On the other end of the video, the top network security officer of the Bow family wiped cold sweat from his brow, his voice revealing an unmistakable fervor and awe. Have we traced who it is? Bow asked coldly. No. The other party's methods are bizarre and domineering. Just as we activated the highest level of anti-tracking, we were kicked to a server at an abandoned Antarctic research station by a virtual coordinate. The officer swallowed hard, his tone laborious. Based on this arrogant style of conduct, the tech department unanimously concluded that the other party is definitely the legendary hacker ranked first on the dark web. Night Owl. Night Owl. Bow murmured these two words, his thumb unconsciously rubbing the jade ring. This person not only breached the Bow family's secondary defenses unnoticed, but also managed to fix it perfectly in just a few minutes. It was as if he were strolling leisurely in his backyard. Investigate. Spare no effort to dig him out for me. Bow ended the video conference and stood up to leave the study. For some reason, the image of that soft and clingy woman in the neighboring master bedroom suddenly flashed through his mind. In the master bedroom, Xinyu looked at the progress bar that was full and immediately unplugged the mini base station. Like the speed of lightning, she stuffed all the equipment back into the anti-peeping box and kicked it into the deepest hidden compartment under the bed. Just as she finished destroying the last trace, the doorknob made a soft click sound. Bow pushed the door open. On the big bed, the girl was wrapped in a quilt with only a fluffy head sticking out. Hearing the noise, she groggily rubbed her eyes and sat up. The oversized men's shirt slipped off her rounded shoulders, exposing large areas of fair and delicate skin. Honey, are you done with the meeting? Xinyu's voice was hoarse from just waking up, soft and sweet like a cotton candy. She kicked off the quilt barefoot on the carpet and pounced straight into the man's arms like a fledgling swallow. Bow instinctively reached out to catch her, but his brows furrowed slightly. The girl's body was unusually warm, and even her breathing was tinged with a hint of urgency. Why are you sweating so much? His gaze was sharp as an eagle, discreetly scanning the quiet bedroom. Everything appeared as usual, with only a faint scent of strawberry lingering in the air. Xinyu's heart tightened, cursing herself for typing the code too quickly, causing her heart rate to not fully drop. but she reacted swiftly, burying her burning little face into the man's neck, playfully biting his collarbone as a punishment. Who told you to take so long in the meeting? I was scared alone in the quilt and had nightmares. She complained pitifully, clinging tightly to his neck. Honey, I need a hug to feel better. Bo Sien was rendered speechless by her clingy demeanor. The deep suspicion in his black eyes gradually softened as they met her clear and innocent gaze. You're scared by just one dream? How useless. Though he spoke disdainfully, he still picked her up horizontally and gently placed her back on the bed, casually pulling the quilt over her to keep her snug. Shun Xingyu secretly let out a sigh of relief in the quilt. This double life was simply extraordinary, not only testing hacking skills, but also requiring Oscar-level acting. Just as Bo Sien was about to get up to take a shower, the intercom phone at the bedside suddenly rang urgently. In the stillness of the night, the ringtone sounded particularly jarring. Bo Sien pressed the speakerphone, and the voice of Butler Chun came through with a hint of difficulty. Sir, I apologize for disturbing your rest. There's a Miss Shin outside claiming to be the true daughter of the Shin family. Upon hearing the words, Shun family, Shun Xingyu's ears perked up instantly, her eyes flashing with excitement, as if watching a show. Coming to Jingyuan in the middle of the night, this rotten peach blossom truly was persistent. Butler Chin paused before continuing the report. Miss Shin Mingyue is insisting on seeing you under the pretense of visiting an elder, claiming it's about something important concerning madam, and has brought a lot of so-called evidence. Honey, she must be here to scold me. I'm scared. Shun Xingyu immediately put on a dramatic act, clinging tightly to Bo Sien's arm, her tears welling up in an instant. Bo Sien looked at the girl, trembling in fear, a layer of terrifying frost suddenly forming in his eyes. Let her come in, or I want to see how much courage she has to act wildly on my turf. Let her come in, or I want to see how brave she is to wreak havoc on my territory. Bo Siu coldly issued the command and turned to put on his robe before heading downstairs. Shun Xingyi's eyes lit up. This was a free grand drama of a wealthy family's internal strife. How could she miss it? She swiftly threw off the covers and jumped onto his back barefoot. Wait for me, hubby. I want to go too. Bo Siu swiftly caught her thigh, pulling her securely into his embrace, though his brow furrowed tightly. What noise are you making in the middle of the night? I don't care. What if she secretly bullies you? I have to protect. Shun Xingyu buried her face in the crook of his neck, nuzzling against him, while taking a deep breath of his pleasant cold scent. Bo Siu couldn't help but chuckle at her ridiculous reasoning. Having lived for 28 years, it was the first time someone said they wanted to protect him. He casually grabbed a thick cashmere shawl, wrapping her enticing figure securely before striding towards the reception room on the first floor. The first floor hall was brightly lit. Shen Mingyue was clearly dressed with care, wearing a fitted Weinard Chanel haute couture gown in the middle of the night. The deep neck was perfectly revealing, and she was doused in a strong, overpowering perfume. This was not a visit to elders, it was clearly an ambush on the bed of a living tyrant. Hearing the steady footsteps coming from the stairs, Shun Mingyue immediately put on her self-proclaimed most perfect, elegant smile and gracefully turned around. Master Bo, I apologize for the late disturbance. Mingyue has an urgent matter regarding your reputation. Before she could finish, her smile froze on her face. The cold-blooded, unfeeling prince of the Beijing circle, who would flare up at a woman coming within a meter, was now holding that wretched Shin Xingyu. Not only was he holding her, but he was also comfortably seated on the main leather sofa, allowing that wretched girl to nestle securely in his lap. Shin Xingyu not only occupied the coveted embrace all the women in Beijing dreamed of, but she was also holding a plate of freshly washed bright red strawberries. Spit it out quickly. Bo Siu didn't even glance at her, his long fingers impatiently tugging at his collar. Shin Mingyue was consumed with jealousy, her meticulously groomed nails digging into her palm, but she forced out 2 drops of tears, putting on a heartbroken act. Master Bo, I know you are kind-hearted, but please don't be deceived by my sister's pitiful appearance. She is not even of the Shun family's bloodline, and inherently possesses the base nature of the lower class. Shin Xingyu sat on Bo Siu's lap, seemingly indifferent, as she picked up a strawberry and took a bite. It was juicy and quite sweet. Seeing Bo Siu remain unmoved, Shun Mingyue grew anxious and quickly pulled out a stack of photos from her limited edition bag, hurrying to present them. Look, these are surveillance screenshots of her stealing from our Shin family. She not only has dirty hands and feet, but often mingles with those lewd men outside. This kind of morally corrupt fake heiress is dirtying your eyes by staying by your side. Shun Mingyue became more animated as she spoke, as if she were the embodiment of justice, the noblest and purest true bloodline. In her view, a top aristocrat like Bo Siu, who had severe cleanliness issues, would definitely not tolerate a woman with a tainted past. Shun Xingyu swallowed the strawberry in her mouth and sneered inwardly. These so-called screenshots of stealing were merely images of the original owner rummaging through the storage room to retrieve her mother's belongings. As for the lewd men, that was even more absurd. They were just a few rogues she had casually knocked down on the street for harassing young girls. But her current persona was that of a delicate amnesiac little victim. Shun Xingyu pouted and turned to bury her face into Bo Siyu's solid chest. Hubby, she says I'm of the lower class and that I have dirty hands and feet. She squeezed out 2 packets of tears, her shoulders shaking, her voice filled with grievance. I didn't steal anything, boo-hoo. She's so fierce I'm scared. Bo Siyu looked at the tears hanging at the corners of the girl's eyes, his heart feeling as if it had been stung by something. A surge of violent rage suddenly erupted from the depths of his dark gaze. He slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed on Shun Mingyue, as if looking at a corpse. The pressure in the entire hall instantly dropped to freezing point, and the air seemed to freeze. Does Miss Shin think that I, Bo Siyu, cannot even support a woman and need her to steal? His voice was low, yet it carried a chilling, murderous intent. Shin Mingyue was so frightened that her legs went weak, cold sweat instantly soaking her back. No, Master Bo. I'm just afraid you'll be blinded by her. She really doesn't deserve to be by your side. Only someone like us with a family background. Only you deserve. Bo Siyu let out a cold laugh, a cruel curve forming at the corner of his mouth. What are you? How dare you come to Jingyuan to teach me how to do things? Shun Xingyu hid in the man's embrace, eating strawberries, while looking at Shun Mingyue with the gaze of someone watching a fool. With this level, she dared to steal a man. She didn't even need to bring out her top-notch hacking skills, just the man's possessiveness was enough to grind this green. Uncle Chun, throw her out and disinfect the hall 3 times. Bo Siyu waved his hand in disgust, as if shooing away a fly. The perfume smell is too strong, it's overwhelming my wife. Wife! These 2 words struck Shin Mingyue like a thunderbolt, shattering her last bit of rationality. Why? She was the true daughter of a wealthy family. How could Shin Xingyu, this impostor, soar to such heights? The poisonous fire of jealousy completely incinerated her brain. Shun Mingyue suddenly turned her head, her gaze fixated on the teapot of steaming hot red tea that had just been brewed on the coffee table. That was what Uncle Chun had just brought up for guests, still billowing with white steam. Sister, since you refuse to admit your mistakes, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the Shun family today. Shun Mingyu's face twisted, resembling a madwoman, as she lunged at the coffee table and grabbed the pot of scalding tea. With all her strength, she hurled it directly at Shun Xingyu's delicate flower-like face. The boiling tea splashed out like a lethal projectile. At the critical moment, Bo Siyu's pupils constricted violently. His years of living on the edge of life and death made him react instantaneously. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed down on the back of Shun Xingyu's head, shielding her tightly beneath his chest. At the same time, his tall figure swiftly shifted to the side, using his back and arm to block the deadly blow. Hiss! The scalding tea splashed all over Bo Siyu's hand, and that precious handcrafted robe. His cold white skin was instantly burned into a shocking red, even forming blisters. Shin Xingyu suddenly lifted her head from his embrace, seeing the horrifying burn on his hand. Her mind went blank in an instant. Hubby! She exclaimed, and this time the tension was not feigned. Bo Siyu, however, did not even furrow his brow. He slowly stood up, positioning Shun Xingyu behind him, his gaze fixed on the now dumbfounded Shin Mingyue. The man's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, carrying the rage to destroy everything. Which hand did you use to splash? With a loud crash, the exquisite blue and white porcelain teapot smashed onto the floor, shards scattering as scalding tea splashed everywhere. The temperature in the reception room seemed to drain away the air, instantly crystallizing into ice. Shin Mingyu's face froze in a moment of madness, the blood draining completely. What did she see? She actually splashed boiling water on the most untouchable living Yama of the capital circle. The large hand, marked by joints and often signing billion-dollar contracts, was now shockingly red. Brother Bo. Shin Mingyu's legs went soft, collapsing like a heap of mud among the scattered porcelain shards as she crawled desperately to grab Bo Xian's pant leg. I didn't mean it. I wanted to splash that shameless woman. It was she who dodged. Bo Xian's neither retreated nor got angry. He merely took his time, wiping the water stains off the back of his hand with a handkerchief, his gaze dark enough to devour a person alive. Which hand did you use to splash? He looked down at her from his elevated position, his voice soft, yet reverberating painfully in her eardrums. Shin Mingyue desperately hid her hands behind her back, tears streaming down her face, her delicate makeup a complete mess. No, Brother Bo, I was wrong. Please spare me this time for the Shun family's sake. Shun Xingyu, hiding behind Bo Xian's, peeked out, secretly delighted at Shun Mingyu's miserable state. But her face trembled like a sieve, her small hands tightly gripping Bo Xian's clothes. Husband, her face is terrifying like a man-eating female ghost. Shun Xingyu's voice was soft and trembling, perfectly embodying a scared little princess. Bo Xian's tightened his protective hold on her, a surge of malice boiling in his deep black eyes. Uncle Chin, what are my rules? The old butler Uncle Chin stepped forward with a cold expression. To answer the young master, anyone who dares to harm you an inch shall have their hands crippled. And anyone who disturbs madam shall receive 50 slaps. As soon as the words were spoken, two burly bodyguards in black moved forward like iron towers, firmly restraining Shun Mingyue from both sides. What are you doing? Let me go. I am the true daughter of the Shun family. Shun Mingyue screamed and struggled wildly like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The bodyguards didn't waste words with her, raising their large hands like fans. They swung down with full force. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the hall, Shun Mingyue's face instantly swelling up, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Slap, slap, slap. They struck without mercy. Shun Xingyu buried her face in Bo Xian's broad back, nearly unable to contain her laughter at the rhythmic sound of slaps. Oh dear, uncle's move is truly ruthless. This isn't just slapping, it's like uprooting a dogtail flower and rubbing it vigorously underfoot. Just when Shun Mingyue was being slapped to the point of seeing stars and nearly fainting, a sudden commotion of hurried footsteps came from outside the hall. Stop! Everyone stop! Bo Jingchuan rushed in with disheveled hair, his eyes bloodshot as he looked at Shun Mingyue, who had been beaten into a sorry state. He had just received Shun Mingyue's distress message and sped over only to find he was too late. Mingyue. Bo Jingchuan rushed forward to embrace Shun Mingyue, his heart aching at her pig-headed face. He suddenly raised his head, glaring at Bo Xian's, who sat leisurely in the main seat, as well as Shun Xingyu hiding behind him, pretending to be innocent. Uncle, what did Mingyue do wrong for you to treat her like this? For such a malicious fake, you don't even care about family ties. Bo Jingchuan completely lost his rationality, his roar echoing through the hall. Bo Xian's leaned slightly against the back of the sofa, his narrow eyes half squinted, emanating a dangerous pressure. Are you questioning me? This gentle yet heavy retort made Bo Jingchuan feel as if his throat was constricted, his temper instantly having. But seeing the pitiful Shun Mingyue in his arms, he gritted his teeth and held on. Uncle, after all, Mingyue is my future wife. If you beat her like this today, how will others see our Bo family? Are you teaching me how to do things? Bo Xian's let out a light scoff, casually picking up the wet wipes on the table to leisurely wipe his fingers. She splashed boiling tea on my wife. Oh, I only had her slapped 50 times, which is already a consideration for the Bo family's face. Bo Jingchuan's face turned pale as he looked at Shun Xingyu in disbelief. What makes her a wife? She's just a swindler who switched identities. Uncle, you've been charmed by her. Shun Xingyu immediately collaborated, shivering and squeezing out two crystalline tears from the corners of her eyes. Husband, he's so fierce. Does he want to kill me to take revenge on that female ghost? She extended her delicate finger, gently touching the back of Bo Xian's hand, which was reddened from the scald. Husband, blow, and it won't hurt anymore. The girl's warm breath sprayed on his skin, bringing a ticklish. Bo Xian's eyes darkened. He grasped her mischievous little hand in return, but his gaze toward Bo Jingchuan was as cold as ice. Since you enjoy speaking up for others so much, then you must pay a price. He turned his head to look at Lin, the assistant who was standing beside him. Inform everyone to take over the Shijiao development project from Bo Jingchuan. This statement was like a bolt from the blue, striking Bo Jingchuan's core resources, which he had planned for 3 whole years, into a tender state. The Shijiao project was the foundation for his future standing in the Bo family. Uncle, you can't do this. The Shijiao project was personally approved for me by grandfather. Bo Jingchuan shouted, madly rushing over. The bodyguards immediately drew their guns, the dark muzzles pressed right against Bo Jingchuan's forehead. What I Bo Xian's want is useless, even if it was approved by the king. Bo Xian's didn't even raise his eyelids, his tone as casual as if discussing today's weather. Since my wife was frightened, this project will be transferred to her name as pocket money to calm her down. Pocket money. The core Shijiao project, worth billions, was just pocket money in the mouth of the living Yama. Shun Mingyue, playing dead on the ground, turned black before her eyes. This time, she completely fainted in anger. Shun Xingyu laughed wildly in her heart. This round was simply a win. Not only did she vent her anger, but she also picked up a big golden egg for free. The scumbag X was nothing. The living Yama was simply a cosmic ATM and a face-slapping artifact. Throw these garbage out, don't dirty my ground. Bo Xian's waved his hand in disgust. The bodyguards pounced like wolves, dragging Bo Jingchuan and Shun Mingyue, who was like a dead pig, out of the Jingyuan gate without mercy. As the heavy door slammed shut, the entire world finally quieted down. The hall was left with only a faint smell of disinfectant. Shun Xingyu seized the moment and quickly slid down from Bo Xian's legs, standing obediently to the side. Thank you, husband, for helping me deal with the bad guys. I'm tired and going back to sleep now. She let out a delicate yawn and turned to sneak upstairs. Having been too engrossed in watching the drama, she suddenly realized the danger level of this man now that the crisis was averted. Just as she took 2 steps, the nape of her neck was precisely grasped by a scorching hand. Where are you going? The man's deep, hoarse voice sounded behind her, carrying an irresistible sense of pressure. Shun Xingyu felt a chill run down her spine, forcing a dry smile as she turned around. Going back to my room to sleep, husband, you should rest early too. Bo Xian's took a step forward, his tall figure instantly casting her in shadow. His deep black eyes locked onto her, without blinking, as if wanting to see through the layer of innocent disguise and uncover the true soul hidden beneath. Suddenly he slowly raised the uninjured hand. With the rough pads of his calloused fingers, he mercilessly pinched her delicate chin, forcing her to look up and meet his gaze. Aggressive male hormones instantly enveloped her. Are you trying to run after the show is over? Bo Xian's lips curled into a dangerous arc as his fingertip heavily rubbed against her tender lips. Shun Xingyi's heart raced with alarm. She immediately blinked, her wet big eyes looking at him with a face full of innocence. What are you saying, husband? I don't understand. If you don't understand, that's fine. I will make you understand slowly. The man tightened his grip, slightly leaning forward. Their noses were almost touching, their scorching breaths intertwining. Wife, since you've called me husband, shouldn't you exercise some of the privileges of being a wife? Wife, since you've called me husband, shouldn't you exercise some of your rights as a wife? The man's voice was deep and hoarse, laced with a palpable sense of danger. His rough, calloused finger brushed against Shun Xingyi's delicate lips, sending a shiver of electricity coursing through her. Shun Xingyi's heart skipped a beat, her brain frantically sounding the highest level of alarm. This is a mess. This living hell won't be serious, will he? She just wanted a top-notch shield and some startup funds, but she never intended to throw her pristine body into the mix. Looking at the strikingly handsome face that was mere inches away, Shun Xingyu decisively resorted to her ultimate tactic of feigning madness. Her eyes instantly filled with tears, long eyelashes trembling like frightened butterflies. Suddenly large tears fell unbidden onto the back of Bo Xian's hand that was gripping her chin. Husband, you hurt me. She did not struggle, merely gazing at him with those glistening, innocent eyes that seemed to have been bullied by the world. Her voice trembled softly, infused with endless grievance. I feel so dizzy. That female ghost was so fierce, she even wanted to burn me, boo-hoo. The scorching tears instantly burned Bo Xian's skin as if searing into his heart. The aggressive dark fire in his eyes was doused like cold water when faced with her soft and pitiful appeal. His anger dissipated significantly, in an instant replaced by a trace of inexplicable irritation. Bo Xian's brows furrowed ever so slightly, but he eventually relaxed his grip on her chin. He used his thumb to awkwardly wipe away the tear stains at the corners of her eyes. While the movement was not gentle, it lacked the deadly danger from before. Stop crying, no one dares to touch you again. His voice was taut, carrying a hint of an authoritative tone. Let Uncle Shun take you back to your room to sleep. Without my permission, you are not allowed to come downstairs. Shun Xingyu felt as if she had been granted a great reprieve, immediately slipping out from under his towering shadow like a slippery loach. She nodded repeatedly, hurriedly shuffling upstairs in her slippers, afraid that this man would change his mind and swallow her alive. Watching the girl flee in a panic, Bo Xian stood alone in the empty hall, his gaze heavy and terrifying. He looked down at his fingers, still warm with her body heat, and tears slowly clenching into a fist. The impulse to completely shatter her wings and possess her far from fading grew wildly within him like a rampant weed. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows into Jingyuan. Shun Xingyu woke up naturally, stretching lazily and yawning as she made her way down the stairs. As she reached the corner of the hall, she keenly sensed something was off. The towering sunglasses-wearing male bodyguards who usually patrolled the Jingyuan were conspicuously absent today. In their place were a group of female bodyguards, all clad in sleek black professional suits, their hair pulled back into neat ponytails. Even the gardener who usually trimmed the rose bushes had been replaced by a stout middle-aged woman instead of a robust young man. Uncle Chun, why has the household suddenly changed? So many people. Shun Xingyu rubbed her sleepy eyes innocently, pulling the housekeeper, who was instructing the servants to clean. Uncle Chun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, clearing his throat twice with a subtle and helpless expression. Madam Master issued an order this morning before dawn. All male beings in Jingyuan must be relocated before sunrise. He paused, pointing at a golden retriever lounging happily in a nearby doghouse, tongue lolling. Even the master's favorite male Tibetan Mastiff Prince was sent to a training base in the suburbs overnight, replaced by this female golden retriever. Shun Xingyi's innocent expression nearly cracked, her lips twitching as she struggled to keep a straight face. They didn't even spare the male dogs. This living hell's possessiveness was beyond perverse, it was utterly insane. Just last night, Bo Jingxuan had merely glanced at her a few times and attempted to touch her, yet Bo Xian had directly cleared out all the males in Jingyuan. Others thought she had struck a stroke of good fortune, but this was clearly an epic misfortune. Just as she was rolling her eyes inwardly, a steady, powerful sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance. Bo Xian strode in, wearing a perfectly tailored, wrinkle-free dark gray suit. Husband, you're back. Shun Xingyu immediately got into character, raising an overly sweet smile and fluttering towards him like a joyful little bird. Bo Seen caught her steadily wrapping his arm around her slim waist, the cold, hard lines of his face softening unconsciously. He said nothing, merely pulling out a delicate black velvet box from the inner pocket of his suit. A soft click sound. The box opened to reveal a dazzling diamond anklet lying quietly within. Each diamond was cut flawlessly, reflecting a cold and expensive light under the crystal chandelier. Wow, so beautiful. Shin Zingia's eyes sparkled with delight, her face radiating the excitement of a young girl. However, as a top-tier hacker, her gaze immediately locked onto the base of the largest main diamond. Embedded within was a military-grade GPS tracking chip, currently the smallest and most advanced in the world. Come here and sit down. Bo Seen pulled her down onto the wide leather sofa, unabashedly ignoring the gazes of the surrounding servants. The esteemed heir of Jingyuan had even knelt down on one knee at her feet. His long fingers grasped her delicate ankle. The moment their skin touched, the heat was shockingly intense. When the icy diamond anklet pressed against her skin, Shin Xingyu couldn't help but subtly flinch. Click! The sound of the lock engaging echoed in Shin Zingia's ears like an invisible shackle weighing heavily upon her. This seemingly indulgent affection was essentially a luxurious cage woven from wealth and Bo Seen was clearly telling her, in this way you can only stay within my sight. You can forget about escaping death. Your brain doesn't work while your memory is chaotic. You can easily get lost when you go out. Bo Seen stood up, looking down at her with an almost overflowing sense of control. Wearing this, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I can still find you. Shin Xingyu obediently wiggled her ankle, the diamonds sparkling as she smiled like a naive little girl. Thank you, husband. I will definitely wear it obediently and won't run around anymore. She scoffed inwardly. As long as she didn't switch back to her main account, this tracking device was as good as scrap metal. Did he think he could trap her, a creature of the night? Dream on. As night fell, Jingyuan was enveloped in silence. Bo Seen had an important international merger to handle tonight and remained in the study on the second floor, not returning to the master bedroom. This was a prime opportunity. Shin Xingyu stealthily slipped into the bathroom, locked the door, and turned on the faucet to drown out any subtle sounds. From a hidden compartment at the bottom of the bathtub, she retrieved a specially modified black secret phone. Pressing the power button, the familiar blue code interface instantly filled the screen. It had been 2 days since she last forcibly concealed her IP, and those who had been frantically searching for her outside should have calmed down a bit. She skillfully entered a complex 36-character dynamic password, preparing to log into the dark web backend to check for intel. However, just as the progress bar reached 90%, beep, 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 the phone suddenly erupted with a piercing high-frequency alarm, the once blue screen completely drowned by a scarlet warning box. Shin Zingia's pupils constricted sharply, her fingers accustomed to typing momentarily stiffened. Someone was forcefully and violently breaching her first layer of core firewall. How is this possible? She gritted her teeth, immediately pulling up the virtual keyboard, her 10 fingers becoming a blur as she frantically input anti-tracking codes in an attempt to intercept. Her firewall had merged the world's top military-grade encryption algorithms. Even a top-notch hacking team could never breach it in an instant. Yet now that solid layer of defense was visibly collapsing and disintegrating. Red codes surged in like a tempest, the opponent's attack methods reckless and desperate. It was entirely a self-destructive tactic, not caring about consequences as it tore its way through. Damn this familiar perverse methodology. Shin Zingia's forehead broke out in fine cold sweat, her heartbeat racing. She dared not hold back any longer, immediately activating the forced disconnection program, attempting to preserve the last layer of underlying logic by severing the connection physically. Too late. Just as the screen was about to black out, all the red attack codes bizarrely halted their movements. They twisted and reformed rapidly on the screen. Only 2 seconds later, a massive bleeding smiley face symbol suddenly jumped into the center of the screen. The smiley face's mouth stretched into an exaggerated, eerie curve. It was as if, through this cold screen, it was staring directly into her eyes with a chilling fervor. Following that, the phone vibrated violently, an encrypted floating window forcefully implanted. This was the signature mark of the sickly genius hacker from K.O. Technology, Jiangxi. He had actually followed the faint trace he left at the Bo Group last time like a mad dog, catching the scent of blood, relentlessly locking onto her. From the phone speaker, a harsh electric sound suddenly erupted. Then the boy's distinctive, slightly hoarse voice echoed softly in the confined silence of the bathroom. His tone was gentle, yet laced with a spine-tingling obsession and madness. Sister, the firewall you said is still so beautiful, but unfortunately, I have already shattered it. Shin Zingia's breath hitched, gripping the phone tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. She knew she absolutely could not make a sound. Exposing even the slightest vocal tone would allow the opponent to instantly pinpoint her real identity. Why isn't sister speaking? Are you scared? Or are you hiding in some wild man's embrace right now? Jiang Si's voice grew increasingly deep, the smiley face symbol beginning to ooze virtual blood droplet effects. Sister, I can finally smell your scent. Guess where I am now? Shun Xingyi's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat as she decisively pressed the physical self-destruct button. The moment the screen went black, the phone's motherboard emitted a faint, burnt smell. Before she could catch her breath, the bathroom doorknob was suddenly twisted from the outside. Following that, Bo Xian's oppressive voice penetrated through the door. You've been in there for half an hour. What are you doing hiding in there? Shun Xingyu took a deep breath, stuffing the burning phone back into the compartment, and sweetly called out in a delicate voice, Husband, my stomach hurts. Please go get me a cup of hot water. The steady footsteps of Bo Xian gradually faded outside the door. He went to the kitchen to pour hot water. Shun Xingyu let out a long sigh, suddenly yanking open the bathroom door and rushing towards the luxurious bed like a gust of wind. A burned mobile phone could not sever Jiang Si's tracking code. As long as a shred of physical data remained, that sickly sweet individual could turn the entire internal network of Jinyuan upside down through the internet. She lifted the heavy mattress and dragged out the black anti-peeping box. Her trembling fingertips revealed her current tension. The moment the micro base station restarted, the suffocating crimson alert on the screen flickered frantically again. In the center of the alarm, Jiang Si's provocative pop-up window nearly occupied the entire view. Sister, do you think smashing your phone will let you escape? I've already traced your approximate IP to Jing City. You have 10 minutes to come and see me. Otherwise, I'll hack all the traffic lights in Jing City, turning the entire city into your grave. The text was composed in a glaring crimson code, exuding an unmasked aura of illness and madness. Shun Xingyu broke out in a cold sweat. This little bastard could truly perform such inhumane acts. She gritted her teeth, her hands quickly covering the keyboard. Her originally soft and harmless gaze instantly turned cold and sharp as her fingers danced across the specially designed keyboard, leaving trails of afterimages. In the silent room, only the rapid clicking sound remained. It was unwise to confront a mad dog Hedon. What she needed to do now was to leave no trace behind. Shun Xingyu called up the underlying logic architecture of the system, using over 30 hidden pivot points buried in the dark web to frantically alter her virtual positioning. The code rolled on the deep blue screen like a waterfall. Beep. 2 minutes later, Jiang Si's tracking progress bar was stuck at 99%. You want to catch me? Maybe in your next life. Shun Xingyu scoffed coldly and heavily pressed the enter key. In the last 0.1 seconds before Jiang Si breached the final firewall, she directly disguised her final IP coordinates as an internet cafe in Cape Town, South Africa. Next, she decisively executed the highest level play dead command. Log out from the current virtual account at light speed. Along with all the cloud data, it was all crushed into irrecoverable digital debris. The blinding red alert on the screen finally disappeared. In its place was a standby screen representing safety. The crisis was temporarily averted. Just as she pulled the power from the base station, the doorknob of the master bedroom emitted a soft click. The living tyrant has returned. Shun Xingyi's heart suddenly constricted, and with a terrifying burst of energy, she kicked the device into the dark compartment under the bed. She rolled on the bed and wrapped herself in the quilt like a silkworm. Reaching for the tablet on the bedside table, she randomly clicked on a video. When Bo Xian entered the room, the sound of an animated show echoed throughout. I am SpongeBob. Let's catch jellyfish. The tall figure of the man stopped by the bed. Holding a steaming cup of milk, his deep, sharp black eyes scrutinized the lump of quilt on the bed. Shun Xingyu poked her fluffy head out from the quilt. Her cheeks were unusually flushed, and beads of fine sweat clung to her forehead. Her chest, still heaving from the recent extreme activity, was out of control. Stomachache, and you still want to watch? Bo Xian's voice was deep and cold, tinged with a hint of barely perceptible suspicion. He felt that the air in the room seemed to carry a hint of tense smoke compared to before. Because SpongeBob can distract me. Shun Xingyu blinked her big, wet eyes, wearing an innocent look. Honey, didn't you go to pour me hot water? Drink milk, it calms you down. Bo Xian brought the warm glass cup to her lips, but his gaze subtly scanned her slightly stiff shoulder. Shun Xingyu obediently leaned over and took a big gulp. The warm liquid slid down her throat, finally suppressing her wildly racing heart. She extended her pink tongue, gently licking away the milk foam from the corner of her lips, and rubbed it against Bo Xian's hand. You're the best, honey. My stomach really doesn't hurt anymore after drinking this. Bo Xian watched her in this cute, clingy state, and his initial suspicion faded a bit. Perhaps he was. How could someone who couldn't even memorize the multiplication table and could cry at the sound of thunder play any tricks under his watch? He set down the empty glass and reached to ruffle her soft hair, the warmth of his palm surprisingly hot. If it doesn't hurt anymore, go to bed early. Get up at 7 tomorrow morning and come with me to the company. Shun Xingyu was taken aback. Go to the company? This tyrant never took women along when he attended meetings at the group headquarters. Why was he suddenly changing his habits today? What do I have to do there? She tugged at the man's sleeve, her face filled with resistance. I don't want to get up early, oh I want to sleep at home. No. Bo Xian's tone was unyielding, filled with absolute dominance. I can't leave you alone, and Jingyuan am not at ease. In fact, it was Shun Mingyu's crazy actions tonight that triggered him. Keeping this little useless one under his watch was the safest. Shun Xingyu rolled her eyes in her heart. Not at ease. He was afraid she would run away. That diamond anklet with tracking function was still heavily locked on her ankle. If I go to the company, will I disrupt you? What if I accidentally mess up some important documents? She tried to make one last struggle. What she feared the most now was going out and attracting unnecessary trouble. Bo Xian chuckled lightly, his smile carrying a hint of nonchalant arrogance. The entire Bo family is mine. You can press whatever you want. If you mess something up, your husband will cover for you. Hearing such typical words from a domineering CEO, Shun Xingyu felt no warmth at all. Instead, her scalp tingled. Tomorrow, Boss family will sign a very important strategic cooperation agreement. Just sit next to me and play on your phone. Bo Xian casually added a sentence while untying the collar of his robe. The founder of Technology is bringing his team over tomorrow. He's a difficult madman, don't run into him. Boom. Shun Xingyi's mind felt like an atomic bomb had exploded. Her fingers suddenly trembled, nearly dropping the tablet on her nose. The founder of Technology. Isn't that the sickly little puppy Jiangxi who had just threatened to hack the traffic network of Jing City and chase her down through the internet? Oh heaven, oh earth, what kind of human suffering is this? Shun Xingyu felt her vision darken, and even her breathing halted. She had just set that little bastard on fire tonight, making him dance around. Tomorrow this living tyrant would actually personally escort her to the scene of the incident. Is he afraid she won't drop her disguise quickly enough? What's wrong? Your face looks so bad. Is your stomach hurting again? Bo Xian keenly caught her momentary stiffness and pale complexion. Shun Xingyu forced herself to swallow a mouthful of saliva and tried to muster a smile that was even uglier than crying. No. Honey is the boss of Technology fierce. Does he look like a monster? Like a monster? Bo Xi let out a low, stifled laugh at her childlike question. His well-defined fingers pinched Shun Xingyi's soft cheek. The warm, soft touch beneath his fingertips pleased him, but a chilling cold flickered in the man's eyes. No, he's more beautiful than a woman. But deep down he's a mad dog that never lets go once it sinks its teeth into its prey. At the words mad dog, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Shun Xingyi's back. She was doomed. Last night she had led that deranged mad dog on a wild goose chase on the dark web. And now this living hell's kingpin was personally going to deliver her to him. The next morning the capital city was bathed in rare sunshine. Shun Xingyu, like a soulless doll, was pinned down in the dressing room by several high-end stylists and thoroughly made over. When she looked at herself in the mirror again, she felt terrible. A perfectly tailored pure black suit accentuated her graceful figure to perfection. Her long slender legs were sheathed in sheer black stockings. On her feet were a pair of 7-centimeter red-soled high heels. Her innocent pure face paired with this striking outfit exuded a deadly allure of purity and seduction. Bo Xi stood behind her, his deep gaze falling on her through the mirror. The man's Adam's apple bobbed, almost imperceptibly, a dark flame igniting in his eyes. Hubby, this dress is so tight, I can barely breathe deeply. Shun Xingyu deliberately turned around and complained in a coquettish voice. She was trying to make one last-ditch effort to change into a looser outfit to lower her profile. Tighter is better. The man leisurely walked over and personally fastened the top button of her collar. So you don't go running off. Half an hour later, the Maybach parked arrogantly at the foot of the Bo Group headquarters. This skyscraper piercing the clouds was the absolute center of power in the entire capital. The moment Bo Xi pushed open the car door, the surrounding air seemed to drop 10 degrees. Every passing executive and employee immediately stopped in their tracks. Everyone collectively held their breath, wishing they could bury their heads in the marble floor. Yet in the next second, everyone's jaws collectively dropped to the ground, because they saw that cold-blooded, ascetic, decisive living hell's kingpin actually turn around and lead a delicate woman out of the car. Shun Xingyu clung tightly to Bo Xi's arm. Like a naive little shadow, she followed him step by step into the president's exclusive express elevator. Oh my God, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Master Bo brought a woman to work. Is that the fake heiress rumored to have Master Bo completely bewitched? Her looks are simply stunning. No wonder she could make the living hell's kingpin bloom. The gossip behind them rose and fell. Shun Xingyu ignored it all, her mind entirely occupied with strategies to survive facing Jiangxi. With a crisp ding, the elevator reached the top floor. Assistant Lin was already waiting by the door, his expression respectful, yet tinged with obvious nervousness. Master Bo, President Jiang from Technology has been waiting in the VIP reception room for some time. Bo Xi gave a slight nod, strode forward, and directly pushed open the heavy double wooden doors. Shun Xingyu took a deep breath and immediately shrank her shoulders. She perfectly disguised herself as an inconspicuous, even timid accessory. In the spacious and luxurious reception room, sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows scattering across the floor. On the pure black leather sofa, a young man in a loose white hoodie was lounging lazily. The young man had a harmless face, his features exquisitely handsome to the point of being demonic. A head of soft, slightly messy hair fell over his forehead, obscuring most of his brows and eyes. He was chewing on a strawberry-flavored lollipop, his lazy demeanor making him look like a college junior from next door. But Shen Xingyu could see through the deadly danger hidden beneath that facade. He was the perverted, deranged man who had threatened to hack the city's entire traffic network with pop-up messages last night. "Master Bo, I've heard so much about you." Seeing Bo Si enter, Jiang Si stood up lazily. He casually crunched the lollipop in his mouth, producing a grating, crisp sound. "President Jiang, young and accomplished. Please have a seat." Bo Si's tone was indifferent, carrying an innate authority of a superior. He walked straight to the main seat and sat down casually, pulling Shen Xingyu into the wide chair beside him. The peak showdown between the two tech giants had officially begun. At the conference table, words clashed like swords, currents hidden beneath the surface. Shen Xingyu kept her eyes lowered, staring intently at her own toes. She chanted frantically in her mind, "I am useless, I don't understand what you're saying, I am just a piece of air," to prevent her subconscious hacker habits from being exposed. She even used her left hand to tightly grip her right hand, which habitually wanted to tap the table. She absolutely could not reveal any micro-expressions of typing in front of this freak. However, how could Jiang Si, a genius with beast-like intuition, possibly ignore the extra living creature in the room? In the middle of the business negotiation, Jiang Si's originally clear voice suddenly stopped. His pitch-black, deep eyes, like a radar locking onto prey, stared straight across the wide conference table at Shen Xingyu. The air seemed to freeze in that instant. Shen Xingyu's hair stood on end under his gaze. The feeling was like having a cold, venomous snake hissing and coiling tightly around her neck. Jiang Si suddenly let out a soft laugh, filled with an unfathomable interest. Ignoring Bo Si's instantly darkened face, he bypassed the conference table and walked step by step to stand before Shen Xingyu. The young man bent down slightly, his fair, delicate face almost touching Shen Xingyu's nose. He took a deep breath of the faint strawberry scent on her. A morbid fanaticism and excitement flickered instantly in his eyes. "Sister." Jiang Si's uniquely husky voice exploded in the silent reception room. The call carried a spine-chilling intimacy, like a lover's whisper. "Why do you keep your head down? Have we met?" She was doomed. Shen Xingyu's heart skipped a beat, her mind racing. Just as she was about to squeeze out 2 tears and play dumb to get through it, a large, well-defined hand suddenly intervened. Bo Si wrapped his arm around her slender waist and pulled her dominantly into his embrace. His tall frame instantly blocked Jiang Si's aggressive gaze. The living hell's kingpin's temperature dropped to freezing point. A deadly storm capable of destroying everything brewed in his deep black eyes. "President Jiang, watch your eyes." Bo Si's voice was icy, filled with absolute territorial awareness and domineering possessiveness. "By seniority, you should respectfully call her Mrs. Bo." The smile on Jiang Si's lips instantly froze, a flash of undisguised, dangerous brutality in his eyes. The gazes of the two top powerhouses clashed in the air. Invisible sparks flew the atmosphere, instantly reaching a point of extreme tension. Just as Shen Xingyu felt the room was about to explode. Bang! The heavy double-leaf redwood door to the president's office was violently shoved open from the outside. A sharp sound of a cane striking the floor approached rapidly, accompanied by a vigorous, yet bitterly sarcastic elderly voice. The voice, like a thunderclap, directly split into the tense reception room. "Mrs. Bo, am not dead yet. Since when does the Bo family let an unknown wild girl call?" With a thunderous, commanding shout, Madame Bo, the formidable widow of the Bo family's most difficult patriarch, strode into the reception room, leaning on an intricately carved eagle-head sandalwood cane. The cane struck the luxurious marble floor with a resonant, authoritative clack. Several executives trailed behind her, trembling and scarcely daring to breathe. Her sharp, triangular eyes, honed by decades of reading people, scanned the room and dismissed Jiang Si's mocking expression without a second glance. Instead, her gaze locked onto Shen Xingyu, who stood sheltered protectively within Bo Si's embrace, as though 2 high-intensity lasers had converged upon her. Jiang Si tactfully stepped back twice, folding his arms as he leaned lazily against the floor-to-ceiling window, his lips curling into a mischievous, anticipatory smile. "Grandmother, what brings you here?" Bo Si frowned deeply, his towering frame continuing to shield Shen Xingyu completely. Madame Bo responded with a contemptuous snort and slammed her cane down hard. "If I hadn't come now, the Bo family would soon be renamed the Shen clan." She withdrew a check from her exquisitely embroidered handbag and flicked it onto the conference table with practiced ease. It was a cashier's check for 10 million yuan. "So, you're that disowned counterfeit heiress from the Shen family. Your entire background has long been laid bare before me. Disgust twisted her features as she pointed at the check. Take this 10 million, and vanish from my grandson's side immediately. The gates of the Bo family are not meant for a lowborn, morally bankrupt girl like you. Bo Sion's aura plummeted, his eyes blazing with violent fury. Grandmother, my marriage is none of anyone else's concern. Just as he prepared to erupt, a soft, warm hand gently pressed upon the back of his. Shun Xingyu peeked out from his embrace, her eyes gleaming with startling brilliance as she gazed at the check. In her former life as the legendary assassin Night Owl, such a crude attempt to buy her off would have earned the check slapped across the sender's face, and their bank accounts promptly erased. But now she was a delicate, capricious little sweetheart. Shun Xingyu instantly noted that although Madame Bo radiated menace, her left hand unconsciously pressed the occipital region near her temple. The tightly suppressed pain in her brow and the faint pallor of her complexion unmistakably signaled a migraine attack. Shun Xingyu immediately softened her expression, flashing a dazzlingly sweet, obedient smile. Grandmother does it throb right here, and keep you awake all night. As she spoke, Shun Xingyu moved forward with the light, unthreatening grace of a kitten circling the conference table. Madame Bo blinked, instinctively bracing herself. Don't try to ingratiate yourself with me. Don't think. Before she could finish, Shun Xingyu's gentle hands had already settled naturally upon her shoulders. Her thumb and forefinger precisely targeted the Feng Qi and Taiyang acupoints on Madame Bo's head, a forgotten muscle memory inherited from a reclusive master of traditional Chinese medicine specializing in ancient therapeutic massage for stubborn migraines. Her fingertips applied pressure with flawless rhythm, alternating intensity, depth, and tempo, releasing waves of tingling, aching, then profound relief that surged along Madame Bo's nervous system. HSS, what are you doing, girl? Madame Bo began to snap, but abruptly drew in a sharp, startled breath. The pain was truly gone. The migraine that had tormented her for over a decade dissolved like mist beneath Shun Xingyu's deft touch, her taut nerves unfurling luxuriously as if submerged in warm water. Madame Bo nearly moaned aloud from sheer comfort. Grandmother, please don't get angry. It'll give you wrinkles. Look at your skin. It's so beautifully preserved, people might believe you're my elder sister. As her fingers worked, Shun Xingyu activated her honeyed, universally charming persuasion mode, each word landing perfectly, striking straight at Madame Bo's heart. I've heard all about you from Sion. You were the undisputed beauty of the capital's elite circles. Back then, suitors lined up all the way to the Great Wall just for a chance to court you. Bo Sion watched his wife spin these elaborate fictions with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. When exactly had he ever uttered such nonsense? Yet he had to admit this tactic was nothing short of a dimensional override against Madame Bo. Sure enough, her stern, acerbic expression melted like ice under spring suns, softening into an involuntary flush. Which woman doesn't cherish praise for youth and beauty, especially when paired with such extraordinary skill? Oomph, your tongue certainly is sweet. Where did you learn this art? Even Master Li's hands couldn't soothe me this thoroughly. Though still stern-faced, her tone had softened beyond recognition. My mother used to suffer migraines. I massaged her daily until my technique was perfected. Shun Xingyu delivered the lie flawlessly, her cheeks unperturbed, and gently rested her chin on Madame Bo's shoulder. If grandmother likes it, may I massage you every day from now on? Madame Bo was utterly disarmed by this sugary explosion of affection. Feeling the soothing lightness in her head, and gazing upon Shun Xingyu's pure, endearing face, she saw no trace of the malicious schemer described in intelligence reports. This was clearly a devoted, caring granddaughter-in-law. Humph, at least you show some filial devotion. She cast a sidelong glance at Bo Sion. Sion, though her origins leave something to be desired, her wit and spirit do please me. Bo Sion stood with his hands tucked into his pockets, observing the astonishing, instantaneous reversal of this intergenerational drama, his eyes glinting with quiet, inscrutable meaning. If grandmother approves, that's all that matters. Madame Bo reached for the 10 million yuan check on the table. Jiangxi, ever eager to stir the pot, murmured coolly from the sidelines. Ah, so madam is expelling someone again. Silence, you impudent boy. Madame Bo thrust the check directly into Shun Xingyu's hands. Here, this is your welcome gift. Go buy yourself proper jewelry, don't disgrace the Bo family. Shun Xingyu beamed, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she held the check. Thank you, grandmother. You're the most generous and beautiful person in the world. A free 10 million. This was pure, unadulterated profit. Satisfied beyond measure, Madame Bo departed on her cane, having entirely forgotten her original mission of reprimand. Silence settled once more over the reception room. Jiangxi let out a soft, appreciative whistle, his gaze growing increasingly intense as it lingered on Shun Xingyu. Sister, you've tamed even the living Yama, and now conquered this formidable matriarch. I find myself more intrigued by you than ever. Bo Sion shot him a cold, imperious glance and issued a silent dismissal. Mr. Jiang, let's discuss cooperation tomorrow. For now, please leave. Jiang Si merely smiled enigmatically and strode out of Bo Group Tower unhurried and self-assured. At last, clearance achieved. Shen Xingyu exhaled, deeply collapsing onto the sofa and kneading her sore wrists. Tired, Bo Xian approached, took her hand, and began massaging it with practiced gentleness. His touch was perfect, but his gaze held quiet scrutiny. I didn't know you possessed such mastery of therapeutic manipulation. Shen Xingyu's pulse skipped. Then she lifted her chin with defiant pride. Of course, to win over my benefactor's grandmother, I poured every ounce of strength I had. That phrase, benefactor, elicited a rare genuine chuckle from Bo Xian. As he opened his mouth to reply, Shen Xingyu's phone erupted violently in her pocket. A chill of foreboding shot through her. She pulled it out. A message from an unknown number, anonymous and venomous, its words searing into her vision. Shen Xingyu, the ungrateful, treacherous wretch. Your birth mother's last relics are in my possession. Demand Bo Xian reinstate Bo Jingchuan's West Suburb project, immediately. Otherwise I'll burn that decrepit ash urn, and everything inside, to ashes, right now. Shen Jinan, that monster. He dared threaten her with her own mother's sacred remains. A savage, bloodthirsty rage surged upward. Night Owl's lethal instincts flared uncontrollably behind her pupils. Her fingers clenched the phone until her knuckles blanched white. These fools, who knew not death's threshold, truly believed her to be a pliant, helpless pawn. Who sent that? Why do you look so pale? Bo Xian noticed her distress, immediately, brows furrowing as he reached for her phone. Shen Xingyu swiftly locked the screen and hid it behind her back, drawing a slow, steadying breath to suppress the storm within. Not yet. Not while Bo Xian remained. With his temperament, he'd likely level the Shun estate before lunch. But vengeance, true vengeance, was best served by her own hands, grinding her enemies into dust beneath her feet. Nothing at all, darling, she said, lifting her face with an innocent, beguiling smile. Just a reminder from the telecom company. My phone's about to run out of credit. Bo Xian narrowed his eyes, unconvinced. Does a depleted balance make you glare like you're plotting homicide? Because without Wi-Fi I can't watch SpongeBob. Shen Xingyu retorted, brazen and unblinking, then clutched her stomach dramatically. Darling, I'm starving. I crave those famous steamed buns from the old shop in South City. Could you send someone to fetch them for me? She needed to dispatch Bo Xian, urgently, so she could turn her full attention to dismantling the Shen clan. Bo Xian studied her for several silent seconds, then sighed resigned. He turned and pressed the intercom, instructing his assistant Lin to purchase the buns. Stay here and wait for me. I'll step next door for a brief meeting. As Bo Xian's tall silhouette vanished beyond the doorway, Shen Xingyu's guileless expression dissolved like mist. She retrieved a compact secondary communication device from her purse. Her eyes, cold, pitiless, and infernal, burned with the gaze of a revenant risen from hell. Since the Shuns insisted on courting annihilation, she would grant them their wish. She initiated an encrypted voice channel with Viper. Boss, what's the order? Broad daylight. Patch me in a Shun Group's network, now. Shen Xingyu's voice dropped to glacial frost. Her fingers hovered over the miniature keypad, poised like a conductor before symphony. Today, I will reduce them to ruin. The sound of Bo Xiyuan's footsteps faded entirely down the corridor. The innocent smile on Shen Xingyi's face receded like a tide, leaving nothing behind. She casually stuffed the 10 million yuan check into her bag. Grabbing the backup communicator, she turned and slipped into the ultra-luxurious restroom reserved for the CEO's office. With a click, she locked the door. Boss, the Shun family's IP has been locked. We can launch a full assault anytime. Viper's voice crackled through the hidden earpiece, brimming with barely contained excitement. Shen Xingyu leaned against the cold marble countertop, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. A direct assault lacks finesse. I want them to die without even knowing how. She hadn't wasted her time in the meeting room. Though the Yandere Jiangxi had left the probing code head used to challenge Bo Corporation's firewall still lingered at the edges of the local network. This was the perfect scapegoat. Let's borrow the little puppy's backdoor. Shen Xingyu let out a cold laugh. Her fingers flew across a palm-sized virtual holographic keyboard, leaving a blur of motion. Using Jiangxi's residual low-level logic as a springboard, her attack code slipped like a ghost, silently infiltrating the Shun Corporation's internal network. The cybersecurity team the Shun family had hired at great expense were like kindergartners playing in the mud before. In under 30 seconds, boom, the Shun Corporation's supposedly impregnable firewall crumbled into dust. Done. Boss, the Shun family's financial system is completely paralyzed. Viper whistled sharply through the earpiece. These losers even try to countertrace. Shen Xingyu narrowed her eyes and slammed her finger on the enter key. Redirect the countertrace path directly to K. Oh, Tech's overseas server. She intended to let that little lunatic Jiang Si take the fall for her. Send Shen Jinan a little gift. Meanwhile, at the Shen Corporation CEO office, Shen Jinan was savoring a cigar, scheming how to use that heirloom to squeeze more resources from the Bo family through Shen Xingyu. Suddenly, the computer screen flickered without warning, turning a deathly stagnant crimson. What's going on? A crash. He frowned and tapped the mouse. The next second, huge white pixelated letters slowly scrolled across the screen. Place the heirloom in your possession in Locker 108, B1 floor Jinglong Plaza, within half an hour. Otherwise, by tomorrow morning, all evidence of the Shun Corporation's tax evasion for the past decade, along with the details of your embezzled funds, will be sent to major media outlets and the Economic Investigation Bureau. Shen Jinan flinched in terror, dropping his cigar directly onto his expensive trousers. The fabric instantly burned a large hole, emitting a smell of scorched cloth. Someone, get the tech department in here now. He shrieked like a fat pig whose tail had been stepped on. The tech director scrambled and sweating profusely and hammered at the keyboard. President Shun, it's no use. The other party's skills are terrifying. Our highest privileges are completely locked out, even your personal accounts are all frozen. Shun Zenon's vision went dark and he nearly fainted on the spot. Useless. A bunch of useless idiots. What good are you? He grabbed the ashtray from his desk and hurled it at the tech director's head. The tech director clutched his bleeding forehead on the verge of tears. President Shun, the code signature left behind. It's the legendary Night Owl. At the sound of that name, Shen Zenon's entire body of fat trembled violently. He stared at the blood-red countdown numbers flashing on the screen, cold sweat pouring down like a waterfall. This wasn't a hacker. This was a merciless god of death come to claim his soul. Crossing a dark web overlord like this meant the Shun family wouldn't have enough lives to pay the price even with 10. Quick, bring me that damned bear. Send someone to Jinglong Plaza immediately. Hurry. Shen Jinan was completely broken. He no longer dared to have any thoughts of manipulation. In the restroom, Shun Xingyu watched the item stored confirmation on her screen. A satisfied cold smile curled at the corner of her lips, her gaze sharp and ruthless. Viper, send someone sharp to retrieve the item. Have it shipped directly to my safe house on the outskirts. Make sure no one follows. Understood, boss. Viper chuckled. Shun Zenon's got such a weak nerve. I thought he'd hold out for at least. Shen Xingyu ended the communication and concealed the micro-device back in the hidden pocket of her undergarments. She smoothed her hair in front of the large vanity mirror and turned on the faucet. She splashed cold water on her cheeks and subtly rubbed her eyes to create a faint redness. In an instant, the girl in the mirror transformed from a decisive top-tier hacker back into a delicate, innocent little flower. The intimidating aura from moments ago seemed like nothing but an illusion. Pulling open the door, Shen Xingyu walked back to the office with a light, cheerful step. Bo Siyuan hadn't returned yet. She obediently lay sprawled across the expansive mahogany desk, idly swinging her black-stockinged legs. Soon hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. Assistant Lin didn't even have time to knock. He pushed the door open and rushed in directly. Clutching an urgent red file, his face was a mask of anxiety. As he burst in, he collided with Bo Siyuan, who was just returning from a meeting. Master Bo, a major crisis. Bo Siyuan's brows furrowed, his cold, sharp gaze sweeping over Lin's panicked face. What's the panic? Forgotten the rules. The living king of hell's voice was low, yet carried a pressure that instantly instilled calm. Lin panted heavily, his voice trembling with shock. Just now, the Shun Corporation suffered a devastating cyber attack. Their entire financial system is completely paralyzed. It's even alerted the Network Supervision Bureau. Bo Siyuan paused mid-step, a flicker of surprise passing through his deep, dark eyes. The Shin family, though a second-tier clan, shouldn't have such a fragile defense system. The Shin Corporation got hacked. Is that trivial enough to come shouting in my presence? Lin swallowed hard and stole a glance at Shun Xingyu, who was feigning innocence on the desk. No, Master Bo. The security department intercepted residual data streams. After analysis, they concluded that the hacker who attacked the Shun Corporation has terrifying skills. From the underlying logic to the blatant destructive methods. Lin drew a sharp breath, forcing out the final words with difficulty. It's exactly the same as the one who broke into our secondary defense system last night. Bo Siyuan's eyes instantly turned profoundly dark. The tech department unanimously agrees it's the work of the Night Owl we've been looking for. The air seemed to freeze solid in that moment. Shen Xingyu, lying on the desk, chose that moment to let out a small yawn. She rubbed her eyes and sat up straight, her expression one of dazed confusion, as if just awakened. With an air of pure innocence, she blinked her big eyes at Assistant Lin. Assistant Lin, why are you shouting so? You're disturbing me. She touched her stomach, her voice soft and whiny. All this talk of Night Owl has made... Bo Siyuan said nothing. His tall figure stood against the backlight like an unapproachable deity. His sharp, piercing black eyes slowly, inch by inch, settled on Shen Xingyu. Scrutiny, suspicion, and a certain indescribable dangerous aura wildly intertwined in his gaze. Too coincidental. Last night, she was by his side when the Night Owl breached Bo Corporation. Today, right after Shin Jinan sent her a threatening message, the night owl struck and paralyzed the Shin Corporation. If there are too many coincidences, they cease to be coincidences. Shin Zingia's scalp tingled under his stare, but her airhead sweet smile showed not a single crack. The living king of hell's steps were steady. He walked step by step to the desk, placed his hands on its edge, and suddenly leaned forward, closing in on her. Wife, while you were alone in the office. Aside from waiting for me to buy you Bowsy, what else did you do? The man's breath was so close that his deep pitch-black eyes seemed capable of seeing through all disguises. Shin Zingia's heart raced wildly in her chest, almost jumping out of her throat. But she knew that even the slightest flutter of her eyelashes would completely expose her in front of this living king of hell. Besides waiting for the buns. Shin Xingyu blinked in confusion, suddenly pouting. She pitifully extended her hands to wrap around the man's neck, her voice sweet and coy. I killed a mosquito. Husband, look at the bite it left. It's so itchy, I need a kiss to make it better. She presented her delicate fair arm forward, where indeed a faint red mark had just been pinched out by herself. Bo Xian gazed at her fair wrist, then looked into her clear, trusting eyes. After a long while, the suffocating scrutiny in his eyes finally receded like a tide. Bo Xian coldly mocked himself in his heart, realizing he had become somewhat neurotic due to that night owl. How could this delicate little princess, who even fumbled with her clothes, possibly be a top hacker in the dark web? Such low ambition. He pinched her nose irritably, then effortlessly picked her up. The crisis was perfectly averted, and Shin Xingyu obediently leaned in his embrace, a secretive smile playing at the corners of her lips. As night fell, a black Maybach smoothly drove into Jingyuan. Upon entering the hall, a secure package sent by the poison snake was already placed steadily on the coffee table. Husband, that's my stuff. Shin Zingia's eyes lit up as she eagerly rushed over. However, after unwrapping the package and seeing its contents, her previously excited smile instantly froze. It was an old plush bear, the only relic left to her by her biological mother. But now the bear was not only covered in dust, but its left ear had also been brutally torn off. The old cotton stuffing spilled all over, looking utterly tragic. That old beast Shin Jinan actually resorted to venting his anger by destroying a deceased person's belongings. This time the tears welling up in Shin Zingia's eyes were no longer a facade. The last remnants of warmth in her memory were ruthlessly shattered as she tightly hugged the broken bear. Large drops of tears fell down. What happened? Bo Xian removed his suit jacket, his brows instantly furrowing into a frown. Whoa, my bear is broken. This is the last memento left by my mother. Shin Xingyu cried without any dignity, like a truly helpless child who had lost her beloved toy. Bo Xian looked at her red-rimmed eyes, his heart suddenly gripped by an invisible hand. That unfamiliar dull pain made him restless. Uncle Chun, immediately send someone to buy 100 identical bears. Bo Xian commanded sternly. No, I only want this one. Shin Xingyu stubbornly clutched the bear to her chest, crying even harder. This living king of hell was decisive and ruthless, always finishing off enemies with a single shot. Yet faced with the girl's unreasonable crying, he felt utterly at a loss. Stop crying. He awkwardly pulled her into his embrace, his large hand clumsily patting her back. If it's broken, I'll have it repaired. You'll find the best restorer. In the man's deep, husky voice of comfort, Shin Xingyu eventually cried herself to sleep, clutching the bear. The hour hand quietly pointed to 3 in the morning. Shin Xingyu groggily turned over, instinctively reaching for the warm chest, but found nothing. The space beside her was empty. The sheets had already cooled. She suddenly opened her eyes wide, instantly alert. Where had Bo Xian gone in the middle of the night? Shin Xingyu tiptoed to lift the blanket, walking barefoot out of the master bedroom. Following the dim light in the corridor, she arrived at the small study at the end of the second floor. The door was slightly ajar, emitting a warm yellow light. She quietly approached and peeked through the crack, her whole being struck by lightning. The usually cold and ruthless man who could make the capital tremble with a single glance was surprisingly dressed in casual home clothes, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. He was sitting under that vintage desk lamp, holding a small sewing needle in his hand. The warm light illuminated his focused and profound profile, softening all the brutality and coldness about him. His movements were awkward, even somewhat clumsy, as he threaded the needle. He was painstakingly sewing the fallen ear back onto the plush bear. The needle accidentally pricked his finger, a drop of crimson blood appearing. Bo Xian didn't even frown, casually grabbing a tissue to press on it, and changing his posture to continue battling with the broken bear. Shin Xingyu stood outside the door, her breath completely halted. That was the extremely fastidious, high and mighty living king of hell. He was staying up late to sew a dusty broken bear for her. A surge of indescribable soreness flooded her senses. It felt as though a block of ice in her heart was quietly melting under the glow of that warm yellow lamp. This man whom she had taken as a shield seemed to truly hold her in his heart. She didn't make a sound to disturb him, but quietly retreated back to her room. The next morning sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, flooding the bed. Shen Xingyu opened her eyes and was greeted by the sight of the plush bear quietly lying beside her pillow. Its ear had been sewn back on. Although the stitches were crooked and ugly, resembling a centipede to her, it was more precious than any designer handbag. She rolled on the bed excitedly with the bear, her lips curling up into a wild smile. "Get up for breakfast when you're awake. Why are you smiling like an idiot?" Bo Xian entered, already dressed in a sharp black suit. Shen Xingyu jumped out of bed barefoot, directly clinging to him like a koala, planting a kiss on his cheek. "Thank you, husband. The bear you stitched is the most beautiful in the world." Bo Xian's body stiffened, a barely noticeable suspicious blush creeping up his ears. He held her waist with one hand, deliberately putting on a stern face and snorting coldly. "Who said I stitched it? Uncle Chen just found someone to do it. Don't flatter me." Stubborn as a dead duck. Shen Xingyu secretly laughed in her heart, not exposing him, obediently letting him carry her downstairs to the dining room. The atmosphere between them at the dining table was unusually warm and harmonious. Bo Xian even personally peeled a boiled egg for her and placed it in her dish. However, this peaceful moment lasted less than 3 minutes. The gigantic LCD TV in the living room had been playing the morning financial news. Suddenly, the screen flickered and transformed into a scene of a press conference with flashing lights. "We interrupt this broadcast for an emergency news report," the host's excited voice echoed through the hall. This morning, the Shen Group abruptly held an emergency press conference, publicly exposing a commercial scandal. Shen Xingyu bit into the white Tender egg and turned her head to look. On the TV screen, Shen Mingyu's heavily made-up face appeared right in the center of the camera. Beside her sat the equally haggard Shen Jinan. "Dear media friends," Shen Mingyue cried, her face a mess of tears, addressing the countless microphones. "Today I will take a stand against my own kin. I publicly accuse that false heiress who has occupied 20 years of my life, Shen Xingyu." The words sent a wave of commotion through the crowd of reporters. Shen Mingyue suddenly produced a stack of so-called documents, her eyes flashing with malicious and frenzied light. "She is not some innocent little girl at all. Last night she colluded with criminals to steal our Shen Group's top commercial secrets. It even caused our company's financial system to collapse completely." Shen Xingyu paused slightly, a smirk of mockery flickering in her eyes. The Shen family truly was never willing to give up. They actually dared to turn the tables, shoving the consequences of their own self-destruction onto her. But Shen Mingyu's next words caused the temperature in the hall to drop to absolute zero. Not only that, she also used despicable hypnotic methods to mentally control Bo Xian, the head of the Bo family. Shen Mingyue pointed at the camera, her expression twisted with jealousy. Bo Xian was not protecting her willingly. He was brainwashed by that witch. "I request the police to intervene immediately and rescue Bo Xian." Crack. The pure silver coffee spoon in Bo Xian's hand was crushed into 2 pieces. The extreme rage caused a palpable killing intent to erupt from him. These ignorant fools from the Shen family were utterly challenging his tolerance limit. Assistant Lin rushed in from outside, drenched in sweat and panicking. "Bo Xian, the public opinion outside has exploded. Our group's stock price is also fluctuating." Bo Xian took out a tissue, slowly wiping the coffee stains from his hands. He didn't even glance at the TV, his voice seeming to emerge from the depths of hell, carrying a destructive chill. "Prepare the car, we're going to the press conference." Shen Xingyu immediately put down the egg in her hand and ran over barefoot. She hugged the man's strong waist, her innocent little face raised. "Husband, is that female ghost on the TV scolding us? I want to go too." At this moment, a trace of bloodthirsty excitement flickered in her eyes. Since Shen Mingyue insisted on sticking her face out to be slapped, this night owl had no problem sending their entire family to the underworld. "Go," Bo Xian uttered coldly, lifting her effortlessly. "Let's teach them how to behave." "Yea, I always listen to husband." The Maybach roared like an enraged black beast, tearing through the morning mist of the capital city, heading straight for the hotel where the Shen Group was holding a press conference. The pressure inside the car was frighteningly low. Bo Xian leaned against the leather seat, his long legs crossed, and his bony fingers tapped rhythmically on his knee. An oppressive and violent aura surged around him. Those clowns from the Shen family dared to splash dirty water on him, Bo Xian. They truly were tired of living. "Husband, don't be angry. It will hurt your health, and I would feel sorry for you," Shen Xingyu said, resembling a boneless kitten, softly leaning against the man's broad shoulder. Her delicate fingers gently poked at his taut jawline, her tone soft and sweet. Yet a hint of mischievous excitement flashed in her eyes. Today she not only wanted to tear off Shen Mingyue's hypocritical facade in person, but she also aimed to stomp the Shen family into an abyss of no return. Inside the hotel conference hall, the crowd was buzzing with noise, and the media's cameras were nearly bursting with flashes. Shen Mingyue was dressed in a simple white dress, her eyes red as she tearfully accused into the camera. I never expected my sister would resort to stealing business secrets to retaliate against us committing such illegal acts. She even used some unknown dark arts to control Bo Ye's mind. I just hope the police will uncover the truth soon and restore Bo Ye's freedom. She wiped her eyes with a tissue, but her heart was filled with joy. As long as she could nail Shen Xingyu to the pillar of shame today, the elderly master of the Bo family would never allow a woman with a criminal record to exist. Bang! The heavy red wooden doors were violently kicked open from the outside. The huge noise plunged the entire venue into silence, and all cameras turned in unison. Backlit Bo Xiying, clad in a high-end black suit, resembled a god of death as he strode into the venue. In his hand, he was holding today's heroine Shen Xingyu, who was at the center of the storm. Seeing the main character appear, the reporters surged like sharks that smelled blood, erupting into a frenzy. Bo Yi, is what Miss Shen said true? Miss Shen Xingyu, how do you explain the accusations of stealing Shen Group's secrets? Did you really use mind control? On stage, Shen Mingyue curled her lips into a smirk of triumph. Bring it on, defend yourself. As long as Shen Xingyu dared to speak up, the pile of forged evidence she had prepared would completely crush this wench. However, the unpredictable Shen Xingyu had no intention of following her script. Faced with the countless flashes of cameras, Shen Xingyu suddenly burst into tears. Then, amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, her knees buckled. Using the smooth marble floor, she gracefully slid to the ground, landing at Bo Xiying's feet. Her slender arms clung tightly to the man's long, straight thigh. Husband, they're bullying me because I'm not smart. Shen Xingyu looked up with her tearful face, crying heart-wrenchingly, breathless. Whoa, I can't even memorize the multiplication table, and I can't tell if 3 times 7 is 21 or 28. I even miscounted my money when buying ice cream yesterday. How could I steal secrets? They just gang up on me because they think I'm stupid. Husband, you have to stand up for me. The entire hall fell silent in an instant. All the reporters were dumbfounded, jaws dropping to the floor. Even Shen Mingyue, who was ready to give a passionate speech on stage, was left speechless like a duck caught by the throat. What the hell is 3 times 7 equals 28? Miscounting money while buying ice cream. A sweet, naive girl who can't even memorize the multiplication table, and you accuse her of being the top hacker who paralyzed the entire Shen Group. Isn't that an insult to everyone's intelligence? Bo Xiying looked at the woman wailing at his thigh, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. This little actress really knows how to be flexible. He bent down in cooperation, gently ruffling her fluffy hair with his large hand. His tone was so indulgent that it gave everyone goosebumps. Biga, don't cry. You remembered it wrong. 3 times 7 is 21. But it's okay, husband is rich and doesn't need you to do the math. With that, Bo Xiying straightened up, his expression turning cold as ice. His sharp gaze swept across the Shen family on the stage like a blade, his thin lips parted slightly. Assistant Lin, show the media some real evidence. Yes, Bo Yi. Assistant Lin stepped forward, directly snatching the USB drive from Shen Mingyu's hand. He plugged his device into the main control computer of the venue. In the next second, the giant LED screen behind them flickered and instantly displayed countless high-definition scan documents and chat records. Everyone in the media, take a good look. Assistant Lin held the microphone, his voice booming. This shows that the Shen Group has evaded taxes totaling 1.7 billion yuan over the past 5 years through shady contracts. And here are the transaction records showing Miss Shen Mingyue hired internet trolls for 5 million last night to spread rumors and defame my wife. The venue fell silent for 3 full seconds before erupting into a clamor that could blow the roof off. Heavens! 1.7 billion. The Shen family is going to prison. So it turns out that the thief shouts to catch the thief. This genuine heiress has such a malicious mind. Daring to splash dirty water on Bo Tai's wife, they are truly tired of living. Flashes went wild, turning toward Shen Jinan and Shen Mingyue like a storm. Shen Zinan's eyes went dark, his legs turning to jelly as he slumped down on stage. No, this isn't true. This evidence is all fake. It's Bo Yi who forged it to protect that demoness. Shen Mingyue frantically lunged at the screen, trying to block those shocking transaction records with her body. Her exquisite makeup twisted into a grotesque mask. Miss Shen, the police and tax authorities have already arrived downstairs. Bo Xiying held Shen Xingyu's waist, looking down at the 2 desperate souls on stage. Whatever grievances you have, saved them to discuss with the police inside. As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of uniformed law enforcement officers pushed the door open. They swiftly pulled out silver handcuffs and cleanly cuffed them onto Shen Jinan and Shen Mingyu's wrists. Accompanied by Shen Mingyu's piercing screams of despair, the Shen family was thoroughly disgraced. The venue fell into unprecedented chaos, with security and reporters crowding together. Shen Xingyu quietly retreated. She rubbed her eyes slightly red from crying too hard and tugged at Bo Xiying's sleeve. Husband, it's so noisy here. I want to go to the restroom to wash my face. He'll accompany you, Bo Xin frowned slightly, clearly uneasy about letting her out of his sight. No need, you can't go into the ladies' restroom. Assistant Lin will wait for me outside. Shen Xingyu gently pushed him away and turned slipping through the crowd like a nimble loach. However, she didn't notice. In the dimmest corner of the venue, a pair of bloodshot eyes were fixated on her back. It was Bo Jingchuan. This once highborn prince of the capital now had a stubbly chin, and his expensive suit was crumpled like salted vegetables. Just yesterday, he had offended his uncle and was completely blacklisted from all projects. He lost his inheritance rights and became the laughingstock of the capital, with even his so-called friends keeping their distance. And the culprit behind it all, his former fiancée Shen Xingyu, was now basking in the limelight, sheltered and adored by his most feared uncle. The immense psychological gap and jealousy gnawed at Bo Jingchuan's heart like a venomous snake. Why? That woman was supposed to belong to him. If he hadn't annulled the engagement back, then it would be him, Bo Jingchuan, controlling everything and drawing everyone's attention. Watching Shen Xingyu walk towards the restroom corridor outside the venue, Bo Jingchuan clenched his fists tightly. Resentment and unwillingness shattered the cage of his rationality. He pressed down the brim of his cap like a ghost lurking in the shadows, silently following her. The restroom in the hotel's VIP corridor was quiet, not a single silhouette in sight. Shen Xingyu stood in front of the large glass wash basin, turning on the golden faucet. The cold water flowed over her fingertips. She lifted her head, gazing at the stunning cool beauty in the mirror, satisfied as she curled her lips. Having dealt with those two clowns from the Shen family, her pent-up anger had finally eased a great deal, just as she pulled out a tissue to dry her hands. The frosted glass door behind her was suddenly pushed open violently from the outside. The loud bang startled her. Then a strong smell of tobacco mixed with the scent of stale alcohol rushed at her. Shen Xingyu. The man's suppressed, frenzied growl echoed in the empty restroom. Bo Jingchuan locked the door behind him with a quick motion, his eyes bloodshot as he closed in on her. What's this? When you were crying and clinging to your uncle's leg just now, did you ever think you once knelt at my feet begging for mercy? In the narrow and cramped bathroom corridor, the strong scent of tobacco mingled with the nauseating stench of alcohol, instantly ruining the air's original top-notch fragrance. Shen Xingyu leisurely took out a second tissue, meticulously drying the water stains from her fingertips. She didn't even turn her head, coldly glancing at the pitiful figure of Bo Jingchuan, who was blocking her behind through the large glass mirror in front of her. Step aside. Good dogs don't block the way. Her tone was plain devoid of the usual sweet and coy pretense, revealing a disdain, as if looking at garbage. Bo Jingchuan was taken aback, as if he were meeting this woman for the first time. But the intense jealousy and unwillingness quickly devoured his reason, twisting his once handsome face into a near snarl. Shen Xingyu, stop pretending to be aloof in front of me. Bo Jingchuan's eyes were scarlet as he stepped forward, his leather shoes making a dull thud on the marble floor. Do you dare say that you were trying so hard to please my uncle at the press conference today, just to deliberately provoke me? You climbed into his bed with great effort. Didn't you just want to take revenge on me for the broken engagement? Shen Xingyu turned around, looking at him as if he were an absolute fool, a cold smile tugging at her lips. Bo Jingchuan, not only are you blind, but your head must be filled with river water too. Your uncle is more handsome than you, has a better figure, and possesses a fortune 1,000 times greater than yours. Why would I neglect a lavish feast to fixate on this rotten piece of dog poop that you are? What are you even worth? Each of these words pierced deeply like a series of resounding slaps on Bo Jingchuan's pride. Bitch, don't take my kindness for granted. The immense psychological gap drove Bo Jingchuan completely mad. His mind was filled with a frenzied thought. He wanted to reclaim this woman who originally belonged to him, to pin her beneath him and ravage her, to see if she would still dare to be so arrogant. He suddenly spread his arms wide, lunging at Shen Xingyu like a hungry wolf. You're just a broken shoe I tossed aside. Today I will show you who the man you should serve is. He puckered his lips, reeking of alcohol, attempting to forcefully kiss Shen Xingyu's delicate lips. Ugh! Shen Xingyu felt her stomach churn violently, the disgust overwhelming her. To hell with the sweet and innocent facade. The violent persona of the top dark web assassin, Night Owl, awakened completely in that moment. The cold sharpness in Shen Xingyu's eyes flashed like a blade as she swiftly sidestepped like a ghost, precisely avoiding the greasy embrace of the scumbag. Then with her right hand like an iron claw, she tightly grasped Bo Jingchuan's wrist. Using his forward momentum, Shen Xingyu exerted force from her waist, executing a precise and fierce shoulder throw. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Bo Jingchuan, over 6 feet tall, traced a tragic parabola in the air, crashing heavily onto the outdoor viewing platform outside the corridor. My waist! The scream was as loud as a pig being slaughtered. Bo Jingchuan felt as if his internal organs were being crushed, rolling on the ground in agony. But that was not the end. Shen Xingyu, donned in 7-centimeter high heels, elegantly walked towards the edge of the viewing platform with a murderous grace. Beside her was an oversized koi pond specially built for VIP guests. The water was clear, housing hundreds of priceless koi. You dare hit me. My uncle won't let you off. Bo Jingchuan, clutching his old waist, cried out while threatening, but a hint of genuine fear finally surfaced in his eyes. Hit you? That would dirty my hands. Shen Xingyu looked down at him, a wicked smile curving her lips. Then she lifted her long, slender leg. Targeting Bo Jingchuan's backside, she delivered a merciless flying kick. Splash! A huge splash erupted, splattering against the 2-meter-high glass curtain wall. Bo Jingchuan plummeted into the koi pond, landing on his back like a giant green turtle. The icy, bone-chilling water instantly flooded his mouth and nose. Help! Help! Glub glub. I can't swim. The scumbag flailed wildly in the water, scaring the precious koi to flee in all directions, causing the surface to churn with muddy silt. Shen Xingyu stood by the pond, gleefully clapping her hands. Just as she was about to enjoy the scumbag's pathetic state of drowning, a sudden flurry of swift, sharp footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Looking for death. Accompanied by an angry shout that sounded like a thunderclap, Bo Xian's tall and upright figure burst into the viewing area, followed closely by an out-of-breath assistant Lin and several bodyguards in black. Upon seeing Bo Xian, the murderous aura in Shen Xingyi's eyes dissipated in an instant. She quickly pinched her wrist hard, leaving a glaring red mark. Her eyes turned warm and crystalline tears began to fall like beads from a broken string. Husband. Whoa. She dove into the man's broad and warm embrace like a little swallow that had suffered a great. Bo Xian caught her, steadily pressing her firmly against his chest, his heart still racing from the earlier. He immediately noticed the glaring red mark on her wrist. The man's expression turned terrifying, as if he could devour all living things before him. Who did this? Shen Xingyu buried her face in his shirt, trembling as she pointed at Bo Jingchuan, who was still bubbling in the pond. It was that ugly freak. He came at me like a mad dog just now. I was so scared, struggling desperately, and he lost his balance and fell into the water. She sobbed, her face full of innocence and purity, which was utterly heartbreaking. Bo Jingchuan, having swallowed a mouthful of fishy water, happened to surface, nearly dying of rage upon hearing her twisted version of events. Uncle, don't listen to her nonsense. Glub glub. It was her who threw me in after the shoulder throw. She's a monster. Her strength is terrifying. As Bo Jingchuan spluttered and desperately defended himself, he resembled a clown. Assistant Lin and the bodyguards exchanged glances, looking at the seemingly fragile woman who appeared as if a gust of wind could blow her down, then at the towering Bo Jingchuan. A shoulder throw. It would be more believable to say she used her internal strength to shove him in. Bo Xian didn't even glance at the worthless scumbag in the water. He lowered his head, blowing gently on the red mark on Shen Xingyi's wrist. Assistant Lin, are my words no longer effective? The voice of the living king of hell was flat, devoid of any fluctuations, yet it carried a sense of despairing silence. Sir, your command. Assistant Lin trembled, immediately bowing his head. Pull him up, break both his legs, and throw him out of the capital directly. Bo Xian's eyes were sinister, his tone akin to declaring the death sentence of a condemned prisoner. Notify the entire capital. Whoever dares to give Bo Jingchuan a single penny is opposing me, Bo Xian. I want him to live the rest of his life like a wild dog begging in the mud. The banishment order was issued. Bo Jingchuan fell into complete despair, letting out a piercing wail in the water, rolling his eyes back and fainting on the spot. The bodyguards dragged the soaked scumbag out of the water like a dead pig, violently hauling him away. The scene returned to a deathly silence. Shen Xingyu nestled in Bo Xian's embrace, feeling as if she could go crazy with excitement for this man. Not only was this living king of hell wealthy and handsome, but his protective nature was simply exhilarating. A scumbag, a green tea. In the face of absolute strength, they were not even worth a fart. Just as she secretly rejoiced, thinking of celebrating with a bottle of champagne tonight, the tiny listening device hidden in her right ear suddenly emitted a piercing electromagnetic interference. Immediately, the urgent voice of the snake, altered by a voice changer, rang out with unprecedented panic exploding in her eardrum. Boss, something big has happened. You must run. Shen Xingyi's heart instantly constricted, her smile freezing on her face. What happened? What are you panicking about? She discreetly tapped her thigh in Morse code, a language only she could understand. It's Lu Xiao. That madman hasn't given up. The snake's voice trembled, clearly having received some terrifying information. Just 5 minutes ago, the dark web leader Lu Xiao suddenly increased the bounty. A full $100 million. He has bribed the world's top satellite hacker network. Hearing this figure, Shen Xingyi's breath momentarily hitched. $100 million to capture her. This man must be truly insane. That's not even the worst part, boss. The snake swallowed hard, delivering a thunderous piece of bad news. He somehow used some incredible means to forcibly breach the virtual jump point you left in South Africa, locking onto the last genuine coordinates you had. He knows you're in the capital. Shun Xingyi's back was instantly drenched in a cold sweat. She knew that man Lu Xiao all too well. He was an overseas arms magnate who had crawled out of a pile of corpses. He viewed human life as if it were nothing, cold-blooded and paranoid, willing to resort to any means to achieve his goals. Not only does he know you are in the capital, the snake made a desperate final warning. His private armed helicopter has crossed the border. That living king of hell has personally come to the capital to capture you. It's over. With the manic hacker Jiang Si hunting her down in the city and the overseas arms tycoon pursuing her from miles away. And beside her is a capital prince who could devour her alive at any moment if her identity were exposed. This chaotic battlefield of romantic deaths was pushing her to the brink. Bo Xian noticed the girl in his arms suddenly stiffen, his brows furrowing slightly. He lowered his head, his prominent fingers gently grasping her chin, his gaze deep and inscrutable. What are you trembling for? Which blind fool has bullied you? What are you trembling for? Who else is daring to bully you? The deep voice of Bo Xian echoed in her ears, his sharp black eyes revealing a penetrating intensity. Shun Xingyi's heart quivered violently, the chilling aura of a top assassin from the dark web instantly dissipating. She instinctively pressed her cheek against the warmth of the man's palm, nuzzling like a frightened kitten, tears welling up. There's no one else, just that ugly freak who fell into the water earlier. He's so terrifying. She sniffled, her eyes glistening with trembling tears, her voice soft and sweet. Besides, the wind here is so strong I'm cold. Bo Xian looked at her frail figure, a barely perceptible mix of irritation and tenderness flashing in his deep eyes. Without hesitation, he took off his expensive haute couture suit jacket, wrapping her securely within it, imbued with his distinct icy cedar scent. Assistant Lin, clean up this mess. I don't want to hear even a whisper about this person in Beijing tomorrow. Assistant Lin bowed respectfully. Bo Xian bent down, lifting Shen Xingyu in a horizontal embrace, striding toward the black Maybach parked outside the corridor. As the car door shut, the outside noise was completely shut out. The car's interior was filled with ample warmth, and Shen Xingyu curled up like a silkworm baby in the oversized suit jacket, occupying one corner of the back seat. Bo Xian sat beside her, casually picking up the car's tablet to handle the piled-up company documents, his expression cold and focused. Shen Xingyu pretended to sleep with her eyes closed, but her back was already soaked with cold sweat. That madman Lu Xiao was coming to Beijing. This was definitely the most terrifying ghost story she had. Carefully, she pulled her hand into the shadows of the suit jacket and retrieved the specially modified black phone from the hidden pocket. Under the cover of the jacket, she swiftly pressed the secret fingerprint lock on the side, directly entering the encrypted system of the dark web's lower layers. As soon as she logged in, information flooded out like a burst dam. On the homepage of the dark web, a crimson SS-level bounty notice hung prominently, the font so glaring it sent chills down one's spine. Issuer Lu Xiao. The bounty amount had dramatically surged from an initial $10 million to a staggering $100 million. The mission target was brutally simple: capture Yi Xiao alive or provide precise coordinates. There was also a pinned voice message left by Lu Xiao himself with over 10 million plays. Shen Xingyu put on her miniature invisible earphone and opened the voice message. Woman daring to breach the core defense network of my overseas arms depot, causing me to lose the most important shipping route in the Middle East. Do you really think a change of name can help you escape? A low, hoarse and cold laugh, filled with a strong, bloody scent, came through the earphone. I have already locked onto your escape route. Clean your neck and wait. I will personally come to Beijing to catch you. Shen Xingyi's scalp tingled, cursing inwardly. That network of the Middle Eastern arms depot was not her doing. It must have been some bastard deliberately mimicking her methods, pinning this massive blame squarely on her. But now was not the time to pursue who was framing her. The tracking satellites under Lu Xiao were military grade. Once he locked onto her real IP, Bo Xian's Jinyuan would instantly turn into a blood-soaked battlefield. She had to erase the last traces cleanly before Lu Xiao's hacker team could fully latch onto the coordinates. Shen Xingyu held her breath, her thumbs dancing like shadows across the phone's virtual keyboard. The car was very quiet, with only the occasional rustling sound of Bo Xian flipping through documents. This added pressure to Shun Xingyi's mind. She not only had to be on guard against the living king of hell beside her, but also engage in a deadly battle with Lu Xiao's elite hacking team in the dark web's abyss. Lines of complex interception codes were quickly typed out by her, establishing one virtual firewall after another. The opposing force attacked fiercely like a pack of mad dogs, catching the scent of blood tightly clinging to the bait IP she had released. Want to catch me? Go practice for a few more years. A glint of ruthless determination flashed in Shun Xingyi's eyes as she activated the reverse tracking lure program, preparing to lead this group to the open sea of the Pacific. However, she overlooked the deadly issue. The processor in this backup phone could not withstand such high-intensity military-grade computational loads. The temperature at the back of the phone began to rise, sharply burning hot, even through the fabric. Warning: CPU temperature too high. Memory overflow. The system emitted a faint alert sound that only she could hear. To maintain the core defense algorithm's operation, the phone's graphical camouflage interface collapsed instantly. The originally normal black standby desktop was forcibly torn apart. On the eerie blue screen, a flurry of green and red codes flashed furiously like a waterfall rolling down. In the dimly lit cabin, the strange screen reflection shone through the seams of the suit jacket, glaringly visible. Shen Xingyu cursed under her breath, flustered, as she tried to force the phone to shut down. But the phone had completely frozen on the computation interface due to overheating, the buttons entirely unresponsive. Just at that critical moment, Bo Siyuan, who had been reading documents beside her, suddenly stopped his movements. He slightly turned his head, his deep and cold gaze precisely landing on the bulge of her suit jacket. The eerie blue glow in this tranquil space had nowhere to hide. Shun Xingyi's heart stopped suddenly, as if all her blood had frozen at that moment. "What are you looking at?" The man's low voice resonated in her ears, carrying an undeniable pressure. Before Shen Xingyu could concoct a perfect excuse, a bony hand accustomed to holding a gun suddenly shot over like lightning. Bo Siyuan ruthlessly pulled away the suit jacket, covering her mercilessly, snatching the phone tightly gripped in her hand. The blinding screen light instantly illuminated the man's jawline. The top-tier hacker codes scrolling rapidly on it could dismantle a national-level defense system. Exposed so blatantly right before the eyes of the living king of hell in the Beijing circle. The air fell dead silent in that moment. Bo Siyuan stared at the screen for a full 3 seconds before slowly lowering his gaze, the cold and frosty look pinning down Shen Xingyi's pale face. "Wife, can you explain to me what game you are playing here? Wife, can you explain to me what game this is?" In the cramped carriage, the air seemed to be sucked out in an instant, and the pressure dropped to a suffocating negative. Bo Siyuan's deep pitch-black eyes were fixed on the screen, reflecting the rapidly flashing complex code. Every line of code exuded a chilling destructive power, definitely not something ordinary. In a life-and-death moment, Shen Xingyi's body reacted faster than her brain. My phone." She lunged forward, her delicate hands slapping down heavily on the back of Bo Siyuan's hand that held the phone like a cat protecting its food. This seemingly chaotic slap precisely triggered the emergency switch for the phone's internal gravity sensor. Ding dong, unbelievable. A lively, even slightly silly system prompt suddenly erupted in the silent carriage. The top-tier hacker code, cascading like a waterfall on the screen, shattered in an instant amidst a dazzling display of cheap special effects. Soon after, the screen was filled with twisted and restructured red and green code, transforming into a shower of colorful candies and stars. The massive Combo X99 flashed with an exaggerated sound of coins dropping, dazzling Bo Siyuan's eyes. This was a perverted version of Candy Crush specifically designed for camouflage, with effects maxed out, consuming system memory. "Whoa, my high score. It's all gone." Seizing the fleeting moment, while Bo Siyuan was stunned, Shen Xingyu snatched the hot phone back, clutching it tightly to her chest. She raised her head, her delicate face instantly scrunching up, tears streaming down. "Husband, you're so mean. I finally reached the 3000th level. I was just about to break the record. Why did you suddenly grab my phone? I don't care, you owe me my little stars." Bo Siyuan's deep gaze narrowed slightly as he looked down at the girl in his arms, who was crying like a blooming. His eyes swept over the flashy and silly game interface, and the suspicion in his eyes deepened rather than. "A simple game can heat up the phone's processor this much?" He coldly retorted, his tone carrying an oppressive weight. The temperature of the phone just now must have undergone terrifying military-grade data calculations. Shun Xingyi's heart raced like a drum, but on the surface, she confidently wiped her tears and pouted in grievance. "How would I know? I randomly clicked a link to download this game yesterday. This lousy game is full of ads. It goes crazy with pop-ups as soon as you open it, and the phone gets as hot as a hand warmer. Husband, do you think I'm stupid that I can't even play a game well?" She cried while silently using her fingerprint to lock down the last layer of the firewall in the background. Not a single drop missed. Bo Siyuan stared into her clear, aggrieved eyes for a full half-minute. The sense of crisis from being locked onto by a top predator made cold sweat trickle down Shun Xingyi's back. Just when she thought the living king of hell would forcibly confiscate her phone to take it for inspection by the tech department, the man suddenly reached out, grabbed a tissue, and roughly wiped away the traces of her tears. "You dare to click on trash software? Aren't you afraid your phone will explode and ruin your face?" Bo Siyuan snorted coldly and finally shifted his gaze, leaning back against the leather seat. "Lin, have the tech department replace her phone with the highest configuration, new one tomorrow." "Yes, Master Bo." Assistant Lin in the front seat quickly wiped a bead of cold sweat. The atmosphere in the car was too frightening. He was genuinely afraid that Master Bo would throw Madame out of the window in a fit of rage. Shen Xingyu secretly let out a long breath, her muscles finally relaxing. That was close. Her life was temporarily saved. But the gaze of this living king of hell was too sharp. In the future, she must add 3 layers of physical camouflage when using her main account. The Maybach smoothly drove into the gate of Jingyuan. As soon as the car came to a stop, Shen Xingyu hurriedly opened the door to jump out in an attempt to curry favor. However, her foot faltered, and the 7-centimeter high heels got caught on the car step. Oh no! Just as she was about to fall, a strong arm suddenly wrapped around her waist, pulling her back. In a hurry to reincarnate. Bo Siyuan frowned, his tone laced with helplessness. Looking down, he saw that the strap of Shun Xingyi's high heels had come undone due to her earlier struggle, and the long ribbon was dragging on the ground. Shen Xingyu was about to bend down to tie it, when she saw Bo Siyuan directly kneeling on one knee. Dressed in an expensive custom suit, the man's long fair fingers picked up the black ribbon. Though his movements were somewhat clumsy, he focused intently on tying a beautiful bow for her. In the distance, a faint click of a camera shutter was completely masked by the night wind. After a night of fright, the next morning Shen Xingyu was still fast asleep in bed, while downstairs chaos had already erupted. Assistant Lin rushed into the dining room of Jingyuan, clutching a tablet, his voice breaking from urgency. There's been a big incident. You have to see the trending topic on Weibo. Bo Siyuan, who was sipping black coffee while reviewing financial reports, furrowed his brow and cast a cold, sharp glance at the screen. There at the top of the Weibo trending list hung a glaring crimson character, explosive. The entry was simple and straightforward: Master Boss, mysterious beautiful wife, turns out to be a goddess with stunning looks. Clicking on the trending topic, the top was a high-definition photo taken late at night. In the photo, the background was a luxurious Maybach. The living king of hell, Bo Siyuan, who could turn the tides in the capital, was now kneeling on one knee in a humble and loving posture, tying a girl's shoelace. Although the girl only showed a side profile, this stunning glimpse of her divine beauty, combined with the contrast, directly crashed the entire server of the internet. The comments section was refreshing at a rate of tens of thousands per second. No way. The living king of hell is tying a shoelace for a woman. I must still be dreaming. That side profile is incredible. It crushes all the little flowers in the entertainment industry. 1 minute, I want all the information on this woman. Isn't she the fake heiress who was thrown out before? Did she really manage to secure her position? Bo Siyuan looked at the photo, and a terrifying blizzard instantly surged in his eyes. The security system of Jingyuan had been silently infiltrated. At that moment, Shen Xingyu, rubbing her messy hair, wearing a loose pajamas, stumbled down the stairs from the second floor. She yawned while sleepily looking at the two men whose expressions were filled with murderous intent. Husband, why is it so noisy so early in the morning? Assistant Lin swallowed hard, trembling as he looked at Bo Siyuan, his hand holding the tablet shaking. Master Bo, the whole internet is frantically hunting down Madam. Should we suppress the trending topic or not? Suppressing the trending topic. Bo Siyuan's long fingers glided across the tablet screen, his gaze fixed on a candid photo. In the picture, he bowed his head and knelt, exuding a sense of reverence, while the girl's profile was illuminated by the streetlight, perfect and flawless. Why suppress it? The man smirked arrogantly, casually tossing the tablet back to Assistant Lin. Notify the public relations department of the group to give this trending topic a thumbs up using Boss official Bluevy account. Assistant Lin was left speechless, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Officially liking it. This was tantamount to directly announcing to the world that this girl was the rightful Mrs. Bo. Also make sure to keep that trending topic pinned at the top. Bo Siyuan took a sip of his black coffee, his gaze filled with disdain. Is my woman, Bo Siyuan's woman, not worthy of being seen? Assistant Lin trembled all over, immediately bowing his head to comply. Understood. Master Bo. Standing at the staircase corner, Shen Xingyu struggled to suppress her wildly rising smile. This wave of protective actions was even more satisfying than if she had personally gone online to slap faces. In less than half an hour, due to that single like from Boss official Weibo, the entire capital was thrown into chaos. Public opinion had turned a complete 180 degrees. The gates of Jingyuan were nearly trampled by those bringing gifts. Various limited edition luxury bags and exorbitantly priced jewelry were being personally delivered by executives of major brands. Those socialites and rich heirs who had previously followed the trend of mocking Shen Xingyu were now filled with regret. In order to establish a connection with Bo Siyuan, a mountain of elaborate gifts piled up. What was especially outrageous was that hundreds of top-grade red roses air freight and nearly filled the yard of Jingyuan. Madam, these are sent by those young masters from the capital as an apology to you. Butler Chen wiped his sweat and reported. Shen Xingyu barefoot ran into the pile of flowers, her innocent face picking up a gilded card. Wow, so many flowers. Hubby, why are they sending me flowers? Bo Siyuan looked at the garden full of peach blossoms, his expression dark enough to drip water. He stepped forward and snatched the card from her hand. It boldly stated, "Miss Shun, with your enchanting beauty, I hope to have the honor of dining together." The signature was from a notorious young master known for his flirtations in the capital, Butler Shun. The voice of the living king of hell was as chilling as an ice-coated knife. "Throw all this trash into the shredder." Whoever sent it immediately cut off all cooperation between Bo and their family. Butler Chun was startled and quickly waved his hand, instructing the bodyguards to destroy the unsightly roses. Shen Xingyu obediently nestled on the sofa, scrolling through her phone, watching her trending topic explode with popularity. The comment section was filled with fans calling her wife and goddess sister. Suddenly her finger that was sliding across the screen came to a halt. Among the millions of comments, a garbled message was pushed to the forefront with likes. It was a concealed hexadecimal encrypted code. Others couldn't comprehend it, but Shen Xingyu the night owl deciphered its meaning at a glance. Translated, it contained only 4 words: "Sister is beautiful," followed by a blood-red smiling emoji. Jiangxi. That madman actually dared to provoke under the watchful eyes of the living king of hell. A chill ran down Shen Xingyi's spine. Before she could exit the interface, a bony hand suddenly propped up the back of the sofa from behind her. Bo Siyuan's towering figure enveloped her, his oppressive gaze landing on the phone screen. "What are you looking at?" The man's voice was low and dangerous. "Nothing much, everyone is just praising how good I look." Shen Xingyu quickly locked the screen, turned around, and wrapped her arms around the man's waist, expertly acting cute. Bo Siyuan snorted coldly, but he had clearly seen that strange garbled message. The sensation of being targeted by a poisonous snake triggered the living king of hell's terrifying possessiveness. He grasped the girl's delicate chin, his gaze aggressive. "Go change clothes. I'm taking you out tonight." Shen Xingyu blinked, looking confused. "Where are we going?" "To assert dominance." The malice surged in Bo Siyuan's eyes. "Let the entire capital see clearly who your man is." Night fell. Outside, a hidden underground bar in the capital, luxury sports cars filled the parking lot. On the surface, it was a top-notch nightclub. In reality, a high-profile underground black market auction was to be held here tonight. Those who secured entry tickets were all top figures from both the underworld and the upper echelons. A pure black Maybach smoothly parked at the entrance. The bodyguard opened the car door, and Bo Siyuan stepped out first, then extended his hand into the vehicle. Shen Xingyu wore a precious moon-white fitted cheapao draped in a pure white fox fur shawl, placing her hand delicate and pure, yet radiating a deadly allure. She resembled a small white flower that had wandered into a dark jungle, tightly gripping Bo Siyuan's arm with a timid gaze. "Hubby, it's so dark here, and there are so many fierce-looking people." As soon as they stepped into the underground bar, the previously noisy venue fell into an immediate silence. Everyone stood straight, their gazes filled with awe directed at the decisive young master. Subsequently, countless curious and amazed eyes landed on Shen Xingyu. This was the mysterious wife who had captivated the living king of hell. Bo Siyuan domineeringly pulled her into his embrace, his sharp gaze sweeping across the entire room. Those lecherous peach blossom gazes were instantly frightened away by his intimidating aura. "Don't be afraid, stay close to me." Bo Siyuan led her directly to the most luxurious VIP room on the second floor. The private room had an excellent view, allowing a full view of the auction stage on the first floor. Shen Xingyu obediently sat on the sofa, eating fruit, her curious expression betraying her lack of worldly experience. At that moment, the miniature communicator hidden deep in her right ear suddenly vibrated twice. The anxious voice of the Viper came through. "Boss, are you at the underground black market?" Shen Xingyu, using the motion of flipping her hair, gently tapped her earlobe twice with her fingertip to confirm. "Great. We just intercepted some intel." Viper spoke rapidly. "The last lead about your biological parents is right here at tonight's event." Shen Xingyi's fingers halted above the fruit plate, her eyes flashing with a terrifying light. The relic left by her nominal mother had been destroyed, and now this was the only clue. "Where are they?" She spoke in a quiet voice, a breathy sound emanating from her throat. In the scattered seating area on the first floor, a bald man in a black leather jacket nicknamed Old Ghost. Viper's voice carried a note of seriousness, but this old fellow only recognizes the rules of the underworld and won't respond to the lawful side. The implication was clear. Approaching under the guise of Mrs. Bo, the delicate little flower would yield no results. She would have to confront him with her true abilities and underworld identity. Shen Xingyu took a deep breath and looked up at Bo Siyuan, who was conversing with several big shots near the floor-to-ceiling window. The living king of hell was highly cautious. Slipping away under his watchful eyes to make contact was nearly impossible. But in order to uncover the truth about her heritage, she had to take this risk. Hubby, Shen Xingyu suddenly clutched her stomach, her delicate face scrunching up, her voice filled with a pitiful tone. Bo Siyuan immediately interrupted the conversation, striding over with a furrowed brow. "What's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" I drank too much juice earlier. I need to use the restroom. She tugged at the man's sleeve gently. Bo Si-Yuan cast her a dark look for a few seconds before finally nodding. Assistant Lin, have 2 people guard the restroom door. If she doesn't come out in 5 minutes, break down the door. Understood. Shun Xingyu secretly cursed this old fox for being so meticulous, yet she smiled sweetly on the surface. Under the escort of the bodyguards, she entered the women's restroom at the end of the hall. The moment she closed the door, the soft, innocent facade shattered. The pride and coldness belonging to the top assassin of the dark web Night Owl instantly filled her clear eyes. Time was only 5 minutes. She swiftly removed the bothersome fox fur shawl. Grabbing the hidden button on the hem of her qipao, she ripped it forcefully. With a ripping sound, the originally elegant long qipao transformed into an aggressive high-slit mini-skirt. Her long straight legs shone white under the light. She pulled out a tube of bright red matte lip gloss from the bottom of her handbag, unhesitatingly applying it to her delicate lips. Then she pulled her originally neat black hair loose, letting it fall wildly over her shoulders. The innocent little white flower had vanished. In its place was a powerful, alluring black lotus sequin. She walked in high heels to the ventilation window of the restroom. Such a small mechanism was as good as nothing to her. Easily removing the shutters, she adeptly climbed down through the pipes from the 2nd floor. She landed steadily in the dark corridor on the 1st floor of the bar. Ahead lay the chaotic seating area where deafening heavy metal music drowned out all footsteps. Shen Xingyu casually picked up a glass of strong liquor from a passing server's tray. The corners of her crimson lips curved into a cold and dangerous arc. She accurately locked onto the bald man sitting in the booth and walked towards him step by step. Big brother, I heard you have a secret I want to know. The heavy metal sound waves at the end of the corridor seemed almost capable of toppling the ceiling. Shen Xingyu in 7-centimeter high heels swayed gracefully through the dim passage. The Chongsam she had torn apart with her bare hands had now become her most lethal weapon. The high slit revealed glimpses of her long fair legs swaying under the dazzling laser lights. At this moment she was no longer the delicate and soft little girl who couldn't even memorize the multiplication table. Instead, she was the top assassin in the dark web, the Night Owl. She held the glass of crimson liquor and walked straight to the booth in the corner of the scattered seating area. The bald man Old Ghost was jokingly embracing a heavily made-up woman. Bang! Shen Xingyu unceremoniously slammed the glass onto the glass and marble table. A few drops of scarlet liquid splashed out. Old Ghost abruptly looked up, ready to curse, but swallowed the foul words upon meeting Shen Xingyu's eyes. What a cold and wild woman. Hey brother, I heard you have a secret I want to know. Shen Xingyu slightly parted her red lips, her voice carrying a lazy hoarseness. Old Ghost narrowed his eyes, sizing her up, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. I have plenty of secrets, beautiful. What do you want to trade for them? How about some drinks with me? Shen Xingyu scoffed coldly, showing her disdain. Without further ado, she pinched a pure black skull coin with her slender fingers and tossed it onto the table. Ding! A crisp sound echoed. At the sight of the coin, Old Ghost's body trembled violently and his face turned pale. That was the level pass of the dark web. Seeing the coin was equivalent to seeing the Night Owl in person. Why you are? Old Ghost stammered in fear, hurriedly pushing the woman in his arms away. Let's talk, bring me the item. 5 seconds, or I'll break your arm. Shen Xingyu glanced at her watch. Time was of the essence. That living king of hell, Bo Si-Yuan, might check on things at any moment. Old Ghost dared not delay, trembling as he fished out a tiny black USB drive from a hidden compartment in his belt and respectfully handed it over. Big boss, all the clues about the port city are here. Shen Xingyu took the USB drive, spinning it in her fingers before swiftly concealing it in her palm. With the intel in hand, she prepared to leave through the hidden door in the scattered seating area. Just then a few reckless rich kids blocked her way. Leading them was a second-generation rich kid with dyed yellow hair reeking of alcohol, his gaze lewdly fixated on Shun Xingyu's exposed long legs. Hey, where did this exquisite wild rose come from? You're quite a sight. He whistled lewdly, reaching out to wrap his arm around Shun Xingyu's waist. Don't rush off, little beauty. Drink a couple with me, and whatever you fancy in this underground black market, I'll take care of it for you. Shen Xingyu paused, a tangible killing intent surging in her eyes. Back off. Good dogs don't block the way. Her voice was as cold as the wind blowing across a glacier. Instead of being angered, the yellow-haired kid became even more excited, and his followers laughed raucously. You've got quite the temper. I like a fiery girl like you up, it's more fun to ride. As he spoke, his greasy hand reached directly for Shun Xingyu's wrist. Shen Xingyu stepped forward, instead of retreating, a cruel smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Wanna die? They'll make it happen. She seized the yellow-haired kid's wrist, her slender fingers gripping his pulse point like a vice. Using his momentum, she swiftly turned, leveraging her waist strength to execute a clean and precise shoulder throw. Bang! The yellow-haired kid didn't even have time to scream before he was slammed onto the nearby high bar table. Glass cups shattered all around. Shun Xingyu didn't release her grip, her gaze unwavering as she seized the yellow-haired kid's right arm joint and twisted it hard. Crack! The chilling sound of bones cracking was still audible over the loud music. The yellow-haired kid's arm instantly went limp like a noodle. "Oh, my hand!" The scream echoed throughout the hall like that of a slaughtered pig. The several henchmen who had been cheering just moments ago were now frozen in fear, trembling as they backed away. What kind of monster is this woman? Dressed in high heels and a slit skirt, she incapacitated someone in one move. Shun Xingyu didn't even glance at the yellow-haired kid writhing in pain on the ground. She grabbed a clean towel from the bar and disdainfully wiped her hands. With graceful movements, she picked up the glass of untouched liquor she had set aside, taking a delicate sip, her cold and domineering aura instantly intimidating the entire room. Surrounding people gasped in surprise, instinctively parting to create a path for her. Shun Xingyu casually tossed the towel aside, turned, and lifted her head, preparing to plot the quickest escape route. However, at the moment she raised her gaze, her eyes unintentionally collided with the VIP booth area on the second floor. The light there was dim, yet she immediately spotted the man sitting in the shadows. He wore a black satin shirt, the collar slightly open, revealing his sensual collarbone. He wore a half-finished, exquisite silver mask that concealed the upper half of his face, exposing only his sharply defined jawline and a pair of abyss-like black eyes. Through the bustling crowd, those eyes locked onto Shun Xingyu like the most precise radar. Even from such a distance, Shun Xingyu could still feel the overwhelming oppressive force and deadly aura emanating from him. This man was undoubtedly a top predator who had emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Shun Xingyu's heart tightened, her instinctive sense of danger made her muscles tense up instantly. She gripped the highball glass tightly, turning and quickening her pace towards the back door. However, the masked man on the second floor had already set his drink down. He stood up, propping himself against the railing of the second floor, and leapt directly down from a height of 3 meters. The black hem of his clothing fluttered in the air like a dark night demon descending from the heavens. Bang! He landed steadily on the marble floor of the first floor. The crowd was instantly split apart by his terrifying presence, and no one dared to approach. The masked man strode forward with long legs, the wind swirling around him, directly approaching Shun Xingyu. Her expression darkened. This man was coming for her. She quickly scanned her surroundings, noticing that several exits had been silently sealed off without her realizing it. There was no escape. Since she couldn't avoid it, she would confront it head-on. Shun Xingyu stopped, leaning against the hard bar, her right hand discreetly reaching for the mini ceramic knife strapped to her outer thigh. The masked man halted in front of her, close enough to feel each other's body warmth. He was a head taller than her, his aggressive gaze unabashedly sweeping over the hem of her torn cheongsam. Ultimately, that gaze settled on her face, painted with fiery red lips. It was a gaze mixed with danger, curiosity, and unabashed possessiveness. Shun Xingyu found his stare. She coldly met the man's gaze, her fingertips already touching the knife handle, ready to pierce his throat at any moment. The masked man suddenly chuckled softly, his voice deep and hoarse, exuding deadly seduction. He stepped forward abruptly, placing his large palm directly on the bar beside Shun Xingyu's ear. Bang! A domineering and oppressive wall slam. Shun Xingyu was completely trapped between his chest and the bar. The man's breath enveloped her entirely. Without hesitation, she drew the ceramic knife, her gaze fierce, the blade aimed directly at the man's throat. One more step, and I'll ruin you. However, the masked man didn't even regard the knife. Not only did he not dodge, but he also leaned down, almost pressing his lips against her ear. In that instant, a familiar cold piercing scent mixed with a faint tobacco aroma filled Shun Xingyu's nostrils with a domineering force. This scent, Shun Xingyu's pupils dilated in shock, her hand holding the knife freezing midair. Wasn't this the unique scent of the living king of hell, Bo Siyuan? Combined with that terrifying physique, that overwhelming sense of oppression, and this exclusive high-end fabric shirt. This masked man who had come down to the first floor to corner her was actually her dear husband, who should have been in a meeting on the second floor. It's over. Just moments ago, she had pretended to be a sweet little girl who couldn't even recite the multiplication table in front of him, and now she was here barehanded, ready to dismantle an arm. Shun Xingyu's brain completely crashed in an instant. The masked man watched her shocked expression as he slowly leaned down. His long, rough fingers gently grasped her wrist, holding the knife, slowly pressing the deadly blade down. Such strength, and you carry a knife with you. This beautiful lady, do you want to dismantle my arm, or something else? The man's deep, magnetic voice sounded extraordinarily clear amidst the bustling bar, carrying a dangerous allure. Shun Xingyu felt the man's scorching temperature on her wrist. The force was so tremendous, she couldn't break free. She felt as if her breath was about to stop. Bo Siyuan. It had to be him. She would recognize this man, even if he turned to dust. Why was he wearing a mask and coming down here? Had he already noticed something and intentionally trapped her here? Countless thoughts raced through her mind, each proclaiming that she was doomed today. But the psychological resilience of the night owl was beyond what ordinary people could compare. As long as the mask was still on, as long as he hadn't exposed her, she would fight to the end. Shen Xingyu forcibly suppressed the raging storm in her heart, her red lips curling into a seductive and chilling smile. Instead of retreating, she boldly leaned in halfway. Her proud curves intentionally brushed against the man's chest. Dismantle you. Shen Xingyu tilted her head slightly, her gaze swirling with allure, yet laced with deadly poison. That depends on whether this prey is worthy enough to die by my blade. The dangerous storm in the man's eyes surged instantly, his danger level skyrocketing. He fiercely wrapped his large hand around her slender waist, pressing her tightly against himself. Is this prey worthy? You'll find out for yourself, won't you? The man's voice was low, almost as if only the two of them could hear. If you dare to try, I guarantee you will be left with nothing but bones. As long as you dare to try, I guarantee you will be left with nothing but bones. The man's hoarse voice was like a barbed hook, sharp and deadly amidst the cacophony of heavy metal music. Shen Xingyu was firmly pressed against the edge of the bar, as if the air around them had been completely drained by the aggressively invasive scent of cedar. She could swear on the hacker keyboard she had banged away on for 10 years that this was definitely Bo Siyuan, the living embodiment of hell, playing such a big game. The young master of the capital circle actually wearing a mask and coming to the underground black market to block her. Suppressing the tumultuous waves of shock rising in her heart, Shen Xingyu's red lips suddenly curled into an enchanting arc. Not only did she not retreat, but she also leaned forward, her delicate fingers teasingly gliding over the man's taut chest. All right, then I'll give it a personal try. Beneath the mask, the man's dark eyes suddenly deepened, his muscles tightening to the extreme. In that fleeting moment of distraction caused by her unexpected allure, Shen Xingyu's left hand, at an incredibly strange angle, pulled out a bright red lipstick from the concealed strap on the inner side of her thigh. She flicked the cap open with her thumb and pressed down hard on the bottom mechanism. Boom! Without any warning, a blinding burst of military-grade bright white light exploded between the two of them. The masked man was caught off guard, his retina momentarily blinded, instinctively closing his eyes and releasing his grip on her. When he finally forced his eyes open against the pane, where was the shadow of the wild rose? Only a discarded lipstick tube, still emitting wisps of smoke, spun like a top on the marble floor. The faint yet strangely familiar scent of strawberries lingered in the air. The man's strong hands suddenly tightened into fists, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Those abyss-like black eyes fixed intently on the direction of the ventilation duct, filled with rage, yet twisted into a mocking smile, his voice low and terrifying. Little liar, you run pretty fast. Inside the women's restroom on the second floor, Shen Xingyu leapt down from the vent like a graceful cat and locked the stall door behind her. With an incredibly terrifying speed, she wiped away her fiery red lips and draped a pure white fox fur shawl over her shoulders. She flawlessly restored the torn hem of her chi-pao with a hidden pin, finally twisting her hair up into a gentle bun. As she pushed open the door to the VIP room, the time was perfectly frozen at 4 minutes and 58 seconds. Coincidentally, Bo Siyuan was just entering from the outside at that moment. The man had already removed his mask, his dark gray custom suit devoid of any wrinkles, though his breathing was slightly quicker than usual. His deep gaze instantly locked onto Shen Xingyu, carrying an intense scrutiny. Shen Xingyu's heart skipped a beat as she immediately rubbed her eyes, feigning a delicate and sleepy demeanor as she approached him. Hubby, you're back. It's so stuffy in here, I want to go home and take a nap. Bo Siyuan remained silent, his long fingers pinching her chin, his gaze scanning her fair face and seemingly flawless disguise inch by inch. Finally, he leaned down close to her neck, sniffing with an overwhelming sense of pressure. There was no hint of cheap alcohol or tobacco, only the sweet fragrance she usually wore. Yet he could still sense that this little fox's heartbeat was exceptionally erratic just a moment ago. Is your stomach feeling better? Bo Siyuan's tone was dark, filled with ambiguous meaning. It doesn't hurt anymore. I was in the restroom for a long time, and the bodyguard outside was urging me to hurry so fierce. Shen Xingyu took the opportunity to wrap her arms around his, acting adorably in an attempt to charm her way through. Bo Siyuan stared at her for a full 10 seconds, finally swallowing hard, and then abruptly picked her up by the waist. Let's go home. He wanted to see how long this little cat full of lies could keep up her act beneath his gaze. The next morning in the Shun Group's office, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Shen Jinan, sporting 2 massive dark circles under his eyes, still bore the remnants of the fatigue he had experienced during yesterday's press conference. But at that moment, a twisted, triumphant grin spread across his plump face. Huh, competing with me? That little vixen Shen Xingyu is still too green. Do we really have to do this, director? If Master Bo finds out the Shen family, we'll be completely finished. The technical director stood by, wiping cold sweat and agreeing. What are you afraid of? That living hell is just temporarily bewitched by that enchantress. Shen Jinan slammed the table, his face full of fierce determination. After the press conference yesterday, the Shun Group's stock plummeted and the tax bureau directly moved into audit. The Shun family was on the brink of bankruptcy, but fortunately, he had spent a lot of money to smooth over relationships, temporarily securing their freedom. In retaliation, he had mobilized the last core connections of the Shun family, overnight forcibly intervening in a deeply hidden asset. That was a massive trust fund left in a Swiss bank by Shun Xingyi's mother. That fund is that dead girl's last trump card. Now that the account is completely frozen, she can't withdraw a single penny. Shen Jinan took a puff of his cigar, laughing maniacally. When Bo Siyuan gets tired of her and kicks her aside without a dime to her name, won't she have to crawl back to the Shen family, like a dog begging me to take her in? At that time I'll break her legs and make her take the blame for Minghua. Let her know who truly is the sky of the Shun family. In Jingyuan, the sun shone brightly in the glass greenhouse. Shen Xingyu sat cross-legged on a precious Persian carpet wearing a fluffy bear pajama set. She stared at the text message alerting her that your trust account has been urgently frozen, with a cold roll of her eyes. That old dog Shen Jinan really had to bite back even in his dying moments. But that money was nothing but a drop in the bucket for the current night owl. She was just about to hack directly into the Swiss bank system and forcibly transfer the money out when a steady, powerful sound of footsteps approached from behind. Bo Siyuan, dressed in a well-tailored black shirt, approached her holding a cup of warm milk. He glanced down at her phone's message, and a layer of bloodthirsty frost instantly formed in his abyss-like black eyes. Did someone from the Shen family do this? His voice was icy, carrying an undeniable murderous intent. Shen Xingyu immediately put on an act, tossing her phone aside and hugging the man's thigh with a sorrowful face. Whoa, hubby. They took all the money that my mom left for me. I'm now broke and won't even have money to buy ice cream anymore. Are you going to abandon me? Bo Siyuan watched as a single tear squeezed out from the corner of her eye, feeling both amused and unable to suppress a violent urge to destroy. His woman, when did it become someone else's place to cut off her financial path? Shen Jinan was really asking for it. Just then Assistant Lin rushed in, drenched in sweat, clutching a thick brown envelope. Master Bo, as per your highest level directive, everything is taken care of. Assistant Lin excitedly presented the envelope with both hands, placing it on the glass coffee table and respectfully stepping aside. Open it and take a look. Bo Siyuan patted Shen Xingyi's head, his tone carrying a hint of nonchalant affection. Shen Xingyu curiously untied the string and pulled out a thick stack of legal documents. Just a glance at the bold title at the top made her gasp and shock, her eyes widening. Absolute Acquisition Agreement for 100 shares of the Shen Group. The bottom was already covered in official seals, and the acquisition amount was a terrifying figure, enough to buy half a city. The name of the absolute controlling transferee was clearly written in 3 large characters, Shen Xingyu. Hubby, what is this? Shen Xingyu was truly stunned by the hellish magnitude of Bo Siyuan's financial prowess, her mind going blank. Bo Siyuan took a sip from his coffee cup, the corners of his cold lips curling into an extremely arrogant and domineering arc. Isn't Shen Jinan trying to bankrupt you? I'll just buy the entire Shen family for you as a toy. From now on, you are the absolute ruler of the Shen Group. Whether you want to kick them all out or send them to Africa to mine coal, it's all up to your mood. His casually spoken words were laced with an unsettling, overwhelming dominance. What is a miraculous turnaround? This is it. If Shen Jinan knew that he had just frozen her account only to find that his own company was forcibly bought and given to her, he would probably explode from rage on the spot. Shen Xingyu clutched the thick equity document, her eyes sparkling like 2 little stars. This was no longer just a husband. This was clearly a walking wish-granting turtle combined with a $1 billion ATM. Hubby, you're so handsome. I love you to death. She excitedly lunged forward and planted 2 big kisses on Bo Siyuan's handsome cold profile. Bo Siyuan's body stiffened slightly, the dark depths of his eyes growing heavier, his gaze turning dangerously dim. He was just about to grab the back of this teasing little vixen's head to give her a proper punishment for her reckless flirtation. Suddenly, in the quiet sunroom, Shen Xingyi's backup phone, which had been confiscated once by Bo Siyuan, emitted an extremely piercing series of vibrations. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It vibrated 3 times. This was the highest level powerful alert tone that Shen Xingyu had set for her dark web contacts. Only in the most urgent life or death moments would this ringtone be triggered. Shen Xingyi's smile instantly froze her heart, feeling as if it had been gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Oh no. Could it be that the meeting in the underground black market last night has been exposed? Or has her disguise completely fallen apart? With a stiff expression, she awkwardly swiped open her phone screen under Bo Siyuan's penetrating gaze. The moment the screen lit up, 3 bold, encrypted messages hit her retina like heavy bombs. Bo Siyuan watched her expression shift like clouds leisurely crossing his long legs, his gaze exuding an oppressive force. Why aren't you speaking? What trouble have you encountered? The man leaned slightly forward, his voice deep, and as if he could see through her soul. Who sent you the message that has left you unable to smile even after receiving the Shun Group's equity document? Who sent the message that made you unable to even smile while acquiring the shares of the Shin family? Bo Xian's deep black eyes narrowed slightly, approaching with an overwhelming presence. The cold scent of snow pine enveloped Shun Xingyu, making her scalp tingle. She suppressed her racing heart, instinctively swiping the screen and pausing at the junk interception area. She lifted her head, her face adorned with an innocent and charming smile. What trouble could there be? It's just some pesky promotional messages. Shun Xingyu pouted in complaint, but her peripheral vision quickly swept over 3 encrypted messages hidden in the dark corners of the screen. Just one glance made cold sweat break out on her back. The first was a blood-red smiley face, evidently sent by Jiang Si, that persistently clingy, sickly puppy. Sister, see you at the tech summit at 3 in the afternoon. If you don't come, I'll black out Bo's internal network. The second message bore the distinctive black skull icon. Lu Xiao's private bounty declaration arrogantly jumped into view, reeking of blood. 8 o'clock tonight, underground boxing arena in Jing City. 2 deranged individuals who played by their own rules had unexpectedly sent her fatal invitations on the same. Shun Xingyu felt her temples throb. She was just about to find an excuse to clear her schedule for the afternoon and evening when Bo Xian suddenly reached out, his distinctively long fingers lightly tapping the glass coffee table. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic tapping resonated against Shin Xingyi's already taut nerves. I've reserved the rooftop starlit restaurant in the Guamao building for 7 o'clock tonight. Bo Xian's tone left no room for negotiation, his deep gaze fixed on her, not allowing her even a moment's evasion. Put on the dress I prepared for you and accompany me for dinner. Boom. Shin Xingyi's mind felt as if it had exploded like an atomic bomb. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 7 o'clock in the evening, 8 o'clock at night. 3 top bosses, 3 deadly arenas. The timelines nearly overlapped to the limit. If she was even a minute late, her carefully concealed cover would be torn to shreds. Honey, but I'm feeling a bit unwell today. Can we postpone? She pitifully clutched her stomach, attempting one last desperate struggle. No. Bo Xian coldly refused, his large hand casually ruffling her hair. Since you're not feeling well, you must stick with me to the tech summit at 3 o'clock, and I'll keep an eye on you. This was disastrous. She had completely blocked off her final escape route. At 2:50 in the International Technology Center of Jing City, the huge circular conference hall was bustling with people, with major tech giants gathered together. Shin Xingyu felt like a soulless ornament forced to sit at Bo Xian's left. Opposite the conference table, Jiang Si was chewing on a lollipop, gazing at her with a half-smile. With only 5 minutes to 3, this sickly younger brother had his fingers hovering over the keyboard, ready to explode at any moment. Shin Xingyu gritted her teeth, suddenly clutching her stomach, her delicate features twisting in pain. Honey, I can't bear this stomach pain anymore. I need to go to the restroom. Bo Xian glanced at her, noticing the fine sweat beading on her forehead, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. He waved to summon 2 female bodyguards, instructing in a deep voice, accompany the lady to the restroom. Do not leave her side. As soon as she rushed into a restroom stall, Shin Xingyu immediately pulled out a mini computer, her gaze instantly turning sharp as a blade. With terrifying speed, she hacked into the conference network just in time before the clock struck 2:59. She sent an encrypted interception command straight to Jiang Si's phone. Stay put and don't go crazy. Your sister is watching you from inside the venue. A quick reply came back, an excited, bloodied smiley face, and all those dangerous attack commands were withdrawn cleanly. Got one. Shin Xingyu let out a long breath, splashed her face with cold water. She adjusted her expression in the mirror, ready to go back to pretending to be a delicate flower. After enduring the long and excruciating afternoon, night finally descended. At 6:50, the rooftop starlit restaurant in the Guamao building was completely reserved by Bo Xian. The melodious sounds of the violin flowed through the air, and outside the floor-to-ceiling windows lay the dazzling night view of Jing City. Shin Xingyu, dressed in a custom star-studded strapless gown, looked stunning under the candlelight. But at this moment she was anxious and frequently stealing glances at the multi-million-dollar Patek Philippe on her wrist. There was less than an hour left until Lu Xiao's 8 o'clock meeting at the underground boxing arena. The Guamao building was at least a 20-minute drive from that underground boxing arena, even at full speed. She had to escape quickly. Bo Xian's long fingers held the wine glass, his deep gaze never leaving her. Why do you keep looking at your watch? Do you have an appointment with someone else? The man's voice was deep and lazy, yet carried a chilling sharpness and perceptiveness. No. I'm just wondering why the steak isn't served yet. I'm starving. Shin Xingyu deliberately waved her slender arm dramatically. With a crisp sound, her wine glass was skillfully knocked over. The scarlet liquid instantly splashed out, staining her white gown a large patch of red. Oh no, my dress is ruined. Shin Xingyu exclaimed, standing up with a face full of frustration, naturally shaking out her skirt. Honey, you eat first. Assistant Lin just happened to prepare some clothes for me downstairs. They'll change and be back right away. Before Bo Xian could speak, she had already lifted her skirt and dashed out of the restaurant. The moment she rushed into the exclusive elevator, Xingyu pressed the button for the underground parking lot without hesitation. In the short seconds of the elevator descending, she violently tore off her complicated long dress, revealing the fitted black combat suit she had worn underneath. Her curves accentuated. She wiped off her sweet lip gloss and put on a black ice silk mask that covered most of her face. Night Owl officially on the scene. At 7:40, a heavy motorcycle roared into the back alley of the underground boxing arena. This place was filled with sweat, blood, and desperate frenzied screams. Xingyu maintained a cold expression, directly kicking open the door to the booth where Lu Xiao's informant was located. Several fierce overseas mercenaries instantly drew their guns, the dark muzzles aimed at her in unison. Night Owl. The scarred man sitting on the sofa squinted coldly, assessing her slender form. Our boss said we must see you in person to hand over the intel. Xingyu didn't waste words. Her figure flashed like a wraith, so fast that even her afterimage was untraceable. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes as she approached the scarred man like a deathly reaper. The cold ceramic military knife pressed against the scarred man's carotid artery, exuding a chilling aura. Tell Lu Xiao to stop using such low-level tactics to test me. The blade pressed down slightly, a trickle of crimson blood seeping from the scarred man's neck. Hand over the hard drive, or none of you will leave Jing City today. The extreme murderous intent made the temperature in the entire booth plummet, and the mercenaries didn't dare to breathe. The scarred man swallowed hard, trembling hands reaching into his pocket to pull out an encrypted hard drive and hand it over. Xingyu snatched the hard drive without even glancing at it and turned to leave. Her movements were fluid, ruthless, and decisive, showing no sign of hesitation. At 8:15 in the exclusive women's changing room on the basement level of the Guamao building, Xingyu quickly stripped off her combat suit and changed into another evening gown prepared by Assistant Lin. She stood in front of the mirror, swiftly touched up her delicate and soft makeup and patted her cheeks. Confirming that she hadn't gotten a single speck of the underground boxing arena's blood on her, she took a deep breath. Extreme operations mission accomplished. As long as she returned to the rooftop restaurant now, this life-threatening game of romantic entanglement would be perfectly resolved. She stepped into her high heels, pushed open the changing room door, and walked briskly toward the exclusive elevator leading to the top floor. With a crisp ding, the elevator doors slowly slid open on the top floor. Xingyu raised her sweet and harmless smile, ready to call out, "Honey, I'm back." But when she saw the scene before her, her blood ran cold. The vast starlit restaurant was completely empty. Only a few lonely flickering candles on the dining table cast weak light. Bo Xian was nowhere to be found at the dining table waiting for her. Xingyi's heart sank, instinctively sensing an extremely dangerous aura approaching. Just as she prepared to retreat, a large hand with distinct knuckles suddenly reached out from the shadowy corner of the dim corridor. That hand gripped her slender wrist with suffocating force. Oh! Xingyu gasped, her entire being yanked forcefully into the adjacent dark area. Her hard back slammed against the cold wall, sending pain through her. Then the tall and imposing figure of the man pressed down on her like a leopard in the night. A wave of snow pine scent mixed with a certain frenzied air of danger instantly engulfed her. Bo Xian leaned slightly closer, his cold, thin lips brushing against her ear ambiguously. "Why did it take you a full 40 minutes to change clothes?" In the dark corridor, it was so quiet that even a needle dropping on the ground could be heard. "Why did it take you 40 minutes to change your clothes, huh?" Bo Xian's low, hoarse voice brushed past Xingyi's ear, carrying a deadly aura of danger. Xingyu was pressed against the cold wall, her chest heaving violently, heart racing so fast it felt like it might break her ribs. Just back from the underground black boxing arena after an extreme speed race, her breath had yet to fully calm. The man's large hand, defined by prominent knuckles, effortlessly grasped her delicate waist. The scorching palm through the thin silk gown sent a shiver down her spine. "Honey, you're hurting me," she said, instinctively softening her voice in an attempt to deflect. But Bo Xian was not swayed at all, his tall figure pressed even closer. He leaned down slightly, his straight nose almost touching her neck like a beast scrutinizing its prey. The man's breath cascaded over her sensitive skin, inspecting every inch, creating a palpable sense of oppression. Suddenly Bo Xian halted his movements. In the dim light, a storm of destruction swirled in his black eyes. "The scent of fur from your perfume. This is a special blend commonly used by that lunatic Jiangxi." His voice turned icy to the bone as his fingers tightened around her waist. "And how did this hem come to carry the distinct low-quality cigar smell from the underground black boxing arena?" Xingyu felt her brain explode as her blood rushed backward. Did this man have a nose like a dog? She had clearly sprayed a large amount of deodorizer in the changing room, yet he still managed to detect the faintest trace. Bo Xian grasped her chin, forcing her to lift her head. Wi-Fi booked an extravagant rooftop restaurant and arranged a candlelit dinner, but you want to eat it. A cruel and mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Are the wildflowers outside just that fragrant? Oh no. This was a direct confrontation. In an instant, Shinzingia's mind reached its limit of overdrive. Admit it. That was absolutely impossible. Admitting it would mean explaining herself right here. Since reasoning was out of the question, she could only resort to unreasonable antics. Biting her lower lip tightly, within 2 seconds her clear eyes were brimming with aggrieved tears. Immediately large drops of tears cascaded down, splattering onto the back of the man's hand. Whoa, you're still being mean to me. Why are you being mean to me? Shen Xingyu suddenly unleashed her pent-up frustration, her small fists haphazardly pounding on Bo Xian's chest. Just as I finished changing, a pervert who looked prettier than any woman stopped me. He insisted on dragging me to the underground garage, claiming he wanted to show me some glowing computer screens. I was terrified and struggled desperately to escape, only to get lost in the pitch-black underground garage. I was so scared I hid behind a pillar and finally managed to find the elevator to come back. While crying, Shen Xingyu buried her face into his chest, feeling wronged. You didn't even come to find me. I thought I would never see you again, and you still suspect me of seeking wildflowers. Who has wildflowers that are prettier than me? You heartless big bad guy. This reversal of accusations was absolutely masterful. Even Bo Xian, who was used to storms, was momentarily stunned by her unreasonable complaints. The atmosphere in the corridor fell into an eerie silence. Shen Xingyu pressed against his chest, her heartbeat drumming, her palms sweaty with nerves. She was taking a gamble, wagering that this heavily obsessive-compulsive living llama would soften because of her tears. As long as he checked the surveillance, she had already used hacking skills to alter all the footage to show Jiangxi's shadow. This black pot was perfectly placed on Jiangxi, that sickly man. However, the anticipated rage or interrogation did not come. Bo Xian simply stood quietly, allowing her to rub her tears and snot on his expensive suit. After a long while, a very faint sigh suddenly came from above. Within that sigh there was not a trace of anger. Instead, it conveyed a kind of chilling indulgence that sent shivers down Shinzingia's spine. Keep spinning your tail, go on, the man said, his low voice laced with a hint of amusement as his large hand gently caressed the back of her head. What else did that pervert do to you? Shen Xingyu was taken aback, nearly forgetting to continue her act of crying. This script was all wrong. Wasn't he supposed to erupt in fury immediately and send someone to tear Jiangxi to shreds? He also said he wanted to take me away. Honey, you have to teach him a lesson for me. She forced herself to continue her performance, fully embracing the essence of a drama queen. Bo Xian chuckled lightly, the sound vibrating through her chest. He suddenly lowered his head, his thin lips precisely capturing her small, tender earlobe. With a hint of punishment, the man unceremoniously bit down hard on that soft flesh. Ouch! Shen Xingyu cried out in pain, instinctively wanting to shrink her neck, but he held her firmly in place. Now you know pain. Next time you lie, at least make it believable. Bo Xian's lips brushed past her ear, his warm breath cascading over her skin. Jiangxi already boarded the plane back to Silicon Valley at 3 this afternoon. How could he stop you in the underground garage? Boom. A thunderous crash struck like a bolt from the blue. Shen Xingyu felt her blood freeze instantly. Jiangxi went abroad. That lunatic was still provoking her with garbled text at the tech summit in the afternoon. How could he suddenly go abroad? She quickly lifted her head, only to meet Bo Xian's deep, abyss-like black eyes. In the faint light of the corridor, where was the slightest hint of anger in those eyes? What lay within was a mocking clarity and a profound delight, as if a hunter was watching its prey struggle in a trap. He knew. He had known all along that she was lying. He was even fully aware of Jiangxi's itinerary. Shinzingia's mind froze in an instant. Since he knew she was deceiving him, why not expose her directly? Why was he still tolerating her unreasonable antics here, even looking at her with that indulgent gaze? A terrifying thought surged wildly in Shinzingia's mind. This man, had he long seen through her act of feigning amnesia? From the initial rainy night collision to the subsequent flaws, he had observed everything. He was not fooled by her. He was merely playing along with her act. Why have you stopped crying? Bo Xian gazed at her dazed expression, the curve of his lips growing increasingly malicious. His long fingers gently stroked her reddened earlobe, his tone unsettlingly soothing. Weren't you just crying sadly? Keep it up, your husband is watching. Oh no. This was a complete disaster. Shen Xingyu felt her scalp tingle. No wonder, no matter how she acted, this living llama unconditionally tolerated her. This was not a blooming iron tree. This was clearly a deeply lovesick late-stage villain. I suddenly feel so hungry, my tears have dried up, and I can't cry anymore. She stammered, trying to find an excuse to slip away from his embrace. Hungry. Just in time. Bo Xian directly picked her up horizontally and strode toward the empty Starry Sky restaurant. Tonight's steak is fresh. Since the wildflowers outside haven't filled their bellies, they can have me instead. He set her down in a dining chair, personally poured a glass of red wine, and pushed it in front of her. Take a sip to calm your nerves, then slowly think about what more exciting stories you can spin later. Shen Xingyu looked at the glass of red wine, as red as blood, her hand trembling slightly around the stem. This was not a dinner invitation, this was clearly a banquet of doom. She swallowed hard, forcing out a smile that was even uglier than crying. Honey, did you already discover that my brain isn't actually broken? Since she had been cornered, continuing to play dumb would only lead to a more difficult end. Bo Xian's hand slicing the steak paused slightly. The silver cutlery traced an elegant arc across the porcelain plate. He lifted his gaze, his deep eyes fixed on her, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Guess, he said. Just those two words shattered Shen Xingyi's psychological defenses. Guess what, you old man? She now felt that this man's scheming was as deep as an abyss. Then, if I really didn't lose my memory, would you still treat me the same way? She cautiously probed, her tone tinged with a hint of uncertainty. Bo Xian set down his cutlery, leaning slightly forward, closing the distance between them with an oppressive intensity. As long as you behave and fulfill your role as my missus, Bo, I will cover for you even if you poke a hole in the sky. His voice was low and husky, exuding an undeniable dominance. But if you dare provoke wild men behind my back. He reached out to grip her chin, his thumb gently caressing her luscious red lips. I will break your legs and chain you to the bed, preventing you from going anywhere. Shen Xingyu shivered violently. This level of possessiveness was 1,000 times scarier than that lunatic Jiang Si. She quickly raised her hands in a surrender gesture, her face full of appeasement. I wouldn't dare. Honey is the coolest and the best. How could the wildflowers outside compare to home? Seeing her instant submission, a genuine smile finally surfaced in Bo Xian's eyes. He released her, pushing the cut steak toward her. Eat up, or once you're full, it'll take you to see a great show tomorrow. Shen Xingyu was taken aback, her mouth stuffed with half a piece of beef, asking incomprehensibly, what great show? Bo Xian raised his wine glass to take a sip, his gaze sharp as a knife. Shen Mingyue will be attending a charity gala tomorrow. Are you ready to make a scene? Smash the venue. Shen Xingyu swallowed the tender, juicy piece of top-grade Wagyu beef, her mind racing. The earlobe he had bitten in the corridor still felt warm. She stared intently at the leisurely man slicing steak before her, countless details frantically connecting in her mind. Starting from that rainy night when she shamelessly clung to him watching her come up with that absurd excuse for a perverted version of Candy Crush, and then to him knowing Jiang Si's flight number by heart. This man clearly saw everything as if he had a cheat code for the entire map. With Bo Xiyuan's suspicious and ruthless personality, if he truly believed she had ulterior motives, he would have thrown her into the sea to feed the sharks. How could he tolerate her hanging on to him like a koala all day, acting spoiled and making a fuss? Not only did he indulge her, but he also waved his hand to buy the Shun Group as a toy for her. The case is solved. This lofty and emotionless prince of the capital deep down is just a heavy romantic. He clearly knows everything, yet he holds back from exposing her. He is purely enjoying the dark pleasure of this little fox, trying to win his affection to save herself. Realizing this, the tension in Shen Xingyi's heart, which had been hanging in her throat, instantly settled back into her stomach. The panic of being targeted by a top predator vanished without a trace. So Bo Xiyuan, you want to play it cool? Since you enjoy this tyrant CEO nurturing an amnesiac little diva act so much, then I shall play along to the end and see who cracks first. Shen Xingyi's eyes sparkled as the feigned panic instantly retracted. She propped her chin with one hand, smiling like a Persian cat that successfully stole a treat, exuding charm. Smash Shen Mingyu's venue. Sure. She deliberately elongated her last syllable and leaned in sweetly. But dear husband, I'm just a weak girl who can't even recite the multiplication table. If they gang up on me, you must be the first to protect me. Bo Xiyuan paused slightly in his action of cutting. His deep gaze fell on her suddenly fearless and confident face. This little liar seemed to have sensed something, and her courage had inexplicably grown. Weak girl? Bo Xiyuan scoffed coldly, elegantly placing the cut beef into his mouth. A weak girl who can throw Bo Jingchuan into a koi pond with a shoulder throw indeed needs special protection. What the hell? He even knows about the shoulder throw. Shen Xingyi's mouth twitched fiercely, but as long as you don't make it clear, I won't admit it. That's because he was too weak, slipping on his own. She raised her wine glass with conviction and drank it all. In any case, I want to wear the most expensive dress and the biggest diamond to smash the venue tomorrow. Bo Xiyuan watched her lively appearance, a trace of deep fondness flashing in his eyes. Assistant Lin has already gone to prepare. He took a napkin to wipe his hands, his tone calm, yet imbued with decisive authority. Tomorrow you can play however you want. If the sky falls, your husband will hold it up for you. With this assurance, Shen Xingyi's heart bloomed with joy. This heavy romantic prince is simply the perfect bulletproof vest in the world. The next evening, in the grand banquet hall of the largest intercontinental hotel in the capital, lights shone brightly and the air was filled with the scent of fine clothing. The annual top charity gala was grandly held here. Anyone who could obtain this invitation was undoubtedly a prominent figure in the capital. The entire venue was extravagantly decorated with the melodious sound of an orchestra echoing through the hall. However, tonight's socialite circle erupted with a huge scandal, because they saw someone who should have been sewing in the police station. Shen Mingyue. She actually appeared at the gala completely unscathed. At this moment, Shen Mingyue was wearing a revealing sequin-covered evening gown. With heavy makeup that concealed the fatigue from the slaps she had received days earlier, she was clingily linked to a middle-aged balding man with an oily face. He was a well-known coal boss in the capital known as Fat Wang, infamous for being a nouveau riche. No one would have expected that Shen Mingyue, abandoned by the Shen family and facing imprisonment, actually managed to bail herself out by selling her body and quickly hooking up with this old and ugly nouveau riche. Oh my god, isn't that Shen Mingyue? How does she still have the face to come to such an event? I heard she spent 3 whole days with Fat Wang to get this invitation. How low can she go? She used to pretend to be the purest socialite in the capital. A few exquisitely dressed young ladies gathered together, pointing fingers without any concealment. Shen Mingyue listened to the surrounding sarcasm, her fingers painted with bright red nail polish digging into her flesh. Humiliation and resentment gnawed at her insides like poisonous snakes. Yet she endured her fury, forcing a defiant smile as she swayed her hips and walked over. Oh, isn't this the sisters of the Zhao and Li families? What are you chatting about? Shen Mingyue deliberately puffed up her impressive chest, showcasing the thick gold necklace around her neck. We're talking about some shameless people who have brought shame to the Shen family. Miss Zhao scoffed coldly. A flicker of resentment flashed in Shen Mingyue's eyes, yet she deliberately raised her voice. Yes, that bitch Shen Xingyu is indeed shameless. We're all in the same circle. You don't really think young Master Bo will marry such a country bumpkin, do you? She covered her mouth with a giggle, her tone filled with malicious jealousy. What status does young Master Bo have? He's just toying with her like a plaything for a moment of novelty. That wild seed doesn't even have a high school diploma. What can she do to establish herself in our circle? Just wait and see, within a month she'll definitely be thrown out of Jingyuan like trash by young Master Bo. The surrounding socialites exchanged glances. Although they looked down upon Shen Mingyue, they had to admit how could the heavy romantic Bo Siyuan truly marry a useless fake heiress? Seeing the expressions of the crowd soften, Shen Mingyue grew increasingly smug. When young Master Bo gets tired of her, I will definitely strip her naked and throw her out on the street, making her wish she were dead. She gritted her teeth, venting her hatred as if she could already see Shen Xingyi's miserable fate. Oh, Wang Zong, look, they're ignoring me. Shen Mingyue turned around, pressing her chest firmly against the arm of the nouveau riche, sweetly acting spoiled. Fat Wang leered as he squeezed her backside, arrogantly puffing out his greasy belly. Don't worry, Mingyue, with your sugar daddy here. Anyone who dares to give you a hard time tonight will be crushed with money. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 heavy, luxurious golden doors of the banquet hall were slowly pushed open from the outside. The once noisy hall was suddenly silenced, as if the mute button had been pressed. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to the figure at the door. Under the spotlight, Bo Siyuan wore a meticulously tailored black suit, looking like a king surveying his territory. And the woman clinging to his arm was so beautiful, she took everyone's breath away. Shen Xingyu was dressed in a top-tier custom-made gown that faded from starry blue to deep indigo. Around her neck was the priceless pink diamond necklace known as Heart of the Ocean. The hem of her dress was embedded with tens of thousands of tiny diamonds, shimmering with every step she took like she was walking through the galaxy. Her face, beautiful enough to topple kingdoms, even without makeup, was now adorned with exquisite cosmetics. Her eyes and brows exuded an aura of unattainable coldness and nobility. That presence utterly overshadowed all the socialites in the hall. Shen Mingyu's previous smugness instantly froze her jealousy, twisting her features. Shen Xingyu held onto Bo Siyuan, her gaze precisely locking onto the greasy nouveau riche. With a slight curl of her red lips, her voice rang clear and pleasant, yet with a strong, penetrating quality that spread throughout the silent hall. Husband, do you smell that? There's a strong stench of sewage. Darling, can you smell that? There's such a strong stench from the sewer. Shen Xingyi's clear voice echoed in the silent hall. Her beautiful eyes shimmering like water swept disdainfully over Shen Mingyue and the rotund Wang Zong. Everyone present gasped in shock. Mrs. Boss' audacity was truly remarkable. Wang the fatty, accustomed to being tyrannical in the coal mining circle, flared up instantly when a little girl publicly, "Where did this yellow-haired girl come from? Dare to insult me in different ways. You damn." He turned around, cursing, with his little eyes squished by fat, glaring fiercely. The rest of his words were stuck like a dead fly in his throat, swallowed back forcefully. He saw Bo Siyuan, the young lord of the capital circle, dressed in a black suit with a gaze cold enough to kill. Bo Siyuan didn't even look at him, simply raised his hand naturally to tuck Shen Xingyi's stray hair behind her ear. It is indeed quite foul. Is it bothering you? The man's deep voice carried a tone of indulgence. Shen Xingyu nestled her face into his chest and mumbled, "It's making me dizzy, I might vomit up the wagyu I just ate." Wang the fatty was now trembling like a leaf. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, soaking through even his Though he was a nouveau riche, he understood what the name Bo Xin represented. That was someone who could ruin him with just— Yet Shen Mingyue, this brainless woman, thought Wang the fatty could back her up. She clung tightly to his arm, gritting her teeth as she pointed at Shen Xingyu. "Mr. Wang, it's her. This little wretch not only stole my thunder, but also dared to insult you in public. Quickly call security to throw her out. Tear that fox's face apart." Shen Mingyu's sharp voice rang out, particularly grating in the hall. Bo Xin finally lifted his eyelids, his abyss-like black eyes coldly sweeping over Wang the fatty. Just that glance made Wang the fatty feel his blood pressure spike to 200. Wang's coal industry. Bo Xian's thin lips parted, his tone flat, without a hint of fluctuation. "It seems like you've made quite a fortune in Shangxi over the years, disregarding the rules of the capital circle." Assistant Lin stepped forward, expressionlessly adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. "Sir, within a minute it would be enough to indefinitely suspend all the mines under Wang's name for rectification." Wang the fatty was so frightened that his soul almost left his body, collapsing to his knees on the polished marble floor. "Please spare me, Master Bo. Please spare me." He crawled forward a couple of steps, pointing frantically at Shen Mingyue to clear his name. "It's all this wretch's doing. I don't even know her. She forced her way into my bed last night." Shen Mingyue was stunned, disbelief written all over her face. "Mr. Wang, what are you saying? I'll damn well kill you, you ominous star." Wang the fatty suddenly jumped up, swung his arm back, and slapped Shen Mingyue hard across the face. Smack! The slap was so forceful that Shen Mingyue was sent flying, crashing heavily beside the champagne tower. Accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, her gaudy sequin dress was completely soaked with alcohol. She looked as pitiful as a drowned rat, her exquisite makeup completely ruined. Wang the fatty ignored her and turned to Bo Xin, bowing crazily. "Master Bo, Mrs. Bo, I was blind and didn't see your greatness. If I'll leave right now, I want dirty your eyes." With that, he rolled and crawled out of the banquet hall like a meatball. The venue fell into dead silence, and those socialites who had mocked Shen Xingyu earlier now all looked pale. They wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide in, fearing they would be held accountable by Master Bo. Shen Mingyue covered her swollen cheek and lay on the ground with her hair in disarray. She glared at the radiant Shen Xingyu, jealousy burning through her reason. "Shen Xingyu, you little wretch. You just got lucky and climbed into Master Bo's bed." Shen Xingyu chuckled softly. She stepped elegantly in her diamond-studded high heels, walking up to Shen Mingyue. Looking down from above at this pile of filth, there was no sympathy in Shen Xingyu's eyes. "Yeah, I just got lucky." Her red lips slightly curled, her voice dropping to a volume only the two of them could hear, malicious to the extreme. "The rotten peach blossom you worked so hard to steal, Bo Jingchuan, is now even less than a dog. He probably can only beg under the overpass or lie dead in an orthopedic hospital." "And what about me?" Shen Xingyu tilted her head, her fingertips absently curling her long hair. "I'm holding the living king of hell who can turn the capital circle upside down. Not only did I steal the living king of hell, but I also used his money to buy out your entire Shen family business. Now your whole family is just homeless social trash. Are you angry? Don't you just want to bite me to death?" Shen Mingyue's eyes widened, her chest heaving violently. The string of reason in her mind snapped with a loud pop. A flood of humiliation and regret intertwined, surging up her throat like a wave. Puff! Shen Mingyue was so furious that she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted amidst the shards of glass. "Oh no, why are you spitting blood? Isn't the cost of faking injuries these days too high?" Shen Xingyu immediately clutched her chest and feigned delicately retreating into Bo Xin's broad embrace. Bo Xin frowned in disgust, not even glancing at the woman on the ground. "Uncle Chen, call security to drag this pile of trash away and use several bottles of disinfectant to clean the floor." Thus a farce came to an end. That night, Shen Xingyu completely solidified her unshakable position as the princess of the capital circle. The latter half of the banquet turned entirely into Shen Xingyu's personal show. Various big shots lined up to toast her. Although Bo Xin blocked most of them for her, she still couldn't resist sneaking a few extra drinks. The top-tier champagne, fragrant with floral notes, was sweet in taste, but had a high alcohol content. By the time they returned to Jingyuan in the midnight, Maybach, Shen Xingyu's cheeks had blossomed with two charming rosy hues. She walked as if floating like a Persian cat treading on clouds. In the bedroom, Bo Xin took off his suit and turned to enter the spacious bathroom to shower. The sound of water splashing covered all external noises. Taking advantage of this perfect opportunity, Shen Xingyu tiptoed out of the master bedroom. She opened the door to the study next door and rummaged through a pile of thick English books to find the hidden mini-computer. No matter how drunk she was, her training as a top hacker demanded she clean up the last trace she left on the dark web last night. The screen lit up, casting a ghostly blue glow on her flushed cheeks. Complex codes began to blur in her dreamy gaze. This lousy champagne. Why is the after effect? She mumbled, her fingers sluggishly tapping on the specialized keyboard. Logging into the exclusive account of Night Owl, she skillfully accessed the ultimate interface for settling dark web tasks. In the upper right corner of the contact list, an account labeled S, a high-level VIP, was flashing. This was the mysterious benefactor who had previously paid a hefty sum for her to patch up the Bow family's firewall. According to professional ethics, she needed to send a safety code command stating task completely sealed, no backdoors left. However, the alcohol had thoroughly eroded her balance, causing her fingers to lose the precision they once had. She squinted, searching for the green send button among the myriad of command boxes. Click. Her index fingers slightly veered. The mouse pointer inadvertently clicked on a custom dynamic emoji shortcut on the side. It was a full-screen special effect emoji she had specifically created to annoy her opponents. The screen flashed instantly. A seductive blowing kiss effect with fiery red lips filled the chat box. By the time Shinzingi's reflexes finally registered the wrong signal, the dark web's rapid transmission progress bar had already counted down to the end. With a soft whoosh. Sent successfully, information will self-destruct after reading. The system emitted a cold, emotionless mechanical prompt. Shinzingi's drunkenness was instantly scared away. She widened her eyes, staring fixedly at the giant red lips that had already flown towards the mysterious benefactor S. Holy shit. Shinzingi's scalp tingled as her 10 fingers frantically hammered the keyboard to input a rescue code. However, once the highest level of encrypted transmission on the dark web was sent, it was like water spilled. Even a deity couldn't save it. What was worse, the account with the code S displayed that the other party was currently online. In other words, this hot kiss had been thoroughly received by the other party. Shun Xingyu despairingly covered her face, feeling as if her lifetime of reputation was about to be ruined in an instant. Withdraw it. You better withdraw it for me quickly. Withdraw it. Hurry up and withdraw. Shun Xingyu desperately hammered the backspace key, the mechanical keyboard clacking under her frantic fingers. However, the encrypted channel of the dark web was cold and merciless. The alluring red-lipped special effect remained steadfastly on the sent successfully interface. With the highest level of self-destruct encryption on the dark web once sent, even the gods could not save her. She anxiously grabbed a handful of her hair, feeling a wave of frustration that made her want to bang her head against the wall. At that moment, a crisp ding-dong notification suddenly came from the master bedroom next door. In the silence of the deep night, this sound felt like a thunderclap, leaving Shun Xingyu both stunned and anxious. She was far too familiar with that special notification sound. It was the secret communication reception tone she had created for her benefactor S back in the day for convenience. No way. Shinzingi's blood ran cold in an instant. An absurd and chilling suspicion exploded in her mind. That mysterious benefactor S, who had lavishly spent millions on her to repair the Bow family's firewall. Could it be that the living embodiment of the wrathful king next door who had just finished showering was him? No way. How could she not have thought that Bo Sien could run his business to such an extent? A top-tier power like him must have a major account on the dark web. The dizziness brought on by alcohol completely vanished in that moment. Shun Xingyu didn't even bother to put on her slippers, her bare, white feet exposed. She dashed out of the study nervously. The door to the master bedroom was slightly ajar, casting a faint yellow glow from the wall lamp. She quietly peeked her head through the gap. There stood Bo Sien in a loose black silk bathrobe, the collar wide open. His strong, sexy chest muscles were partially revealed in the light, radiating a deadly aura of masculinity. He held a glass of ice water in one hand while the other was occupied with a military-grade, encrypted tablet. At that moment, on the tablet screen, a full-screen fiery red lip was provocatively blowing a kiss. The man stared at the kiss effect, his narrow, deep black eyes narrowing slightly. A dangerous smile curled at the corners of his lips. This was it, the moment of exposure was upon her. Shinzingi's heart raced, her survival instincts hitting their peak. She took a deep breath and abruptly pushed open the door. She unleashed her talent for theatrics to the fullest. "Husband," she called out with a soft, sweet voice like a runaway cannonball. Stumbling towards Bo Sien, he had just prepared to cut off the dark web connection when a soft body suddenly collided with him. The warm, fragrant body carrying the scent of champagne instantly filled his embrace. He instinctively reached out to catch her, his brow slightly furrowing. "How much have you drunk?" "Not drunk. I can still drink." Shun Xingyu clambered onto him, her pale arms tightly wrapping around his neck, clinging to him like a koala. To increase her credibility, she intentionally pressed her hot cheeks against his cool neck. A series of random nuzzles followed. "Husband, you smell so good after your shower, I want to take a bite," she murmured, really opening her mouth to gently nibble at his pronounced Adam's apple. Bo Xian's breath, the hidden fire in his eyes ignited. He firmly grasped the girl's delicate waist, pulling her slightly away. The man looked down at her enchanting, shimmering eyes. His gaze was dangerous, feigning drunkenness. His low voice carried a hint of scrutiny. "I'm not feigning." Shen Xingyu pouted, reaching for the tablet in his hand. "What are you watching that's so interesting? I want to see too." Bo Xian did not evade. Instead, he smoothly handed the tablet to her. The massive red lip effect was still playing in a loop on the screen, with a hint of sarcasm and provocation. "Did you see it?" Bo Xian's distinctly defined fingers pinched her charmingly smiling chin, forcing her to gaze at the screen. "This is a sworn enemy on the dark web who just sent this over unexpectedly." He leaned in slightly, his hot breath brushing against Shen Xingyu's ear. "Wife, what do you think it means when someone sends me a kiss?" Shen Xingyu felt her chin tighten painfully. She had already cursed this man's ancestors in her heart. What sworn enemy? That was just a slip of the hand. But on the surface, she blinked her innocent eyes, letting out a burp filled with the scent of alcohol. I don't know what is a sworn enemy. Can it be eaten?" She tilted her head, her face full of naive. "But that lip is so ugly, the lipstick color is too old-fashioned. It doesn't suit my husband's taste at all." Bo Xian stared at her flawlessly executed act. The malicious smile at the corner of his mouth grew more pronounced. He not only did not let go, but instead pushed her back towards the wide floor-to-ceiling window. The cold glass pressed against her back. In front of her was the man's hot, hard chest. The contrast of ice and fire sent shivers down her spine. "It doesn't suit my taste." Bo Xian's gaze shifted from the screen, landing directly on her luscious red. "I think Mrs. Boss lip color is more beautiful." The man's gaze was fiercely aggressive, as if he wanted to devour her whole. "Since my wife doesn't know what this kiss means, why don't I personally teach you?" Danger. Extreme danger. Shen Xingyu's hair stood on end. This man was clearly using this as an opportunity to extract a confession. As long as her current reaction exposed even the slightest hint of clarity associated with being a hacker, she would be completely doomed tonight. She suppressed the impulse to kick him away. Instead, she boldly rose to her tiptoes, actively meeting the man's lips. Her breath was fragrant. "Sure, husband, how do you want to teach me?" Their noses nearly touched. Breaths intertwined in the confined space, sparks flying. Bo Xian's expression darkened, tightening his grip around her waist. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he lowered his head, ready to kiss her fiercely. Just at that critical moment of tension, boom! A flash of pale lightning suddenly streaked across outside the window, followed by a deafening thunder that seemed to tear the sky apart. A torrential downpour fell from the heavens without warning. Large raindrops slammed against the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window, creating a cacophony of noise. The ambiguous atmosphere was ruthlessly shattered by this loud sound. The door to the master bedroom was knocked on urgently from the outside. Sir, something happened." Uncle Chen's anxious voice came through the door, interrupting the deadly intimacy inside. Bo Xian's movements suddenly paused, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He was so close to tearing off this little fox's disguise. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fire within. He released his hold on Shen Xingyu and grabbed a nearby blanket, wrapping her up tightly. "Come in." His face was cold, his voice dark and terrifying. Uncle Chen pushed the door open, not even bothering to wipe the cold sweat off his forehead, anxiously hopping on his feet. "Sir, it's raining too heavily outside." "Young Master Jingchuan. He has come." Shen Xingyu poked her head out from the blanket, coldly laughing in her heart. That scummy ex-husband really was a persistent ghost. Couldn't he find rest, even in an orthopedic hospital? Truly a master at ruining the atmosphere. Bo Xian sat down beside the sofa, his brows tightly knitted together. "What does he want? Are the security guards dead? Just throw him out." "The security guards have come, but they can't drive him away." Uncle Chen looked troubled, rubbing his hands anxiously. "Young Master Jingchuan is leaning on a crutch and refuses to leave. He has directly kneeled in the muddy water outside our Jinyuan gate. He says he knows he was wrong and begs Sir Bo to give him a chance to live. He also said." Uncle Chen paused, his tone becoming a bit stuttered. He cautiously glanced at Shen Xingyu wrapped in the blanket, hesitating to continue. Bo Xian's eyes sharpened, the pressure around him dropping suddenly, and he shouted sternly, "Why are you stammering? Speak." Uncle Chen trembled in fear, quickly spilling out the rest of his words. Young Master Jingchuan was shouting in the rain. He said even if he had to die at the entrance of our Jingyuan struck by lightning, he still had to see the madam. The thunder roared outside, and the pale lightning tore through the night sky, illuminating the eerie atmosphere in the master bedroom. Upon hearing Uncle Chen's report, the expression on Bo Xian's face sank visibly. His handsome face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot, and the surging malice around him nearly froze the air in the room. What is he to dare run wild at Jinyuan? Bo Xian sneered coldly, a cruel, killing intent flashing in his deep gaze. Have the bodyguards break his other leg and throw both him and his crutch into the city moat to feed the turtles. Uncle Chun, standing aside, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, quickly nodded in agreement, and turned to execute the command of the living king of hell. Wrapped in a thin blanket, Shen Xingyu looked utterly speechless. She couldn't help but roll her eyes fiercely in her heart. This ex-husband was not only blind, but also a pure and high-grade idiot. In recent days, Bo Jingchuan had completely lost his reputation in the capital, being kicked around like a football by everyone and suffering greatly. It was likely that he had run out of options, which was why he thought of the original owner's previous submission to him. He actually came to Bo Siyuan's territory to play the pity card. Did he really think she was a scrap collector? Wait. Shen Xingyu suddenly spoke up, standing up from the sofa. She casually grabbed the oversized suit jacket that Bo Siyuan had placed aside and draped it over her thin frame. Husband, throwing him into the city mode is so boring, it will also pollute the environment. She leaned closer to Bo Siyuan, her clear eyes sparkling with unabashed mischief and excitement. Since he loves getting drenched so much, why don't we go to the balcony and watch this good show? Bo Siyuan looked at her quirky appearance, and the killing intent in his eyes oddly dissipated a bit. He reached out to tighten the jacket around her, and naturally wrapped his arm around her waist. It's windy outside. You can only watch for 5 minutes. The tone of the man revealed an indulgence that even he himself was unaware of. The two, surrounded by bodyguards, strolled to the spacious open-air balcony on the second floor. Heavy rain poured down, and the fierce wind whipped the moisture towards them. Shen Xingyu looked down from a height at the grand, intricately designed iron gate of Jingyuan. With the bright streetlight at the entrance, she clearly saw Bo Jingchuan kneeling in the muddy water. The once arrogant young prince of the capital, who needed 8 assistants to pave the way whenever he went out, was now in such a sorry state that he was worse than a stray dog. He leaned on a medical crutch, drenched from head to toe by the rain, as his expensive shirt clung tightly to his body covered in disgusting mud. Rainwater flowed into his eyes through his messy hair, yet he stared fixedly at the direction of the second-floor balcony. When Bo Jingchuan saw Shen Xingyu appearing in Bo Siyuan's coat, his eyes instantly lit up. It was as if a drowning person had grasped the last straw of salvation. He immediately shouted hoarsely, "Xingyu, you're finally willing to come out and see me. I knew you still had feelings for me." As he yelled, Bo Jingchuan excitedly tried to stand up, but his foot slipped, and he fell heavily into the muddy pit, tasting the dirt. But he didn't care about this at all, lying on the ground, continuing to cry and sob bitterly. "Xingyu, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. It was all that bitch Xin Mingwei who seduced me. She blinded my eyes, and I have been reflecting on myself every day these past few days. I carefully recalled every little detail of our past, and it turns out you were the only one who truly cared for me. You are the only one I love the most." Bo Jingchuan cried pitifully, and that affectionate appearance, if it were the original owner, would have probably softened her heart completely. But now Shen Xingyu only felt a churn in her stomach, as if she was about to vomit yesterday's meal. This scumbag had a face thicker than the corner of a city wall. This sight is truly nauseating. Bo Siyuan coldly gazed at the scene below, his large hand shielding Shen Xingyu's eyes, seemingly afraid of dirtying her vision. Not only is he blind, but he also enjoys disgusting people. Shen Xingyu disdainfully brushed off Bo Siyuan's hand and turned to look at the straight-backed bodyguard beside her. "Give me the loudspeaker in your hand." The bodyguard was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Bo Siyuan. Seeing that his master had no objection, he respectfully handed over the powerful loudspeaker. Shen Xingyu held the loudspeaker in one hand, taking a step forward and leaning against the balcony railing. She pressed the switch, turned the volume up to the maximum, and aimed it directly at Bo Jingchuan below. "Bo Jingchuan, are you sick?" The deafening sound of the loudspeaker instantly drowned out the thunder and rain echoing over the entire Jingyuan. Bo Jingchuan below was stunned, his eardrums aching, and he looked up in disbelief. Shen Xingyu, holding the loudspeaker, mercilessly cursed, her crisp voice filled with sarcasm. "Stop putting on a heartfelt performance. When you treated me like a dog before, did you ever think I was the one you loved the most? Now that you are a worthless piece of trash being treated like a drowned dog by everyone in the capital, you suddenly remember how good I was. I see the water in your brain is more than today's rain." Bo Jingchuan's face turned pale from the scolding, his colorless lips trembling violently. He never expected that the once gentle and timid girl would now be so cutting with her words. "Xingyu, you've changed. You weren't like this before." He clutched the iron gate, unwillingly shouting, "You used to be so reluctant to say a harsh word to me. I was blind before, now that I've healed, is that not fine?" Shen Xingyu sneered, raising the loudspeaker and continuing her barrage. "You should take a good look at yourself and your current state. You have no money, no power, and you've lost even the most basic dignity a man should have. Where do you get the confidence to think I would leave my good life to get back together with you, a worthless piece of trash? Hurry up and get lost with your crutch. Don't kneel here and dirty the entrance to our Bo family." The phrase, "our Bo family," greatly pleased Bo Siyuan beside her. The man's previously gloomy expression visibly softened, and the corners of his mouth even curled into a slight arc. However, Bo Jingchuan was deeply hurt by this statement. His teeth clenched as madness and unwillingness surfaced in his eyes. He could not accept this reality. He absolutely did not believe that Shun Xingyu could change her heart so quickly. Intense jealousy and despair completely destroyed his reason, and he suddenly raised his head, pointing at the two on the second-floor balcony, screaming hysterically, "Shun Xingyu, stop deceiving yourself here. Do you think I don't know? You don't love my uncle at all." In the raging storm, Bo Jingchuan's broken voice sounded particularly mournful. "The reason you went through so much trouble to climb into his bed was just to take revenge on me for breaking off the engagement. You deliberately pretended to be delicate to please him. Dare you say you are not using him? The only person you truly care about is me." Boom. Another harsh flash of lightning struck down. These few words were like the most venomous curse in the world, accurately striking the deepest reverse scale in Bo Siyuan's heart. Utilizing him. To take revenge on a scumbag, she had to submit to him. She didn't truly love him. The warmth that had just risen in the man's eyes was suddenly frozen completely in an absolute chill. A terrifying, intense, killing intent erupted around Bo Siyuan, almost palpable. The surrounding rain seemed to freeze at that moment. Even the bodyguards standing a few steps away felt a constriction in their breathing, too frightened to even lift their heads. Shun Xingyu, still holding the loudspeaker, was stunned by Bo Jingchuan's reckless words. This fool. If he wanted to die, that was his choice. Why drag her down with him? She stiffly turned her head. She saw Bo Siyuan slowly turning his face, his abyss-like black eyes staring intensely at her. "Wife." The man's cold fingertips gently caressed her nape, but his tone was as chilling as a hellish demon. "He just said that you are with me only to use me to annoy him." The howling wind whipped the torrential rain, pounding violently against the glass door of the terrace. With a loud bang, Bo Siyang didn't give Shun Xingyu a chance to explain. He forcefully grabbed her wrist and yanked her inside. The heavy glass door was slammed shut with a swift motion. The thunderstorm outside and the grotesque roars of Bo Jingchuan were instantly cut off. In the spacious bedroom, a suffocating silence enveloped the air. Bo Siyang pressed forward step by step, his tall figure shrouded in a horrifying aura. He cornered Shun Xingyu against the cold wall, leaving her nowhere to retreat. "Speak," he commanded, his rough thumb pinching her chin, his deep black eyes filled with terrifying bloodshot. His gaze was ominously fierce, as if he wished to swallow her whole. "Why did you take the initiative to cling to my leg?" Shun Xingyu was forced to tilt her head back, staring at the living embodiment of an enraged king of hell. Her heart raced wildly in her chest. An explanation would be futile. With this man's twisted nature playing along would only make things worse. Since reasoning was off the table, she had to take drastic measures. Shun Xingyu took a deep breath, a glint of ruthless determination flashing in her clear eyes. Instead of retreating, she boldly took a small step forward. She slammed her body into Bo Siyang's. "Hubby, you're hurting me," she pouted, raising her delicate hands to fiercely grip the collar of Bo Siyang's fitted rip, accompanied by the sound of fabric being violently torn. The two precious obsidian buttons flew off, landing on the floor with a crisp sound. Bo Siyang stiffened, a flash of disbelief crossing his deep-set eyes. He never expected that this usually obedient little fox would dare to act against him at this moment. The collar of his shirt hung open, revealing his cold, white, sexy collarbone and the tight, smooth lines of his muscles. Shun Xingyu tiptoed, her hands clutching tightly around his neck. She opened her small mouth and without hesitation sunk her teeth into the prominent, sensual collarbone. Hiss! A sharp pain instantly coursed through her body, and Bo Siyang involuntarily inhaled sharply. But he did not push her away. Instead, he instinctively placed his hand on her lower back. Shun Xingyu was determined. She aimed to crush every bit of doubt in this man's heart. The rich scent of cedar mixed with a faint metallic tang spread in the air. Only after tasting a hint of sweetness in her mouth did she slowly release her bite. A distinctly clear and blood-stained love bite marked Bo Siyang's cold white collarbone. Under the cool-toned light, it appeared both beautiful and frenzied. "Are you a dog?" Bo Siyang looked down at her, his previously ominous gaze quietly shifting. His breathing became gradually heavier. Shun Xingyu completely ignored his words. She grasped Bo Siyang's wrist, and like an angry little chili pulled him towards the floor-to-ceiling window. "Come with me." She pushed open the glass door, and the storm surged back in. Below, Bo Jingchuan was still kneeling in the muddy water, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the second floor. Shun Xingyu yanked at Bo Siyang's already disheveled collar, fully exposing the bloody bite mark under the glaring streetlight. With one hand on her hip, she grabbed a nearby loudspeaker. She unleashed a thunderous outburst towards the figure below. "Bo Jingchuan, open your eyes and see clearly," she shouted. "Even if I'm using him, it's because he's 1,000 times stronger than you." She pointed at the striking mark on Bo Siyang's collarbone, her voice crisp and loud. "Do you see it clearly? This is what I just bit." My husband is wealthy and handsome with a perfect figure 1,000 times better than your rotten meat. So what if I love him to death? You trash aren't even worthy to carry his shoes. This fiercely defiant declaration echoed across the entirety of Jingyuan. Bo Jingchuan below felt as if struck by lightning. He stared fixedly at the glaring bite mark on Bo Xiang's collarbone, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Intense jealousy and the despair of shattered beliefs instantly drained him of all his strength. No, it's impossible. Xingyu, you're lying to me, right? He let out a heart-wrenching laugh, his cane slipping from his grip. He collapsed completely into the filthy, muddy water, as pitiful as a dead dog. Assistant Lin, drag him away. Don't let me see this piece of trash again. Shun Xingyu disgustedly threw away the loudspeaker, commanding with overwhelming authority. The bodyguards outside immediately seized the limp Bo Jingchuan, dragging him away mercilessly. The cries of the scumbag faded into the distance, finally drowned out by the sound of the rain. The world grew quiet. Shun Xingyu let out a long breath, the previous arrogance dissipating significantly. She turned her head, just about to boast to the living embodiment of hell beside her. Hubby, I helped you drive the bad guys away. Before she could finish, an overwhelming force suddenly struck. Bo Xiang seized her wrist, yanking her forcefully. He slammed her hard against the cold floor-to-ceiling glass. With a dull thud, Shun Xingyu felt a bit dazed. She raised her head, meeting Bo Xiang's black eyes now burning with dark flames. The man's tall frame pinned her firmly between the glass and his chest. His long fingers gently grazed the bleeding love bite on his collarbone. His rough fingertips softly caressed the mark. A dangerously seductive smile crept across his lips. 1,000 times better than him. Bo Xiang's deep voice was like a barbed hook tugging at her heart. Shun Xingyu's heart skipped a beat, suddenly realizing she had gone too far in her outburst. I was just acting to provoke him, hubby, don't take it seriously. She chuckled awkwardly, trying to shrink away, but the man pinched her chin, leaving her nowhere to escape. But I took it seriously. Bo Xiang leaned down, his warm, hurried breath brushing against her lips. His voice was extremely husky, exuding an irresistible predatory air. You think you can bite, and then run. Now it's my turn. Before his words fell, his heated, domineering lips came crashing down. This was not the shallow teasing from before, but an aggressively invasive claim. All of Shun Xingyi's gasps were completely swallowed between their lips. Bo Xiang's kiss was like a tempest carrying a sense of punishment. His large hand cradled the back of her head, while the other gripped her slender waist with overwhelming force. It completely melted away all her rationality. The rain outside intensified while the temperature inside soared. A layer of hazy mist gradually enveloped the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. It obscured the enchanting scenery within, marking this night as one destined for wakefulness. The next morning, sunlight pierced through the clouds, scattering across the disarrayed room. Shun Xingyu groggily opened her eyes, feeling as if her entire body had been run over by a heavy truck. Every part ached as if it were about to fall apart, especially her slim waist, which hurt so much that she gasped with every slight movement. She gritted her teeth, glaring at the culprit still fast asleep beside her. His bare chest and shoulders were covered in suspicious red marks and scratches. They were enough to prove just how fierce last night's battle had been. Beast. This man, who appeared to be an abstinent monk, turned into a complete monster when it came to passion. Shun Xingyu supported her almost broken waist, struggling to crawl out of his embrace. She sat on the edge of the bed, reflecting deeply. No more being a salted fish. Being confined in Jingyuan every day, this man's energy had nowhere to vent, and it all fell onto her. She must engage in work to distract this man's energy. Shun Xingyu endured the pain as she walked into the bathroom, looking at the woman in the mirror whose eyes and brows were filled with allure. The cunning and ambition belonging to the night owl reignited in her gaze. She pulled out her spare phone and quickly dialed the dark web hotline for the Serpent. As soon as the call connected, she issued her orders decisively. Register a top-notch talent agency for me. Funding is not an issue. The Serpent paused, puzzled, and asked, Boss, why did you suddenly want to venture into the entertainment circle? Shun Xingyu rubbed her sore waist and let out a cold laugh. I want to create a persona in the entertainment circle to personally crush those seductive bitches who once stepped on. Chapter 29, Starting a Career. Opening a persona to crush those vicious vixens in the entertainment industry. The morning sunlight filtered through the thick blackout curtains, casting a slender beam of light on the carpet. Shun Xingyu rubbed her aching back, gritting her teeth as she glared at the man beside her, still fast asleep. The beast Bo Xiang pretended to be a serene and ascetic bodhisattva, but when it came to indulgence, he was utterly lethal. She cautiously lifted the blanket, and as her toes touched the ground, her legs turned to jelly, nearly causing her to kneel before this living llama. She could no longer afford to languish in idleness. If she continued to be a salted fish, she feared she would lack even the strength to get out of bed. She must embark on a career and redirect this man's abundant energy. Shun Xingyu donned a silk robe and stealthily slipped out of the master bedroom, darting into the study next door. After skillfully locking the door behind her, she opened the hidden microcomputer. Poison Snake, has the company been registered? She put on her headset, her voice kept low. Don't worry, boss. It's all set. Xinguang Entertainment, with a registered capital of 500 million. The legal representative is using a fake overseas identity, having jumped through hundreds of layers of proxies, so they will never uncover your Night Owl's true identity. Poison Snake typed away on the keyboard, his tone filled with excitement. Shun Xingyi's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Using Bo Xiyin to acquire those marginal assets of the Shun Group for some cash to open a persona in the entertainment circle was simply perfect. Great, get me a new identity. From today on, the mysterious investor of Xinguang Entertainment will be known as Goddess. A dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. I want to personally meet those reckless vixens. 3 hours later, in the most bustling area of the CBD in Jing City. The atmosphere in the top-level executive office of Xinguang Entertainment was so tense, it was suffocating. Shun Xingyu wore an imposing black suit, her legs crossed, as she sat back in the grand executive chair. Her face was concealed by oversized black sunglasses and a black mask, leaving only an aura of chilling detachment that warned others to keep their distance. In front of her stood a young girl, Su Cheng, trembling and with tear-stained cheeks. This girl was a newcomer actress who had recently faced severe backlash online, and the culprit behind her plight was none other than Li Anshi, Shun Mingyu's former plastic friend and a rising star. Gee, Goddess, do you really want to sign me? Su Cheng clutched her clothes tightly, as if grasping the last straw for survival. Li Anshi has threatened to blacklist me in the industry, and she's taken all my endorsements. Shun Xingyu casually twirled a customized pin in her hand, scoffing coldly. Blacklist? What does she think she is, daring to mention blacklisting in front of me? She tossed an glass top-tier artist contract onto the table. Sign it. Whatever Li Anshi took from you, I will make her pay it back with interest today. Su Cheng was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face as she hastily signed her name. Just as her pen touched the paper, the office door was violently pushed open with a loud bang. Li Anshi strutted in, wearing towering heels, flanked by several menacing bodyguards, her arrogance palpable. I was wondering who was so blind as to sign this tainted garbage newcomer. Li Anshi rolled her eyes dramatically, dismissively, sizing up Shun Xingyu, who sat behind the desk. You are the owner of Xinguang Entertainment. What kind of charade is this, wearing sunglasses? I warn you, Su Cheng has offended me, and you must terminate her contract immediately. Otherwise, I will ensure Xinguang goes bankrupt by tomorrow. Shun Xingyu didn't even shift in her chair, coldly eyeing the clueless fool through her sunglasses. When she was in the Shun family, Li Anshi had often helped Shun Mingyue spread rumors about her. Since Li Anshi had now walked into her line of fire, both old and new grievances would be settled together. Make me bankrupt. Such a grandiose claim. Shun Xingyu casually picked up a document from the table and slammed it down at Li Anshi's feet. Open your eyes and see whose script that is. Li Anshi frowned and looked down, her face changing dramatically. It was the class period drama Chang Guxing that she was supposed to sign for that afternoon. Why you? How did you get the script? This role was personally reserved for me by director Wang. Li Anshi shouted, frantically stomping forward in her high heels to point at Shun Xingyu, cursing. How dare you intercept my opportunity? What if I intercept it? Shun Xingyu slowly stood up, her strong aura instantly pressing Li Anshi back. Not only did I intercept your lead role, but I will also be giving it to Su Cheng as a welcome gift. The entire investment for director Wang's drama is only 300 million, and I just threw in 500 million with only one condition. Replace you, the barking mad dog. Li Anshi trembled with rage, her carefully manicured nails nearly breaking. You dare? I am the queen of Tianyu Media. I have capital backing me. Capital? Shun Xingyu laughed as if hearing the biggest joke. She snapped her fingers, and Poison Snake, who had been pretending to be her assistant, immediately stepped forward, handing her a high-end tablet. On the screen, there was an overwhelming amount of evidence showing Li Anshi's tax evasion and her underhanded rise to power. There were even transfer records of her secretly hiring internet trolls to attack other artists and fabricating accounts. With Shun Xingyi's Night Owl skills, it wouldn't take half a minute to expose the dirty secrets of an entertainment industry performer. After seeing the content on the screen, Li Anshi's legs turned to jelly, and she collapsed to the ground. Why you? Who are you? How do you have these things? She looked at the mysterious woman in front of her in terror, as if gazing at a devil. You don't deserve to know who I am. Shun Xingyu disdainfully kicked Li Anshi's annoying high heels away, her voice icy to the core. Now get back to Tianyu, immediately issue a termination statement, and announce your retirement from the industry. Otherwise, I guarantee that by tomorrow morning the entire internet will witness your spectacular performance, sending you straight to the sewing machine. Li Anshi completely broke down, the earlier arrogance completely vanished. She scrambled out of the office with her bodyguards trailing behind in fear. The entire world fell silent in an instant. Su Chung stood to the side stunned. This thunderous display of power, this disregard for money. Goddess, you are amazing. My life from now on belongs to you. Go prepare to join the crew and don't embarrass me. Shun Xingyu waved her hand, returning to her grand chair. After sending Su Chung away, she stretched lazily, casually removing the stifling mask and sunglasses. Engaging in business and tormenting scum was indeed 1,000 times more exhilarating than pretending to be foolish in front of a living llama. She took a sip of the coffee on her desk, feeling good as she flipped through the final version's class production contract for Changguxing. Once this drama aired, Xinguang Entertainment would firmly establish its foothold in Jing City. As she contemplated her next business move, preparing to file the signed documents, a faint sense of unease settled. As the top hacker ranked first in the dark web, she possessed an unnaturally keen intuition for any subtle changes in the electronic devices around her. Shun Xingyi's gaze slowly descended, locking onto the highest encrypted computer monitor on her desk. The firewall of that computer was fortified with military-grade defenses that she had personally reinforced. However, at this moment, the indicator light of the high-definition camera, which should have been in a state of physical sleep, unexpectedly flickered to life with an eerie green glow. The green light indicated that the camera was being forcibly activated remotely and was transmitting footage in real time. Shin Xingyi's blood ran cold and her heart tightened painfully. Someone had breached her private network. Her mind raced as she realized that during the brief moments she had removed her mask and sunglasses, it had been enough for the intruder to capture her unmasked high-definition facial features. Who? In this world, there were no more than 3 individuals capable of penetrating the Night Owl defenses without her noticing. Ding! The computer screen abruptly went black. Then in the center of the dark screen, a familiar blood-dripping red smiley face slowly appeared. Shun Xingyu stared at the eerie smiley face, her back drenched in cold sweat, a wave of dangerous chills surging through her. It was Jiang Si. That sickly manic dog not only found her here, but his incredible tracking and counter-intrusion skills indicated that he had likely infiltrated the monitoring system of Boss Residence without a sound. The eerie green indicator light resembled a demon's eye, poisoned and fixedly staring at her above the pitch-black screen. In the center of the screen, the blood-dripping red smiling face symbol was crazily twisting and enlarging. Jiang Si. Shun Xingyu felt the cold sweat on her back instantly soak her shirt, even making her scalp. This relentless, sickly, and deranged dog not only infiltrated Xinguang Entertainment, but also silently breached her physical network. Boss, something's wrong. A heart-wrenching, distorted roar suddenly came from the earpiece. There's a domineering, unknown data stream, forcefully reversing your facial feature code. Cut off the power. What the hell? The words, cut the power, do not exist in my dictionary. Shun Xingyu's gaze instantly turned icy, and the arrogance and killing intent belonging to the Night Owl erupted completely. She ripped off the obstructive earpiece, her hands striking the specially made mechanical keyboard like phantoms. A dense cascade of anti-tracking codes instantly flashed a deep blue on the black screen. The opponent's method of invasion was reckless, completely a suicide attack. But who was Shun Xingyu? She was the top hacker reigning on the dark web for years. Want to see my face? Then let's see if you're worthy of it. She sneered, coldly pressed the enter key, and a virtual image with a powerful lure instantly rebounded back. At the moment when the 2 top-tier data streams collided violently in the cloud, Shun Xingyi's pupils suddenly constricted. She inhaled sharply. Because on the radar map of the reverse tracking besides the node of Xinguang Entertainment, a familiar red suddenly lit up. That coordinate was Jingyuan. Jiang Si. This complete madman had quietly hacked into part of the peripheral surveillance of the Bo family's Jingyuan. Not only did he want to see what she looked like now, but he was also peeping at her daily life beside Bo Siyuan. Ding ding. A chilling electric sound echoed from the computer speakers, and a pop-up domineeringly occupied the screen. Sister, you look really good in your professional outfit. A line of scarlet text jumped onto the screen, oozing suffocating obsession. I've saved every frame of your side profile when you took off the mask. Each one is so beautiful it makes me tremble. I want to lock you up using the strongest chains so only I can see you. Looking at these extremely pathological words, Shun Xingyu was so angry that she nearly ground her back teeth to dust. Lock her up. Only let him see. You little bastard, you must be tired of living. Shun Xingyu directly cut off the connection with the snake, a surge of rage boiling in her eyes. Daring to peep at the Bo family's surveillance, if Bo Siyuan, that living hell, discovered any clues, the disguise she had worked hard to wear would be completely ruined. She had to completely cripple this barking mad dog before Bo Siyuan noticed. Shun Xingyu accessed the system's lower levels and directly dragged out a top-tier virus package codenamed Meat Grinder from the Night Owl's exclusive armory. Once this virus is implanted, it can directly burn the opponent's physical hardware through the network. You like watching, right? Today, sister will let you see to your heart's content. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, moving so fast that only a continuous crisp tapping sound could be heard. Boom. The virus package was disguised as a highly tempting facial unlock code and forcefully pushed back through Jiang's invasion channel. The red smiley face on the screen instantly froze. Just 3 seconds later, the entire smiley icon collapsed and shattered pathetically like melted wax on the screen. If you dare hack into Jinjuan's surveillance again, next time, what burns won't be your server, but your brain. Shun Xingyu quickly typed out a warning and unhesitatingly pressed the physical disconnection button. The green camera indicator light finally extinguished. The entire office returned to a deathly silence as Shun Xingyu heavily leaned back against her chair, exhaling a long breath. Meanwhile, in the top-level machine room of K.O. Technology on the other side of the city. Bang! A dull explosion sounded, and the super server worth tens of millions directly emitted billowing black smoke from its casing. The acrid smell of burning quickly filled the entire room, and the alarm blared wildly. President Jiang. Not good. Our main server has suffered a devastating backlash. The motherboard has burned through. The technical supervisor rushed in, pale with fright, reporting in a panic. In the darkness, Jiang Si sat in a swivel chair, wearing a loose white hoodie. He showed no sign of rage. Instead, he looked at the smoking server and let out a low, chilling laugh. I've been bitten. He extended his tongue, grotesquely licking his dry lips, the madness in his eyes nearly over. Sister's temper is still so explosive. How cute. This feral cat with claws bared. I really want to have her more. He casually tossed the keyboard, which had been burned into scrap metal, onto the floor, stood up, and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Clear my schedule for tomorrow's strategic meeting of the Bo Group. Looking out at the vibrant night scene of the city, Jiang Si's gaze was as dark as a deep abyss. Since I can't see her online, I'll personally visit Bo Siyuan's territory to snatch her. The next morning, the sunlight in Jingyuan was just right. Shun Xingyu had long since thrown the fright of last night behind her. She was now once again that soft and clingy little waist who couldn't even memorize her multiplication tables. Honey, your tie is crooked, let me fix it. She patted barefoot on the thick carpet, hanging onto the already suited Bo Siyuan like a koala. Bo Siyuan naturally supported her with one hand, allowing her restless little hands to meddle with his chest. Stop messing around. The man's low, hoarse voice carried a hint of barely perceptible indulgence. He looked down at her clear and innocent eyes, but a fleeting secret wave from last night's security system flashed through his mind. Although it was just a flicker, the living hell's intuition told him that someone had tampered with Jingyuan's network last night. At this moment, the culprit was nestled in his arms, smiling like a carefree fool. Today, there's a top-tier AI security collaboration to discuss. You're coming with me. Bo Siyuan pinched her cheek, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Shin Xingyi's heart jolted, but her face immediately pouted. It's so boring to go to the company. Honey, you're going to a meeting, no one will play with me. If I don't take you with me, I'm afraid you'll turn around and poke a hole in the sky. Bo Siyuan snorted coldly, directly stuffing her into the back seat of the Maybach. At 10 in the morning, at the headquarters of the Bo Group. In the top-level president's office, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee wafted through the air. Shun Xingyu nestled in the spacious leather sofa, holding a tablet, boredly scrolling through gossip news. Bo Siyuan sat behind the large desk, lowering his head to review documents, his long fingers occasionally flipping through the pages. The serene picture of peaceful times was soon disrupted by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Assistant Lin pushed the door open and walked in with a somewhat strange expression. Sir Bo, the people from K.O. Technology have arrived. Bo Siyuan did not even raise his head, coldly saying, let them wait in conference room 1. But Assistant Lin swallowed nervously, a layer of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. But Mr. Jiang from K.O. Technology said he prepared a special security gift that must be personally demonstrated to you in this office. Hearing the name Mr. Jiang, Shun Xingyi's fingers scrolling the tablet suddenly froze. Jiang Si. This little bastard had just burned her server last night and dared to jump around in the living hell's den today. Truly a toad jumping off a cliff, seeking death. Bo Siyuan's pen paused in his hand, layers of chilling frost instantly accumulating in his deep gaze. Jiang Si was the first to dare to make such unreasonable demands in front of him. Bo Siyuan. Let him come in. I want to see what kind of grand gift he has prepared. The door was pushed open. Jiang Si entered the office dressed in an eye-catching white high-end casual suit, hands in his pockets, striding into this office, symbolizing the highest power in the city. He still wore that harmless, even somewhat demonic smile on his face. But his peach blossom eyes, seemingly smiling, yet not directly, bypassed Bo Siyuan the moment he entered. He greedily locked on to Shun Xingyu, who was nestled on the sofa. The possessiveness and pathological excitement in his gaze were utterly unmasked. Shun Xingyu felt her scalp tingle under his gaze, wishing she could grab the ashtray on the table and smash his obnoxious face. But she was now a soft little spoiled brat, so she could only shrink into the corner of the sofa, pretending to be timid and scared. Bang! With a muffled sound, Bo Siyuan slammed his solid gold pen onto the table. The temperature in the entire office instantly dropped below freezing. The living hell slowly stood up, his tall and straight figure exuding a terrifying pressure that crushed everything. Jiangxi, if you don't want your eyes anymore, I don't mind helping you dig them out. The man's voice was deep and sinister, each word laced with a murderous intent that could seal blood. Facing Bo Siyuan's death threat, Jiangxi not only did not shrink back, but instead arrogantly chuckled. He fearlessly met Bo Siyuan's gaze, which seemed capable of devouring a person. It wasn't as good-looking as the black professional outfit I saw last night in the video. Boom. This sentence detonated like a heavyweight bomb, directly exploding in the president's office. Shun Xingyi's mind went blank in an instant. Crazy. This guy is a complete lunatic. He actually dared to directly reveal last night's surveillance incident in front of Bo Siyuan. Bo Siyuan's expression instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot, his surrounding rage nearly solidifying into substance. He strode around the desk and pulled Shun Xingyu into his embrace, protecting her fiercely. The living hell coldly stared at the madman before him, his thin lips slightly parted. What did you just say? Where did you see her? Where did you say you saw her? Bo Siyuan's voice dropped to an icy depth, each word a blade of frost squeezed through clenched teeth. He gripped Shun Xingyi's waist fiercely, veins bulging on the back of his hand, an overwhelming pressure instantly engulfing the entire CEO's office. Facing this suffocating killing intent, Jiangxi not only refused to retreat, but casually sat down on the genuine leather sofa opposite. He even crossed his legs, his posture exuding extreme laziness. Why is Mr. Bo so tense? I merely happened to appreciate a beautiful surveillance recording online last night. Jiangxi looked at Shun Xingyu with a half-smile, a morbid excitement flickering in his peach blossom eyes. Sister, that black suit you wore yesterday really accentuated your figure. Especially the way you typed on the keyboard, it drove me wild. Bang! Shun Xingyi's mind went blank, a shiver running down her spine. This little bastard truly had no fear of death. He dared to openly provoke the Demon King on his own turf. The temperature around Bo Siyuan plummeted again. Surveillance recording. His dark eyes narrowed dangerously, his gaze sharply turning to the person in his arms. You were wearing a professional outfit typing on a keyboard last night. Shun Xingyi's mind screamed, but her face instantly morphed into a dazed, innocent expression. She abruptly broke free from Bo Siyuan's embrace, clumsily grabbing a financial magazine from the coffee table and holding it up to shield her face. What recording? I don't know. I don't understand anything. She deliberately pitched her voice to be sweet and fragile with a touch of feigned trembling. Honey, who is this strange brother? Why does he call me sister? I don't have such a young brother. Through the gap at the edge of the magazine, Shun Xingyu glared intently at Jiangxi. Her eyes were full of warning. If you dare say one more word, it'll blow up your ancestral grave tonight. Jiangxi, however, seemed oblivious to her warning, the smile on his lips deepening. Sister, are you turning your back on me so soon? Didn't we have a lot of fun last night? He deliberately lowered his voice, his tone suggestive. That little gift you gave me burned right through my main server. How do you want to settle this score? Virus pack. This madman even dared to bring that up. Shun Xingyu was about to go insane. Bo Siyuan's cold, sharp gaze swept back and forth between them, the violent aura nearly tearing the roof off the CEO's office. Jiangxi, you're asking for death. The Demon King was thoroughly enraged. He turned abruptly and strode towards Jiangxi. When did my woman become someone you could trifle with? Do you think this is a place for you to run wild? Just as the $2 billion moguls were about to come to blows in the office, Shun Xingyu, terrified, quickly pressed the magazine back over her face, activating her highest level of playing blind and feigning death. She saw nothing. She heard nothing. Sister, Mr. Bo has such a bad temper. You must suffer a lot being with him, right? Jiangxi not only didn't back down, but continued to fan the flames. Why not come with me? My K. Oh, Tech might not be as big as Boss Group, but at least I'm not as fierce as he is. Besides, we have so many secret codes between us, don't we? Shun Xingyi's hands holding the magazine were trembling violently. Secret codes, my ass. That was the defense code I used to intercept you. Bo Siyuan stopped, turned around, and looked down at the trembling ostrich holding up the magazine. Shun Xingyu, put that magazine down. The man's voice was cold as a poisoned arrow dipped in frost. You'd better explain clearly. What secret codes? What were you hiding from me last night? Shun Xingyu wanted to cry, but had no tears. Not only did she not put the magazine down, but she shrank even further into the corner of the sofa. I didn't do anything. She began to be deliberately obtuse, desperately trying to change the subject. Honey, I'm hungry. My stomach is so empty. She covered her flat stomach and began to whine pitifully. I only had a little bit to eat this morning. It's almost noon now and my stomach is growling. The veins on Bo Xian's forehead throbbed violently. He snatched the magazine away from her face, about to explode with anger, but suddenly froze. This foolish woman was actually holding the all-English financial magazine upside down. She had been holding an inverted magazine, pretending to read it for so long. "You're holding the magazine upside down." Bo Xian gritted his teeth, so angry he laughed. Is it a?" Shen Xingyu put on a dazed and adorable expression, as if waking from a dream, and quickly turned the magazine right side up. She continued to look at him pitifully. "Honey, I'm really hungry. You said yesterday you'd hold up the sky for me, and now you won't even let me eat." This tactic of retreating to advance and being deliberately obtuse was perfected by her. Jiangxi sat opposite, watching Shen Xingyu's Oscar-worthy performance, the morbid fanaticism in his eyes intensifying. How interesting. The decisive top hacker in the dark web, yet in reality a delicate little drama queen with exquisite acting skills. This woman, he wanted her more and more. "Sister is hungry. Perfect timing. I know a nice Michelin restaurant nearby. How about I treat you?" Jiangxi spoke again, utterly oblivious to the danger. "Get lost." Bo Xian completely lost his temper. He spun around, grabbed the crystal ashtray from the table, and smashed it violently on the floor at Jiangxi's feet. Bang! The sound of shattering crystal was deafening, fragments flying in all directions. "Jiangxi, I don't care what random video you watched on some shoddy website last night." The murderous aura around Bo Xian was about to solidify, his eyes bloodshot. "If you dare look at my wife one more time or call her sister again, I'll have you carried out of Jing City horizontally." The atmosphere was stretched to its limit, the air in the entire office seeming to stop flowing. Just a second before Bo Xian was about to completely flip the table and erupt. The door to the CEO's office was suddenly pushed open from the outside in a panic. Assistant Lin rushed in, sweating profusely, barely able to catch his breath. Mr. Bo, something terrible." He was carrying a huge pile of pink envelopes, so many that a few dropped onto the carpet. Bo Xian's pent-up fury was looking for an outlet. He swept a cold glance over. "What's the rush? Get out and knock again." Assistant Lin's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to his knees. Clutching the pile of pink envelopes reeking of cheap perfume, he braced himself and stammered out his report. "Sir, these are all love letters sent by the young masters of the capital, delivered for the madam." The air fell into a deathly silence once more. Shen Xingyu sat on the sofa staring at that pile of pink bombs, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. "Save me." As if this love battlefield wasn't chaotic enough. Jiangxi clicked his tongue softly, his peach blossom eyes full of mockery. "It seems sister's charm is truly irresistible. Even love letters are piling up like a mountain." Bo Xian stared fixedly at the pile of pink envelopes, his complexion beyond dark. "What did you say? What did you just say these are?" The voice of Bo Xiang was as cold as 1,000-year-old ice, each word striking down on Lin's head like a hammer. The air in the entire CEO's office froze in that moment. Assistant Lin swallowed hard, his legs trembling like leaves in an autumn breeze. The pile of pink envelopes in his arms emitted a nauseating stench of cheap perfume, nearly suffocating him. "Sir, these were sent by the sons of several prominent families in the capital." Assistant Lin braced himself, his voice barely above a whisper, like a mosquito's hum. "They're all love letters for the madam." "Love letters." Jiangxi, sitting opposite, suddenly chuckled, his peach blossom eyes glinting with mockery as he awaited the unfolding drama. He provocatively met Bo Xiang's murderous gaze, leisurely fanning the flames. "It seems that the prince's intimidation isn't as effective as one would think. Others are openly undermining you right at your desk." Boom. This statement was like throwing a bomb into the thunderous zone of the living Yama. A surge of destructive, killing intent erupted in Bo Xiang's deep black eyes. In the corner of the sofa, Shen Xingyu wished she could find a hole to hide in. This was a life-or-death situation. Did these blind young masters have water in their brains? Just yesterday, she had publicly humiliated the Shun family at the charity gala. Her celestial beauty and fierce defense of her husband had indeed stunned the entire audience. But did they not consider the location when sending love letters? This was the lair of the living Yama. Were they trying to force Bo Xiang to chop her into pieces to feed the dogs? "Hubby." Shen Xingyu decisively threw down the financial magazine in her hands. Barefooted, she pounced. She tightly embraced Bo Xiang's strong waist, tilting her innocent little face up, her eyes reddening. "What are these colorful pieces of paper? They smell so bad it's making me nauseous." As she spoke, she pinched her nose in disgust, as if the pile of love letters was some indescribable trash. Bo Xiang looked down at her adorably, trying to distance herself from the situation. The violence in his eyes slightly paused. His long fingers clasped her delicate waist, holding her firmly in his embrace. "Assistant Lin, take this garbage to the shredder and turn it to dust." The man's tone was so cold it sent chills down one's spine. "Find out who sent these, not one shall escape." Assistant Lin felt as if he had been granted a pardon. Clutching the pile of pink bombs, he turned to run outside. However, before he could reach the door, a buzzing noise suddenly filled the air from the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. It sounded as if a swarm of hornets was approaching the top of the Bow Corporation. The three people in the room turned their heads simultaneously. Over 100 expensive heavy-duty drones were hovering outside the 88th floor windows. Below the drones, a long, giant pink banner was arrogantly displayed. In flashy fluorescent letters it read, "Fairy Xingyu Young Master Qin loves you for 10,000 years. Kick Bo Xiang and come live off me." Whoa! Shen Xingyi's vision went dark, nearly fainting on the spot. Young Master Qin, the one known as the #1 playboy in the capital who changes women more often than he changes clothes, super second-generation Qin. This bastard, usually lacking in brains, actually dared to run outside Bo Xiang's window to unfurl a banner confessing his love. He must want to die, and don't drag me down with you. Shen Xingyu looked at the glaring fluorescent letters outside, embarrassed, her toes digging into the luxurious carpet. Forget about a 3-bedroom apartment. At this moment, she could dig out a forbidden city. The temperature in the entire CEO's office plummeted to absolute zero. A pungent odor of gunpowder filled the air. Bo Xiang's impeccably handsome face was now so dark it seemed as if ink could drip from it. He fixed his gaze on the fluttering pink banner outside, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Good, very good. Bo Xiang's fury turned into a chilling smile, his sinister laughter echoing, as if it came from the depths of hell, radiating a spine-chilling, killing intent. Is the Qin family asking for a death wish? Shen Xingyu was so scared, she shivered, desperately burrowing into Bo Xiang's arms. Hubby, that flying thing outside is so scary. The words on it are hideous. She clung tightly to his arm, frantically expressing her innocence. I don't even know who young Master Qin is. Is he insane? Now is not the time to play dumb. I absolutely cannot let this anger burn onto myself. Jiangxi, sitting on the sofa, watched this scene with great amusement. He casually picked up an apple from the table, tossing it into the air and catching it effortlessly. His peach blossom eyes sparkled with a chaotic excitement. He enjoyed watching Bo Xiang's frustrated expression, as if he wanted to kill, but couldn't. Sister's charm is truly irresistible. Jiangxi licked his lips, his tone ambiguous. Not only did it mesmerize me, but even the #1 young master in the capital is lining up to confess his love. Of course, with a sister as beautiful as you, who wouldn't want to keep you at home and shower you with love? This was a prime example of adding fuel to the fire. Shen Xingyu cursed Jiangxi's ancestors 100 times in her heart. Shut up, you sickly brat. Do you want me to die faster? She nervously swallowed, secretly glancing up to observe Bo Xiang's reaction. The man ignored Jiangxi's provocations, slowly loosening his hold on Shen Xingyi's waist. Bo Xiang turned and walked to the large redwood desk, casually picking up a custom-made Parker pen made of pure gold. His deep black eyes locked onto the glaring pink banner outside through the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, several drones even deliberately flew up and down in front of the glass, provocatively shaking that message, "Kick Bo Xiang." This blatant act of slapping someone in the face was unprecedented in the entire capital. The CEO's office fell into a deathly silence. All that could be heard was the buzzing of the drone's propellers outside, like a swarm of reckless mosquitoes. Bo Xiang stood expressionlessly at the desk, his defined fingers playing with the pen. Suddenly, with a crack, a crisp and startling sound of breaking echoed through the silent office. That custom pen, worth 7 figures, was shockingly snapped in half by Bo Xiang with one hand. The sharp metal edge pierced his palm, a drop of crimson blood slowly trickling down his cold white hand. It dripped onto the jet-black desk surface, stunning to behold. Shen Xingyu gasped in shock, instinctively wanting to rush over to check his hand. "Hubby, your hand. Stand still." Bo Xiang didn't even turn his head, coldly uttering 4 words, his voice hoarse and terrifying. He casually tossed the 2 broken pieces of scrap metal into the trash, grabbed a paper towel nearby, and slowly wiped the blood from his hand. In his deep eyes there was no longer any trace of human emotion. Only the purest, most primal desire for destruction remained. The ultimate rage of the Asian Vinegar King was ignited at this moment. Jiangxi watched Bo Xiang's bleeding hand, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening. "Oh dear, how careless of you, Master Bo. If you can't even control your emotions, how will you protect your sister?" He stood up, dusting off non-existent specks of dust from his white suit, preparing to continue provoking this rampaging lion. Bo Xiang finally slowly turned around. His bloodshot gaze swept lightly over Jiangxi, then precisely landed on the terrified assistant Lin at the door. The voice of the living Yama was as flat as could be, yet it felt like a death sentence for the entire capital circle. "Assistant Lin." "Yai, sir." Assistant Lin's legs weakened, barely managing to support himself against the door frame. "In 10 minutes. Bo Xiang casually picked up the intercom on the desk, his gaze cruel enough to make one shudder. "I want all the financial ties of the Qin family to collapse completely." Assistant Lin trembled all over, his face instantly pale. The Qin family was one of the oldest, prestigious families in the capital. This meant that Master Bo was about to initiate a full-scale business war in the capital. Additionally, notify all families that have partnerships with the Bo Corporation. Bo Xiang's pitch-black eyes swept towards Jiang Si, adding each word deliberately. Today, anyone who dares to step out of their door will be buried alongside young Master Qin. Shen Xingyu watched his blood-dripping right hand, her heart tightening, as if it had been violently gripped. She knew that this man had truly gone mad. Jealousy had completely obliterated all of the desires of this stoic monk. Jiang Si's smile finally faded as he narrowed his peach blossom eyes, coldly staring at Bo Xiang. Bo Xiang, do you really think you can control everything? The living Yama tossed the bloodied tissue aside, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips, as he softly replied, "You are welcome to try. You may certainly give it a try." The 5 light words from Bo Xiang hung like the sword of Damocles over an abyss, exuding an arrogance capable of crushing everything. Jiang Si's smile froze completely as he saw the reckless desire for destruction reflected in those dark eyes. A madman, this man dared to sever the economic lifeline of the capital circle for a woman. Bo Xiang did not spare him another glance, pressing down on the highest authority red communication button on the desk with his blood-stained long fingers. Risk Control Department, initiate this level strangulation plan. The voice of the living Yama was steady and devoid of any fluctuation, yet it sent cold sweat pouring down Lin's assistant standing beside him. Stop all 3 core heavy industrial projects of the Qin Group overseas and notify the major short-selling institutions on Wall Street that I want the Qin family's stock to plummet within 10 minutes. The person on the other end of the phone didn't even dare to ask a question, only responding with a loud understood. Immediately, Bo Xiang's cold and fierce gaze swept over the pile of pink love letters crumpled into waste paper. The bloodstains on his fingertips left a horrifying mark on the solid wood desk. Who delivered the message just now? Lin's assistant's legs trembled as he frantically flipped through his notes, his voice shaking like leaves in an autumn wind. Reporting to Master Bo, besides young Master Qin, there's also the youngest son of the Zhao family in the southern city and the second young master of the Sun shipping giant. Bo Xiang interrupted him ruthlessly, his tone as cold as ice. Immediately cut off all financial transactions between the Bo family and their families. Notify the 4 major banks in the capital city to freeze all loan limits for these families. Lin's assistant gasped, realizing that this was going to force half of the aristocracy in the capital into a dead end. Master Bo, this involves too many parties, the board might. Whoever has an opinion, let them come see me. Bo Xiang violently tore off his tie, the violent killing intent halting the flow of air in the entire CEO's office. He wanted the entire capital circle to see clearly that whoever dared to covet Bo Xiang's woman would face death. Shen Xingyu nestled in the corner of the sofa, watching this billionaire tycoon who was willing to go on a killing spree for her. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Oh my, how thrilling. In the dark web, she would black out networks for a small disagreement, but now with the living Yama, he would directly annihilate the opponent's entire family from a physical standpoint. Jiang Si's expression had darkened to the extreme as he fixed his gaze on Shen Xingyu, ultimately letting out a cold laugh. Sister, you've truly found a good backing. However, this game has just begun. With that harsh remark, Jiang Si turned and strode out of the CEO's office, knowing that staying longer would yield him no advantage. As soon as Jiang Si left, the business world of the capital had already been engulfed in an unprecedented earthquake of magnitude 12. Within less than an hour, the sound of earth-shattering cries echoed from the Qin family's villa. The head of the Qin family stared at his stock account, which had instantly evaporated hundreds of billions in value, nearly suffering a heart attack on the spot. Soon after, he received a call from the bank demanding to withdraw loans, causing him to feel faint. You little bastard. Which deity have you offended outside? The head of the Qin family brandished a golf club, mercilessly swinging it at the clueless Qin Fun. Young Master Qin was beaten to a pulp, howling in agony. Dad, stop. I just hired a drone to confess to a little internet celebrity. Confess to your mother. That is Bo Xiang's woman. The head of the Qin family shook with rage, striking hard at young Master Qin's knee, the crisp sound of bone cracking echoing through the hall. Today I'm going to break your dog legs, so you won't ruin the entire Qin family. A similarly tragic scene unfolded in the villas of various aristocratic families in the capital. Those young rascals who usually swaggered around were now being beaten like dogs by their own fathers in the living room. Old Master Zhao even drew his self-defense shotgun, pointing it at his son's head while shouting curses. From today onwards, if anyone dares to step out of the door, I will pretend I never had this son. The second-generation circle of the entire capital exploded. Those usually arrogant young masters were now crying out for help in the group named Capital Supercar Club. My dad smashed my Porsche and said he would send me to Africa to mine. What's that? I just made a comment in the group and my grandfather said he would break my 3 legs. So what kind of celestial being is Madame Bo? We haven't even met her, and we are already facing extermination by Master Bo. The group was filled with lamentations. Who would have thought that just an unmailed love letter would provoke such a terrifying dimension reduction attack from the living Yama? At this moment, the heads of various families were also in a state of panic. Bo Xian's fury had directly seized their economic lifeline. Within 3 days, they would all end up sleeping on the streets. No, we can't just sit here and wait for death. The head of the Qin family clutched his pounding heart, pacing back and forth in the study, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. Master Bo is now bewitched by that vixen. If we go find him to plead, it will definitely be a death sentence. Old Master Zhao ground his teeth on the other end of the phone. To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. The only person who can control Bo Xian in the entire capital is one person. The old foxes instantly understood each other and reached a tacit consensus. They aimed their sights directly at the culprit who triggered this earthquake. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, outside the century-old mansion of the Bo family, more than a dozen top armored cars came to a grand stop at the entrance. More than half of the patriarchs of the capital's aristocracy wore ashen faces, striding angrily into the Bo family's Rosewood Hall. Old Lady Bo was sitting in a grand chair, eyes closed in meditation, a string of exquisite purple sandalwood prayer beads in her hand. Upon seeing these usually imposing old fellows collectively visiting her, her eyelids flickered slightly. What wind brings all my old brothers to bother my old bones today? The head of the Qin family suddenly knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down his face, his voice as mournful as a funeral dirge. Old lady, you must take charge for us. Master Bo has gone mad. The various patriarchs immediately began to speak over each other, spitting saliva as they pressed charges. That woman named Shen Xingyu is simply a disaster, a femme fatale. Relying on Master Bo's favor, she is attracting bees and butterflies everywhere, and now inciting Master Bo to exterminate us. If this vixen continues to run amok, the Bo family's century-old foundation will eventually perish in her hands. All the blame was firmly placed on Shen Xingyu. The prayer beads in the old lattice hands suddenly paused, her sharp, triangular eyes flashing with a terrifying light. What she valued most was the reputation and foundation of the Bo family, and she absolutely would not tolerate a vixen who could drive her grandson insane. Absurd. The dragon head cane struck heavily on the marble floor, producing a deafening thud. I am not dead yet. This Bo family is not to be overturned by some yellow-haired girl. At this moment, Shen Xingyu was blissfully enjoying cherries in the CEO's office, completely unaware that she had become the #1 enemy in the capital. The wound on Bo Xian's hand had just been bandaged, wrapped in thick white gauze. He was coldly staring at the real-time data of various families' financial chains breaking on the big screen, his gaze devoid of warmth. Shen Xingyu tiptoed over to his side, playfully peeling a cherry and offering it to his lips. Honey, you were so imposing just now. They must have been scared stiff. Bo Xian tilted his head to bite the cherry, gently nibbling her fingertip as a hint of indulgence flashed in his eyes. Just as the atmosphere finally began to ease, his personal phone on the desk suddenly erupted with frantic ringing. Bo Xian glanced at the caller ID, his brow instantly furrowing as he pressed the speakerphone button. Xian, you come back to the old mansion this instant. As soon as the call connected, the old lattice sharp roars sounded like a thunderclap. Bo Xian's expression darkened instantly, his tone laced with impatient coldness. Grandma, I am handling official business. We can discuss it tonight. Handling official business. I see you are dealing with that vixen who has bewitched your mind. The old lady was so furious that she was almost gasping for breath, and the sound of her cane striking the ground came through the line clearly. Standing beside him, Shen Xingyu blinked quickly, hiding her amused expression. Oh, these oldtimers can't handle the living Yama, so they went to find the old lady to complain and seek a roundabout rescue. Since the fire had already burned onto her head, if she didn't add some fuel to the flames, wouldn't that be unfair to their efforts? Bo Xian's gaze had turned extremely sinister just as he was about to hang up the phone. Grandma. Shen Xingyu suddenly let out a sob of grievance, tears immediately welling up in her eyes, her voice soft and trembling. I haven't bewitched my husband. It was them who swarmed around me like flies, and I was so scared that I cried. The old lady on the other end of the phone was even more furious upon hearing her delicate sobbing. You shameless jinx. Within half an hour, bring her back to the old mansion. Today I must personally strip her of this fox skin in front of our ancestors. With a sharp crack, Bo Xian hung up on his grandmother's thunderous phone call. The Maybach sped along the rain-soaked asphalt, its tires splashing through puddles, sending half-meter-high sprays of water into the air. The atmosphere inside the car was suffocatingly tense. Bo Xian's strikingly handsome profile was shrouded in flickering shadows, exuding a terrifying, murderous aura that would slay gods or Buddhas alike. Shen Xingyu obediently shrank into the leather passenger seat, stealing sidelong glances at the man on the verge of eruption, a secret thrill bubbling within her. These old fools really won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. Scared? Bo Xian suddenly turned his head, his large hand naturally covering her slightly cool little hand. Not scared at all. Shun Xingyu pressed her cheek against his palm, laughing carefreely. With my husband here, I dare to charge into a dragon's den or a tiger's lair. A flicker of helpless indulgence passed through Bo Xian's deep eyes, and he gripped her hand tightly in his. Half an hour later, the pure black Maybach arrogantly came to a halt at the entrance of the Bo family's century-old mansion. 2 rows of black-suited bodyguards swiftly opened the doors and raised massive black umbrellas. Bo Xian, holding Shun Xingyi's hand, strode across the heavy bluestone slabs and stepped through the towering rosewood gate, a symbol of supreme power in the capital's elite circle. The moment they entered the main hall, a suffocating air of a tribunal descended upon them. The vast rosewood chamber was packed with dozens of people. They were all prominent family patriarchs and their wives from the capital's upper crust. Seated in the central rosewood armchair was the matriarch of the Bo family, her face ashen with fury. The old lattice prayer beads clicked sharply in her hand. Her sharp triangular eyes fixed on Shun Xingyu, who was being led in by Bo Xian, as if she could devour her. Xian, how dare you bring that jinx back? The old lady pounded her cane on the floor, in rage, her fury uncontainable. Look at what you've done. For a woman, you're willing to offend every noble family in the capital. At the sight of the main players, the patriarchs below erupted like a powder keg. The head of the Qin family leaped to his feet, pointing at Shun Xingyu with a face full of grief and indignation. Master Bo, our families have had decades of friendship with the Bo clan. Just because this woman flirts around, you're cutting off our livelihood. Is that fair? The old master of the Zhao family followed suit, beating his chest and wailing, tears streaming down his face, putting on a pitiful act. A femme fatale. She's a seductress who brings ruin to the nation. My worthless son hasn't even seen her face, and you're driving him to suicide. The madam of the Sun family chimed in with a sharp, venomous tone. She's a fake heiress who was cast out of her family. Her blood is base. Who knows what sorcery she used to bewitch Master Bo into ignoring the family rules? In an instant, the entire hall seethed with fury. Dozens of elders launched a verbal assault on Shun Xingyu, spittle flying, as if they wanted to devour her alive. Faced with this torrent of abuse, Shun Xingyu wasn't flustered. In fact, she was secretly delighted. Oh, so they're ganging up on me like it's a boss raid. If you insist on putting on a show, then let me show you what an Oscar-worthy top-tier green tea bitch really looks like. Shun Xingyu hid her right hand behind her back and fiercely pinched the inside of her thigh. The sharp pain brought tears to her eyes, and her gaze grew misty. Boo-hoo. She let out a faint yet piercingly pitiful sob. Then, like a startled fawn, she shrank behind Bo Xian's broad, straight back. Her delicate, pale hands clutched the fabric of his bespoke suit. Her knuckles turned white from extreme terror. Husband, they're so mean I'm scared. Large crystalline teardrops streamed down her flawless cheeks, landing with precision on Bo Xian's warm hand. The scalding heat seared Bo Xian's heart. You? Why are you yelling at me like this? Shun Xingyu poked her tear-streaked face out from behind Bo Xian, her voice trembling like a fragile porcelain doll. I stay obediently at home every day. I haven't even stepped out the door. It's your sons who swarm around me like flies. They came to me on their own, and I didn't even glance at them. How is that my fault? She wept like a pear blossom in the rain, gasping for breath, her slender shoulders shaking violently. Her pitiful appearance could melt anyone's heart. You couldn't control your own sons. Now that something's happened, you gang up on me. Dozens of adults bullying a weak-minded woman. Boo-hoo, husband, they're ganging up on me. I don't want to stay here anymore. This masterful deflection left all the assembled family patriarchs dumbfounded. Holy shit. This woman's ability to twist the truth is insane. The Qin family patriarch trembled with rage, pointing at her and cursing. You sharp-tongued little vixen. How dare you call my son a fly? Enough. A thunderous roar like a bolt from the blue exploded through the hall. Bo Xian's deep, dark eyes swirled with a murderous, world-shattering rage. He pulled the sobbing Shun Xingyu tightly into his arms, his large hand gently stroking the back of her head. The man's temperature dropped to absolute zero, his overwhelming, brutal pressure silencing everyone instantly. He felt a sharp stab of pain in his heart. His precious. He couldn't bear to raise his voice at her. And these old bastards dared to make her cry. Who gave you the audacity to point at my wife and curse her in my presence? Bo Xian's cold, piercing gaze swept across the room like a blade. Every patriarch he locked eyes with felt a chill on their necks, as if death had them by the throat. Xian. The old lady slammed the armrest of her chair. How long will you protect her? Will you defy the whole world for her sake? The whole world? A cruel, arrogant smirk curled at the corner of Bo Xian's lips. So what if I defy the whole world? Even if my woman tears a hole in the sky, I'll be there to catch her. Who the hell are you to gather here and make her This domineering, utterly unreasonable defense struck Shun Xingyi's heart like a hammer. Damn, this demon king is so ridiculously handsome when he protects his own. She buried her face in his chest, desperately suppressing the smile, threatening to break free, and continued to let out even more pitiful sobs, fueling the fire with masterful precision. Uncle Chun. Bo Sion ignored the pale-faced patriarchs and ordered coldly, "Go to the inner hall's storeroom and bring out the old master's 9-dragon rosewood armchair." The entire hall gasped in shock. Everyone stared at Bo Sion as if he were insane. That 9-dragon rosewood armchair was the ultimate symbol of power reserved only for the Bo family patriarch and his wife. "Master this. This goes against all tradition." Uncle Chin stammered, drenched in sweat. "In the Bo family, my word is tradition." Bo Sion's voice carried an irresistible, terrifying authority. "I said bring it." Within 3 minutes, several bodyguards nervously carried in the opulent, majestic armchair. It was placed squarely in the center of the hall, even more conspicuous than the old lattice seat. Bo Sion gently guided Shen Xingyu. Under the gaze of dozens of eyes burning with envy, he helped her sit in the chair that symbolized supreme power. This act was an unequivocal declaration to the entire capital's elite circle. Shen Xingyu was the Bo family's rightful, inviolable mistress. The old lattice vision went black, and she clutched her chest, gasping as she slumped in her chair. You rebellious grandson. You've lost your mind." Bo Sion placed his hands on the armrests of the chair, where Shen Xingyu sat looking down with contempt at the trembling family patriarchs. His voice was low, yet carried a bone-chilling extreme cold. "Since you admit you can't control your sons, and let them swarm my wife like flies, causing her severe emotional trauma, then I'll discipline them for you." All the patriarchs turned ashen, not daring to breathe. Bo Sion stood tall and issued his ultimatum with merciless finality. "Within half an hour, have those reckless fools from your families come here themselves. Kneel before the Madame Bo and kowtow in apology. Kneel here and bow your head in apology to Madame Bo." Bo Sion's cold verdict shattered the psychological defenses of all the wealthy clan heads present. The head of the Qin family felt his legs go weak, nearly collapsing in front of Bo Sion. He trembled as he pulled out his phone and called the family bodyguards, his voice piercing like a pig's scream. "Bring that unfilial child to me. He must crawl back to the Bo family old mansion." The other clan heads were also pale with fear, frantically pulling out their phones to shout. Everyone understood Bo Yes' methods, fearing that if they were even a second late, their century-old family businesses would collapse in an instant. In the Rosewood Hall, the desperate roars of old fathers echoed incessantly. The elderly Madame Bo, seated in her grandmaster's chair, was driven to headache by the noise from this group. Her chronic migraine flared up suddenly, and she clutched her forehead, moaning in pain, her complexion pale. Seeing this, Shen Xingyu's eyes flickered, and she swiftly slipped like a light cat to Madame Bo's side. She extended her delicate hand, her thumbs precisely pressing on Madame Bo's Fengshi acupoint. With her skilled ancient massage technique and a perfect balance of pressure, she worked her magic. Hiss! Just as Madame Bo was about to explode with anger, she suddenly inhaled sharply. The intense headache that had tormented her for the entire morning miraculously vanished under the delicate kneading of Shen Xingyu's fingers. This girl's fingers were like they had magic, relieving her discomfort, as if every bone in her body was loosening up. The sharpness in Madame Bo's triangular eyes softened instantly, and when she looked at Shen Xingyu, she found her increasingly pleasing to the eye. "Grandma, does your head still hurt?" Shen Xingyu whispered softly into Madame Bo's ear, her voice as gentle as a coaxing child. Madame Bo cleared her throat twice and casually grabbed a handful of premium pepper-shelled walnuts from the table. "It doesn't hurt anymore, it doesn't hurt anymore. Your skills are truly impressive, child." As she spoke, the distinguished head of the Bo family actually began to crack the walnut with a pure gold nutcracker herself. She lovingly stuffed the complete white walnut meat into Shen Xingyu's hand. "Eat more to nourish your brain. If anyone dares to insult you again, Grandma will stand up for you." This divine turnaround left the clan heads, who were still making phone calls, with their eyes nearly popping out. Just moments ago, they were cursing her as a vixen, and now she was being treated like a cherished granddaughter. Half an hour later, a comical scene was set to unfold at the Bo family old mansion. Dozens of supercars and vans screeched their alarms as they came to a halt at the entrance. The wealthy young masters, who usually strutted around the capital with their noses in the air, now looked utterly woebegone. Young Master Qin leaned on a cane, his right leg heavily cast, howling with every step. The youngest son of the Zhao family sported 2 dark panda eyes with dried blood at the corner of his mouth. Second young master son fared worse, his designer clothes ripped to shreds by a belt, looking like a refugee returning from a disaster. These foolish scions of the wealthy families had all been beaten nearly to death by their own fathers and were dragged over here. "Get in here and line up." Young Master Qin received a kick from the head of the Qin family on his good leg. He screamed in agony and crawled into the main hall, nearly falling flat on his face. These usually arrogant second-generation wealthy kids looked up to meet Bo Sion's ice-cold gaze, capable of freezing 10 miles. He lounged lazily beside the nine-dragon rosewood chair. The man toyed with a jade ring, his presence exuding an oppressive force that seemed capable of crushing everything. The young masters trembled, collectively feeling as if the scythe of death was already at their throats. Unfilial child, why aren't you kneeling and apologizing to Madame Beau? The clan heads rushed up, pressing their sons' heads down, forcing them to bow. Thud, thud, thud. A series of heavy thuds echoed in the hall as knees slammed onto the marble floor in unison. These once mighty heirs of wealth formed a spectacular line. Under the nearly murderous gaze of Beau Scion, they respectfully bent at the waist, bowing deeply at 90 degrees. Dozens of them cried out in unison, their voices piercing the heavens. "And we're sorry. We were wrong." This scene was simply exquisite, an unseen-a-century spectacle in the capital. Shun Xingyu sat confidently in the nine-dragon rosewood chair, her delicate fair legs crossed. As she munched on the walnut meat personally cracked by the elderly lady, she smiled sweetly and waved her small fair hand. Oh, ignorance is no sin after all. She deliberately softened her voice to sound endearing, like a gentle fairy who embraced all. Be good. A good child acknowledges their mistakes, but don't be so mischievous next time. PFF. Hearing the word mischievous, young Master Qin was so furious he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Mischievous. My leg was broken by my own father, and you call that mischievous? But facing Beau Sion's cold, piercing gaze, he could only swallow his anger. Thank you, Auntie, for your magnanimity. The young masters wore faces more pained than if they had just eaten feces. Beau Sion cast a cold glance at this group of trash, his lips parting to utter 2 words of intimidation. Scram. The clan heads felt as if a great pardon had been granted, dragging their injured sons away as they scrambled out of the Beau family old mansion. This grand and chaotic farce of cherry blossoms finally concluded with the absolute might of the living king of hell. At 10 o'clock that night, a pure black Maybach parked steadily at the luxurious garage entrance of Jinyuan. Shun Xingyu was exhausted from her performance today, every bone in her body protesting loudly. As soon as she entered, she kicked off her tiring high heels and ran barefoot upstairs. Hubby, I'm all sweaty, I want to take a bubble bath. Beau Sion watched her light fairy-like figure and felt the gloom in his eyes lift completely. The usually stoic man's lips finally curled into a gentle and subtle arc. Go ahead, rest early after your bath. Shun Xingyu dashed into the master bedroom, swiftly locking the heavy frosted glass door of the bathroom behind her. She let out a long sigh of relief, just about to run hot water to relax her tense nerves after a long day. Suddenly, her sharp hacker instincts sensed a hint of dangerous electromagnetic anomalies. The anti-spy box hidden in the concealed compartment under the sink began to emit a faint high-frequency vibration. It was the physical alarm system triggered when the Night Owl microcomputer encountered forced intrusion. Shun Xingyi's face changed dramatically, her pupils contracting as she crouched down and swiftly yanked out the anti-spy box to open it. As the screen lit up, the entire bathroom was illuminated in a bizarre and terrifying blood-red hue. This was not the usual invasion warning. A gigantic burning black skull was flashing wildly on the entire computer screen. Although the alarm sound had been physically muted in advance, the frequency of the flashing on the screen had already reached its limit. This was the highest level class red alert. A torrent of terrifying massive data was sweeping in with overwhelming force. It was violently tearing apart her outer defense network with almost no resistance. The intensity and ferocity of this attack were more than 10 times worse than last time when Jiang Sis Mad Dog invaded. The opponent was not merely testing the underlying logic, but came with a murderous intent to destroy everything, directly demolishing with brute force. Moreover, the final physical coordinate node being tracked was clearly pointing towards the top affluent area of the capital. It was less than 1 firewall away from the Beau family's internal network. Shun Xingyi's blood ran cold and beads of cold sweat began to form on her forehead. Shun Xingyu felt her blood turn to ice in an instant. She stared intensely at the burning black skull on the screen, her scalp tingling. That was the exclusive emblem of Lu Xiao, the overlord of the dark web overseas, and her greatest enemy. A strong sense of crisis made her breath uneven. This madman had crossed the line, directly infiltrating Beau Siyuan's territory. If Lu Xiao confronted Beau Siyuan, 2 nuclear weapon-level figures would face off in the capital. Forget about this villa, the entire capital circle would be razed to the ground. You want to take down my lair? In your dreams. She didn't even have time to dry her hair as her fingers danced across the keyboard. She immediately activated the full firepower of the Night Owl account. A torrent of anti-tracking codes poured down like a torrential rain. She was in a desperate situation with only half a firewall left in the internal network of Jinyuan. She forcibly erected an insurmountable wall of copper and iron. 2 massive streams of top-tier data collided in the cloud, unleashing invisible waves of turbulence. Shun Xingyu was drenched in cold sweat, gritting her teeth as she pressed the final enter key. She violently misled the opponent's tracking coordinates to an abandoned factory several kilometers away. Watching the red alert on the screen gradually fade, she finally exhaled a tight breath. To her surprise, several abnormal physical red dots suddenly flashed on the dark web radar. Lu Zhao's scouts had already reached the periphery of Jingyuan. A physical invasion could not be resolved with hacker skills, it required the security forces of the living Yama. She stumbled out of the bathroom, dashing down the stairs. "Ah, help! There's a thief!" Her shrill and terrified screams instantly shattered the tranquility of Jingyuan's night. Bo Siyuan, sitting on the living room sofa reading documents, suddenly stood up. A murderous aura surged in his deep black eyes as he dropped the pure gold pen in his hand. The man stepped forward and caught the girl, who flew into his arms like a cannonball. "What happened? Where's the thief?" Bo Siyuan furrowed his brows tightly, his large hand protectively holding her close, his tone tinged with tension. Shun Xingyu buried her face in his sturdy chest, trembling in fear, tears streaming down her face. "Hubby, I just saw a shadow outside by the window. It was so terrifying. He seemed to have a knife in his hand. Could there be bad people coming to steal my gold chain?" She clutched Bo Siyuan's shirt tightly, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Yet in her heart, she was frantically calculating the distance of those scouts from the main building. Hearing this, Bo Siyuan's expression instantly darkened to the extreme. The atmospheric pressure around him dropped to absolute zero, and a violent aura threatened to engulf the hall. How dare someone invade his territory when Jingyuan's security was said to be impenetrable? Uncle Chun immediately activate the first-level alarm and pull up all thermal imaging surveillance from the perimeter. Bo Siyuan ordered coldly, his gaze as frigid as that of a corpse. "Hubby, it's so dark outside. What if the bodyguards can't see anything?" Shun Xingyu quickly tugged at his sleeve, feigning insecurity as she frantically offered suggestions. "Didn't you raise several of those super fierce dogs? Quickly let them all out to bite the bad guys. I'm afraid the bad guys will come in and hurt you." Uncle Chun was so startled that sweat broke out on his forehead, his hand shaking as he held the walkie-talkie. Those were retired military dogs personally brought back by Master Bo from overseas mercenary camps, fierce and intimidating. Bo Siyuan looked down at the trembling little diva in his arms. A decisive glint flashed in his eyes, and he coldly uttered 4 words. "Close the door, release the dogs." With the command of the living Yama, several heavy iron gates in the backyard of Jingyuan were violently opened. Dozens of elite black backs and Tibetan mastiffs comparable in size to calves shot out like black arrows released from a bow. They charged into the boundless night with terrifying barks. Throughout the latter half of the night, the chilling barks of dogs and terrified screams echoed around the periphery of Jingyuan. The top scouts sent by Lu Zhao prided themselves on their exceptional skills. Yet they never anticipated that they would encounter a ferocious pack of beasts like a net of heaven and earth here. They were chased and tumbled over, their clothes torn to shreds. Their thighs were bitten and bleeding with no chance to retaliate. Ultimately, they were forced to flee along the thud, thud. Several muffled thuds sounded as the arrogant scouts jumped into the cold, murky moat one after another. They fled in a wretched manner like drowned rats. Listening to the distant splashes, Shun Xingyu, cradled in Bo Siyuan's arms, was coaxed to sleep. Finally, she let out a long sigh of relief, in her heart the weight on her mind settling down. This life-threatening peach blossom tribulation had been perfectly resolved using the resources of the living Yama. The next morning after the rain, the sky cleared and the sun shone brightly. Shun Xingyu had a wonderful nap and stretched lazily as she walked to the dining room to prepare for breakfast. She saw Assistant Lin rushing in from the front door, his face pale and drenched in sweat. "Master Bo, Madam, something big has happened." Assistant Lin was so anxious he could hardly catch his breath, shaking as he held a tablet. Early this morning, an anonymous tip suddenly exploded across the internet. Now the hot searches on all major platforms have completely crashed. Bo Siyuan, who was drinking black coffee, frowned slightly, his cold gaze displeasedly sweeping over the screen. Shun Xingyu also curiously leaned over. After just one glance, she nearly sprayed warm milk all over Bo Siyuan. The high-definition screenshot on the screen was unmistakably her in a bar in the underground black market. In the image, she wore a high-slit, sexy cheongsam and towering heels. With a fierce and ruthless shoulder throw, she knocked the yellow-haired thug who had harassed her to the ground. In the photo, she had red lips and a chilling beauty, exuding a domineering aura that suggested she was a queen stepping on refuse. This was a stark contrast to her usual delicate and weak image in Jingyuan. Even her hair seemed to scream, "I'm not to be trifled with." Bo Siyuan's fingers tightened around the coffee cup, the knuckles turning white. A storm of destruction brewed in the depths of the man's black eyes. "Have we traced the informant?" The voice of the living Yama was terrifyingly low, as if emanating from the depths of hell. Assistant Lin swallowed hard, his tone filled with incredulous shock. We found them. The technical department traced the IP address and directly uncovered the real identity of the poster. Shen Xingyi's brows furrowed sharply. Who on earth had the audacity to post her black market photos online? Assistant Lin took a deep breath and tremblingly reported the name. The informant is none other than that blind scoundrel young Master Jingchuan. Bo Jingchuan. The chill in Bo Xian's eyes instantly transformed into a tangible blade. The veins on the back of his hand bulged, almost crushing the expensive bone china coffee cup. Shen Xingyu blinked innocently from the side. This foolish ex-husband truly seemed to feel that he hadn't died thoroughly enough. How dare he post her candid photo from the night owl state online? She quickly tugged at Bo Xian's sleeve, her face full of grievance. Hubby, who is that fierce-looking woman in the photo? She looks a lot like me. But her way of hitting others looks too violent, that makes me really scared. Bo Xian grasped her small hand in his palm, his voice deep and terrifying. Don't be afraid. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to post your photo online will pay the price. Meanwhile, in a dim, damp rental room in a village of Jing City, Bo Jingchuan stared at the flickering phone screen, smiling in a twisted manner. Shen Xingyu, do you think having your uncle to protect you means you can act recklessly? He took a deep drag from a low-quality cigarette, his eyes filled with pathological madness. I spent a hefty sum to buy this photo from the black market. As long as the entire internet sees you acting like a female thug, how could a top noble like your uncle, who has a severe cleanliness obsession, tolerate a crude and violent madwoman? He seemed to already envision Bo Xian disdainfully kicking Shen Xingyu out of the Jingjiwan's gates, seeing her utterly broke, kneeling in the mud, pleading for reconciliation. Bo Jingchuan excitedly rubbed his hands together and abruptly hit the refresh button on the webpage. He couldn't wait to see how the netizens would drown this wretched woman in spit. However, the moment the page loaded, the wild laughter on his face froze completely, his eyes nearly popping out. The trending topic not only didn't drop, but instead had a deep red explosive next to it. The comments section below was so bizarre that it made him question his life. Wow, that clean and crisp shoulder throw. Those long legs. That cold and alluring gaze. I declare that from today onward, Mrs. Bo is my only internet wife. This is too cool. This is not a delicate canary. This is clearly a domineering queen. The blonde who got thrown let go of my wife. Let me be thrown instead. No one criticized her for being barbaric. The entire internet was fervently cheering for her divine beauty and fierce skills. Even a fighting champion stepped forward, analyzing her shoulder throw frame by frame for its professionalism. How could this happen? Have these netizens gone mad? Bo Jingchuan slammed his palm on the rickety wooden table, shaking the instant noodle box. He stared fixedly at the photo of Shen Xingyu shining brightly like a dark night queen. An unprecedented regret suddenly bit his heart like a venomous snake. He suddenly recalled the details from when he was at the Shen family. Shen Xingyu was never a useless fool. The computer in the Shen family that had been paralyzed by a hacker attack was fixed by her casually tapping a few keys. The difficult piano piece that Shen Mingwei had played incorrectly was demonstrated by her in one go on the keyboard. Back then he had only been focused on the pitiful green tea Shen Mingwei. He had selectively ignored all of Shen Xingyi's shining points, dismissing them as mere attempts to attract attention. What kind of monster have I missed out on? Bo Jingchuan slumped down on the moldy bed, nearly regretting his actions to the point of turning green. He had thrown away such an all-around invaluable treasure for the duplicitous Shen Mingwei. If he hadn't called off the engagement, the one being worshipped by the entire internet and controlling the Shen group would be him, Bo Jingchuan. No, he still had a chance. Shen Xingyu once loved him so much as she couldn't have just changed her heart like that. Her current relationship with her uncle was definitely just to provoke him. Bo Jingchuan suddenly grabbed his phone, a glint of ruthless desperation flashing in his eyes. He wanted to prove to Xingyu that he had completely seen through Shen Mingyu's true nature. He pulled up his contacts and dialed the number of the person who had just been released on bail. On the other end of the line, Shen Mingyu's voice conveyed fatigue and irritation. Brother Jingchuan, you finally acknowledged me. I have nothing left now, please come help me. Bo Jingchuan pressed the recording button, suppressing his disgust, deliberately softening his voice to extract information. Mingyu, and now it's just the two of us. Tell me honestly, did you frame Xingyu for the necklace theft and the leaked bids? On the other end, Shen Mingwei was completely unguarded, revealing the entire malicious plan from back then. Half an hour later, a highly clear audio recording was directly posted by Bo Jingchuan on Weibo. In the Jingyuan restaurant, Shen Xingyu was happily drinking milk. Assistant Lin rushed in again, rolling in a panic. Sir, madam, young Master Jingchuan. He posted an audio recording. Assistant Lin wiped his cold sweat, his expression more exaggerated than seeing a ghost. He exposed all the schemes Shen Mingwei used back then to frame her. He even tagged Madam, saying this is a token of loyalty offered to you. The frost in Bo Xian's eyes nearly froze the air as he coldly crushed the tissue in his hand. Token of loyalty. What does he think he is? However, Shen Xingyu put down her milk cup, a playful and cold smile, curling her red lips. Hubby, since he has handed us the knife, shouldn't I go and give this real rich girl a swollen face, or would that be too much of a disservice to his good intent? Shun Xingyi's light, almost flippant remark instantly ignited a flicker of deep indulgence in Bo Shiyan's eyes. His penetrating gaze fell upon her tempting red lips, and the corner of his mouth curled into a dangerous arc. Go if you want. Even if the sky falls, your husband will hold it up for you. With the tacit approval of the living hell king, Shun Xingyu darted into the restroom like a rabbit. She pulled out a backup phone, her fingertips blurring into afterimages across the virtual keyboard. She directly logged into her Night Owl main account, unleashing her full power. Since Bo Jingchuan had sent such a grand gift, how could she not fan the flames and do justice to this earth-shattering scandal? In just 3 minutes, she had completely exposed Shen Mingyu's hidden cards. From forging overseas academic credentials, to bullying newcomers on set, and the dirty deals of buying bots to spread rumors. All the hard evidence was packed into a multi-gigabyte compressed file. Shun Xingyu directly posted it as a pinned thread on the front pages of major forums across the internet. She even thoughtfully included a cloud drive link for password-free download. This wave of operation was like pouring a bucket of boiling oil onto an already raging fire online. The entire internet was in an uproar. Shun Mingyu's carefully cultivated image of the pure and innocent true heiress, painstakingly built over 20 years, shattered into dust in an instant. The top 10 trending topics were all occupied by her scandals, and the comments section was enough to drown her in spit. This woman has a vicious heart. She actually stole things and framed Shen Xingyu. Disgusting. Some true heiress, she is, her very bones reek of the stench of the sewer. Within half an hour, Shen Mingyue had become a rat scurrying across the street, with everyone wanting to beat her. At 2 p.m. outside the headquarters of the Bo Group, a crowd of paparazzi and reporters with cameras and microphones blocked the entrance. In the center of the crowd, Shun Mingyue, disheveled and like a madwoman, was throwing a tantrum while being held back by security. Shen Xingyu, you bitch. Get out here. Her eyes bloodshot, she screamed hoarsely at the skyscraper. You ruined me. What right do you have to take over my life? Just as the media's flashbulbs were frantically flashing ready to capture this aristocratic farce. Ding! The CEO's exclusive elevator doors, symbolizing supreme power on the first floor, slid open smoothly. The crisp sound of high heels striking the marble floor echoed, landing on everyone's hearts. Shen Xingyu, dressed in a stunning vintage French red dress, like a blood-red rose blooming in the night, walked slowly out of the elevator. Her breathtaking face was adorned with a cold, seductive red lip, her gaze haughty, her aura fully unleashed. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. After a brief moment of hesitation, all the lenses frantically focused on this figure who had descended like a queen. Looking at the radiant Shun Xingyu, the poisonous flames of jealousy completely burned away Shen Mingyu's reason. Bitch, he'll kill you. Breaking free from the security guards, she lunged at Shen Xingyu with claws bared. Faced with this rabid attack, Shen Xingyu didn't even bat an eye. Gracefully sidestepping in her 7-centimeter heels the moment Shen Mingyue missed, she raised her pale, slender arm and swung it, without hesitation, landing a full-force slap. Slap, slap. 2 sharp back-and-forth slaps exploded crisply in the empty hall. The force of these slaps was immense, sending stars dancing before Shun Mingyu's eyes. She fell heavily to the ground like a discarded sack. Half of her face instantly swelled up, and a trace of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. You dare hit me? Shen Mingyue screamed in disbelief, clutching her face. Shen Xingyu looked down at her from above, her gaze as cold as a frozen abyss. Hitting you? Do I need to pick a special day for that? Her red lips parted slightly, her voice clear, domineering, and transmitted across the entire internet, through countless live streaming cameras on site. Shen Mingyue, listen clearly. You will return everything you took from me with interest. This is just the intro. From now on, you'd better take a detour whenever you see me. Otherwise, I'll hit you every time I see you. This live scene of sheer dominance instantly caused a nuclear-level explosion online. The live stream's barrage scrolled crazily at a rate of tens of thousands per second. Holy crap. Now that's a true female lead. So satisfying. Those 2 slaps cleared my meridians. My goddess is so fierce. Step on me, my queen. A divine face combined with conqueror's hockey, who can resist this? I declare that I have unilaterally fallen into the river of love. With her top-tier looks and thunderous methods, Shen Xingyu amassed tens of millions of fans. Overnight, she became the nation's sweetheart. Amidst the wave of national revelry, her romantic luck reached an absurdly high level. That very afternoon, several top male celebrities and single tycoons from the capital's elite circle publicly lined up on Weibo to repost her domineering video. One top actor even posted a high-profile message directly, "May I ask Miss Shun if it's still too late to get a number for love?" The entire internet instantly turned into a giant matchmaking scene for Shun Xingyu alone. At 8 p.m., the Maybach slowly pulled into Jinyuan. Shun Xingyu, having stolen the spotlight today, hummed a tune in high spirits as she pushed open the villa's front door. However, the moment she entered, she keenly sensed a strange oppressive atmosphere. The main lights in the spacious living room were off, with only a floor lamp casting a dim glow. The usually busy servants and the butler Uncle Chun were all mysteriously absent. They had vanished completely, leaving the entire first floor eerily quiet enough to make one's skin crawl. Shun Xingyu cautiously changed into her slippers and rounded the foyer. Her eyes landed on the tall figure sitting on the leather sofa. Bo Shiyan, dressed in a black casual suit, sat with his long legs crossed. Half of his face was hidden in the darkness. He exuded a terrifying low-pressure aura that felt like a storm brewing. What was this man mad about now? Shun Xingyu swallowed her saliva, bravely approached him, and her gaze inadvertently fell on his hand. In the dim light, she saw what Bo Shiyan was holding. The supreme, ruthless, and decisive trillion-yuan financier of the capital circle. Those hands accustomed to signing billion-dollar contracts and steeped in the blood and storms of business wars. Now they were holding a physical book with a pink cover adorned with heart bubbles. The intense visual shock nearly made Shun's zingiest jaw drop. "Honey, what book are you holding? Why is the cover so pink?" She cautiously took a step forward and asked in a sweet, coaxing voice. Bo Shiyan slowly closed the pink-covered book. He raised his deep, dark eyes, a dangerous, smoldering fire flickering within them, and the very air around him reeked of jealousy. "What? The nation's sweetheart is now busy handing out love numbers to random men online, and she still has time to care about what I'm reading. What? The national goddess is busy sending love tokens to some random guy online, yet she still has time to care about what book I'm reading." This overwhelming sourness was almost enough to corrode a hole in the floor of Jinyuan. Hearing this, Shun Xingyu not only felt no fear, but almost burst out laughing. It turned out that the living king of hell was sulking in the dark living room at midnight, because he was jealous of her online admirers. This severe case of love brain, how could it still have a touch of unexpected charm? She suppressed the corners of her mouth that were about to curl up, and casually walked over to the sofa, boldly leaning closer to Bo Xiang. Taking advantage of his distraction, Shun Xingyu snatched the pink book from his hands. "Honey, what secret manual are you reading? So mysterious." By the time Bo Xiang tried to reclaim it, it was too late. His long fingers froze in midair, and his usually cold and hard handsome face strangely flashed a rare, extremely unnatural awkwardness. The moment Shun Xingyu glanced at the cover, she was completely stunned. The Handbook for Raising a Dominant Husband, 100 Ways to Please Your Wife. The massive, bold, pink artistic font combined with the exaggerated illustration of a domineering husband pinning his wife against the wall was simply eye-burning to the extreme. Haha. Shun Xingyu couldn't hold back, covering her stomach and laughing uncontrollably on the genuine leather sofa, utterly losing her composure. "Honey, are you really reading this kind of street literature instead of analyzing the financial reports of a 100 billion merger case at this hour? You wouldn't be afraid of me being whisked away by some random guy online, would you? So you're staying up all night to learn how to please me?" Bo Xiang's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot, yet his ears suspiciously flushed a faint red. He snatched the book back and casually tossed it into the nearby trash can, his actions tinged with a hint of anger and shame. "It's just a trash book that Assistant Lin bought. I was merely flipping through it." The living king of hell stubbornly refused to admit he felt a sense of crisis. But in reality, as he watched the barrage of comments online from millions calling Shun Xingyu wife, the feeling of irritation and loss of control in his heart was stronger than being surrounded by 10 mercenaries. This little flower he had nurtured was not only smart, but also exuded a beauty that was highly aggressive. Now every man in the world was eyeing her like hungry wolves, and even a popular movie star openly professed his love. This intense feeling of territorial invasion made Bo Xiang a man accustomed to controlling everything, experience an unprecedented sense of insecurity. Oh, so it was bought by Assistant Lin. Shun Xingyu smiled and leaned over, naturally draping herself around the man's neck like a koala. "What good tricks does the book teach? Have you learned them, honey?" Her warm body pressed against him, exuding a sweet fragrance after her shower. Bo Xiang's throat moved slightly, and the raging hostility in his dark eyes was gradually replaced by a deeper, more profound desire under her affectionate approach. He suddenly gripped her slender waist, pressing her down onto the sofa, his voice hoarse and dangerously low. "The book says to assert your claim with action. Let me show you right now who your husband is." That night, Bo Xiang practically demonstrated all the domineering tactics from the book on Shun Xingyu. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the curtain gaps and poured into the master bedroom. Shun Xingyu woke up feeling sore all over. Just as she was about to instinctively kick the beast beside her, she found the bed empty. Bo Xiang had surprisingly not gone to the company. She puzzledly put on her robe, and as she reached the staircase caught a whiff of an extremely acrid burnt smell. What's going on? Uncle Chun, is the kitchen on fire? Shen Xingyu was startled and hurriedly ran downstairs barefoot. The moment she burst into the kitchen, she was completely stunned by the sight before her. The usually impeccably dressed, aloof, and cold gentleman was now wearing a matching set of pink bear couple pajamas with her. Not only that, he was also wearing a highly mismatched floral apron, holding a spatula, staring coldly at a pile of black carbon in the frying pan, as if it were a formidable enemy. His serious and focused expression was as if he were not facing a fried egg, but rather a multi-billion-dollar multinational acquisition case. Uncle Chun and several chefs were huddled in the corner, trembling and not daring to breathe. Honey, what are you doing? Shen Xingyu looked at the charred, indiscernible object in the pan, then at the living king of hell in this outfit, and nearly laughed to the point of tears. Hearing her voice, Bo Xiang's movements froze momentarily, a hint of unnaturalness flashing across his stern facial features. He quickly dumped the charcoal into the trash can and turned around with an expressionless face. The book says that cooking breakfast by hand is the best way to express love. He cleared his throat, awkwardly looking at Shen Xingyu, and in his deep eyes there was an unusual hint of clumsiness and sincerity. I'm still practicing. In that moment it felt as if Shen Xingyu's heart had been heavily struck by something. This high and mighty decisive man actually went to the trouble of learning those clumsy tutorials just to please her, all because of those vague online flirts. Even though he had no idea how to cook, even though he wore that ridiculous bear pajama. This heavy sense of care made Shen Xingyu a top hacker used to darkness and lies genuinely feel a stir of emotions she had never experienced before. She walked to the countertop and glanced at the 7 or 8 burnt eggs in the trash, feeling soft-hearted. Honey, the book also says something more important. The book says that if you love me, you should buy me things. I want a gift right now. Will you give it to me? Bo Xiang put down the spatula and naturally picked up a towel to wipe his hands. His deep black eyes focused on her without the slightest hesitation, his tone filled with ultimate indulgence and dominance. What do you want? What do you want? Bo Xiang's deep black eyes were locked onto her, his gaze so focused it seemed capable of drowning a person. Shen Xingyu was momentarily taken aback. She initially found it amusing that the living Yama was wearing a teddy bear onesie and wanted to tease him. Her gaze swept around the hall and landed on the large LCD television nearby. The morning financial news was scrolling with the latest land valuation in the capital city. Under aerial shots, the bustling top commercial street in the heart of the capital's CBD resembled a gigantic money printing machine. Look, I want that. Shen Xingyu playfully pointed at the television screen with her delicate finger, joking in his. I think the lights on that street are quite beautiful. If you gift it to me, I'll forgive you for the burnt omelet incident. In a prime location worth hundreds of billions, a money printing machine, any sane person would think this was a delusion. Shen Xingyu chuckled to herself, waiting to see how this man would respond. However, Bo Xiang didn't even furrow his brow. He calmly glanced in the direction of her finger, then pulled out his phone from the pocket of his onesie, dialing and connecting with fluid motions. Lin, the assistant. Bo Xiang's voice regained its usual cold, ruthless tone from the business world, carrying an undeniable pressure. In 10 minutes, buy all the property rights on that street in the CBD and transfer them to my wife's name. On the other end of the line, assistant Lin was clearly stunned by this sudden, outrageous command. Even through the screen, one could sense his suffocation. But the pressure from the living Yama was overwhelming. Assistant Lin could only swallow hard and loudly acknowledge the order. After hanging up, Bo Xiang casually tossed the phone onto the marble island. It's done. From now on, for anything on that street, you can take whatever you want without having to pay. He turned his head to look at the completely petrified Shen Xingyu, a hint of softened affection flashing in his deep eyes. Do you want anything else? I just saw a pink diamond necklace that would look good with your ankle bracelet. Should I have them send it? What the heck? Shen Xingyu's brain short-circuited in an instant, her eyes wide like bronze bells. This was a gold mine of a business district. In a place where every inch is precious, he just says bye. I was just joking around. Does this man even realize how many small goals he just casually obliterated with that offhand remark? Bo Xiang leisurely untied the incongruous floral apron he was wearing and casually tossed it aside. Dressed in a childish pink bear onesie, he exuded an aura of supreme financial power and dominance that was utterly captivating. This damn domineering charm. Shen Xingyu, who had seen it all in the dark web, couldn't help but feel her legs. No wonder so many women are eager to climb into his bed. Who can resist such unrestrained affection from a top-tier boss that makes you question your very existence with money? Husband. Shen Xingyu swallowed hard, her voice trembling. She was genuinely moved this time. She suddenly lunged into the man's arms, tightly hugging his strong waist, lifting her stunning face. You treat me so well, aren't you afraid I'll squander all your wealth? Bo Seong chuckled softly, a pleasant rumble emanating from his chest. He held the back of her head with his large hand and leaned down to plant a scorching kiss on her smooth forehead, his possessiveness nearly overflowing from his eyes. If you can squander it, then that's your skill. The money I earn is meant for my wife to spend. These sweet nothings were 1,000 times more sophisticated than any street literature. Shun Xingyu nestled in his embrace, her lips curling into a wild grin. She was holding on to this golden opportunity tightly. No one else could take it. The next day at noon, the sun shone brightly. Shun Xingyu had never experienced the joy of being a landlord in her life. After finishing lunch, she couldn't wait to inspect her new territory. A pure black Maybach quietly stopped at the entrance of the CBD commercial street. Today she wore a chic French-style outfit paired with oversized black sunglasses, with 4 burly bodyguards in black following her. Walking with a commanding presence exuding an aura of 2 meters 8, she looked every bit the queen on a royal procession. As she strolled down the bustling pedestrian street, gazing at the unattainable luxury stores on either side, Shun Xingyu was screaming internally with excitement. This is exhilarating. From now on, in this entire street of luxury goods, I can enter any store I want, no need to swipe a card, just keep a tab. Is this the joy of having money? It's simply addictive. Just as she was about to enter a high-end jewelry store to browse, a harsh argument suddenly erupted from a nearby alley. Get lost. Don't beg at our doorstep. It's so cursed. A uniformed store manager was using a broom to disdainfully shoo away 2 figures curled up beside a trash can. The 2 people were dressed in tattered clothes, exuding a nauseating stench. Their hair was greasy and stuck to their scalps, looking 10 times more pathetic than beggars under an overpass. Shun Xingyu paused, coldly glancing through her sunglasses. She didn't want to interfere, but when the old beggar raised his head, revealing his dirty face, she was momentarily stunned. What the heck, isn't that Shun Jinan and Lin Wan? Once they were prominent figures in the capital circle, the heads of the Shun family, and a noble woman. Now they've fallen to scavenging for food beside a trash can. Karma comes swiftly. The living Yamas methods are truly merciless. Please, we beg you, spare us some food. We've gone 3 days without eating. Lin Wan had long lost her former noble demeanor. She was on the ground, desperately clinging to the store manager's leg, crying uncontrollably, devoid of any dignity. Get off. Don't touch my new pants. If you don't leave, we'll call security. The store manager kicked Lin Wan away with a face that couldn't disguise his disgust and disdain. Shun Jinan trembled with rage, wanting to stand up and curse, but due to prolonged hunger his legs gave way, and he collapsed into a dirty puddle. Ever since the Shun group was forcefully and absolutely acquired by Bo Seong with thunderous methods, the Shun family was completely bankrupt and liquidated. All their properties, luxury cars, and overseas accounts were forcibly frozen by banks and courts to pay off debts. Those relatives and friends who once flattered them had long disappeared upon hearing they had offended the living Yama. Forget about lending money, not even a bun would they spare, fearing they might get embroiled in the Shun family's downfall. With no way out, the 2 could only scavenge like rats in the sewer, relying on leftover food from trash cans. Seeing this scene, a cold, mocking smirk appeared at the corners of Shun Xingyu's mouth. This is what happens when you provoke me. Evil deeds will always receive their just desserts. Not only do I want to eradicate them, but I also want to trample them into the worst mud pit. She coldly withdrew her gaze just as she was about to turn and leave this stinking corner. As Shun Jinan was picking up a half-rotten bun from the ground, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a pair of familiar, expensive high heels. He abruptly raised his head. When his murky eyes recognized Shun Xingyu's face, a twisted joy erupted within him. It was as if a drowning person had grasped the last straw for salvation. Shun Jinan unleashed in astonishing strength. Xingyu, Xingyu. Shun Jinan crawled over in a panic, but in his haste he stumbled and fell heavily at Shun Xingyu's feet. Several bodyguards in black reacted swiftly, stepping forward like a wall of iron, blocking him 3 meters away. Have you lost your mind? One more step closer and he'll break your legs. The bodyguards shouted, coldly exuding a murderous aura. Shun Jinan completely ignored them, kneeling on the ground, knocking his head repeatedly, tears streaming down his face, his forehead bleeding. Xingyu, Dad was wrong. I truly realize my mistakes. Please save us. It was that Shun Mingyue who sowed discord. She's the one who was jealous of you and caused us to turn against each other. Lin Wan saw Shun Xingyu and rushed over as if she had seen a living goddess, rolling and crawling, crying in a heart-wrenching manner. Xingyu, Mom carried you for 10 months and raised you with great difficulty. You can't turn a blind eye to our plight. You are now the apple of Bo. Yes, please plead for us with him and give us a chance to survive. Otherwise we really will starve to death. Seeing this absurd yet nauseating moral coercion, Shun Xingyu slowly removed her sunglasses, her stunning face devoid of warmth. Her gaze was as cold as an ice-filled abyss, carrying the chill of viewing the dead. Looking down at the disheveled couple, Shun Xingyu slightly parted her red lips, the words that came out like a cruel dagger. Raise me. Is it by threatening me with my birth mother's belongings, or treating me as a commodity for marriage to a scoundrel? When you kicked me out of the house like a dog back, then did you ever think of today? She slightly bent forward, her gaze like that of a predator eyeing a filthy insect, exuding a deadly pressure. Now that you have nowhere to go, you want to recognize your daughter. Shun Xingyu let out a cold laugh, her voice filled with chilling ruthlessness. Shen Jinan, do you think I'm particularly soft-hearted? Do you think I am particularly soft-hearted? Shun Xingyu looked down from above at the disheveled couple. A cruel smile twisted on her stunning face. She stepped back in disgust, as if infected by an extremely repulsive virus. Several burly bodyguards immediately stepped forward. Like an impenetrable wall of iron, they firmly blocked Shun Jinan and Lin Weiner at the steps. Get away. Let me see my daughter. Shun Jinan desperately clawed at the bodyguard's trousers, crying with snot and tears. He had lost all dignity as the former head of the family, wailing like a beggar. Xingyu, it's all my fault. But blood is thicker than water. Even if we have no blood ties, we have 20 years of nurturing. You can't just watch us starve on the streets. Lin Weiner was also frantically kowtowing beside him, her disheveled hair matted with mud on her face. Like a wailing ghost. My dear daughter, I truly cared for you before. As long as you plead with Master Bo, and let slip some money for us. Plead. Shen Xingyu was almost laughing in anger at such shameless words. She stepped in her diamond-studded high heels, the sound echoing crisply on the marble floor. Like a countdown from the Grim Reaper. When you threatened me with my biological mother's relics, and forced me to restore a project for that scumbag, why didn't you mention nurturing? On that rainy day, when you kicked me out like a dog, letting that green tea bitch smear dirt on me, why didn't you mention? Her once clear eyes were now like blades of ice, sharp and cold, cutting through the couple's hypocritical. Now that you're bankrupt, reduced to beggars on the street, remembering to play this act of fatherly love, huh? Shin Jinan stiffened, his eyes flashing with madness. He still wanted to make one last desperate struggle. That was a moment of confusion. Xingyu, I have truly changed. Change. A dog can't change its nature. You people reek of the stench of a rotting sewer. Shun Xingyu impatiently snapped her fingers, the crisp sound starkly out of place on the bustling street corner. The bodyguard behind her immediately handed her a thick brown paper bag. She casually pinched a corner of the bag, raising her wrist. A flurry of A4 papers rained down like snowflakes, hitting Shin Jinan and his wife all over their heads and faces. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. What is this? Shin Jinan trembled as he picked up a piece of paper from the ground. With just one glance, his murky pupils widened in shock. It was an extremely detailed confidential hospital file, and records of private bank transfers from years ago. The so-called mix-up of the true and false heiress was not an accident at the hospital at all. You saw the huge trust fund left by my biological mother. You bribed the nurse to swap me with Shun Ming. You used the money my real mother earned with her life to dominate in this capital circle, and treated me, the real heiress, as a tool for the Shun family to gain benefits from a marriage. Each word was like a heavy hammer striking hard at Shinzinen's heart. Lin Weiner was so frightened that she collapsed directly into a puddle, trembling violently like a sieve. Where did you get these things? Shin Jinan looked pale, his voice hoarse like a broken windbag. His grand scheme, which he thought was flawless, had been stripped down to nothing. If you want to keep a secret, you must not do anything shameful. Since I can buy the Shin family, I can naturally dig up every secret you have. Shin Xingyu looked down at them, her gaze devoid of any pity. Do you really think I am here today to give you bread? As soon as she finished speaking, the jarring sound of red and blue flashing police lights broke the tranquility of the commercial street. 3 police cars roared to a stop at the roadside. Fully armed police swiftly opened the doors surrounding Shin Jinan and his wife. The cold handcuffs reflected a blinding glare in the sunlight. Shin Jinan, Linwan, you were suspected of intentional abandonment, fraud of a massive trust fund, and multiple commercial economic crimes. The leading officer expressionlessly took out the arrest warrant, his voice booming. Now I am arresting you in accordance with the law. Take them away. With 2 crisp sounds of metal clashing, the cold handcuffs locked tightly around Shun Jinan and Lin Wan's wrists. At that moment, Shin Jinan finally realized that he was completely finished. Forget begging. The second half of his life would be spent sewing in a dark prison. No, you can't arrest. I'm innocent. Shin Jinan struggled frantically like a madman, but was firmly pinned down by 2 burly police officers. He was forcibly dragged into the back seat of the police car. Lin Weiner completely collapsed, wailing with her hair disheveled. She could barely stand being roughly shoved into the car. The onlookers took out their phones wildly, taking pictures and cheering for the downfall of this wealthy family. This was simply the most satisfying wealthy family drama of the year, a true delight. At the moment when the police car door was about to close, Shun Jinan suddenly poked his head out of the window. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging grotesquely on his twisted face. Like a vengeful spirit, he stared intently at Shin Xingyu. Shin Xingyu, you treacherous wolf! He screamed hysterically, his voice piercing through the roar of the engine. Don't be too proud too soon. That kind of man Bo Seen will eventually get tired of you. One day he will kick you aside. I will watch you from prison, watching you end up on the streets like a dead dog. No good will come of it. His vicious curse faded into the distance with the police car's start. Shen Xingyu stood in place, not showing even a hint of anger. She elegantly put on her oversized black sunglasses. End up on the streets. Maybe in the next life. She slightly curled her red lips, letting out a disdainful cold laugh. The cesspool of rotten peach blossoms was thoroughly cleaned up. The air became much fresher. Just then the air above the commercial street was suddenly filled with a deafening roar of helicopter blades. The strong wind made the signs of surrounding shops rattle. A Topophthalene Augusta luxury helicopter entirely black and emblazoned with the dark golden logo of the Bo family, arrogantly and dominantly descended slowly onto the wide square at the end of the pedestrian street. The cabin door opened. Assistant Lin jumped down the plane, respectfully walking to Shen Xingyu. He slightly bowed, making an extremely standard gentlemanly gesture. This spectacle, this momentum, simply branded the words "spoiled husband" on his forehead. The onlookers were completely dumbfounded. Who has ever seen someone directly land a helicopter on the street to pick someone up? Shen Xingyu smiled with satisfaction, striding toward the helicopter in her high heels. The gust from the rotor disheveled her skirt, but could not disperse the queenly aura she exuded. Gracefully stepping into the extremely luxurious leather cabin, she comfortably leaned back against the seat. Madam Master Bo is already waiting for you on the yacht. Assistant Lin respectfully handed her a pair of noise-canceling headphones. Shen Xingyu took the headphones, and with a crisp snap of her fingers to the front row, she said, "Let's go, Assistant Lin. Don't keep my husband waiting too long. I'm going to enjoy double portions of the finest white truffles today." The helicopter's blades roared deafeningly, the powerful airflow sending the water on the ground splashing in all directions. Shen Xingyu comfortably leaned against the leather seat, looking down through the one-way bulletproof glass. At the corner of the commercial street, Shin Jinan and Lin Wan were roughly shoved into a police car, flashing with sirens. Once the unassailable head of the Shen family in the capital, they now resembled two pitiful ants crushed in a muddy pit. Shen Xingyu felt no turbulence in her heart, and even had the urge to laugh. "Madam, we will arrive at our destination in about 20 minutes. Assistant Lin respectfully presented a glass of warm champagne. "In celebration of your tearing apart the scum today, Master Bo cleared the entire EC route." Shen Xingyu took the champagne and sipped it, her eyes sparkling. The meticulous gestures of this living king of hell always hit her sweet spot precisely. 20 minutes later, the helicopter landed smoothly on the helipad of a super luxurious private yacht comparable to the Titanic. The yacht was entirely white, reflecting a cold, hard, technologically advanced sheen under the sunlight, luxurious to the point of taking one's breath away. As the cabin door opened, a refreshing sea breeze with a hint of salt rushed in. Bo Seen stood at the edge of the helipad wearing a soft white casual shirt. The sea breeze tousled his deep-set features, but could not disperse the intense possessiveness in his gaze. "Husband." Shen Xingyu stepped off the helicopter in her high heels, light as a returning swallow diving into the man's embrace. Bo Seen caught her steadily, his large hand naturally wrapping around her slender waist, leaning down to kiss the top of her head. "Have the Shen family's matters been handled?" His voice was low and lazy, carrying a touch of nonchalance. It was as if the once prominent Shen family meant nothing more than refuse in his eyes. "Of course, I've sent them all into the sewing machines." Shen Xingyu tilted her small face up, looking proud and eager for praise. "They even dared to curse me to end up begging on the streets. It's truly laughable." Bo Seen sneered, taking her hand as they walked toward the open-air restaurant on the upper deck of the yacht. "Begging? My woman Bo Seen would use a pure gold bowl, even if she were to beg." On the upper deck, a long French dining table was set with a pristine white tablecloth. A Michelin 3-star chef stood respectfully with his entire team at the side, ready to serve. The top-grade Alba white truffles airlifted and emitted a rich aroma alongside premium king crabs, as long as an arm. Also served were spoonfuls of caviar worth a whole house flowing onto the dining table. Shen Xingyu comfortably reclined on a lounge chair, enjoying the sea breeze while eating the crab meat that Bo Seen had personally shelled for her. This life was something she wouldn't trade for anything. Halfway through her meal, she suddenly pulled out her phone. Finding the perfect angle against the blue sea and the table full of exquisite seafood, she snapped a photo with a click. The edge of the photo cleverly showcased Bo Seen's long bony hand adorned with an expensive watch as he shelled shrimp for her. Logging into Weibo, she uploaded the photo and hit send. The caption was audacious. "I heard someone cursed me to end up begging on the streets. Sorry, the sea breeze on the yacht is a bit noisy. I couldn't hear clearly." Less than a minute after posting, the comment section exploded and shares soared exponentially. "Holy crap. This yacht. This seafood. The thickness of that white truffle. Poverty has limited my imagination. Am dying of laughter. The two old geezers of the Shin family are still crying in the police car, while my wife is already throwing a yacht party on the sea." Did you see that man's hand? That's the hand of a living king of hell. The dignified billionaire is actually shelling shrimp for his wife. If Shun Jinan saw this Weibo post, he'd probably explode with rage in the detention center. Haha. The entire internet erupted in a sea of joyful ridicule, everyone enjoying the Shun family's misfortune. Shun Xingyu scrolled through the comments laughing so hard, she nearly choked on a piece of crab meat. Slow down, no one is competing with you. Bo Xin took a tissue, naturally wiping the sauce from the corner of her mouth. Husband, the netizens are praising how good you are at shelling shrimp. She raised her phone to show off. Bo Xin didn't even glance up, his deep black eyes holding only her. What others think is irrelevant, as long as you enjoy it, that's all that matters. The sea breeze blew as they spent a luxurious and leisurely afternoon on the yacht. Until the night grew deep and the stars reflected on the sea, the yacht, akin to a mobile castle on the water, slowly returned to the private dock. By the time they returned to Jingyuan, it was already 11 at night. The entire villa was eerily quiet, with only a few dim yellow night lights left in the corridor. Go take a shower, rest early, we have to go to Xinguang Entertainment tomorrow for the audition of that level blockbuster. Bo Xin escorted her to the master bedroom door and leaned down to place a goodnight kiss on her forehead. He still had several international video conferences to attend and had to head to the study next door. Shun Xingyu obediently nodded. Got it, husband, don't tire yourself too much. Closing the heavy, intricately carved wooden door of the master bedroom, Shun Xingyu stretched widely, her bones cracking all over. The series of tearing apart the top delicacies and the yacht party had indeed drained her energy. She kicked off her high heels, feeling the carpet under her bare feet, unbuttoning her clothes as she walked toward the bath. However, just as she was about to push open the glass door of the bathroom, the intuitive sense of the top dark web assassin night owl made her muscles tense up to the extreme. Something was off. The airflow in the room was unnatural. The constant temperature fresh air system in the Jinyuan master bedroom was set to a microcirculation mode, with the wind direction supposed to be from bottom to top. But now in the area near the floor-to-ceiling windows, there was clearly an oppressive foreign airflow stagnating. Even the slightest difference could not escape her perception. Shun Xingyi's gaze instantly transformed from a lazy Persian cat into a bloodthirsty black panther ready to pounce. The corner of her eye sliced through the thick velvet curtains before the floor-to-ceiling windows. At the bottom of the curtains, there was a hidden fold nearly merging with the shadows. Most dangerously behind that heavy fabric, she keenly detected a breath that was almost imperceptible. The breath was long and soft, evidently belonging to a highly trained expert. Shun Xingyu felt her scalp tingle, cold sweat instantly breaking out on her back. The security of Jingyuan, crafted by Bo Xin, was as solid as a barrel, with a dozen fierce retired military dogs patrolling the perimeter. Who could have stealthily infiltrated the second-floor master bedroom under the very nose of the living king of hell? Are they remnants of Lu Xiao, or some reckless assassin? Shun Xingyi's brain completed hundreds of frantic deductions in a second. She did not alert anyone outside, nor did she shout. Instead, she took a natural step forward, pretending she hadn't noticed anything. At the same time, her right hand, which hung by her side, silently reached for the concealed compartment under the dressing table. There lay a custom-made ultra-high-pressure stun gun, capable of taking down an elephant in an instant. Shun Xingyu grasped the stun gun tightly, exerting force in her wrist, and executed a sharp turn. The gun barrel was directly aimed at the shadow behind the curtain. In the darkness, the breathing paused slightly. Then a pale, slender hand, exuding a sickly beauty, slowly pulled back the heavy velvet curtain. Weak moonlight poured in, illuminating an exquisitely beautiful, yet crazed face. He was dressed in a black stealth suit, a strange smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In those deep, dark, peach blossom eyes, a nearly overflowing obsession and possessiveness sparkled. Shun Xingyu inhaled sharply, her fingers nearly pulling the trigger of the stun gun. It was Jiang Si. This persistent, sickly puppy-like man not only hacked into the Bo family's security system, but also climbed up to the second-floor terrace barehanded, directly invading her boudoir. It was utterly insane. Shun Xingyu gritted her teeth, lowering her voice to curse. You little bastard, are you really tired of living? Jiang Si not only did not flinch from the dark barrel of the stun gun, but instead stepped forward boldly. He tilted his head slightly, taking a deep breath of the sweet scent that belonged to her in the air. His voice was hoarse, sending chills down her spine. Sister, I told you I would find you. What's wrong, are you not? Jiang Si not only did not dodge the dark muzzle of the electric gun, but instead boldly stepped forward. He tilted his head slightly, deeply inhaling the sweet fragrance that belonged to her in the air. The man's voice was hoarse and spine-chilling. Sister, I told you I would find you. Are you unhappy to see me? In those deep black peach blossom eyes, a flicker of obsessive possessiveness threatened to overflow. Shun Xingyu looked at the exquisitely demonic face before her, feeling a wave of nausea rise in her stomach. Unhappy? I would love nothing more than to send you to hell right now. She let out a cold laugh, gripping the electric gun tightly. Jiangxi, however, seemed to have heard the biggest joke, chuckling softly, his chest vibrating slightly. He completely ignored the danger, spreading his arms wide like a mad child seeking a hug. He lunged, then send me to hell. As long as I die by my sister's hands, I would relish it. You lunatic. Shen Xingyi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Just as Jiangxi's fingertips were about to touch her nightgown, she suddenly withdrew the electric gun. Against such a brainless fool, physical overpowering was the most effective means. A terrifying core power erupted from her waist. Shun Xingyi's right leg whipped forward like an iron whip, slicing through the air with a violent gust. She mercilessly kicked Jiangxi in the abdomen. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Jiangxi let out a pained grunt. His whole body was kicked away like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily against the glass door of the balcony behind him. The tremendous impact made the bulletproof glass hum, and he clutched his stomach in agony, his face paling to a ghostly white. This kick is repayment for the black security system that was done to me. Shen Xingyu looked down at him from above, her gaze akin to that of observing an ant. Before Jiangxi could recover from the excruciating pain, she unhesitatingly reached out. She pressed down hard on the hidden red physical defense button beneath the vanity. This was the highest level of ultimate defense of the Bo family, not relying on any network system, purely mechanically triggered. Woo! The piercing alarm instantly erupted throughout the entire backyard of Jingyuan. Accompanied by the heavy sound of metal gears and hinges, the underground beast pen in the southeast corner of the backyard was violently opened. Roar woof! The chilling roar of beasts surged into the sky, shaking the marble floor as if it were trembling slightly. The purebred Tibetan Mastiffs and retired Caucasian dogs personally trained by Bo Xiang burst forth like black lightning released from their cages. They charged fiercely toward the main building's balcony. Hearing the terrifying noise, the pathological madness in Jiangxi's eyes was finally replaced by a flicker of genuine fear. He was indeed a genius hacker. But in front of several 100 pounds of ravenous, ferocious beasts, those top-tier codes were not worth a fart. Sister, you really are ruthless. Jiangxi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth and propping himself up. Cut the crap, go play with the dogs. Shen Xingyu shot him a cold glare. Seeing the several Tibetan Mastiffs with glowing green eyes already pouncing up the ivy-covered outer wall, a foul wind rushed toward him. Jiangxi could care less about any obsessive pursuit of love. He was terrified and rolled over the balcony railing. He awkwardly leaped down from the second floor. With a thud, he crashed onto the soft lawn of the first floor, nearly twisting his ankle. Woof woof woof. The lead black Tibetan Mastiff bit down on his pant leg and tugged fiercely backward. With a rip, the high-end Western suit was instantly torn to shreds. Jiangxi was taken aback, losing one of his shoes, and he ran for his life. Shen Xingyu stood with her arms crossed, leisurely walking to the edge of the balcony. She watched the silhouette of him being chased by a pack of vicious dogs, pissing himself in terror, and could no longer hold back her laughter. Huh. Run faster, General Jiang. If a piece of meat gets bitten off, you won't be able to type your code quickly. Jiangxi sprinted ahead, nearly bursting into tears. Several fierce Tibetan Mastiffs relentlessly pursued him, forcing this once lofty tech mogul to run 3 streets. All his mysterious filters and aloof demeanor in Jing City were reduced to nothing but dog food this night. Shen Xingyu stood on the second-floor balcony, laughing so hard that tears almost spilled from her eyes. Tonight's vengeance was thoroughly and cleanly released. However, just in that fleeting second when she was laughing the hardest and letting her guard down the most, the extreme instinct of a night owl that danced on the edge of life and death, suddenly like a cold, poisonous thorn, it stabbed fiercely into the back of her head. She heard no gunshots. Not even a whisper of air disturbance was perfectly concealed. This was definitely a heavy sniper rifle equipped with a top-tier suppressor and special bullets. Whoosh! The faint sound of airflow slicing past brushed against her cheek. A scorching pain instantly exploded on her left cheek, accompanied by a drop of splattered blood. Thud! A sharp, armor-piercing incendiary round was deeply embedded into the indestructible marble wall behind her. Debris flew and the wall was blasted out with a fist-sized deep pit. Shun Xingyi's body hair stood on end in that instant. She did not turn to look at the bullet hole, but instead with terrifying reflexes instantly bent down and rolled on the ground, pressing against the dead angle of the balcony's view. So close. If her laughter had been a bit louder just now, or her head tilted even a fraction, this bullet would have turned her head into mush like a watermelon. The entire Jingyuan fell into a strange silence. Several kilometers away on a high-rise rooftop, a world-class professional assassin lay in wait. Shen Xingyu licked the bloodstain scratched by the bullet's airflow from the corner of her mouth, her eyes not filled with fear. Instead, they ignited a terrifying, bloodthirsty excitement. Leaning against the cold wall, she reached to press the hidden miniature communicator deep within her cochlea. Viper. Her voice lowered, laced with cruelty and madness. Help me find out who spent such a hefty sum to hire a top assassin equipped with a silenced sniper to take my life. Boss, I found it. It's Ing Lu Xiao's ace assassin. Viper's voice screamed through the earpiece laced with undisguised terror. That lunatic is a martial arts fanatic. He's definitely wielding a heavy sniper rifle with military-grade thermal imaging. Don't you dare show your face. Shun Xingyu let out a cold snort, nimbly rolling into the deep shadows of a Roman column. She retrieved a palm-sized custom terminal strap to her inner thigh, her eyes churning with bloodthirsty excitement. Thermal imaging. He'll blind him tonight. Her fingers blurred across the virtual keyboard, frantically infiltrating the redundant security network around Jinyuan. Countless streams of Azure code flickered in the night. In less than 10 seconds, a highly destructive Trojan program, riding the wireless frequency, forcefully backhacked into the assassin's sniper scope chip. Sizzle. At a sniper point hundreds of meters away, Ing, who had been hunting his prey through the thermal scope, suddenly had his right eye seared by a blinding flash of light. The million-dollar military scope's internal circuits instantly short-circuited, emitting a pungent black smoke. Fuck. How is her electronic warfare so freakishly strong? Ing cursed, clutching his burned eye. He discarded the ruined sniper rifle, drew 2 pitch-black military triangular bayonets, and like an enraged leopard scaled the exterior wall pipes toward the second-floor balcony. Shun Xingyu heard the faint sounds of climbing from outside the wall, a cruel smile curling at the corner. Instead of retreating, she advanced, grabbing a pure steel utility knife from the balcony coffee table. Like a black panther concealed in the night, she silently lurked in the blind spot beside the French window. The moment the dark figure vaulted over the balcony railing, Shun Xingyu struck. Without any hesitation, her right leg lashed out like an iron whip, tearing through the air with a sharp whoosh, viciously sweeping at the assassin's lower body. Ing reacted swiftly, raising his bayonet to parry. The clash of hard bones produced a dull thud. Not bad moves, but today you're up against me. Shun Xingyu used the momentum to execute a sharp midair spin. The utility knife in her left hand precisely flicked away the bayonet in the assassin's right hand. Then she pressed close, driving her knee brutally into his chest. Her hands clamped down on his arm joints like iron vices, and with a ferocious armbar, she slammed the one-eternity brute heavily onto the balcony floor. A thunderous crash echoed as the expensive marble tiles cracked in several places. Don't move. One more twitch, and it'll break this arm. Shun Xingyu pressed her knee firmly into his spine, the blade of her knife resting against his carotid artery. Her voice was as cold as tempered ice. Expecting the top-tier assassin to resist unto death, she was surprised when Ing, pinned to the ground, trembled not with fear, but with excitement. He twisted his head with effort, his eyes blazing with a fanatical, perverse adoration. An armbar combined with ancient martial arts grappling. And that Trojan that backhacked my thermal scope, was that you? Ying's voice quivered not from fear, but from sheer ecstasy. Shun Xingyu was taken aback by his reaction, her knife hand pausing. Are you insane? Did Lu Xiao send a lunatic to kill me? I'm not killing you. I surrender. Ing suddenly yelled, then awkwardly fished out his phone from his pocket and deftly opened the back end of a high-end dark web livestream room. Boss Yi Xiao, am your #1 fan, Shadow God of Slaughter, on your channel. I've gifted you tens of millions in Bitcoin. Remember me? Shun Xingyu glanced at the glaring #1 fan title on his screen, utterly dumbfounded. What kind of surreal, twisted reality was this? The ace assassin sent by Lu Xiao to kill her turned out to be the biggest simp in her hacker livestream room, the one who threw money at her daily for attention. Boss, that move was epic. Take me as your apprentice. I'll ditch Lu Xiao and pour my entire fortune into your gifts. Ing, still lying on the ground, declared his devotion without an ounce of dignity, practically begging to worship her. Shun Xingyu, face dark with exasperation, sheathed her knife. This absurd romantic calamity made her question her existence. Scram, clean up your mess, and get back to where you came from. If you dare tell Lu Xiao my whereabouts, I'll hack every one of your accounts. Yes, ma'am. Master rest assured him off. Ing, as if pardoned, scooped up his bayonets, and like an excited monkey slid down the drainpipe and vanished in a flash. The balcony was a wreck with shattered coffee table glass and bullet-ridden craters starkly visible. Just as Shun Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief, Viper's frantic voice crackled through the hidden earpiece. Boss, the commotion you caused triggered the Bo family's most fundamental physical alarm. Bo Xian was at a banquet, but he's already gotten the news and is speeding back. Shun Xingyi's heart clenched. She muttered a curse. The blood from the bullet graze on her cheek was still fresh, and the mess was impossible to clean up in time. Just then the screech of tires came from downstairs. A black Maybach nearly crashed through the gate, executing a wild drift in the courtyard. The car door was kicked open, and Bo Xian, like an Azura emerging from the depths of hell, charged up to the second floor with terrifying murderous aura. Bang! The master bedroom door was slammed open, the frame groaning with a teeth-grinding crack. Bo Xian's eyes instantly locked on his Shun Xingyu standing amidst the balcony ruins, blood still dripping from her cheek. The man's deep dark eyes turned bloodshot in an instant. The last thread of his sanity snapped cleanly. Readied, he stumbled over and crushed her into his arms, his voice hoarse and nearly breaking. Wife, who dared to hurt you? He'll kill him. He'll kill him. Wife, whoever dares harm you. He'll kill him, he'll kill him. The savage hoarse growl reverberated through the ravaged master bedroom. Bo Xian's tall frame carrying the bone-deep chill of midnight and the tremor from panic driving suddenly crushed Shen Xingyu into his arms. This ascetic scion of the capital circled the man who could shake clouds and cut down anyone who stood in his way had tears in his eyes. His abyssal black pupils were rimmed with frightening bloodshot veins as he fixed his stare on the blood streak grazed across her cheek by a bullet's wake. It felt as if all the blood had been siphoned from his body. Bo Xian's hands trembled violently. He did not erupt in anger as he normally would, nor did he exude his customary oppressive hauteur. Instead, he clung to her like a cornered beast about to lose its world, gripping so tightly it seemed to choke. The sharp tang of whiskey mingled with cedar assaulted their senses. Apparently, the moment the alarm sounded, he had upended a billion-yuan banquet table and raced back like a man with no regard for his life. Husband, am fine, I only grazed my skin. Shen Xingyu lay still despite the bones-aching pressure of his arms, submitting and leaning into that burning, rigid chest. She could feel his heart hammering at a terrifying cadence. He was truly frightened. Grazed. Do you take me for a blind man? Bloodlust flared in Bo Xian's eyes. His gaze passed over her shoulder and locked onto the sunken bullet hole in the balcony's marble wall. A top-tier armor-piercing incendiary round. Had that trajectory been off by even a centimeter, the body in his arms now would have been a cold corpse. That aftershock instantly demolished every shred of reason and restraint Bo Xian had ever prized. He swept Shen Xingyu into his arms and strode out of the dangerous bedroom, kicking open the adjacent seal. After laying her carefully on the soft bed, Bo Xian fetched the highest-grade first-aid kit. Kneeling on one knee, his knuckled hand held an iodine swab with astonishing tenderness. It was as if before him lay not a living woman, but a priceless relic that would shatter to dust with the slightest hiss. The iodine touched the wound, and Shen Xingyu inhaled a cold breath, 2 tears squeezing from the corners of her eyes. Does it hurt? Bo Xian's movements froze, his fingers trembled uncontrollably. He flung down the swab in frustration, closed his eyes tightly, his atoms apple bobbing violently. I failed to protect you. The voice, hoarse to the extreme, carried heavy self-reproach and a fatal vulnerability. Shen Xingyu was stunned. She had never dreamed that the aloof prince of the capital would shoulder the responsibility for an assassination himself. Before she could offer comfort, Bo Xian bent down and pressed his angular jaw heavily against the hollow of her neck. His hot breath on her skin carried an obsession that made her heart tremble. Xingyu, I give you my life. He held her waist, as if a devout worshipper offering the most humble prayer to his. Don't leave me, don't look at those men outside, okay? Even if I'm a deeply paranoid madman, even if my methods are cruel, you will stay by my side. Panic fully ignited the apocalyptic possessiveness buried in Bo Xian's bones. He was terrified. Terrified that outside danger would take her, and even more terrified that flashy strangers online might lure her away. Faced with that ardent, abject plea, Shen Xingyu's heart, hardened by years on the razor's edge, felt as if struck by a heavy hammer. Her impenetrable defenses crumbled in that moment. Heavenly lovers, what a farce. This man had trampled even his transcendent pride for her. What was there left to feign? Shen Xingyu lifted her fair arms and wrapped them gently, firmly around his broad back. I won't look at anyone else. Her voice had shed its affected sweetness and become a clear note that struck the soul. Bo Xian, listen. If you never let go in this life, I will be only your missus. Bo. At that promise, his rigid body finally irrepressibly eased. He thrust his head up and claimed her lips with a domineering kiss. There was no lust in it, only the comfort and confirmation of survival. As their breaths entwined, the safe room's communication screen began to flash frantically. Assistant Lin appeared, sweat-soaked and pale. Lord Bo, the perimeter security just experienced a brief physical paralysis. I've dispatched 3 waves of elite shadow guards to pursue. The enemy is cunning with strong counter-surveillance and is using a military-grade suppressed heavy sniper. Assistant Lin swallowed, his voice trembling. This is unquestionably a top-tier international professional killer. The softness in Bo Xian's eyes vanished without a trace, replaced by a tyrant's chill. Lock down the city's highways and airports. He draped a blanket tightly over Shen Xingyu, his voice like the ice of Siberian glaciers. Mobilize all of the Bo family's covert forces, a dig until the earth yields. Bring him to me. I want him alive. He'll pulverize his bones inch by inch to force out the mastermind. Yes, Lord Bo. Assistant Lin acknowledged and cut the connection to execute the brutal order. Silence fell once more over the safe room. Bo pressed Shen into the covers and patted her back lightly, soothing her as one might rock an infant. Sleep. Tonight I'm not going anywhere, I'm staying here with you. His gaze remained on the monitors like a lone wolf guarding its territory. Shen Xingyu obediently closed her eyes, and her breathing steadied. Yet beneath the blankets where Bo could not see, her hands clenched the sheet with force. She knew better than anyone that today's attacker was only a vanguard under Lu Xiao. The martial man called Ing had defected and become her chief ally. But Lu Xiao would never relent. The $100 million bounty on the dark web hung like a bloody carcass, relentlessly attracting the world's most dangerous desperados into Jing City. Bo Xian's physical security had indeed been perfected to the utmost. Yet the ghostly hacker intrusions and the dark web's insidious penetrations were impossible to guard against completely. She could not remain passive any longer. Shoving every danger onto Bo Xian alone was not the way of Yi Xiao. To eliminate the lethal threat Lu Xiao posed, the Bo family's bodyguards would not be enough. One cannot eternally guard against thieves, one must take the fight to them. Shen slowly opened one eye in the darkness. She watched the man at the bedside, eyes bloodshot yet upright as a pine, and a fierce protectiveness rose within her. This foolish lovesick sovereign would give his life for her. How could she let him face the hidden vipers alone? Lu Xiao, if you insist on courting death, I'll oblige. She spat the thought coldly in her heart, and her gaze sharpened like a hawk's. She knew she must don her armor once. The warlord mask sealed deep within the dark web would be worn again. The Bo family's power was overt, hers was covert. Only together could they wipe these foreign vermin from the face of the earth. The clock on the wall ticked softly. Dawn was approaching, the east paled. Shen snuggled closer into Bo Xian's embrace, pretending to turn over. A cold, lethal curve touched her lips. The rules of the game had been rewritten. Tomorrow at dawn, I'll still be the delicate, clueless thing in your arms. She murmured in a voice only she could hear at the hollow of his neck. In her eyes surged a murderous intent that would send the entire dark web shuddering. But once night falls, I become your ancestral scourge, you overseas scum. Lu Xiao, wash your neck and wait. Tonight will be your death. The second hand of the clock silently pointed to 3 in the morning. The man beside her, whose muscles had been tense as iron, finally relaxed after a night of vigilance, and his breathing became steady and long. Shen Xingyu opened her eyes in the darkness, the soft and dreamy gaze instantly replaced by clarity and coldness. Like a silent night owl, she carefully moved the arm of Bo Xian that was resting on her waist away. Using her fingertips to gain leverage on the edge of the bed, she gracefully rolled off. Barefoot on the thick cashmere carpet, her figure flashed as she directly dove into the adjacent, absolutely safe, closed study. The cold metal anti-peep box was suddenly pulled out. The screen's eerie blue light illuminated her cold and stunning face. Shen Xingyu put on the bone conduction headset, her fingers interlocking with a crisp cracking sound of her joints, then her hands slammed down onto the virtual keyboard. Viper online. Her voice was cold, filled with an uncontrollable excitement for killing. Bring up all the core nodes of Lu Xiao in Europe and the Middle East for me. The excited, trembling voice of Viper came through the headset. Boss, are you finally going to strike those mad dogs? If they dare to tread on my territory, I'll make sure to chop off a few of their claws. Do they really think Yi Xiao is a pushover? On the screen, a deluge of code poured out frantically. Shen's zingious attack was like an unstoppable blade, mercilessly slaughtering into Lu Xiao's overseas intelligence network through the secret channels of the dark web. In just half an hour, the first transit server set up by the opponent in London collapsed with a bang, the screen filled with glaring red codes representing death. As the first ray of dawn pierced through the clouds, the aura of slaughter in the study instantly dissipated. Shen Xingyu promptly snuggled back into the warm bedding of the master bedroom, wrapping herself around Bo Xian's waist like an octopus, sleeping sweetly. Boom! Out of nowhere, a muffled thunder rolled on the early autumn morning. Shen Xingyu trembled in fear, closing her eyes tightly as she desperately burrowed into the man's hard embrace. Hubby, it's so scary with the thunder, she complained with a thick nasal tone as if she had suffered a great injustice. Bo Xian was instantly awakened. His large hand skillfully pulled her into his arms, gently patting her thin back. Don't be afraid, I'm here. The man's voice was still hoarse from sleep as he leaned down and placed a soothing kiss on her forehead. By day she remained that little waste who had to call him hubby, even to twist off a bottle cap. Sitting on the large leather sofa in the president's office, she watched a mindless soap opera while enjoying sunlit rose grapes peeled by the hands of a billionaire, feeling as carefree as an oblivious immortal. Bo Xian looked at her heartless and carefree appearance, and much of the gloom and hostility in his eyes dissipated. As long as she stayed obedient under his wings, he alone could handle the bloody storms outside. But the living king of hell had no idea. Every nightfall, this delicate canary in his arms transformed into the most terrifying ghost of the dark web. For 3 whole days, the Jingyuan during the day was calm and peaceful, while the dark web at night erupted into an unprecedented 12-level earthquake. Shen Xingyu operated on two fronts, mastering both of her personas. Using the keyboard as her sword, she crushed Lu Xiao's painstakingly established overseas intelligence network to shreds. Bang! On the third night, with the last line of the deadly Trojan program implanted, the final core defense set up by Lu Xiao in North America completely collapsed. Beautiful. Boss Lu Xiao's offensive has been completely dismantled. Viper shouted excitedly in the communication channel, nearly ready to flip the roof off. Shen Xingyu leaned back in her chair, lazily rotating her sore neck, a proud and cold smile tugging at her lips. Easily defeated, she lightly tapped the keyboard, preparing to completely destroy Lu Xiao's tracking IP, ensuring no future troubles. But in the moment of clearing the opponent's residual database, a heavily encrypted, hidden folder suddenly caught her attention. Class top secret. Shen Xingyu raised an eyebrow. The curiosity of a top hacker piqued. I want to see what this madman has hidden that shouldn't see the light of day. Her fingers danced rapidly, effortlessly breaking through the ultimate password that could block 99% of hackers worldwide. Inside the folder was only a short surveillance video, lasting a mere 10 seconds. Shen Xingyu clicked the play button. The image was dim, resembling a war-torn slum in the Middle East. In the center of the frame stood a tall, wild man. He wore a blood-stained black tank top, gripping a still-dripping Nepalese military knife, exuding a terrifying, murderous aura that felt almost tangible. The man seemed to sense something, slowly turning his head to coldly look in the direction of the camera. Then he casually lifted his muddy hand and tore off the silver metal mask that covered half of his face. A wild, deep face with an old knife scar at the corner of his right eye collided into Shen Xingyu's line of sight without reservation. Thud! The mouse in Shen Xingyu's hand suddenly slipped, crashing heavily onto the solid wood table. She stared intently at the face on the screen, her pupils experiencing a violent earthquake in an instant, as if all the blood in her body had solidified at that moment. How could this be possible? The voice of Viper came through the headset, filled with confusion. Boss, why did you suddenly go silent? What was in that video? Shen Xingyu swallowed a dry gulp, staring at the man on the screen, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Viper, I think. I just saw someone who should have died 3 years ago. Dead. The snake on the other end of the headset was momentarily stunned before erupting into a shrill scream. Boss, don't scare me. This is Lu Xiao, the arms tycoon dominating the overseas dark web. If he's dead, then were we just fighting a ghost in the cyber world? Shen Xingyu did not respond. She stared intently at the wild face on the screen, especially the dark red scar from an old knife wound at the corner of that man's right eye. A bloody memory long sealed in the depths of her mind surged uncontrollably. The case was solved. Everything was freaking solved. No wonder Lu Xiao had been acting like a rabid dog these past few years. He offered sky-high bounties, digging deep in the dark web to unearth her, the Night Owl. 3 years ago, in the war-torn region of the Middle East, she had just completed a top-tier hacking infiltration mission and was being hunted down by local warlords. In her escape into a dark, foul-smelling slums deadened, she accidentally tripped over a bloodied figure. It was a young man whose tendons had been severed, and he was nearly drained of blood. A few wild dogs circled around him, preparing to enjoy this fresh dinner. Under normal circumstances, Shen Xingyu, who danced on the edge of life and death, would never have intervened. But even with just a breath left, that man's eyes were still fixed on the night sky, like a lone wolf exuding a terrifying defiance against fate. That gaze resembled her own, once trampled in the mud by the Shen family. Shen Xingyu inexplicably stopped in her tracks. With her 2 combat knives, she swiftly dealt with the wild dogs. Then she dragged the bloodied man into a more concealed corner of the ruins. Finally, she fished out a dusty red apple she had just swiped from the street. Hey, whether you can live or not, I'm also running for my life, not in a position to save the masses. She casually tossed the apple into the man's arms before disappearing into the night without looking back. In her understanding at that time, such injuries in a slum, without even anti-inflammatory medicine, could not survive the night. But now, the man she had once saved, thinking he was a dying beggar, had clawed his way back from hell. Not only was he alive, but he also stepped on countless corpses to ascend to the pinnacle of power in the overseas arms empire. He had become the fearsome Lu Xiao of today. The encrypted video on the screen continued to play. In the footage, Lu Xiao removed his mask. Sickly, he pulled out a dried apple core vacuum-sealed in a bag from his tactical pocket. His blood-stained hands reverently caressed the shriveled fruit core. 3 years have passed. I searched the entire Middle East, killed the armed organization that hunted you down back, then yet I still couldn't find you. In the video, Lu Xiao's voice was hoarse and rough, carrying a madness fueled by obsession. You are the only one who has ever brought light into this damned world for me. Night Owl, even if I have to turn this world upside down, even if I have to break your legs, I will absolutely keep you. The video abruptly stopped. Shen Xingyu felt a dangerous chill rising from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Her scalp tingled as if electrified. Stunned, she thought, what kind of romantic repayment is this? This is clearly being completely entangled by a top-level psychopath. For someone like him who had fought his way out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, his so-called repayment meant forcibly imprisoning that light in the golden cage he had built. Boss, why aren't you speaking? The snake in the communication channel shouted anxiously. Who did you just say died? I died. Shen Xingyu gritted her teeth, rubbing her pounding temples. I should never have carelessly tossed that apple back then. I should have thrown a grenade instead. This peach blossom calamity was simply nuclear bomb level. A cunning romantic-minded billionaire named Bo Xian had already made her crazy with daily near misses. Now another arms mogul who wanted to turn the world upside down for a single apple had appeared. This was not simply adopting a leading lady script. This was clearly stepping into the high-risk forbidden zone of a male-centered psychopathic group. Immediately activate the highest level of the Night Owl Silent Protocol. Shen Xingyu took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Crush all the inducement coordinates we just intercepted. We absolutely cannot let Lu Zhao's people trace back to the capital city. As soon as she finished speaking, the small computer screen in front of her suddenly emitted a harsh, high-pitched beep. Shen Xingyi's eyes narrowed as she focused on the local area network radar warning system in the lower right corner of the screen. That K.O. technology IP port, which she had completely burned out the motherboard of, had miraculously lit up again. And at a terrifying self-repair speed, it was reassembling the AI tracking code. Jiangxi, this pesky cockroach that can't be killed. Shen Xingyu was about to curse. His AI tracking program actually recovered. The tenacity of this sickly, pampered hacker was comparable to a festering sore. After she burned his server, he didn't back down. Instead, he upgraded to an even more perverse algorithm to track her. The red dot on the radar was like a snake tightly biting onto the coordinates of Xinguang Entertainment. Before she could make a move to intercept Jiangxi's AI tentacles, the snake sent another explosive message. Boss, something's gone wrong again. Just now, the system of the orthopedic hospital in the capital city showed that scoundrel Bo Jingchuan had processed the discharge paperwork. Not only did he get discharged, but he also somehow managed to obtain a large sum of mysterious venture capital black money. He announced that he wanted to return to the business world and face you to apologize and seek reconciliation. Shen Xingyu leaned back in her chair, despairingly closing her eyes. The hauntingly persistent, sickly hacker brother, the arms mogul chasing her thousands of miles, and her brain-addled ex-husband, along with that possessive and easily darkening living king of hell downstairs. The signals from these four men converged in the capital city on the same day, creating a scene of slaughter. Just when Shen Xingyu felt she was about to suffocate, the doorknob of the study was slowly turned from the outside. Click, a soft sound followed as the door was pushed open. Bo Xian stood in the doorway, dressed in a black silk robe, leaning against the frame. His deep gaze pierced through the dim light, landing directly on her face. Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? What are you hiding in the study for? His tone was dark and inscrutable, imbued with a deadly danger. Wife, is it because you weren't satisfied in bed earlier that you need to find some other excitement at midnight? Wife, was I not satisfying enough in bed earlier that you needed to find some other thrill in the dead of night? Bo Xian's low, husky voice exploded in the dim study, carrying an undeniable danger. Shen Xingyi's heart clenched sharply. Almost by reflex, she snapped the microcomputer shut with a sharp click. The four blinking red dots on the screen, constantly closing in, were instantly swallowed by the darkness. Honey, why did you suddenly come in? You scared me to death. She hopped down from the chair barefoot, skillfully throwing herself into the man's broad chest, acting coquettishly. I just slept too much during the day and couldn't sleep, so I got up to play a game of Minesweeper. Bo Xian wrapped one arm around her slender waist, his deep gaze sweeping over her shoulder to glance at the now black computer screen. The man let out a light scoff, his large hand playfully kneading her soft waist. Playing Minesweeper made you break out in a cold sweat. Seems like quite the strenuous game. Shen Xingyu swallowed hard, guiltily burying her face in the crook of his neck and rubbing against it, stubbornly refusing to take the bait. Bo Xian didn't press further. He scooped her up horizontally and strode back to the master bedroom. Since you're so full of energy, let's skip sleep and find another way to burn it off. The night's exertions directly resulted in Shen Xingyu not being able to crawl out of bed until noon the next day, supporting her aching back. When she groggily opened her specially modified phone, a deluge of intelligence nearly floored her. The entire capital city had descended into utter chaos. Not only had that mad dog Lu Xiao not retreated, he had instead deployed his overseas mercenary legion to the high seas. Several heavily armed merchant ships were parked menacingly at the edge of international waters, clearly confronting Bo Xian's security forces from afar. Naturally, Bo Xian was no pushover. The living king of hell directly ordered the blockade of all underground ports and private air routes in the capital. The two factions probed each other wildly at the boundary between light and shadow, the air thick with tension ready to ignite. These two nuclear warheads going at it, and him stuck in the middle. He'll end up as cannon fodder. Shen Xingyu tugged at her hair in frustration. Before she could catch her breath, the computer screen lit up again automatically. A blood-red smiley face pop-up window jumped out arrogantly. Sisbo Cian's firewall is getting harder to crack. But no worries, the 999 black roses I ordered for you have already been delivered to the gate of Jingyuan. Jiangxi, this Yandera is absolutely toxic. Sure enough, the irate voice of the butler Uncle Chen soon drifted up from downstairs. Throw this pile of trash flowers into the shredder. Master Bo says from now on, any unidentified packages go straight into the incinerator. Shen Xingyu collapsed onto the large bed, utterly despondent, staring blankly at the ceiling. Liu Xiao had his forces arrayed on the high seas. Bo Xian was blatantly sealing off the city, and Jiangxi was closing in like a ghost in the dark web. This kind of ultimate love battlefield would have driven any other woman insane. To make matters worse, Viper sent another inauspicious message at that moment. Boss, that brain-dead ex-husband of yours, Bo Jingchuan, has really been discharged from the hospital. He somehow got his hands on some shady venture capital and wants to start a new company. He's even spreading the word that he's going to win you back. Shen Xingyu looked at the message and laughed out of sheer exasperation. Had Bo Jingchuan lost his last shred of sanity? In this game of titans, did a weakling like him really think he could join the fray? For men, 4 factions directly churning the capital into a boiling cauldron. Each acted independently, restraining one another, yet all had their sights fixed firmly on her. Shen Xingyu let out a desperate cry, rolling wildly across the soft bed. Let it all burn. Just get it over with. All I want is to be a useless rich wife living off my husband's money every day. Over the past few days, just to keep her night owl identity hidden, she had to deal with her possessive, overbearing husband during the day. At night, she had to outsmart Jiangxi and Liu Xiao in the dark web. She was losing her hair over it. If she stayed cooped up in Jingyuan any longer, this pack of lunatics would drive her insane. No, she had to get out, get some air, and distract herself by spending some money. Shen Xingyu quickly applied delicate purity-tailoring makeup and changed into a limited edition haute couture dress. Clicking her heels, she ran downstairs and hugged Bo Xian, who was holding a video conference on the sofa. Honey, I'm going stir-crazy at home. I need to go shopping at the mall. The multinational executives on the video call instantly fell silent, not daring to breathe. Bo Xian raised his hand to pause the meeting, his deep gaze falling on her radiant face. Thinking of the undercurrents surging through the capital these days, his instinct was to refuse. But seeing the hopeful look in the girl's eyes, he eventually rubbed his brow in resignation. Have Assistant Lin take 2 teams of bodyguards with you. Buy whatever catches your eye, just use the card. Come back early. Thanks, honey. You're the best husband in the world. She planted a kiss on his cheek, grabbed her Hermes bag, and rushed out. Half an hour later, the Maybach pulled up ostentatiously in the underground garage of SKP, the capital's most upscale mall. Shen Xingyu stepped out of the car in sunglasses and high heels. 8 burly sunglass-clad bodyguards in black immediately surrounded her, forming an impenetrable barrier. Don't stick so close. I'm not going to a fight. She waved her hand dismissively and instructed Assistant Lin. Assistant Lin, go buy me a hand-beaten lemon tea from that shop across the street. Half sugar, no ice, okay? Assistant Lin looked troubled. Madam, the master instructed me not to leave your side for a second. What could possibly happen inside the mall? If you don't go, I'll call my husband right now and tell him you're bullying me. Invoking the living king of hell, Assistant Lin had no choice but to grit his teeth and compromise, leaving 1 team of bodyguards behind as he jogged off to buy the tea. Shen Xingyu took a deep breath of the cool garage air, finally feeling a sliver of freedom. She walked with elegant steps toward the VIP express elevator. The lighting in the underground garage was dim, and the light at the corner was flickering with a buzzing sound. Just as Shen Xingyu was about to reach the elevator entrance, from the shadows of a nearby passageway, a huge yellow cleaning cart was abruptly pushed out. The cart was positioned precisely blocking her path, directly in front of the elevator doors. What are you doing? Move aside. 2 bodyguards immediately stepped forward, barking at the cleaner, dressed in gray work clothes, a cap, and a mask. The cleaner kept his head down, but instead of moving away, he slowly walked out from behind the cart. Shen Xingyu frowned slightly. Her instincts as a top-tier assassin immediately alerted her that something was wrong. His footsteps were unsteady, his breathing heavy, definitely not a trained bodyguard or assassin. Just as the bodyguards were about to forcibly pull him away, the cleaner suddenly jerked his head up and ripped off his mask and cap. Xingyu, it's me. A face haggard and even twisted from overindulgence and constant beatings was suddenly exposed. Bo Jingchuan. This ex-husband, who should have been lying in an orthopedic hospital, had disguised himself as a cleaner. A flicker of disgust crossed Shen Xingyu's eyes, and her stomach churned. What a persistent ghost. We're all scumbags these days, this resilient to beatings. Madam, be careful. The bodyguards were startled and immediately drew their batons, ready to pounce. Don't touch me. am the eldest young master of the Bo family. How dare you dogs lay a hand on me? Bo Jingchuan roared hysterically, and driven by a mad frenzy, he actually pulled a sharp switchblade from his pocket. The blade glinted coldly in the dim garage light. The bodyguards, fearing they might harm the delicate Madame Bo, hesitated and dared not rush him. Shen Xingyu looked at the switchblade, feeling not a shred of fear, but only ridicule. Lu Xiao sent snipers to assassinate her. Jiang Si used top-tier viruses to deal with her. And this brain-dead scumbag shows up with a cheap switchblade to play a pathetic melodrama. Seeing the bodyguards freeze, Bo Jingchuan immediately put on a sickeningly affectionate and anguished expression. His eyes reddened as he looked at Shen Xingyu, his voice choked with emotion. Xingyu, I know everything. I saw the picture of you doing that shoulder throw online. You're so capable, yet you used to endure all that humiliation in the Shen family for me. You must have loved me desperately, right? Shen Xingyu's mouth twitched violently. This man's capacity for self-delusion was absolutely peak. Bo Jingchuan, did you leave your brain in the toilet before you came out? Shen Xingyu sneered coldly. Loved you desperately. I wish I could kill you with my own hands. But Bo Jingchuan seemed deaf to her taunts, his gaze growing more obsessive and unhinged. He dropped the switchblade and lunged toward her with open arms. Xingyu, I know I was wrong. My uncle only wants your beauty, but in the only one who truly cares about you. His face was a mask of twisted devotion, his voice trembling as he shouted. Give me one more chance. Come back to me, please. Give me one more chance, will you come back to me? Bo Jingchuan opened his arms like a frenzied stray dog, desperately lunging towards Shen Xingyu, without any dignity. His once handsome face was now terrifyingly sunken due to excessive indulgence and continuous beatings. Coupled with his pitifully tearful expression, it evoked not a shred of sympathy, but rather a nauseating empathy. Shen Xingyu stood still, a strong sense of physiological disgust surging in her beautiful eyes behind her sunglasses. Don't come any closer. Stay away from me. Although several bodyguards were wary of his earlier display of violence, they still braced themselves to step forward and intervene. Back off. This is between me and Xingyu. Bo Jingchuan abruptly halted, nervously pulling out a cheap red velvet box from his faded pocket. With a snap, the box opened. Inside lay a ring of inferior quality, hardly worthy of being called a diamond. Xingyu, do you remember? This is the plain ring I bought for you with my first pocket money when I was 18. He cradled the shabby ring as if it were a rare treasure, his voice choked with emotion as if he were weeping blood. How wonderful we were back then. You followed me every day, and you would get jealous even if I glanced at another girl. I know I've been a jerk during this time, deceived by that wretched Shin Minghua. But I've completely woken up now. I don't want the identity of the Bo family heir anymore. I'm willing to give up everything for you. Bo Jingchuan grew increasingly agitated, even pretending to kneel on the dirty concrete floor of the underground garage. Xingyu, I beg you to forgive me. Let's start over and return to that simple life we had, okay? Listening to his melodramatic and self-pitying words made Shen Xingyu's stomach churn violently, and she felt like she might vomit up her last meal. Return to the past. Give up everything. Was this fool knocked around until his brains were scrambled at an orthopedic hospital? The original owner did indeed love him to the point of losing herself, but what she got in return was disdain and a cold engagement termination. Now he had become a pariah, completely ostracized from the entire entertainment circle, and he wanted to come back for second chances. Are you done talking? Shen Xingyu slowly took off her sunglasses, glaring coldly at him. Her gaze held not a shred of warmth, as if she were looking at a pile of foul, unrecyclable trash. Bo Jingchuan, not only are you blind, but you're also a complete fool. Her red lips curled slightly, yet her words were like poisoned daggers, striking lethal blows. Do you think you still have anything to give up? You originally had nothing, not even the basic dignity of a man, which you lost in that rainstorm. You come here with this $10 roadside trinket, pretending to be a romantic hero before me. How blind could I be to forsake my home's wealthy benefactor who would gladly give his life for me to pick up this stinking rubbish like you? This merciless humiliation instantly pierced through Bo Jingchuan's last shred of pitiful pride. His hand holding the ring went rigid, and the deep affection on his face shattered, twisting into ugly jealousy and madness. Shut up. I won't allow you to mention my uncle. He only desires your body. Bo Jingchuan completely broke down, screaming hysterically. You promiscuous wretch. Do you really think you can secure the position of Mrs. Bo? He lost all reason and violently hurled the ring onto the ground, charging at Shen Xingyu like a mad bull. I'm going to tear apart your hypocritical facade today. The bodyguard standing by turned pale at his crazed assault, about to forcibly subdue him. Don't move, I'll handle this myself. Shen Xingyu snapped coldly, not retreating an inch, her eyes instead blazing with a chilling, bloodthirsty glint. The muscle memory of the top assassin Night Owl was instantly awakened at this moment. Just as Bo Jingchuan's filthy hands were about to grab her shoulder, Shen Xingyu, perched on 7-centimeter stilettos, nimbly sidestepped like a ghost. Her left hand clamped down on Bo Jingchuan's incoming wrist like a vice. Then a terrifying core power erupted from her waist, her right foot stepping back as a pivot. Using Bo Jingchuan's tremendous forward momentum, she leaned down and locked his entire arm tightly against her shoulder. The motion flowed like water, leaving only an afterimage in the air. The next second, a perfect shoulder throw. A dull, tooth-aching crash echoed through the empty underground garage. Bo Jingchuan, over 6 feet tall, traced a tragic parabolic arc in the air, crashing hard onto the unforgiving concrete floor. Crack. 2 crisp sounds of bone breaking followed. Oh! Bo Jingchuan let out a heart-wrenching scream, curling into a ball like a boiled shrimp in agony. The immense impact directly fractured 2 of his ribs. The intense pain instantly shattered his nervous system. He clutched his chest tightly, his features contorting in agony. Within 2 seconds, foam began to uncontrollably seep from the corner of his mouth, his eyes rolled back, and his whole body convulsed violently. This ruthless killing technique left the seasoned bodyguards nearby utterly dumbfounded. They stared in shock at the foaming scoundrel on the ground, then glanced at the composed lady in high heels, collectively gasping in awe. Goodness, the lattice skills are terrifying. This is the level that can kill a bear with bare hands. What are you all Shun Xingyu disdainfully brushed off non-existent dust from her hands, not even sparing a glance at the man on the ground. Call an ambulance, take him straight to the orthopedic hospital. With a slight smirk, she spoke coldly without a hint of warmth, and let the director there know to reserve him a long-term bed. He'll probably be a regular from now on. A few bodyguards snapped out of their daze and hurriedly fumbled for their phones to dial 120. In less than 10 minutes, a wailing ambulance burst into the underground garage. The medical staff, seeing Bo Jingchuan's pitiful state, hastily lifted him onto a stretcher and left in a flurry, sirens blaring. The garage returned to a deathly silence, leaving only a disgusting puddle of foam on the ground. With the rotten peach thoroughly dealt with, Shun Xingyu's irritated mood finally eased a bit. She picked up her sunglasses from the ground, put them back on, and prepared to turn towards the VIP elevator. However, just as she turned around, a slow yet thunderous applause echoed from the far end of the dim hallway. Clap, clap, clap. Each clap felt like the countdown of death striking deep within her soul, emanating a chilling sense of danger. Shun Xingyu's blood ran cold, her heart gripped tightly by an invisible hand. She stiffly turned her head. In the shadow of a load-bearing pillar less than 10 meters away, a tall and imposing figure stood silently, having appeared out of nowhere. The man was dressed in a pure black bespoke suit, half of his body shrouded in darkness, resembling a dark night reaper wielding the power of life and death. He slowly emerged from the shadows, the sound of his polished shoes echoing in the silent garage. Bo Xiong. He hadn't been in the meeting upstairs. He had followed her down to the underground garage without her noticing. At this moment, the living reaper's unfathomable black eyes were firmly locked onto her. There was not a hint of anger at the scoundrel's provocation in his gaze, only a strange, frenzied scrutiny and fervor. He had witnessed her fluid top-tier shoulder throw in its entirety, without missing a single detail. Shun Xingyu's scalp tingled, her breath halted, and her mind went blank for a brief moment. It was over this time. It was really over. This clean and efficient killing technique was something a sheltered amnesiac heiress could never execute. Bo Xiong stepped closer to her, his imposing figure instantly blocking all her escape routes. He slowly extended his long bony hand and forcefully removed her sunglasses from her face. The man's voice was dangerously low and husky, exuding a chilling threat. Wife, is this shoulder throw also taught to you by your dear brother? In the vast and dim underground garage, there was a silence that was almost unbearable. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of a man's custom leather shoes striking the concrete floor was neither hurried nor slow. It was eerily reminiscent of death's countdown, echoing deep within the soul. A cold wind swept through the garage's vents, stirring a chilling resonance. In that instant, Shun Xingyu felt as if her blood had completely frozen. It was over. Only these 2 words flashed wildly in her mind, her heart pounding violently, nearly shattering her ribs. The perfect shoulder throw she had just executed was comparable to that of a top assassin, ruthless and decisive. Such a lethal move certainly did not belong to a pampered heiress who couldn't even memorize her multiplication tables. Even the murderous aura in her eyes when she struck was completely captured by this man. Bo Xiong approached step by step, his tall and imposing figure blocking the harsh white light above. The oppressive shadow instantly enveloped Shun Xingyu. The man reached out and removed her sunglasses, revealing his deep, inscrutable black eyes. Inside them swirled a terrifying vortex that was incomprehensible. Shun Xingyu swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing the tremor in her fingertips. Since she hadn't been killed on the spot, she could only play the role to the end. Darling. She deliberately softened her voice, her eyes instantly brimming with tears, shrinking back like a frightened fawn. Was I too fierce just now? But he was holding a knife to slash my face. I got scared and just pushed him a little bit. Pushed him. Could she really have pushed a man over 6 feet tall and broken 2 of his ribs, causing him to foam at the mouth? This excuse was unbelievable even to a dog. Bo Sion said nothing, only stepped forward forcefully. With a dull thud, he pressed his hand against the cold door of the Maybach. He pinned her tightly between the car body and his scorching chest, leaving no room for retreat. The strong scent of cedar, mixed with the dangerous aura emanating from the man, surged forth. Just when Shin Xingyu thought he was going to interrogate her about where she learned her killing skills, Bo Sion unexpectedly did not mention her abilities at all. He slowly lowered his head, his heated, rapid breaths brushing against her nose. Xingyu. The man's low, hoarse voice sounded as if it contained extreme madness echoing through the quiet garage. What did you curse when you threw him, just now? Do you remember? Shin Xingyu was suddenly taken aback. What did she? Her movements had been too quick, adrenaline surging, as she seemed to have indeed muttered a curse under her breath. Seeing her silent, Bo Sion's rough fingertips abruptly pinched her delicate chin. The pressure was so great that it almost crushed her bones. You said he is not even worth a finger of your brother. Shun Xingyi's mind went completely blank in an instant. Brother? Her pupils trembled as she suddenly remembered that the original owner indeed had a few protective cousins in the harbor city. Just now, in her disdain for Bo Jingchuan, she had subconsciously let slip that low curse. But when this statement fell into the ears of this jealous and possessive living demon, its meaning changed entirely. Bo Sion's eyes at this moment were no longer just violent. It was a madness laced with extreme jealousy, obsession, and even a touch of terrifying despair. He did not care if she possessed martial skills. He didn't even care whether she was a top assassin or if she was pretending to have amnesia. This billionaire tycoon who could command the capital at will, the only thing he cared about was whether he had been made into a ridiculous substitute. Darling, please let me explain. The brother I mentioned isn't. Shut up. Bo Sion interrupted her sharply, a terrifying crimson flashing in the corners of his eyes. He stared intensely into her eyes as if trying to see through her hypocritical soul. I have checked your information. The man's teeth ground together, each word seeming to be torn from the depths of his throat. In the 20 years you've been pretending to be a young lady in the Shin family, you never had a brother to protect you. Shin Xingyi's entire body stiffened, her scalp prickling. Of course, the original owner's real family was far away in the harbor city. Even the Shin family did not know this. How could she explain it clearly now? So who exactly is that brother? Bo Sion pressed closer, pinning her tighter, his knuckles digging into her waist. As if daring her to say one wrong word, he would drag her down to hell with him. Is it that crazy person Jiangxi who calls you sister? Or is it that overseas arms dealer who has offered a bounty of $100 million on the dark web and is madly searching for you? Shin Xingyu gasped. He knows everything. Lu Xiao's bounty for her on the dark web had even reached Bo Sion's ears. Darling, you've misunderstood. She was so anxious that her voice trembled, genuinely frightened now. I only have you in my heart, absolutely no one else. No one else. Bo Sion let out a cold, piercing laugh. He suddenly tightened his grip on her chin, forcing her to meet his completely out-of-control black eyes. Shin Xingyu, do you really think I am someone you can easily fool? On the night of the accident, it was pouring rain, and you rushed over bloodied, clutching my leg tightly. When you opened your eyes and looked at me for the first time, your gaze was filled with dependence and relief. You held on to me, sweetly calling me darling. With every word he spoke, Shin Xingyi's heart sank deeper. An overwhelming sense of crisis loomed over her like a mountain. Her disguise was on the verge of collapse. She knew there was no retreat left. Bo Sion's breath was hot and rapid, filled with a lethal oppression and brutality. He pressed his forehead against hers, their distance reduced to a negative number. Tell me honestly. His hoarse voice carried a heart-wrenching obsession and determination. From the day of the accident, when you held me and called me darling. Is it really me, Bo Sion? Or is it that white moonlight substitute you have been hiding in your heart? Am I Bo Sion? Or are you merely harboring that white moonlight substitute in your heart? The man's husky voice echoed in the vast, cold underground parking lot, each word laced with a madness that threatened to tear one apart. In front of the cramped car door, Shin Xingyi's back was pressed tightly against the cold metallic body of the car. Bo Sion's crimson-black eyes fixed intently on her, his distinctly knuckled hand gripping her chin with astonishing force. The overwhelming scent of cedar mixed with an intense possessiveness enveloped her, making it difficult to breathe. Substitute. White moonlight. In 0.01 seconds, Shin Xingyi's brain completed a frenzied operation akin to a supercomputer. This old fox actually thought he was the substitute. The curse that had slipped out of her mouth instinctively had led him to imagine a deep, tormenting love story. A crisis is merely an opportunity in disguise. As long as she didn't reveal the night owl trump card, what was the harm in acting pitiful? In the next moment, her clear, big eyes brimmed with tears. The glistening teardrops fell like pearls that had come loose from a string, splattering onto Bo Sion's veined hand. You're talking nonsense. Shen Xingyu not only did not shy away, but instead lunged at Bo Siyuan like a furious little beast whose tail had been stepped on, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. Whoa, you're such a bad guy. You're bullying me. She cried out heart-wrenchingly, her voice echoing tragically and helplessly in the empty garage. What white moonlight? What substitute? What nonsense are you thinking in your head? Bo Siyuan was taken aback by her sudden outburst. He instinctively loosened his grip on her chin, but the gloom in his eyes remained heavy. Then tell me, who is that brother you mentioned who is better than me, eh? The man's voice remained tense, as if he was desperately suppressing a volcano on the verge of eruption. He is my big brother from the orphanage. Shen Xingyu buried her face in his expensive designer shirt, sobbing uncontrollably, her tears and snot smeared all over. Back then I was bullied daily by older kids going hungry. Only my big brother would save half a spoiled bun for me, only he would chase away the bad kids who hit me. He died from illness long ago. He passed away when I was 10. I didn't even get to see him one last time. Suddenly lifting her head, Shen Xingyu's red eyes glared fiercely at Bo Siyuan, filled with grief and despair. That beast Bo Jingchuan just threatened to cut my face with a knife. I was terrified, and that's why I thought of my big brother protecting me. That's why I said those words. She pushed against the man's iron-like chest with all her might, crying so hard she could barely catch her breath. You're actually jealous of a dead person. And you still dared to question me in the garage. You don't care about me at all, you only care about yourself. Silence. A deathly silence. In the vast underground parking lot, only the girl's suppressed sobs echoed desolately. Bo Siyuan's towering figure became completely rigid. The violent rage and madness in his eyes extinguished completely, as if doused with a bucket of ice-cold water upon hearing the words "died long ago." What replaced it was a wave of strong astonishment, followed by a flood of deep heartache. Orphanage. Being beaten for half a spoiled bun. Died long ago. Bo Siyuan's pupils suddenly constricted. What on earth had he done? He had actually behaved like a crazed maniac, pressing her about the tragic scars of her childhood, even feeling jealous of an orphan who had passed away young. Xingyu? Bo Siyuan's Adam's apple bobbed laboriously, his voice dry and tight, carrying a barely detectable tremor. He suddenly tightened his arms, forcibly pulling the struggling girl into his embrace, gripping her, as if he wanted to meld her into his very being. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I shouldn't have been angry with you, nor should I have doubted you. The formidable figure of the ruthless king of the capital now lowered his noble head. His lips continuously kissed her hair, the tone carrying a fatal regret. Stop crying, I'll give you my life. From now on I will be your family, and no one will dare to bully you, okay? Buried in the man's embrace, Shen Xingyu heard this heartfelt confession, and a hidden smirk of triumph crept onto her lips. Few she had successfully navigated this perilous checkpoint. This man was hopelessly infatuated, so willing to jump into any pit she dug for him. By the time they returned to Jingyun, the night had deepened. The crystal chandelier in the hall emitted a warm yellow glow. Shen Xingyu, like a boneless soft creature, was entirely cradled in Bo Siyuan's arms, her toes never touching the ground. The man gently placed her on the soft leather sofa, turned and fetched a warm damp towel, carefully wiping her tear-streaked face. Hubby, are you really not mad at me anymore? Shen Xingyu blinked, her slightly swollen eyes obediently tugging at his sleeve, cautiously testing his limits. Bo Siyuan's hand paused momentarily. His deep black eyes locked onto her. The dangerous aura that had dissipated in the underground parking lot due to concern was slowly gathering back. Although the melodramatic misunderstanding about the white moonlight substitute had been resolved. However, this little girl's ruthless, decisive shoulder throw in the underground parking lot had been vividly imprinted before his eyes. The big brother who died in the orphanage could not possibly teach such a lethal move that could break someone's ribs. The man leisurely tossed the damp towel onto the coffee table in front of him. He leaned slightly forward, his arms bracing against the sides of the sofa, exerting a commanding presence that cornered her into a dead end. The misunderstanding has indeed been cleared up, and I empathize with your past. Although the misunderstanding has been resolved, your habit of spouting nonsense must be corrected, and the punishment you deserve cannot be lessened in the slightest. Although the misunderstanding has been resolved, your habit of speaking nonsense needs to be corrected, the punishment you deserve cannot be lessened at all. Bo Siyuan's low, husky voice thundered in the quiet living room, carrying an undeniable and absolute dominance. As soon as his words fell, he gave Shen Xingyu no chance to resist, directly bending down to hoist her over his broad shoulder. Oh, husband, what are you doing? Put me down. Shen Xingyu flailed like a fish out of water. Oh no. This living king of hell, who usually appeared indifferent and aloof, transformed into an unrelenting perpetual motion machine once he got going. The punishment he mentioned would definitely keep her in bed for 3 days and nights. Bo Siyuan's face was cold as he strode down the mahogany stairs, carrying her straight into the master bedroom on the second floor. With a loud bang, the heavy, intricately carved wooden door was kicked shut and locked behind him. Shen Xingyu was ruthlessly tossed onto the soft bed. Frightened, she quickly squeezed her eyes shut and clutched her collar tightly. She even held her breath, her mind filled with the impending brutal domestic violence or the embarrassing bed slam. Husband, I was wrong. I won't run around anymore. Please be gentle, she begged with a tearful tone, pretending to be meek. However, the anticipated storm of demands did not come. Instead, a rich, sickly sweet aroma of cream wafted through the air. Open your eyes. Bo Siyuan's cold voice came from above her. Shen Xingyu cautiously opened a sliver of her eyes following the scent and instantly froze. In the spacious bedroom, butler Chun had entered at some point, directing a few servants with his head bowed. They were carrying 3 exaggeratedly large basin-sized top-tier strawberry black forest cakes. The bright red strawberries, thick chocolate shavings, and overflowing whipped cream piled up like 3 little mountains. What is this for? Shen Xingyu gulped, her stomach instinctively starting to churn. Bo Siyuan pulled over a chair, elegantly sitting at the edge of the bed with his long legs crossed. This is your punishment. A hint of dark amusement flashed in his deep black eyes. I checked your records at the Shen family. You have a naturally shallow stomach and absolutely abhor excessively sweet things, especially the combination of strawberries and chocolate. Since you enjoy running your mouth so much and dare to flaunt your heroism in dangerous places like the underground garage. The living king of hell scoffed, his long fingers tapping on the table. You must finish these 3 cakes if you want to sleep tonight. Shen Xingyu felt as if struck by lightning, her eyes widening at the sight of the 3 caloric mountains. Help! What kind of devil is this man? He actually chose this horrifying method to punish her. For a hacker who despises sweet food, this was 100 times more cruel than the 10 most torturous punishments of the Qing dynasty. Husband, I can't eat that much, it will make your dear wife burst. She attempted to continue acting cute and pouted, her eyes glistening with tears as she tugged at his sleeve. Stop talking nonsense, eat. Bo Siyuan was unyielding, his expression as cold as ancient ice. Out of options, Shen Xingyu could only hold back her tears, pick up the silver dessert spoon, and valiantly scoop a large piece into her mouth. Sweet. Too sweet. It was so sweet that her throat felt suffocated by the heavy cream. The first bite, she could barely muster a smile. By the time she reached halfway through, she was already rolling her eyes. By the time she got to the second cake, Shen Xingyu's belly had roundly swelled up, resembling a 4-month pregnant. Whoa, I really can't eat anymore, I'm going to throw up. She dropped the spoon and rolled around on the bed, utterly losing her composure. Bo Siyuan watched her pitiful state, and the cold hardness in his eyes finally cracked, slowly shattering into a deep sense of helplessness and heartache that he himself had not noticed. You deserve it. Let's see if you dare to rush into danger by yourself again. Although he scolded her, his body honestly moved to the edge of the bed. His large bony hand slipped under the hem of her nightgown, warm palm gently resting on her round belly. In clockwise and counterclockwise motions, the pressure was just right as he gently massaged her belly to aid digestion. Shen Xingyu closed her eyes in comfort, like a well-fed Persian cat letting out a contented hum. The extreme tug-of-war between the two was simply sweet, to the point of being sickening, with a pink bubble of strawberry flavor permeating the air. Still uncomfortable, Bo Siyuan leaned down, his warm breath brushing against her ear, his voice low and husky. Just rubbing is enough, husband. She nestled into his embrace, enjoying the exclusive massage service from the living king of hell without guilt. This massage went on until the deep of the night. Only when Bo Siyuan saw that she truly couldn't eat anymore did he mercifully have them take away the remaining half of the cake. The living king of hell was tired after a night of antics and fell into a deep sleep with her. However, Shen Xingyu was wide awake. The mound of strawberry black forest in her stomach was fermenting wildly, the sweet, bloated feeling keeping her tossing and turning, unable to sleep. This petty man is too ruthless, she cursed inwardly through gritted teeth. At 2:30 in the morning, Shen Xingyu carefully pried open the muscular arm around her waist and stealthily slipped out of bed. Barefoot, she crept into the spacious, independent bathroom of the master bedroom and locked the door. From the waterproof secret compartment under the sink, she skillfully retrieved a hand-sized, specially made mini-computer. With a belly full of frustration and nowhere to vent, she needed to find something to distract herself. Her expression instantly sharpened as she logged into her hacker alias Night Owl, and her fingers flew across the virtual keyboard. Since she couldn't sleep, she might as well have some fun on the dark web and harvest some foreign chives. She boldly followed a few hidden jump points and quietly hacked into a top-tier anonymous gambling site set up overseas. The depths behind such sites are incredibly murky, specifically targeting those dreaming of riches. But to the number one hacker on the dark web, their defense systems were as flimsy as paper. Shen Xingyu sneered, directly intercepting the core code of their random lottery algorithm from the back end. You think you can scam people every day? Today I'm going to fleece a bit of capitalist wool for myself. Using her self-coded super decryption model, she frantically simulated the winning data sequence for the next morning. Minutes later, a precise string of numbers appeared on the screen. She casually used an untraceable overseas virtual account to purchase this ticket with the highest multiplier. Done and dusted. Seeing the successful purchase notification pop up, Xingyu finally felt a significant amount of her frustration dissipate. She unplugged the computer, hid the equipment again, and happily snuck back to the big bed. Crawling into Bo Siyuan's warm embrace, which carried the crisp scent of cedar, she fell into a deep sleep. The next morning the sun in the capital was dazzlingly bright. Xingyu was awakened by the violent vibrations of her phone beneath the pillow. Who is it? Can't you let someone sleep in the early morning? She groggily reached out and retrieved the latest top-tier phone she had just changed to last night. Squinting, she unlocked the screen to find a notification from her Swiss bank's highest-level encrypted account. The moment she read the content of the message, the sleepiness in her mind vanished in an instant, as if obliterated by a nuclear bomb. Xingyu suddenly rubbed her eyes. She stared intently at the dazzling zeros on her phone screen. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000. A total of 50 million. Holy cow, did I really win? She gasped sharply, the remnants of sleep instantly blown away. Last night, she had simply felt frustrated and casually used a hacker algorithm to deduce the lottery logic of an overseas anonymous betting website. She never expected that this casual purchase would actually win her the grand prize. This was a completely legal income of 50 million. Using the highest confidentiality channel of a Swiss bank, it was clean and flawless. With this windfall, her newly registered Xinguang Entertainment Company could finally operate smoothly. More importantly, this money would allow her to perfectly cover the money-burning dark web layout of Night Owl right under Bo Xian's nose. Xingyu kicked off the quilt without bothering to put on her slippers. She dashed downstairs like a happy little in the luxurious restaurant of Jingyuan. Bo Xian was sitting in a custom-made black shirt, leisurely flipping through the day's financial morning report. Darling, Xingyu dove into his arms like a fledgling swallow. She planted a big kiss on his stern. Why aren't you even wearing shoes? Bo Xian frowned slightly, extending his long arms to lift her and place her directly on his lap. The man's broad hand naturally held her cool little foot, warming it with the heat from his palm. His tone was filled with helpless indulgence. Darling, I won the lottery. Xingyu excitedly raised her phone, nearly shoving the notification right into Bo Xian's face. She blinked her clear big eyes, her face written with a naive desire for praise. I casually bought a lottery ticket online yesterday and actually won 50 million. I'm simply the world's #1 unbeatable little lucky charm. Bo Xian raised his eyelids slightly, casting a faint glance at the string of numbers on the screen. The living king of hell not only showed no doubt, but also let out a lightly mocking chuckle. 50 million makes you this happy? This amount isn't even enough for a single day's turnover of a subsidiary under the Bo Group. This infuriatingly pretentious statement nearly choked Xingyu. So what if he had money? Back when she took orders in the dark web, it started at 10 million, okay? While she ground her teeth in silence, Bo Xian leisurely pulled out a pure black card from his suit pocket. With 2 long fingers, he casually stuffed the card into Shun Xingyi's pajama pocket. Save the 50 million for candy. This card has no limit, use it freely. Bo Xian pinched her soft cheek, his eyes filled with an overwhelming, domineering affection. Since you've become a lucky charm, let's go out today and soak in some good fortune. Don't try to save money for your husband. Who could withstand this? Xingyu held onto the black card, almost moved to perform a dramatic display of tears on the spot. After breakfast, she quickly changed into a high-end French-style Chanel suit. Wearing red-soled high heels, she headed straight to the top SKP mall in Jing City. 8 bodyguards in black followed closely behind her, arrogantly clearing the way. With money in hand, and no need to hide her identity, Xingyu walked with an air of confidence. She marched straight into the highly secure top-tier custom jewelry store on the mall's top floor. Bring out all your latest treasures. She pushed up her black sunglasses and spoke assertively, resembling a nouveau riche with more money than sense. Upon seeing her grand entrance, the store manager's eyes instantly lit up like bulbs. Hastily, he bowed and welcomed her into the most luxurious VIP appraisal room. Before long, a dazzling emerald diamond necklace was carefully brought out. Even for someone like Xingyu, who was used to rare treasures, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. The main stone was as big as a pigeon's egg with flawless cutting craftsmanship. The price was clearly marked at 12 million. It would perfectly match the black evening gown she had just bought. He'll take this one, wrap it up for me. Xingyu readily tossed out the black card given by Bo Xian. Just as the store manager was about to reach out for the card at that critical moment, a sharp hand, painted with bright red nail polish, suddenly intruded from the side. It brutally slammed down on the velvet display box that contained the necklace. Wait, I want this necklace, wrap it up for me right now. A sharp, sarcastic voice dripping with the scent of green tea rang out. It abruptly exploded in the quiet VIP room. Xingyu frowned, her gaze instantly cooling down. In this day and age, was there really something so blind as to dare to snatch her goods? She turned her head following that hand to see a woman in a revealing red dress drenched in heavy perfume, standing arrogantly. This woman was clinging to a portly vulgar rich man like a piece of taffy. Upon recognizing her face, a flicker of absurd cold laughter flashed in Shun Xingyu's eyes. What a coincidence. Wasn't this the real heiress who had been sent to jail, but somehow used some underhanded means to just get bailed out? Shen Mingyue. At this moment, Shen Mingyue clearly hadn't recognized Shen Xingyu, who was wearing large sunglasses. She was provocatively rubbing her chest against the old man's arm. While challenging Shen Xingyu with a haughty gaze, she said, "Darling, I want this necklace. Can you buy it for me?" The old man, completely enchanted by her, waved his hand, generously, leeringly staring at Shen Xingyu. "Of course. As long as my little darling likes it, I'll buy it for you no matter the cost. Buy it. Whatever my little darling desires. I'll pay any price." The bald, wealthy merchant melted under Shun Mingyue's affectionate teasing. With a flamboyant wave of his hand, his lecherous triangular eyes roamed shamelessly over Shun Xingyu's lithe figure. Hearing those greasy, stomach-churning endearments, Shen Xingyu slowly removed her black aviator sunglasses. "Shen Xingyu, it's actually you, the contemptible wretch." Shun Mingyue shrieked like a feral cat, whose tail had been stepped on, her shrill voice shattering the serene hush of the VIP viewing room. She scrutinized Shen Xingyu from head to toe, a twisted flicker of jealousy flashing across her eyes before settling into open disdain. "So, has Lord Bo grown tired of you? Is that why he sent only a pack of dogs to trail behind you? Do you truly imagine yourself the exalted Lady Bo?" Shen Xingyu didn't even lift her eyelids. She merely cast a single dismissive glance at her, as if sizing up a deranged fool. She turned toward the shop manager standing nearby, trembling with nervousness. Slap. With deliberate force, Shen Xingyu slammed onto the glass counter both her 5 million yuan bank card and Lord Bo Sion's limitless black credit card. "I'll take this necklace." Her crimson lips curled upward, arrogant, imperious, unassailable. "And also package every single piece of this season's haute couture collection from your boutique." The manager gasped sharply, his hands trembling violently with exhilaration. This was nothing short of an epical order, worth tens of millions. Shun Mingyue's face flushed viridian with rage, her eyes bulged, as if ready to burst from their sockets. How could this wretch possibly possess such wealth? She clutched the bald tycoon's arm, tightly shaking him frantically while pouting. "Mr. Wang, look how brazen she is. Hurry, avenge me. Snatch that necklace back for me." Enthralled by her beauty, the tycoon puffed out his enormous beer belly and prepared to lash out. Yet the moment his gaze swept past Shen Xingyu and fell upon the several black-clad bodyguards standing silently behind her, he froze, his eyes locking onto the discreet dark gold emblem embroidered on their collar insignia. Then he glanced again at the ultra-exclusive, globally limited black card resting on the table, a symbol of absolute financial sovereignty. His jowls quivered violently, his breath seized entirely. The exclusive totem of the Bo family's shadow guard, the unmistakable mark of Jingxuan's living Yama, Lord Bo Sion. This wasn't some discarded plaything. This was the living deity cradled in Lord Bo's very heart. "Mr. Wang, say something. Didn't you claim no one in Jing City dares cross you?" Shen Mingyue continued her reckless prodding, utterly oblivious to her peril. "I'll kill you, you blind, insolent little slut." Terrified beyond reason, the tycoon swung his arm in a full arc and struck Shen Mingyue across the face with brutal, merciless force. Slap. A sharp, crisp crack echoed. Shen Mingyue screamed, blood welling at the corner of her mouth as she crashed heavily to the floor. Before Shen Mingyue could even register the shock, the once arrogant tycoon dropped to his knees with a thunderous thud, bowing low before Shen Xingyu in abject humility. "Lady Bo, spare my life. I was blind as a dog. I had no idea your ladyship would grace us with your presence." He kowtowed frantically, his forehead pounding against the marble floor with dull, rhythmic thuds. "I have absolutely nothing to do with this foolish woman. Please don't tell Lord Bo. For mercy's sake, I beg you." Shen Xingyu looked down upon Shen Mingyue sprawled helplessly on the icy floor. Watching the other woman's face contort grotesquely with envy and humiliation, Shen Xingyu's scarlet lips curved into a scathing, contemptuous smile. "Dare you compete with me for possessions? You'd better piss into a mirror first, and see whether you're even worthy." With effortless grace, she slipped her aviator sunglasses back on, refusing even a second glance, as if looking would soil her eyes. Amidst the manager's reverent farewells and the bodyguard's silent escort, Shen Xingyu strode away in stiletto heels. All that remained was Shun Mingyue collapsed on the floor like a stray dog, her eyes burning red, as if they... The dopamine rush from unrestrained shopping elevated Shen Xingyu's mood to euphoric heights. At 8 o'clock that evening, the laden Maybach glided smoothly into the garage of Jing Garden. Lord Bo Sion had an unmissable top-tier business banquet tonight. The master bedroom stood vast and empty. Shen Xingyu kicked off her high heels, preparing to unwind in the spacious bathtub with a soothing hot soak. Suddenly, a custom-built microcomputer hidden deep within the vanity's concealed compartment emitted a brief, piercing vibration. The highest priority emergency alert from the dark web. Shen Xingyu's expression shifted instantly. Her languid composure dissolved, replaced by razor-edged lethality. She yanked open the anti-spy case, and her long, elegant fingers flew across the screen. An encrypted chat window from her dark web contact, Viper, flashed urgently, its crimson light pulsing violently. "Boss, log in now. Something massive has happened." Viper's voice trembled with urgency and barely concealed panic. Lu Zhao's overseas mercenaries are moving in earnest. They're attempting to forcibly intercept our critically classified intelligence tonight at the dark web trading arena. Shen Xingyu's gaze hardened, cold, lethal, incisive as a blade forged in ice. Lu Zhao, the rabid hound, still clinging like a specter, daring to hijack her cargo. Without hesitation, she logged into her primary alias, Night Owl, and hammered decisively on the enter key. "Touch my cargo and die. Alert all operatives. Prepare for battle. Dare to touch my goods. Notify everyone, prepare for battle." As Shen Xingyu pressed the send button, a steady and powerful sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the master bedroom. Click. The heavy wooden carved door was pushed open from the outside. The slightly tipsy Bo Siyuan, carrying a cold scent of cedar, strode in. Wasn't he attending a top business conference? Why is he back early? Shen Xingyu's heart skipped a beat, and the bloodthirsty killing intent of a top hacker was instantly suppressed. "Honey, why are you back so early?" She quickly closed the privacy box and greeted him with a sweet and soft smile. Bo Siyuan loosened his tie, his deep black eyes revealing a hint of fatigue. He reached out to pinch her soft cheek, his voice low and hoarse. "Those old foxes were too boring, so I'd rather come home to accompany you. I'm going to take a shower first." He walked into the bathroom with his broad and upright back. Behind the tightly closed frosted glass door, the sound of running water soon echoed. "The opportunity has come." Shen Xingyu's gaze turned cold, and she swiftly tore off her home clothes. She quickly changed into a fluffy pink bear pajama and dove into the spacious quilt like a nimble cat. The heavy silk quilt covered her completely. She pulled out a mini computer, and the eerie blue light of the screen shone brightly in the dark quilt. "Viper, report the coordinates." Shen Xingyu bit her lip, her voice extremely low, exuding a calmness that brooked no denial and a hint of madness. "Boss, Lu Zhao's overseas mercenaries have already reached the edge of the Middle Eastern trading area." Viper exclaimed anxiously on the other end of the headset. "There are less than 2 kilometers left to our core intelligence transfer point. They are armed with heavy firepower and top tactical jammers. The Outer Brothers can't hold on much longer. What's the panic? To intercept my goods, Lu Zhao still has 100 years of practice ahead." Shen Xingyu listened intently to the continuous sound of running water in the bathroom. With her mind divided, it did not affect her fingers racing on the virtual keyboard at all. The densely packed attack codes poured out like a tide. Cut off the military satellite signals in their area and seized control of the tactical jammers. She slightly raised her lips, her eyes sparkling with extreme excitement. Wearing the cutest pink bear pajamas, she was engaging in the cruelest black dealings on the dark web. The thrill of playing with fire right under the nose of a living hell was simply exhilarating. Boom. A long string of green instructions indicating success popped up on the screen. "Boss, you're amazing. Their communication frequency has been forcibly taken over by us. Send false coordinates to them." Shen Xingyu coldly issued the kill order. "Lead those mercenaries to the abandoned chemical factory and let the local warlords entertain them well. Using others' knives to kill without bloodshed." Lu Zhao's elite team hadn't even figured out what was happening when they were led directly into the enemy's encirclement by Shen Xingyu's altered tactical map. The thermal imaging red dots representing the firefight on the screen flickered wildly. Within just 5 minutes, the signals of Lu Zhao's mercenaries were extinguished amidst fierce gunfire. Just as Shen Xingyu was preparing to command her team to take advantage of the chaos and seize the spoils, an unexpected change occurred. Warning: encountering an unknown computing powers counterattack. Suddenly, Shen Xingyu's screen flashed with blood-red warning lights. That madman Lu Zhao actually came out in person. He utilized terrifying server computing power in an attempt to forcibly tear apart Shen Xingyu's fabricated foothold and trace back to her real IP. Damn it! A fine layer of cold sweat broke out on Shen Xingyu's forehead. The sound of water in the bathroom continued, but she knew Bo Siyuan never took longer than 15 minutes in the shower. Time was running out for her. Just as she was about to take drastic measures and cut off all physical connections, a critical moment arose. A vast and completely concealed stream of mysterious data suddenly forcefully intervened from the other end of the dark web. This computing power was overwhelmingly domineering. It didn't bother with defense at all, directly transforming into an invisible heavy hammer that smashed through Lu Xiao's counter-tracking net. Holy shit. Boss, it's that mysterious super sponsor S who has been funding you all along. Viper exclaimed, his tone filled with shock. He actually threw tens of millions of dollars to buy 10 minutes of usage rights for the entire overseas backbone network just to help you block this. Shen Xingyu was stunned. This benefactor codenamed S usually never involved himself in such bloody conflicts, only sending tasks and money. Why did he suddenly emerge like a furious beast protecting its cub today? But time was tight, leaving her no room for thought. With this vast computing power as cover, Shen Xingyu had no more worries. She decisively typed the last line of code, perfectly locking down all network backdoors. The spoils were in hand, and Lu Xiao's elite forces were completely wiped out. In this textbook-level dark web firefight, she Night Owl won brilliantly. Splash. Just at the moment of her victory, the sound of water from the bathroom abruptly stopped. The living hell had finished his shower. Shen Xingyi's heart skipped a beat, drenched in cold sweat, frantically preparing to shut down the mini-computer. But just before her finger pressed the power button, driven by the damned curiosity and instincts of a top hacker, she instinctively intercepted the faint IP trace left by the mysterious sponsor S as he retreated. With such a strong ally and such a domineering style, she had to investigate who this person truly was. The reverse tracking code was activated instantly. The coordinates on the screen began to jump wildly. From North America to the Middle East, from Europe to Southeast Asia, it passed through several hundred layers of complex top encryption jump boards. This encryption method was simply insane. As the progress bar reached 100%, the final real physical source IP finally appeared clearly in the center of the screen. At the moment she saw that coordinate address, Shen Xingyu felt her blood freeze instantly, as if her brain had been struck by a 100-ton hammer. Asia, Huawei City. The coordinate precision continued to narrow. Wealthy district, Bo, family manor, Jing Garden. Finally locked, second floor, internal local area network of the master bedroom. Buzz. Shen Xingyu's head spun, and a ringing in her ears grew louder. She stared at the flashing red dot on the screen, her eyes filled with disbelief. The mysterious super big shot S who could turn the tide in the dark web and lavish millions to help her thwart Lu Xiao. His IP's ultimate source was actually right in this room, right beside her. Click. In Asia, Huawei Jingshi. The wealthy district boss manor, Jing Garden. Final lock, second floor, master bedrooms, local area network. These scarlet words slammed into Shen Xingyu's nerves like a 1,000-ton hammer. She stared fixedly at the arrogant blinking red dot on the screen, and her mind exploded in an instant, nearly stripping her of the ability to think. How could this be? The mysterious overseas plutocrat S who ruled the dark web and perpetually held the top spot on the Night Owl leaderboard. His IP's ultimate origin was actually, damn it, right beside this bed. Just 10 minutes ago she had silently thanked this generous benefactor in her heart. Now reality struck her like a resounding slap, leaving her utterly disoriented. Shen Xingyu swallowed a dry gulp of saliva. Her fingers, accustomed to typing, now trembled slightly. She forced herself to calm down, and countless fragments in her mind began to furiously piece together. Previously, when the Bo Group's secondary system was hacked, S had spent $30 million to hire her to patch the vulnerabilities. A few days ago, she accidentally sent a fiery red lips emoji to S, and the next second Bo Xian's tablet in the next room rang. And today, as soon as Lu Xiao's mercenaries surfaced on the dark web, this S descended like a divine soldier, dropping a fortune to buy out the backbone network and forcibly intercept the pursuit for her. How could there be so many coincidences? All clues pointed to a terrifying, hair-raising truth. It was all solved. S was never some hidden overseas leviathan on Wall Street or in the Middle East. He was the man currently taking a shower in the bathroom. That living demon Bo Xian, who even controlled her water intake. Shen Xingyu gasped, a chill shooting from the soles of her feet, straight to her crown. What kind of epic earthly purgatory of a showdown was this? In reality, she played the part of a delicate, useless little fool, who couldn't even recite the multiplication table, cuddling and acting spoiled in his arms every day. On the dark web, he transformed into the ultimate benefactor with a hand that could cover the sky, spending money to hire her, test her, and even protect her. This couple had truly mastered the art of playing with 800 cunning tricks. The worst part was that Bo Xian wasn't just the overlord of the Jingshi circle in reality. On the dark web, he was also an unfathomable big shot. So when he had held up her missent red lips emoji earlier and asked her, what does archrival mean? Wasn't he already madly testing her limits? Crazy, this life is really unbearable. Shen Xingyu tugged hopelessly at her bare pajama hood on the verge of tears. This bed held two top dark web overlords. With just a slight turn they could strip each other bare. Click. The bathroom door lock emitted a faint turning sound. The water had completely stopped. Bo Xian was about to come out. Shen Xingyu's heart lurched, her survival instinct peaked in that moment. Frantically, she unplugged the microcomputer's power and with explosive force shoved the privacy box back into the hidden compartment under the bed. She had just pulled the covers back over herself, concealing the cold sweat from her tension, when the frosted glass door was pushed open. Bo Sion strode out in a loose, deep black bathrobe. The robe's lapels hung wide open, revealing the man's sexy, firm pectorals and pale, cold-toned collarbones. A few crystal beads of water slid slowly along his sharp jawline, vanishing into the depths of the robe, exuding a deadly masculine allure. He held a white towel, casually drying his wet short hair. Shun Xingyu lay stiff as a mummy under the covers. She kept her eyes tightly shut, even deliberately slowing her breathing, striving to feign a deep sleep. Yet the man's cold, cedar-like fragrance pressed closer to the bedside with an overwhelming force. Bo Sion sat on the edge of the bed, the mattress dipped slightly. He didn't immediately reach for the girl bundled up like a silkworm cocoon. Instead, he naturally turned and picked up the military-grade encrypted tablet from the nightstand. Shun Xingyi's heart leapt to her throat. She cracked her eyes open, just a sliver, holding her breath as she peeked. She saw Bo Sion holding the tablet with one hand, his slender fingers gliding skillfully across the screen. It was definitely not the usual interface for browsing financial reports or emails. On the screen, a deep, dark-style encrypted login window appeared. The complex identity verification system and the dark gold S emblem in the upper right corner, representing supreme authority, glowed with a chilling faint light in the dim bedroom. This was unmistakably the highest-level employer terminal console of the dark web. Bo Sion's gaze was sharp and cold, his fingertips tapped rapidly, clearly confirming the final battle damage of the recent clash and preparing to send some top-secret message to Night Owl. Staring at that familiar black, encrypted interface, Shun Xingyu felt cold sweat trickle down her back, soaking her thin pajamas. Holy crap, the benefactor was right beside her pillow, and he was openly logging into that top-tier dark web alternate account right in front of her. If he typed even one word, now the backup communicator hidden under her pillow would instantly emit a deafening incoming message alert. Just how the hell was this game supposed to be played? In the dimly lit bedroom, the air seemed to solidify into a tangible substance. Shun Xingyu lay stiffly in the blanket like a mummified corpse devoid of consciousness. Her back was completely soaked with cold sweat, the silk nightgown clinging to her skin, bringing a suffocating chill. Through the narrow slit of her eyes, she stared at Bo Sion sitting on the edge of the bed. The man's long fingers tapped rapidly on the encrypted tablet. The screen displayed the highest-level transaction confirmation interface of the dark web. The code name S now hung like a scythe of the Grim Reaper over her neck. What a ridiculous, hellish battle. The distinguished prince of the capital was actually a super tycoon in the dark web, executing ruthless decisions. Shun Xingyu screamed, internally wishing she could dig a hole and bury herself. On a 2-meter-wide bed, two top-tier giants of the dark web lay straight. Could this game even continue? Just as her brain was short-circuiting, Bo Sion decisively pressed the send button. It was almost at the exact same moment. The specially designed mini-computer hidden deep within Shun Xingyi's pillow emitted a strong physical vibration. Buzz, buzz. This weak vibration, originally set to be imperceptible except when closely held, felt like a magnitude 10 earthquake in the dead of night. This was bad. Even through the thick down pillow with the twisted vigilance of a living king of hell, he would definitely sense something amiss. At the brink of life and death, Shun Xingyu had no time to think. The survival instincts of a top assassin instantly took over her body. "Oh, don't come over." She let out a piercing scream, filled with terror. Then she rolled around on the wide double bed like a dying, frantic loach. The blanket was kicked off, and she pressed her pillow down firmly. Using this exaggerated rolling motion, she perfectly masked the deadly vibrations of the computer. Subsequently, she lunged forward, accurately crashing into Bo Sion's embrace. Her soft, pale arms clung tightly around the man's strong waist. "Whoa, husband, save me. There are so many ghosts biting me." She buried her face deep into the man's damp bathrobe, crying her heart out, trembling violently. This fluid display of throwing a fit completely stunned Bo Sion. The man instinctively tossed the tablet aside and firmly caught this soft body that had come crashing like a cannonball. "Did you have a nightmare?" Bo Sion's low, husky voice carried a hint of helplessness as his large hand naturally stroked her back. In that instant, he seemed to feel something vibrating at the head of the bed. But Shun Xingyi's sudden wild struggles instantly disrupted all his thoughts. "Whoa, it's too scary. They have huge bloody mouths and want to eat me." Shun Xingyu cried breathlessly, her tears and snot recklessly smeared across the man's precious silk robe. As she cried, she frantically prayed in her heart, "Don't look at the pillow. Don't flip over my bed." Bo Sion looked at the pitifully crying woman in his arms. All the cold calculations of the dark web were instantly thrown to the back of his mind. He gently patted her back, soothing her as if she were a 3-year-old child. "Don't be afraid, there are no ghosts. A trace of barely perceptible indulgence flashed in the depths of the man's dark eyes. Even if there were really ghosts, I would tear them apart and feed them to the dogs. Listening to this domineering and protective line, Shen Xingyu felt not a shred of warmth, but instead even more creeped out. You're far scarier than a ghost, okay? If you lift the pillow, the one being torn apart and fed to the dogs tonight will definitely be me, the night owl in person. Husband, am afraid to sleep alone. Can you hold me tight? She clung tightly to Bo Siyuan, her body pressing down on the dangerous area where the computer was hidden. A strict defense with no loopholes whatsoever. Bo Siyuan sighed softly, completely giving up on the idea of retrieving the tablet. He lay down forcefully, enclosing her in front of his heated chest. All right, I'll hold you to sleep. His chin rested on her head, warm breath spilling over her forehead. Shen Xingyu curled up like a startled quail, obediently shrinking into a ball. The crisis seemed to have temporarily passed. The room returned to a stifling silence. Only the ticking of the vintage clock on the wall kept tapping at her taut nerves. She closed her eyes, feeling the penetrating gaze above her head. Bo Siyuan had not fallen asleep. He simply watched her quietly, his dark gaze seemingly capable of piercing through all secrets. Shen Xingyu could even hear the thundering beat of her own heart. Just when she thought this prolonged torment was finally coming to an end, Bo Siyuan's hand, which had been stroking her back, suddenly paused slightly. The man's fingertips slowly and ambiguously traced the neckline of her nightgown. A wave of lethal shivers instantly coursed through her entire body. Baby, Bo Siyuan suddenly spoke. His low, husky voice sounded particularly abrupt in the quiet night, carrying a lazy, probing tone. Like an experienced hunter casually throwing out the deadliest bait, Shen Xingyi's heart suddenly constricted, and she stiffly squeezed out a sleepy murmur from her throat. Husband, what's wrong? Bo Siyuan did not answer immediately. His gaze was extremely deep and dark, tightly locking onto her seemingly defenseless little face. After a full 10 seconds, he casually toyed with a strand of her long hair and asked a seemingly indifferent, when you were in the Shen family, did you have any contact with anything related to hacking technology? Boom. It was like a bolt of lightning striking precisely on Shen Xingyi's crown. Her breath completely halted in that instant. This seemingly casual question was 1,000 times deadlier than Liu Xiao's heavy sniper rifle. A test. This was definitely a naked test. Did the living king of hell sense something? Or was it because of that barely half-second vibration that raised his suspicion? Shen Xingyi's mind frantically sounded the highest-level red alert. She could even feel the man's arm around her waist subtly tightening. She bit her tongue hard, forcing herself to calm down. At this moment, even the slightest hesitation would lead to utter ruin. She had to strike back immediately. She suddenly opened her large, watery eyes, her face filled with innocent stupidity and confusion. Hacker. Shen Xingyu blinked innocently, even tilting her head in puzzlement. She responded with a soft voice that carried a thick sense of naivety. What is a hacker, husband? Is it that kind of magical software that can give me lots of free green diamonds and QQ yellow diamonds online? What is a hacker, honey? Shen Xingyu blinked innocently, her face full of pure foolishness. Is it some magical software that can get me free green diamonds and QQ yellow diamonds online? In the dim bedroom, the air froze for a full 5 seconds. Bo Xian's sharp, eagle-like black eyes meticulously scanned her face. He tried to find a single crack beneath this mask of coquettishness. But there was nothing, absolutely nothing. In the girl's eyes, apart from a longing for free yellow diamonds, there was only natural-born silliness. Heh! The living Hell King's chest rumbled as he let out a low, soft laugh. His tense muscles slowly relaxed, and his large hand tousled her silky hair. Free green diamonds. What kind of junk is always filling that little head of yours? The suspicion in the man's eyes seemed to ebb away like a tide, his tone returning to that dangerous indulgence. Want any diamonds? Tomorrow, I'll have Assistant Lin buy the whole company for you. Whoosh. Shen Xingyu screamed, inwardly finally managing to muddle through this life-threatening test. She snuggled into his arms, acting sweet and coquettish. Honey, you're the best. I also want to get super big black diamonds. That night, they fell asleep in each other's arms, seemingly returning to their sickly sweet daily routine. But only they knew in their hearts that this peak showdown, dubbed Mr. Mrs. Smith, had just begun. The next morning, Bo Xian rarely didn't go to the office. Instead, he handled business in the semi-open study on the second floor. Shen Xingyu walked in carrying a glass of hot milk, shuffling in her fuzzy slippers. As soon as she entered, her peripheral vision caught sight of the top-tier Alienware laptop on the large desk. Not only was the computer unlocked, but the screen also flaunted a high-level anti-tracking bait code from the dark web. Anyone with even a bit of hacking knowledge would have an instinctive physiological reaction upon seeing this code. Even a tiny pupil contraction or an unconscious twitch of a fingertip would absolutely not escape Bo Xian's eyes, which were fixed on her through the reflection in his coffee cup. This old fox. He still hadn't given up. Shen Xingyi's mind raced through 800 turns in zero. 01 seconds. Instead of avoiding the sight, she boldly leaned in, pressing her face right up to the screen. Honey, what are you looking at? Bo Xian held his coffee, observing every micro-expression on her face, without moving. But he saw Shen Xingyu wrinkle her nose in disgust and pout her lips. Oh, all these dense English letters are making my eyes hurt. She slammed the hot milk onto the table, deliberately spilling a few drops, and aggressively blocked most of the screen. What's so interesting about this piece of junk? You're not playing with me. With that, she pulled out her own tablet from her pocket and slapped it down on top of the bait code. Look, I downloaded a super fun game last night. Bo Xian glanced down. On the screen was the utterly stupid beginner-level version of Minesweeper. It even displayed her pathetic record of playing for 10 consecutive hours and dying 800 times. The living Hell King's mouth twitched subtly. He pulled out a tissue to wipe the milk off the table and casually pushed the tablet aside. It really is a bunch of boring gibberish. Forget it, it'll play Minesweeper with you. The man naturally closed the laptop, and the last trace of suspicion in his eyes finally turned into a silent sigh. An idiot who could die 800 times on beginner Minesweeper couldn't possibly be the night owl who dominated the dark web. It seemed he had been overthinking. However, over the next few days, the tug of war between this couple was nothing short of a spy thriller. Bo Xian occasionally left top-secret commercial security documents by the bedside. Shen Xingyu in turn used them as coasters for her cup, even drawing an ugly turtle on one. At night, they shared a 2-meter-wide, genuine leather bed. As their breaths intertwined, each harbored 800 schemes in their hearts. Bo Xian pretended to be fast asleep, deliberately adjusting his breathing rate to 16 breaths per minute. Shen Xingyu, like a top-tier agent, perfectly synchronized her pulse and breathing, playing dead flawlessly. Both were waiting for the other to slip up. Yet in each perilous encounter, they were fooled by the other's apparent harmless, extreme tension sparks flying. This thrilling sensation of dancing on a knife's edge was surprisingly more addictive to Shen Xingyu than a firefight on the dark web. Until the afternoon of the fourth day, the eerie yet tense tranquility of Jingyuan was brutally shattered. Shen Xingyu was sitting cross-legged on the living room sofa. She was directing Bo Xian to peel shine muscat grapes for her while watching a soap opera and laughing heartily. Suddenly, the clamor of car engines erupted outside the gate. Butler Chen, drenched in sweat, scurried in from the entrance hall. His expression was strange, even betraying a hint of barely concealed panic. Sir, madam, there are guests outside. Bo Xian naturally fed a peeled grape into Shen Xingyu's mouth. Without even turning his head, he coldly uttered 2 words. Not seeing them. The living Hell King's territory was not a place for every Tom, Dick, or Harry to tread. Butler Chen was so anxious he slapped his thigh, sweat dripping to his chin. But it's Miss Bai. The old matriarch herself gave the order, and the security let her in. Shen Xingyu paused in her chewing, keenly sensing an unusual scent of green tea. Miss Bai, where did this rotten peach blossom come from? Bo Xian's brow furrowed deeply into a frown, clearly also annoyed by the name. What is she doing here? As soon as the words left his mouth, a crisp, coquettish laugh came from the hall entrance, accompanied by the heavy footsteps of several servants carrying large and small suitcases. A young girl dressed in a pure white French haute couture long dress with a fresh and harmless look stepped directly over the threshold of Jingyuan like a joyful lark. Without even changing her shoes, she completely ignored the wary Shen Xingyu beside her. Her big watery eyes were glued to Bo Xian's handsome, unparalleled face. Xianchk. The girl's voice was sweet and cloying, her face full of adoration and delight. Great-grandmother said you've been working too hard lately, so she specially asked me to move from the old mansion to take care of your daily needs. Wow, so she's just barging in to steal her man. Shen Xingyu looked at the exaggerated array of designer suitcases on the floor and barely held back a laugh. She elegantly swallowed the grape in her mouth. Extending her small fair foot, she gave Bo Xian's muscular calf a light but firm kick. Honey, where did this wild little sister come from? Husband, where did this wild little sister come from? Shen Xingyu's crisp and charming protest echoed loudly in the spacious living room. The frost in Bo Xian's eyes was almost tangible as he glanced disdainfully at the girl in white at the door. I don't know her. The living Yama spat out 3 icy words without the slightest hesitation. Bai Qianqian's smile instantly froze, and the limited edition bag she was holding nearly fell to the ground. She never expected that her meticulously planned entrance would be met with such a heartless reply of I don't know. Brother Xian, how could you forget me? Urgently, Bai Qianqian's eyes turned red as she hurriedly stepped forward in her high heels, sweetly whining. It's me, Qianqian. When we were kids at the old house, I even ran after you. Great-grandmother said your stomach is not good and specifically asked me to move in to personally cook soup for you. As she spoke, she provocatively shot a glare at Shen Xingyu, her eyes filled with a sense of superiority. Shen Xingyu, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, couldn't help but roll her eyes internally. What a strong whiff of stale green tea. What era is this? Still playing the childhood sweetheart card. Bo Xin couldn't be bothered to look at her again and coldly ordered, "Uncle Chen, send her back where she came from. Jing Yuan does not take in trash." Just as Uncle Chen was about to act, Bai Qianqian cleverly pulled out her trump card. "Brother Xin, if you chase me away, great-grandmother will be angry." Using the old lady as leverage, she was sure that Bo Xin wouldn't completely sever ties with the old house at this critical moment. As expected, Bo Xin's brows furrowed tightly. He let out a cold snort, took Shen Xingyi's hand, and headed straight for the second floor, leaving Bai Qianqian with only a cold back to stare at. Let her be, she is not allowed to step into the second floor. By evening, this green tea finally couldn't hold back and began to act out wildly. Shen Xingyu had just changed into comfortable loungewear and reached the staircase when she witnessed a rather eye-bleeding scene. Bai Qianqian had actually changed into a revealing deep V burgundy silk nightgown. The fabric was so thin it was almost translucent, and the neckline was so low it seemed intent on shoving her entire cleavage into people's faces. She swayed a bowl of steaming soup beside the sofa in the living room. Occasionally, she would deliberately bend down, striking a flirtatious pose, her gaze fixed on Bo Xin, who had just walked out of the study. "Brother Xin, this is the pigeon soup I brewed all afternoon. You should drink a sip while it's hot." This blatant declaration of ownership was practically shouting, "Come sleep with me," on her face. Shen Xingyu stood at the staircase corner, watching with great interest. This wild cousin had some guts to dare stir up trouble in front of the living Yama. Bo Xin didn't even glance at the bowl of soup, his gaze as disdainful as if he were looking at a pile of foul-smelling garbage. "Dump it. From now on, everything she has touched, throw it all away." The man spoke in a chilling tone, striding to the staircase, naturally wrapping his arm around Shen Xingyi's waist as they headed straight for the spacious and luxurious dining room. Ignored by Qianqian gritted her teeth. Not only did she not back down, but she also shamelessly followed them into the dining room. She even brazenly pulled out a chair and sat directly across from Bo Xin. A lavish dinner filled the large table. Shen Xingyu ate with gusto, while Bo Xin skillfully picked the fish bones for her. Seeing herself completely treated as heir by Qianqian finally could not sit still. She suddenly feigned a painful cry, the gold-trimmed chopsticks in her hand clattering onto the plate. "Oh dear, so painful." Bai Qianqian covered her slender wrist, her eyes instantly brimming with tearful, pitiful affection. She raised her watery big eyes and looked at Bo Xin with a pitiful gaze. "Brother Xin, when I was brewing soup for you this afternoon, I accidentally burned my hand. Now my wrist has no strength at all, I can't even hold the chopsticks properly." As she spoke, she deliberately stretched her injured hand adorned with an expensive bracelet forward. "Could you help me pick a piece of that sweet and sour spare rib? I really want to eat it." This nauseatingly sweet voice sounded particularly grating in the quiet dining room. Shen Xingyu briefly paused in her chewing of the fish. Goodness, is she directly bringing the tea art of green tea to the dinner table? Right in front of her, the legitimate Mrs. Boshi was brazenly asking Bo Xin to serve her food. Is she really looking down on her, or does she think she can't lift a knife? The ferocity in Bo Xian's eyes surged, causing the air around him to freeze. He was just about to call the bodyguards to toss this woman and her chair out the window when a soft little hand suddenly pressed down on his hand. Shen Xingyu elegantly took a wet wipe from the table and leisurely wiped her mouth. Then she crisply set down her ivory chopsticks. With a soft snap in this strange atmosphere, it sounded particularly abrupt. Shen Xingyu rested her chin on one hand, her glistening, beautiful eyes fixed on the white Qianqian, who was still pretending to be weak. On that stunning face, a cold and mocking smile slowly emerged. Want to stir trouble in the domain of a powerful figure? Want to compete with her, the fully leveled Black Lotus, for a man? Does she really think that these years in the dark web were just for eating and waiting to die? Today, let this rotten peach blossom witness what a fully leveled Sea King's dimensional strike looks like. Shen Xingyu set down the ivory chopsticks in her hand, the crisp sound echoing in the quiet restaurant, as if a needle had dropped. To play the green tea act in front of her, the fully leveled Black Lotus. Truly, it was like brandishing a broadsword before Guangong. Shen Xingyu stood up with a smile, casually stepping over the large dining table to approach, Bai Qianqian unceremoniously snatching the white porcelain bowl filled with pigeon soup. "Oh dear cousin, your hands are shaking so badly that you can't even hold the bowl steady," she said, batting her innocent clear eyes while her gaze suggested she was looking at an idiot. "Since your hands are impaired, why persist here? Hurry and go to the orthopedic hospital for an emergency visit. My ex-husband Bo Jingxuan just happens to have a long-term VIP bed there, even broke 2 ribs. Why not let me call and introduce you to? It would be perfect to have a fellow patient for a mahjong game." Bai Qianqian felt dizzy from this rapid-fire barrage of insults. Her pitiful face turned a deep shade of purple, her outstretched hand frozen midair, unable to retract or let go. "You? What nonsense are you talking about? I just accidentally burned myself. Who's going to the orthopedic hospital?" Bai Qianqian countered frantically, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Bo Xin, who sat at the head of the table. "Brother Xin, look at her. How can she curse me like this? Unfortunately, the living Yama had not even spared her a glance, focusing intently on wiping Shun Xingyu's fingerprints off his fingers with a wet tissue. Shun Xingyu let out a cold scoff, choosing not to pretend anymore. She leaned forward slightly, her gaze aggressively scanning Bai Qianqian's plunging deep nightgown. Enough with the brother talk, it's making me want to vomit my dinner. Shun Xingyu waved her hand in front of her nose, her tone dripping with disdain. Cousin, could you at least change to a better perfume before trying to seduce someone else's husband next time? This cheap industrial sweetener scent paired with your 9 yuan shipping included nightgown is simply like someone who just got off work from a hair salon. Our brother Cian has severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. Can't you tell that your smell is making him lose his... As soon as those words were spoken, the servants standing by turned red-faced, biting their lips to stifle their laughter. Bai Qianqian's face shifted from red to white, then to green, her entire body trembling violently. You're slandering me. This is a limited edition high fashion. High fashion? Shun Xingyu exclaimed, as if hearing the biggest joke, suddenly reaching out and firmly pinching Bai Qianqian's chin. Her grip was so strong that Bai Qianqian gasped in pain, unable to break free. Shun Xingyu leaned in closer, her gaze scrutinizing Bai Qianqian's unnaturally high nose like an X-ray scanner. Even if the perfume is fake, your nose must be fake too, right? She disdainfully flicked Bai Qianqian's nose with her red-tipped finger. This implant is so transparent it could double as a flashlight, and the bridge is so poorly crafted. Which quack surgeon did your operation? Don't blame your sister for not warning you. If you make too big of a movement, that implant could pierce your skin and pop out. Each of her words was a sharp stab to the heart. Shun Xingyu ruthlessly stripped Bai Qianqian of her petty thoughts, leaving her with nothing to hide behind. Bai Qianqian had never endured such a humiliating disgrace. She had always prided herself on being a highborn lady, self-conceited about her beauty, but now she found herself trampled into the mud before this woman. You wretched woman. I will tell my great-grandmother on you. Her emotions completely collapsed, tears streaming down her face as she screamed and lunged to claw at Shun Xingyu's face. Just then, the previously silent Bo Xian suddenly moved. The man casually picked up the warm cup of honey water from the table. He effortlessly pulled Shun Xingyu back into his embrace, avoiding Bai Qianqian's frantically clawing hands. In Bo Xian's deep black eyes there was no trace of pity for Bai Qianqian, only a full embrace of indulgence for the girl in his arms. He brought the cup to Shun Xingyu's lips, his low husky voice dripping with unmistakable affection. Take a sip, soothe your throat. Bo Xian coldly shot a glance at the almost fainting Bai Qianqian, his tone chillingly frosty. Don't stop cursing just because you're thirsty. Oh, finish your drink and keep cursing. If she dares to retort, I'll have someone cut out her tongue. This protective and unreasonable statement became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Bai Qianqian felt as though she had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. She stared intently at Bo Xian's extremely cold face, finally realizing that this man had never seen her as a human being. A massive sense of humiliation instantly drowned her in rationality. Whoa! Bai Qianqian covered her face, breaking down into a loud cry. She could no longer stay there, rolling and scrambling out of the restaurant, running upstairs to the guest room like a madwoman. Bang! The door to the guest room slammed shut. The restaurant returned to tranquility as Shun Xingyu took a big sip of honey water. This protective demeanor of the living Yama was truly pleasing to the eye. At this moment in the guest room on the second floor, Bai Qianqian lay on the bed, crying with tears and snot all over her face. The facade she had prided herself on was shattered by Shun Xingyu, and even her once prized beauty felt devalued to nothing. Shun Xingyu, you wild child who popped out of nowhere. I will never let you go. Bai Qianqian clenched her teeth, pounding on the pillow, her eyes flashing with malicious light. She suddenly jumped up from the bed, grabbed her phone, and dialed a secret number. A cacophony of music blared from the other end, followed by a haughty female voice. Oh, isn't this our Miss Qianqian? What brings you to call me? Bai Qianqian took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress the sob in her voice. Sure, haven't you always wanted to see Shun Xingyu, that fake rich girl, make a fool of herself? Her eyes gleamed with malice, her tone filled with reckless madness. Tomorrow is the Socialite Equestrian Club gathering. Bo Xian has an important meeting. He definitely can't stay with her the whole time. Bai Qianqian's nails dug into the bedsheet, as if it were Shun Xingyu's face. You must contact the Su and Zhao family sisters immediately. Gather everyone you can from the circle. Tomorrow at the racecourse, I will make her infamous and ensure she never raises her head in front of the entire socialite circle of Jing. The woman on the other end chuckled lightly, her tone contemptuous. Don't worry. Just a fake rich girl. When she steps into our territory, I guarantee she won't even know how to cry. After hanging up, Bai Qianqian looked at her swollen eyes in the mirror. A twisted and triumphant sneer crept onto her lips. Shun Xingyu, you can only rely on men for verbal victories. Tomorrow at the racecourse, I want to see if your mouth can still be so tough. The next morning at the Royal Equestrian Club on the outskirts of the capital, the The blue sky and white clouds, the lush green grass. This is an exclusive playground for the elite of the capital where they spend money like water. Bo Si-Yuan had an important international video conference today. He dropped Shin Xingyu off at the door of the exclusive VIP dressing room and ruffled her hair. Be a good girl and change your clothes. I'll go next door for a meeting and come out in 10 minutes to accompany you in choosing a horse. The man's eyes held an obvious indulgence. If you encounter someone you dislike, just hit them. Don't put yourself in a difficult position. Okay, I'll change, dear. You go ahead. Shin Xingyu nodded obediently like a docile ragdoll cat. As soon as Bo Si-Yuan turned around, her sweet smile instantly faded. Shin Xingyu pushed open the luxurious double doors of the dressing room. Inside, it was already filled with the elegantly dressed socialites of the capital. At the forefront was Bai Qianqian, whom she had just humiliated last night. Seeing Shin Xingyu walk in alone, a glint of malicious excitement flashed in Bai Qianqian's eyes. Oh, isn't this our lofty Mrs. Bo? Bai Qianqian sneered sarcastically, which immediately drew laughter from the surrounding plastic friends. Su Shishir, the young lady of the Su family, looked Shin Xingyu up and down, rolling her eyes dramatically. A fake rich girl who was kicked out of her home probably hasn't even seen what a real horse looks like, right? Exactly, this is a royal club, it's not a place for just anybody. The socialites took turns to insult her, attempting to isolate her completely with their petty tactics. Shin Xingyu didn't even lift her eyelids, lazily leaning against a row of mahogany wardrobes. With her arms crossed, her clear eyes held a mocking look that seemed to see through everything. Last night, she had taken the time to use the account Night Owl to expose all of these women's secrets, trying to intimidate her. Today, unless she flattened this enemy camp, she wouldn't even write her own name. Su Shishir, right? Shin Xingyu's red lips curled slightly as she accurately named her. You're smiling so happily. It does. Miss Zhao next to you know that you spent the weekend at the Venetian Hotel in Macau with her fiancé. Boom. The entire dressing room fell into a dead silence. The mockery on Su Shishi's face froze completely, her complexion draining of color. What nonsense are you saying? Miss Zhao next to her suddenly turned her head, her eyes blazing with fury as she fixed her gaze on her good friend. Don't be so quick to get angry, Miss Zhao. Shin Xingyu chuckled lightly, leisurely delivering the final blow. The limited edition Himalayan platinum bag you're holding was custom-made for 30,000 at the Guangzhou Baiyun Leather City, right? You even had someone else buy the receipt, and you have the nerve to flaunt it in front of these genuine socialites. This time Miss Zhao's face turned as green as a cucumber. The socialites in the dressing room collectively gasped, instinctively moving half a step away from her. Shin Xingyu did not pause, her sharp gaze sweeping towards the other women who had chimed in earlier. And you, Miss Li, the second daughter of the Li family. Do you want me to post about how you sold your brother's company secrets to pay off your gambling debts? And our cousin Bai Qianqian. Shin Xingyu deliberately elongated her tone, her gaze malicious. In the private group you set up with these sisters called Fishing for a Rich Husband, you've mocked all your good friends' shortcomings, haven't you? You said Su Shishir has thick legs, and that Miss Zhao has bad breath. Ooh, I have backups of those chat logs, want to see them? Boom. It exploded. This rapid-fire barrage of insults shattered the seemingly indestructible socialite group into pieces. Su Shishir, you bitch. How dare you sleep with my fiancé? Miss Zhao was the first to retaliate, swinging that fake platinum bag and hitting Su Shishir squarely in the face. You're the real bitch. You stinky, smelly girl with a fake bag. Su Shishir retorted, not willing to back down, as she lunged forward to grab hair. Bai Qianqian, you two-faced green tea. I'll tear your mouth apart. Other socialites who had been hit below the belt were now completely enraged, turning their attacks towards Bai Qianqian. The plastic friends who had just united against Shin Xingyu were now entangled in a chaotic brawl, pulling hair and slapping faces, creating a spectacular mess in the dressing room. Screams, curses, and the sound of expensive cosmetics shattering echoed all around. Shin Xingyu calmly walked around the group of mad women rolling on the floor. She hummed a cheerful tune as she walked into the inner independent compartment. She changed into a fitted, elegant, pure black equestrian outfit. The black fitted pants hugged her long, straight legs, complemented by a shiny pair of knee-high riding boots and a sleek riding crop. Her stunning face bore no superfluous expression, both beautiful and fierce. She pushed open the door, not even glancing at the group still pulling each other's hair on the floor, and walked straight towards the upscale stable outside. The sunlight was blinding against the vast green horse arena. Ignoring the trainer's objections, Shin Xingyu chose the most spirited, untamed, pure black steed that no one dared to ride. Whoa! She effortlessly mounted the horse, her movements fluid as water. Accompanied by a crisp crack of the whip, the black steed surged forward like a bolt of lightning, galloping wildly in the sunlight. Her heroic and graceful figure instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Bo Si-Yuan had just finished the video conference and pushed open the glass door of the observation deck on the second floor. He immediately spotted the radiant and flamboyant woman on horseback. The deep black of his eyes suddenly constricted, a fierce sense of possessiveness and fervor igniting within, spreading like a wildfire. This was his woman, so dazzling that he wanted to hide her away, preventing anyone from gazing upon her. Just as the living Yama was lost in the unparalleled beauty of his wife, jealousy was about to erupt. Suddenly a flurry of hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed from the corridor behind him. "Sir, there's a big problem." Assistant Lin rushed onto the observation deck, clutching a document stamped with a top-secret red seal. His face was as pale as paper, cold sweat pouring down his chin. Bo Siyuan frowned, his displeasure evident as he withdrew his gaze from the horse arena. "What's the panic? Is the sky falling?" The living Yama's voice was deep and cold, carrying a chilling pressure. "It's Shun Jinan. He's gone mad." Assistant Lin panted heavily, trembling as he handed over the document. "We just received news from our insider at the detention center. Before Shun Jinan was formally sentenced, he used the last secret overseas channel of the Shun family to complete a bizarre asset transfer." Bo Siyuan took the document, his deep gaze quickly scanning through the few lines of transaction records. His jet-black pupils instantly froze. He transferred the last hidden fortune of the Shun family, totaling hundreds of billions, directly to young Master Jingchuan. Assistant Lin swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Not only that, but the money has been completely laundered through a shell corporation called Night Eagle. Young Master Jingchuan is now holding this huge sum and is desperately acquiring the bankrupt Gray enterprises in the capital. He's trying to secretly build a massive new force." Listening to this explosive information, Bo Siyuan slowly closed the document. His fingers gripping the file turned white from the pressure. A cruel and mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The scumbag has actually learned to fight back in a desperate situation. Hundreds of billions in dirty money. With his little brain, does he think he's fit to play such a game? Bo Siyuan casually tossed the document into the nearby trash bin, his gaze returning to Shun Xingyu on horseback. "Since he, Bo Jingchuan, is tired of living and wants to play a comeback, then I shall grant him that, letting him lose even his last pair of pants." The brisk autumn wind swept across the wide royal horse racing ground. Shun Xingyu tightened the reins as her pure black steed let out a high-pitched whinny, coming to a steady stop beneath the observation platform. Hidden beneath her long hair, the voice of the Viper perfectly coincided with the report from Assistant Lin upstairs. "Boss, that old fox Shun Jinan has transferred all his last assets to Bo Jingchuan. That scoundrel has registered a shell company and is preparing to recruit henchmen for a big score." Shun Xingyu nimbly dismounted, casually tossing the riding whip to the nearby horse trainer. She slightly raised her head, her once clear and innocent eyes now swirling with a chilling bloodlust. Dreaming of a comeback. With her night owl around, Bo Jingchuan would never see the sun rise in this life. She walked up to the observation platform in her shiny riding boots, instantly retracting all her murderous intent, and leaped into Bo Siyuan's embrace like a docile kitten. "Darling, I heard everything." Shun Xingyu tilted her charming little face upward, shaking the man's arm and acting adorably. "That ugly monster is so annoying, don't dirty your hands. Can I have him as a toy?" Bo Siyuan lowered his gaze at the soft little fox in his arms, his previously cold demeanor instantly transforming into indulgence. His long fingers brushed her nose as his deep voice exuded unabashed dominance. "All right, play however you want to. I'll be here to support you no matter what happens." As night fell, the Jingyuan was enveloped in silence. After confirming Bo Siyuan was sound asleep in the master bedroom, Shun Xingyu stealthily slipped into the adjacent sealed study. She locked the door behind her, tore off the bothersome silk robe, her gaze turning as hard as iron. Opening the specially designed anti-spy computer, the icy aura belonging to the dark web Queen Night Owl surged forth. "Viper, keep a tight grip on Bo Jingchuan's shell corporation account, named Night Eagle." "Got it, boss. I've already infiltrated their outer firewall." The Viper whistled excitedly over the communication channel. "This scumbag has somehow recruited a few second-rate hackers from abroad. Their pathetic defenses are like paper." Shun Xingyu let out a cold snort, her fingers danced over the virtual keyboard, instantly becoming a blur. "Second-rate hacks dare to show off in front of me. Today I will teach him what a true dimensional strike is." The keyboard produced a continuous series of crisp explosions. The screen's Azure code cascaded like a waterfall, ruthlessly shredding the opponent's counter-tracking system with overwhelming ferocity. In less than 2 minutes, Shun Xingyu effortlessly kicked open the highest authority backend of Bo Jingchuan's shell company. "Got it, boss. 100 billion in dirty money. Every single cent is accounted for." 100 billion. That old dog Shun Jinan is quite the hoarder. Shun Xingyu stared at the dazzling string of numbers on the screen, a cruel smile curving her lips. Without blinking, she directly accessed the world's top encrypted donation channels. Since it's dirty money that shouldn't see the light of day, let's treat it as a bit of karmic merit for their family. Click. She pressed the enter key crisply. The 100 billion was instantly broken down into smaller amounts funneled through countless virtual jump pads and directly donated to hundreds of children's charity foundations around the globe. The money is clean now, it's time to send him on his way. Shen Xingyu did not pause following the leads to compile all the ironclad evidence against Bo Jingchuan for international money laundering and falsifying accounts into a detailed encrypted file of several gigabytes. She thoughtfully attached an anonymous tip-off letter and clicked send. Destination: the Supreme Command Center of the Economic Investigation Bureau of Jing City. Done. This scumbag's future will be spent reflecting on his actions in jail. Shen Xingyu closed the computer, lazily stretching, hiding her accomplishments and fame. The next morning, in a high-end office building in Jing City, Bo Jingchuan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in a wrinkled designer suit, holding a glass of red wine. He gazed at the bustling streets outside, a twisted and maniacal smile plastered on his face. Bo Siyuan. Shen Xingyu. Wait for me. Once I clean this money, I will trample you underfoot and make your lives a living hell. Bang. Before he could finish his grand proclamation, the tempered glass door of the office was suddenly smashed to pieces by a violent kick from outside. Dozens of heavily armed economic investigation officers stormed in like divine soldiers, their dark barrels instantly locking onto Bo Jingchuan. Bo Jingchuan, you are suspected of a major international money laundering case, and your company accounts have been fully sealed. The leading officer expressionlessly pulled out cold handcuffs, barking sternly. You are under arrest by law. Take him away. What a... Impossible. Where's my money? Where's my... The wine glass in Bo Jingchuan's hand shattered with a crash. He lunged at his computer like a lunatic struck by a sudden illness, only to find the account balance glaringly displayed as an eye-watering zero. No, this is a setup. I didn't launder money. Let me go. The police ignored his barking, firmly pinning him to the ground, handcuffing him behind his back. The once unassailable prince of the Jing Circle was now dragged out of the office like a stray dog. In less than 24 hours, his dream of a comeback was ruthlessly crushed by Shen Xingyu. In the evening at the headquarters of the Bo Group, Shen Xingyu was in exceptionally good spirits today. Dressed to the nines, she personally drove her flashy red Ferrari to pick up Bo Siyuan from work. The sports car came to a steady stop in the spacious underground VIP garage. Shen Xingyu, in her 7-centimeter red-bottomed high heels, just pushed open the car door and stepped out. A strong stench and a nauseating hostility suddenly surged towards her from the shadow of a nearby supporting pillar. Shen Xingyu. A hoarse and crazed roar like that of a vengeful spirit exploded in the empty garage. Somehow evading heavy security, Bo Jingchuan, like a demon, crawled from hell, blocked her path. He was filthy, his eyes bloodshot with despair and jealousy, almost oozing blood. He stared intently at the radiant woman before him, suddenly dropping to his knees. It was you, wasn't it? You did all of this. Since you've pushed me to the brink, neither of us will have it easy today. Since you have forced me into a corner, neither of us will have a good time today. Bo Jingchuan's eyes turned crimson as he let out a beast-like roar in the empty underground garage. He knelt on the rough concrete floor with disheveled hair reeking of the stench from the detention center, his eyes revealing a chilling madness. Shen Xingyu stood beside the red Ferrari, coldly observing the man on the verge of collapse. Just as she thought, this scumbag was about to pull out a weapon for mutual destruction, ready to physically subdue him. A bizarre scene unfolded. Bo Jingchuan did not lunge forward to fight. Instead, he suddenly raised both hands, swinging them wildly. Slap! Slap! The sound of loud slaps echoed in the silent garage. He began to madly slap his own face. The force was so great that in just a few strikes his sunken face swelled up, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. I was wrong. Xingyu, I truly know my mistakes. Bo Jingchuan cried out, while slapping himself, crawling toward Shen Xingyu's feet, like a stray dog wagging its tail in submission. I was blind. I was blinded by that bitch Shen Minghua. I should not have called off the engagement, nor should I have kicked you out of my house. He cried, his face a mess of blood and dirt, looking both disgusting and comical. Shen Xingyu stepped back in disgust, afraid this piece of trash would soil her elegant gown. Are you going crazy now to either provoke me or to disgust me? She raised her lips slightly, her eyes filled with condescension. Your proud 100 billion in dirty money has already been seized by the police. Right now you are worth even less than a rat in this garage. Upon hearing this, Bo Jingchuan's body began to tremble violently. However, instead of getting angry, he suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with a twisted fervor. It's okay. Money can be earned again. As long as you are willing to come back to me. He suddenly reached out in a perverse manner, trying to grab Shen Xingyu's delicate ankle. Get away. Shen Xingyu's gaze sharpened, and she unceremoniously kicked his hand away with force. Bo Jingchuan was knocked to the ground, but like a madman who had completely lost his sense of pain, got back up again. He raised his grotesque face, shouting hoarsely the words that shattered everyone's moral compass. Xingyu, I know you still have feelings for me. Even if you are now married to my uncle, even if you are now my aunt, I still love you. Oh my God. Shun Xingyu felt a churn in her stomach, nearly regurgitating the exquisite afternoon tea she had consumed. What kind of absolute madness breaks the boundaries of human morality? Your uncle no longer wants me. The Shun family is ruined. I have lost everything. Bo Jingchuan clung to the illusion like a drowning man, his tone growing increasingly pathological. As long as you are willing to look back at me, I don't mind that you have been married. Even if I could only follow you in secret, I would be willing to be your dog. Woof, woof. See, I can bark better than those Tibetan mastiffs raised by Bo Siyuan. To prove his sincerity, this once high and mighty prince of the capital actually laid down on the filthy ground and began barking like a dog. This absurd scene was 1,000 times more explosive than an 18th-tier melodramatic ethical drama. Shun Xingyu felt her scalp tingle as if her intelligence and retina had been violently violated. Bo Jingchuan, you are not only a scumbag, but you are also a pervert who has broken the limits of species. She took a deep breath, forcing down the nausea churning in her stomach. Dealing with such an extreme idiot, saying one more word would be a waste of life. The violent killing intent belonging to the dark web night owl finally became impossible to suppress at this moment. Shun Xingyi's gaze turned icy as her right leg suddenly retreated half a step, building up terrifying explosive power. She was determined to kick this disgusting thing's chin to pieces today. Even if she had to shed her disguise in front of the living Yama later, she would accept it. Since you want to be a dog so much, I will send you to the path of beasts to be reincarnated today. Just as Shun Xingyu tightened her thigh muscles ready to kick this piece of trash away with all her might at that critical moment. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly a steady rhythmic sound of footsteps came from behind. The crisp sound of leather shoes striking the concrete floor echoed infinitely in the empty garage. Accompanied by this was a terrifying, chilling pressure filled with a murderous intent that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The temperature in the entire underground garage dropped to absolute zero in that instant. Shun Xingyi's leg filled with power suddenly froze, her heart skipping a beat uncontrollably. She slowly turned her head. Not far away at the entrance of the VIP exclusive elevator, Bo Siyuan appeared like a cold-blooded Shura emerging from the depths of hell. He wore a perfectly tailored pure black suit, half of his body concealed in the dim light, exuding boundless ferocity as he slowly walked out from the shadows of the elevator. Accompanied by the steady sound of polished leather shoes, the temperature in the underground parking lot instantly dropped to absolute zero. A suffocating aura of terror swept through every corner like a tangible force. Previously, Bo Jingchuan was on the ground, humiliated and barking like a dog, as if someone had tightly grasped his throat. The word woof was stuck in his throat, unable to produce even a whisper. He stiffly turned his head, his murky eyes instantly filled with terror and despair. Bo Siyuan, dressed in a minimalist high-end black suit, was mostly swallowed by the shadows at the elevator entrance. The handsome face of the living Yama was now as cold as an ancient glacier that had not melted for millennia. Especially his deep pitch-black eyes swirling with a violent rage that could annihilate worlds. Uncle! Uncle! Bo Jingchuan was so frightened that he lost his voice on the spot, his teeth chattering wildly, and a suspicious puddle of liquid even seeped from beneath him. Seeing this, Shun Xingyu smoothly retracted her long leg that was already filled with murderous intent. She took half a step back in her high heels, her hands helplessly clasped before her chest. The bloodthirsty killing intent in her eyes switched to a pitiful watery light within a second. Bo Siyuan strode forward, not even casting a glance at the trash on the floor. He walked straight up to Shun Xingyu, his tall figure blocking her from the cold wind of the underground parking lot. The man said nothing, elegantly unbuttoning his suit. With a fluid motion, he removed the pure black coat, worth 7 figures. Bo Siyuan slightly bent down, gently draping the coat, imbued with his warmth and the crisp scent of cedar, over the girl's shoulders. The oversized suit immediately wrapped Shun Xingyi's petite frame snugly. It blocked the chill of the outside world, as well as the impending bloodshed and brutality. Stay back, don't dirty your eyes. The man's voice was deeply husky, laced with a suppressed rasp. The moment he finished speaking, Bo Siyuan slowly turned around. In that instant, the warmth in his eyes was completely torn away and a Shura-like killing intent erupted. The nearby bodyguards in black were so frightened they didn't dare to breathe, all retreating hastily. They knew that Master Bo was truly enraged and today's affair could not be resolved easily. Bo Jingchuan looked at the living Yama approaching step by step, terrified to the core, crawling backward in desperation. Uncle, I was wrong. I was just joking. I want dare again. However, all pleas for mercy seemed pale and ridiculous in the face of absolute fury. Bo Siyuan's towering figure stopped before Bo Jingchuan like a monument of death, judging life and death. He didn't use any bodyguards or weapons. The living Yama coldly raised his long bony hand. He swung it back, directly preparing to strike. Slap. Slap. 2 crisp, heavy slaps resounded in the empty parking lot. The sound was deafening, 1,000 times more terrifying than firecrackers on New Year's. The force rained down, and Bo Jingchuan's height of over 1.80 meters was lifted off the ground. His entire body spun a tragic 360 degrees in the air. Like a tattered sack, he was directly flung over 2 meters away. With a dull thud, he crashed against a nearby concrete pillar, then slid down like a puddle of mud. Puffed. Blood mixed with 2 or 3 broken molars sprayed out from his twisted mouth. Bo Jingchuan lay on the ground, his head buzzing, unable to distinguish east from west. The entire parking lot fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was shattered by Bo Xian's terrifying physical power. Goodness, Master Boss 2 slaps probably turned young Master Jingchuan's brain into mush. Shun Xingyu, hiding in the suit jacket, watched the tragic fate of the scumbag whose face was swollen like a pig's head. The corners of her mouth secretly curled up in delight. So satisfying. So utterly satisfying. The living Yama's dramatic scene of slapping the scumbag was simply to her liking. Bo Xian pulled a pristine silk handkerchief from his suit pocket. Disgustedly, he wiped the blood that had accidentally stained his knuckles. He looked down from above at the twitching garbage on the ground, his tone chilling to the bone. Daring to covet your little aunt, I see you have a death wish. Each word was like an ice blade laced with poison, crushing Bo Jingchuan's heart. Bo Xian casually tossed the soiled handkerchief onto the scumbag's face, delivering the final judgment. Assistant Lin. The recently arrived Assistant Lin stepped forward, trembling and bowing his head. Yes, sir. Pack this trash and send him on the next cargo plane. The living Yama coldly spat out a few words devoid of any human emotion. Roll off to Siberia to plant potatoes. Never think of stepping into the capital city again in this lifetime. Hearing the word Siberia, Bo Jingchuan's eyes widened in despair. That place is perpetually icy. Going there is worse than death. No, uncle, you can't do this to me. I am the eldest grandson of the Bo family. Boo-hoo. He struggled hysterically, reaching out with his bloodied hand to grab Bo Xian's pant leg. But Assistant Lin had long seen through the scumbag's predicament and decisively waved his hand. Several bodyguards, like hungry wolves, immediately pounced. They mercilessly dragged Bo Jingchuan's ankle like a dead dog. Roughly, they marched him toward a black. The sound of his piercing screams echoed in the parking garage, but was quickly drowned out by the heavy sound of the closing car door. The once powerful young master in the capital was thus brutally expelled from the country. He was ushered into a long and desperate life of planting potatoes. As the vehicle drove away, the underground parking lot finally returned to its original tranquility. Only a lingering trace of blood in the air testified to the brutal crushing that had just taken place. Bo Xian slowly turned around. The black eyes that were once filled with fury and killing intent transformed into utmost gentleness and depth the moment they looked at Shun Xingyu. The ice in the man's eyes melted as if spring breezes brushed over the frozen lake. He stepped forward, gazing at the girl's petite and pitiful form. The agitation stirred by the scumbag in his heart finally subsided completely. Shun Xingyu tilted her head back in cooperation, her eyes glistening with realistic tears. She sniffed, her soft voice laced with the relief of surviving a disaster. She vividly portrayed a frightened and delicate wife. Looking at her pitiful appearance, Bo Xian's Adam's apple moved slightly. Without warning, he bent down, his strong arms slipping under her knees and around her back. He domineeringly and steadily lifted her horizontally. The sudden feeling of weightlessness made Shun Xingyu gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms around the man's neck. Bo Xian held her in his arms as if cradling the world's most precious treasure. His deep, hoarse voice whispered in her ear, carrying a deadly allure. Are you disgusted? Let's go home. A husband will wash your eyes personally. Disgusted? Let's go home, and he'll personally wash your eyes. The man's voice was deep and indulgent as he strode out of the underground garage, holding her in his arms. The pure black Maybach tore through the night wind, racing back to Jingyuan. After the heart-stopping drama in the underground garage, this living tyrant of the capital seemed to have touched a sensitive nerve. The obsessive possessiveness deep within him erupted like a flood breaking through a dam. From the moment they stepped through the door, Shun Xingyu truly experienced this. What is called an outrageous pampering routine. The afternoon of the next day, sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the soft Persian carpet. Shun Xingyu languidly sprawled on the sofa, her delicate feet swinging back and forth. With a strawberry-flavored lollipop in her mouth, she aimlessly pressed the remote control. Hubby, I want to drink the brown sugar bubble tea from that place in the south of the city. She tugged at Bo Xian's suit jacket, deliberately using a delicate tone to act cute, trying to find a little sweetness to savor in this suffocating cage strictly guarded by the living tyrant. In the past, Bo Xian would have simply sent Assistant Lin to run an errand and bring it back. But today, this billionaire tycoon frowned slightly. He solemnly set down the multinational merger contract worth billions. He directly picked up the internal phone on the table, his voice cold and authoritative. Call Ji Hung and bring the top nutritionist team over immediately. In less than 10 minutes, 3 top nutritionists wearing white gloves pushed in various precision instruments, standing respectfully, and somewhat nervously, in the center of the living room. Bo Si-Yuan sat on the single sofa, his long legs crossed, exuding a powerful aura. His deep black eyes, capable of seeing through the global stock market, were now coldly fixed on the cup of iced milk tea just brought back. Test the sugar content. Too sweet will affect her sleep and may lead to abnormal blood sugar fluctuations. Bo Si-Yuan ordered coldly, scaring the nutritionist into quickly moving forward to collect samples. Then the man's gaze precisely and critically swept toward the thick layer of black pearls at the bottom of the cup. Remove all the pearls inside and rinse them to wash away the syrup. Leave only 8 for her to satisfy her craving. Eating more is hard to digest and can hurt her stomach. The nutritionist standing by dared not say a word, quickly began to carefully select one by one with medical tweezers. They even took out a caliper to specifically choose the 8 most uniformly sized pearls. Shen Xingyu held the cup of precisely calculated low-sugar milk tea, which was as bland as water, feeling completely numb. She looked at the lonely 8 pearls at the bottom of the cup, mentally screaming, "Save me. Is this man raising a wife or an endangered giant panda?" Here she was, the top hacker night owl in the dark web, commanding power outside. Yet back home, she couldn't even eat a few bubble tea pearls without adhering to the living tyrant's strict physical commands. This was nothing short of a cruel dimensional blow. However, this suffocating mix of pain and pleasure surged to its peak that very evening. After dinner, Shen Xingyu nestled in Bo Si-Yuan's broad embrace, watching television to digest. The screen was airing a popular boy band audition show that had taken the nation by storm. Under the stage lights, a strikingly handsome young man with silver-gray short hair held the C position. His 8-pack abs flashed in and out with his fervent dance as he wildly captivated the camera. That hip-thrusting move was arrogant and full of youthful hormones. Shen Xingyu, as a seasoned sea queen, instinctively couldn't help but glance a few more times. A glimmer of pure appreciation for beauty flashed in her eyes. She even bit into the chips in her hand, carelessly praising aloud, "Wow, that little waist is quite impressive, huh?" As soon as she spoke, the temperature in the entire living room plummeted to absolute zero. Bo Si-Yuan's stunningly handsome face instantly darkened to a degree that it could drip thick ink. The jealousy radiating from him was almost palpable, like countless blades slicing through the air. The man's long, defined hands suddenly reached over, ruthlessly covering her eyes. His chest heaved violently, the nameless fire burning inside him, almost driving him to madness. With his other hand, he swiftly pulled out his phone and unhesitatingly dialed Assistant Lin's number. "Assistant Lin." Bo Si-Yuan's icy voice carried a crushing acidity, each word piercing the heart like a death sentence. "Within 5 minutes, I want to see the full acquisition contract of the company managing this boy band on television. Get these wastes who can only twist their waists packed and sent to the Shenanjia early tomorrow morning. Make them film the toughest wilderness survival show, eating only the bare minimum every day. If they don't film 100 episodes, they are not allowed to set foot back in the capital." Shen Xingyi's vision turned completely dark as the man's hand was firmly covering her eyes. Hearing this, she was utterly stunned, and the chips in her hand fell onto the carpet with a thud. The domineering CEO was so jealous, exhibiting such a blatant display of physical destruction. All she did was casually compliment a popular boy band at the peak of their career. And just like that, she was sent by the living tyrant to the deep mountains to eat wild fruits. The absurdity of it all was simply laughable. Under the suffocatingly possessive and outrageous affection of the living tyrant, in just a few days, Shen Xingyu had become the most untouchable, fragile treasure in the entire capital. Whether it was the arrogant young masters of rich families or the top stars of the entertainment industry, as long as they heard the words Madame Bo, they trembled in fear, taking a detour of 3 kilometers. Fearing that if they looked too long, they would have their eyes gouged out by the living tyrant, bringing ruin upon their families. This storm in the city firmly established her reputation as the tyrant's beloved wife. However, this high-profile grand pampering was like a conspicuous piece of giant fresh meat. It was violently thrown into a bottomless abyss filled with swirling currents and countless greedy wolves. A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be destroyed by the wind. The living tyrant, unmasked and showing his fatal weakness, completely provoked the mad dogs and desperate criminals lurking in the shadows. Although Jinjiwan's defenses were said to be impregnable, capable of keeping out even a fly, there were always reckless ghosts wanting to challenge this supreme authority. In the stillness of the night, with shadows dancing outside the window, Shen Xingyu slept soundly on the spacious soft bed in the master bedroom, a faint smile gracing her lips. The heavy soundproof door of the study on the 2nd floor was cautiously pushed open by Assistant Lin. He clutched a piece of urgent intelligence sealed with a confidential red stamp tightly in his hands. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, dripping down his cheeks in a frenzy. Even his breathing carried a sense of urgency and panic, as if disaster was imminent. Bo Siyuan sat behind the grand desk, his fingers pinching a half-burnt cigarette. Under the dim light of the desk lamp, his abyss-like black eyes held a chilling intensity of murderous intent. "Have you found out?" The man spoke in a low voice, like a bloodthirsty demon lurking in the dark, ready to tear apart its prey. "Sir, we found out that the situation is dire." Assistant Lin quickly stepped forward, trembling hands delivering the bloody intelligence. "Your recent high-profile protection of Madam has thoroughly angered those forces hiding in the dark. Not only are the underground factions in the capital that have always defied you gathering in secret, preparing to take action. What's worse is..." Assistant Lin swallowed hard, his voice shaking uncontrollably. "Those armed remnants you once wiped out overseas have somehow received news. They have sent dozens of top-level assassins at high prices, silently infiltrating the capital." Bo Siyuan snapped the cigarette he was holding with a crack, violently crushing it. The scattered tobacco fell onto the marble table, a shocking sight. "What do they want?" "They explicitly stated they want to challenge the authority of the Bo family." Assistant Lin struggled to spit out the last few words, not daring to raise his head. "They said they want to give this unparalleled peach blossom protected on the tip of the living tyrant's heart a taste of, teach them a lesson." Bo Siyuan let out a furious laugh upon hearing Assistant Lin's report. He casually crushed the half-smoked cigarette in the ashtray, his deep black eyes surging with a bloodthirsty frenzy. The man slowly rose to his feet, his towering frame exuding an overwhelming, crushing aura. "Since they're tired of living, let them see who truly rules the capital." Over the next 3 days, an unprecedented storm of blood and chaos swept through the entire capital. The overseas assassins and underworld desperados who had infiltrated the city hadn't even managed to approach the edge of Jing Garden before they were mercilessly dispatched by the Bo family's shadow-like guards and silently sunk into the moat. Yet what drove Bo Siyuan to the brink of madness wasn't these deadly killers. It was the endless swarm of reckless, bad romantic entanglements in the capital. Ever since Shun Xingyi's video of standing up to a toxic rival went viral, her breathtaking, otherworldly beauty could no longer be hidden. These lust-driven, idol-rich heirs were like moths to a flame, courting death with reckless abandon. A certain mining tycoon's foolish son, clueless about the stakes, spent a fortune to order 99,999 imported Bulgarian red roses, sending them in a grand procession to the Starlight Entertainment building. Not only did they block the entire street, but he also hired over a dozen supermodels to hold banners declaring his love. When Bo Siyuan learned of this, he didn't even bat an eye. He directly deployed 10 heavy bulldozers roaring over to crush that nauseating sea of roses into red mud on the spot. Within half an hour, the top-tier flower shop handling the order was shut down and bankrupt. All the mines owned by that tycoon were ordered by relevant authorities to suspend operations indefinitely for rectification. The foolish son was tied up by his father at the villa entrance and beaten with a belt for 3 full hours, his wails echoing through the skies. But these second-generation heirs were like an endless crop of weeds. Unable to send flowers openly, they resorted to slipping notes in secret and bombarding her with messages on social media platforms. Comments like, "Wifey's so beautiful," and "Please take me in," nearly crashed Shun Xingyi's private message inbox. This utterly touched the living demon king's perversely possessive nerve. Bo Siyuan directly mobilized the Bo Group's elite team of Red Hat hackers, casting a net across the entire web, striking with precision. Anyone who dared to post "wifey" online or send her greasy, harassing messages would have their accounts permanently banned and face devastating social death in reality. Bo Siyuan had these playboys' phones' unsavory browsing histories, even high-definition videos of their debauchery at clubs, neatly packaged into encrypted, compressed files and mass-mailed to their entire family elders. For a time, the capital's aristocratic households were in chaos, with the sounds of fathers beating sons echoing daily. The living demon king, wielding the machine gun of capital, ruthlessly mowed down all these bad romances across the city. In just 3 days, the capital's circles fell into a deathly silence. Those young masters were terrified. They wouldn't dare send love letters, and even walking on the street. If they spotted Shun Xingyi's iconic red Ferrari from afar, they'd turn around and detour 3 kilometers, fearful that a single glance would cost them their eyes and bring bankruptcy upon their families. Shun Xingyu curled up on the soft sofa in Jing Garden, staring at her suddenly peaceful phone inbox. She couldn't help but applaud her husband's straightforward, brutal method of clearing the field. Heavens, the feeling of being obsessively adored by a domineering CEO from every angle was spine-tinglingly exhilarating. With the real-world pests eradicated, Shun Xingyu finally had time to deal with the troubles left by the dark web. Late at night, once the man beside her fell into deep, steady breathing, she skillfully slipped out of bed, crept into the bathroom, and opened the microcomputer hidden in a secret compartment. Days earlier, to intercept Liu Xiao, she had set up 2 mini virtual jump points overseas. The heat hadn't died down yet, she had to erase all these redundant data trails before other hackers could trace them. The screen's blue light cast a cold glow on her exquisite face. Shen Xingyu put on her earphones, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she swiftly logged into her Night Owl main account. This was a routine covert cleanup operation, as she even cautiously reinforced 10 layers of dynamic firewalls. Lines of complex deletion codes were input, and the overseas virtual nodes began to collapse one by one. Everything proceeded flawlessly, leaving no trace. Yet, just as all data streams were about to fully close the loop during that final brief moment of reflux, due to network fluctuations at the capital's base station late at night, her physical encryption channel experienced a minor lag. Her exclusive IP underwent a minuscule deviation of less than 0.01 seconds. Just this negligible error imperceptible even to top-tier security systems. The microcomputer's alarm didn't even sound. Shen Xingyu confidently pressed enter, shut down the computer, turned around, and crawled back into Bo Xian's embrace. She had no idea that in that fleeting 0.01 seconds, dozens of kilometers away in the top-floor sterile server room of K.O. Technologies headquarters, the massive AI supercomputer spanning hundreds of square meters and running day and night suddenly emitted a sharp beep. On the pitch-black, giant curved screen, a data signature code, like a swimming dragon, was captured and frozen in place. The young man in white sitting before the screen abruptly straightened up. Jiang Si's peach blossom eyes, bloodshot with exhaustion, instantly blazed with a morbid, fanatical gleam. His slender fingers caressed the string of jumping coordinate codes on the screen with excitement. That was the unique frequency he had been desperately searching for day and night. How naughty, making me search for so long. Jiang Si greedily licked his dry lips, a bone-chilling low laugh escaping his throat. Finally caught your tail, big sister. Finally caught your tail, sister. Jiang Si greedily licked his parched lips, a chilling chuckle rumbling from in the sterile underground server room of K.O. Technology headquarters. Cold blue fluorescence painted his uncanny face like that of a demon. On the screen, a residual data stream, less than 0.01 seconds long, was clung to by the super AI machine worth hundreds of millions. Although the data was cunning and triggered a self-destruct the moment it was captured, to a hacker maniac like Jiang Si, even the faintest scent was enough to unearth the entire quarry. Extract operational habits, perform full network behavioral profile comparison. Jiang Si's 10 fingers became afterimages across the keyboard as he feverishly input one string of commands after another. Every keystroke a hacker made bore a unique fingerprint. Force, rhythm, favored fingering. Those muscle memories carved into the bone could not be wholly erased by any disguise. The progress bar on the screen began to surge wildly. Comparison failed, no match found, intoned the system's cold prompt. The smile on Jiang Si's face did not fade, it contorted into something increasingly exalted. If there are no traces of you on the dark web, what about the real world? A flash of inspiration struck him as he recalled the scene at the Bo Group president's office a few days earlier. The one cradled in Bo Xian's arms, feigning an air of innocent foolishness while holding a finance magazine upside down. A delicate little nothing. In her nervousness that day, she had carelessly tapped the tablet on the desk a few times. Pulled a visitor surveillance from Bo Group that day. Extract that woman's hand micro-expressions. Jiang Si's breathing quickened, crimson veins flared in his almond-shaped eyes. It sounded ludicrous. One was Yishao, a dark web overlord who raised servers at the slightest provocation. The other was the Shun family's fake heiress, unable even to recite multiplication tables, and the laughingstock of the entire Jingshi circle. How could the two possibly be connected? Yet a genius intuition can be more terrifying than logic. The super AI's computing power was pushed to its limits, the fans roaring in a deafening thunder. Two seemingly unrelated data models began to forcefully overlap in the center of the screen. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Beep. A sharp, eardrum-piercing system alarm detonated through the server room. The main display flared into a searing crimson. Huge gilded characters slammed into Jiang Si's retinas. Fingerprint similarity, 99. Boom. Jiang Si's mind went blank for an instant, then an uncontrollable jubilation erupted from him like a volcanic blast. He sprang from his chair, kicking a multi-million-dollar host machine over. Huh. So it was you all along. It really is you. He laughed hysterically in the server room like a madman who had found a peerless treasure. Tears nearly spilled from his eyes. The sick, obsessive gleam in them was almost suffocating. The case is cracked. Completely cracked. Everything fits. No wonder Yishao's IP has been flickering near the wealthy districts of Jingshi. No wonder she could so effortlessly use the Bo family's intranet as a springboard. The cold, imperious queen of the dark web who had toyed with him. It was the same woman in the real world, cradled by the living demon Bo Xian, cooing husband with saccharine affectation. The attention-seeking fake heiress. Sister, you are a born liar. Jiang Si planted both hands on the desk staring at Shen Xingyi's exquisitely beautiful face on the screen. Calling him your husband by day and flirting with me on the dark web by night. You play those two faces with remarkable skill. He remembered that day in the president's office, her trembling as she hid in Bo Xian's arms, feigning blindness and deafness. Who would have imagined that such a delicate body concealed a top-tier dark web player capable of overturning the global underground? The extreme contrast did not incite anger at being toyed with. Instead, it inflamed his innate lust to conquer and to destroy, propelling those urges to a terrifying threshold. That lethal rush was worth 10,000 times more than hacking the Pentagon. No, I can't wait any longer. Jiang Si ripped the tie from his neck and hurled it to the floor in a manic fit. He could not endure for a single second that this earth-shattering secret remained only on a screen. He had to see her. Now. Immediately. At once. He wanted to tear away her mask of pure innocence with his own hands and witness the panic, the supplication, the unbearably beautiful expression that would bloom when she was unmasked. Late that night, clouds smothered the moon and Jingshi fell into a pitch-black silence. At Bujia Jingyuan, the perimeter security systems still operated without a single blind spot. But to Jiang Si, who had already uncovered every detail, those electronic eyes were mere ornament. He wore a black tactical suit that melted into the night, suppressing even his breath. His fingers danced across a pocket terminal, exploiting a backdoor planted long ago. He froze the southeast corner surveillance feed for a crucial 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds, Jiang Si moved like an incorporeal ghost, nimbly vaulting over the towering wall of Jingyuan and slipping past the patrolling shadow guards. He even used a specially formulated scent blocker to fool the savage mastiff's uncanny noses. Step by step, he slipped silently into Jingyuan's expansive rear garden. An autumn wind whispered, tree shadows swayed. Treading on the soft lawn, Jiang Si slowly raised his head. Beyond the layered branches, his gaze locked precisely on the giant floor-to-ceiling window of the main house's second floor. There, the master bedroom of the living demon Bo Xian and Shun Xingyue. He licked his lips with a sick relish and produced a specially made glass cutter from his tactical pocket. The blade flashed a chilling spectral blue under the faint starlight. If he could scale that terrace, he would finally see with his own eyes what his Yi Xiao sister had been doing at this very moment. He had already imagined the perfect show when Bo Xian discovered he had been duped by the one at his side. The look of furious, unhinged disbelief would be exquisite. The living demon's vaunted control would be utterly shattered, and she would fall desperate into Jiang Si's arms. He clenched the cutter, the crimson veins in his eyes wove into a mad, glinting web. He planted his feet on the wall's protrusions and climbed with the speed of a nocturnal animal. Less than 3 meters remained between him and the second-floor balcony. Sister, I'm coming to catch you. Jiang Si taunted the second-floor window, blowing an inaudible whistle. His hoarse voice drifted on the night wind, laced with morbid pleasure. Tell me, if Bo Xian knew you were a dark web player who lies through her teeth, would he still protect you like a treasured prize the way he does by day? The autumn wind carried the chill of the night, and Jiang Si, like an agile gecko, silently climbed onto the spacious terrace of the second floor of Jingyuan. He took a deep breath, gripping the specially designed glass cutter in his palm. In his sickly imagination, the sister, known as the Night Owl who had turned the global dark web upside down, was surely sitting at her computer right now. The screen was filled with eerie blue codes reflecting her fingertips flying across the keyboard, and her gaze was as cold as a merciless killing machine devoid of any emotion. If he were to suddenly break through the window, he could shatter all her disguises and relish the exquisite expression of panic on her face. The floor-to-ceiling window in the master bedroom was not pulled shut completely. A gap 2 fingers wide was left in the heavy velvet curtains. Jiang Si excitedly licked his dry lips, pressing his eyes against the gap like a perverted voyeur. However, the moment his gaze crossed the threshold into the room, his blood ran cold as if instantly frozen. There was no cold computer screen nor the decisive dark. On the grand luxurious leather sofa sat the woman who haunted his dreams, the one he wished he could chain up. She was wearing a childish pink fluffy bear nightgown. Like a boneless octopus, she casually straddled Bo Xian's lap. Her 2 delicate white arms tightly wrapped around the neck of the living king of hell, almost melding into the man's embrace. Honey, I don't want to watch this boring financial news. Can we change the channel? Shen Xingyi's charming voice penetrated the gap in the bulletproof glass, clearly reaching Jiang Si's ears. That voice was so soft and sweet it could almost squeeze water from it. Where was the slightest trace of the arrogance that the night owl once displayed, treading over the corpses of others? Bo Xian domineeringly cradled her soft waist with one hand, while the other indulgently let go of the remote. His deep black eyes were filled with an affection he was unaware of, his low voice laced with seduction. All right, whatever you want to watch is fine by me. Just don't move around too much, or you'll fall off. But if I fall, won't you? You are the best, honey. I want kisses. I want hugs. Bo Sien chuckled lightly, his gaze swirling with a dark fire capable of drowning someone. He naturally lowered his head, capturing those incessantly chattering, vibrant red lips. The two exchanged a passionate kiss on the sofa, skilled in their intimacy. Boom. Outside the window, Jiang Si felt as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in his brain, shattering his worldview. He fixed his gaze on the couple inside, his eyes nearly popping out. What the hell was going on? The hacker ancestor who was cold and ruthless in the dark web, one who would burn his main server at the slightest provocation, was actually a delicate little princess seeking kisses and hugs from an old man. The stark contrast struck Jiang Si's heart like a poisoned hammer. He had thought he had captured Shin Zingia's biggest weakness, able to watch her being thrown out by Bo Sien from a superior position. But now he sadly realized that the couple was merely playing with their emotions. That sweet honey felt like a sharp knife, brutally shredding his sanity to pieces. Jiang Si gritted his teeth, tasting the rusty flavor of blood in his mouth. Why was this happening? He had chased her in the dark web like a mad dog for so long, and couldn't even get a kind word from her. Yet Bo Sien, this old man who knew nothing, could comfortably enjoy her softest, most unguarded body and her sweet affection. A wave of terrifying jealousy surged from the depths of Jiang Si's heart, shooting straight up to the crown. This wicked fire completely burned away the last shred of sanity of this sickly genius. His eyes turned blood red, his chest heaving violently like a beast that had lost control. The glass cutter in his hand was being squeezed until it crackled. Jiang Si could no longer endure the blinding display of affection inside. To hell with exposing them in the shadows. To hell with secret surveillance. He was like a rat hiding in a gutter, peeking into someone else's sunshine, which he could not allow. All he wanted was to rush in and tear apart the man who was occupying his sister. Sister is mine. He let out a perverted low growl from his throat, his entire body tense to the limit. Rage completely consumed the last bit of clarity. Jiang Si suddenly took a half step back, twisting his waist to unleash a terrifying force. He swung his fist with all the jealousy and madness, crashing it towards the glass before him without reservation. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the silent night, like thunder crashing down on the ground. The solid bulletproof glass shook violently. The tremendous noise instantly tore apart the romantic atmosphere inside. Shen Xingyu jolted in shock, springing up from Bo Sien's embrace. What was that sound? Bo Sien's actions paused abruptly, his instincts honed from years of living on the edge of life and death were triggered in an instant. He reached out with an arm moving like lightning. He tightly pressed the still dazed Shen Xingyu into his embrace, shielding her securely behind his broad back. Meanwhile, the man swiftly turned back like a leopard. In his deep black eyes, wrath and murderous intent erupted instantly, like two cold bolts of lightning, bringing with them a chilling and extreme killing intent. He directly crossed the heavy curtain's gap, precisely locking onto the blurred figure outside with lightning speed. Bang! The muffled thunder of impact had yet to fade from the bulletproof glass. Bo Sien's towering frame tensed like a drawn iron bow, every muscle coiling to its absolute limit. His massive palms swept down with ruthless authority, pressing Shen Xingyu, still trembling with shock, deep into the shadowed recesses of the sofa. Then with long strides and an aura of apocalyptic fury, he strode toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Righty-up. Heavy velvet curtains tore open in one brutal motion. A sharp metallic click echoed as the glass door's lock disengaged. The door burst inward. Icy autumn gales rushed into the warm master bedroom, whipping sheer drapes into frenzied, ghostly spirals. Outside, the black figure stood motionless, no intention to flee. Jiang Si wore tactical gear that melted into the night, fingers still curled around a glass-cutting blade shimmering with eerie cobalt light. Moonlight, pale and merciless, carved his devilishly exquisite features into stark relief, revealing a feverish pathological gloom, a madness barely contained. Seeing Bo Sien fling open the door, Jiang Si didn't retreat. Instead, he smirked, brazen, unrepentant. He stepped across the threshold, treading heedlessly over shattered debris, the very line marking absolute forbidden ground, and entered with chilling audacity the private sanctum of the living Yama. You seek death. Bo Sien's voice dropped low, like a whisper rising from the ninth abyss, each syllable laced with venom potent enough to seal wounds before blood could spill. Savage energy erupted from him. Veins bulged like serpents along his temples. Without a word, he drew a matte black Glock from his waist in one fluid, lethal motion. The cold muzzle pressed unerringly against Jiang Si's forehead. I offered you mercy, Bo Sien murmured, slowly cocking the hammer, his gaze colder than glacial ice at the earth's pole. But since you rush headlong into oblivion, I shall grant it. Facing the gaping barrel, Jiang Si showed no fear, only a reckless silvery laugh. Uncle Bo, no need for such blazing temper. He tilted his head slightly, utterly dismissing the weapon poised at his temple. Those bloodshot, almond-shaped eyes slid past Bo Sien's broad shoulder, locking with predatory intensity onto the girl huddled in the sofa's corner. Shen Xingyu wore a pink, bear-patterned nightgown. Her face was ash-white, her fingers dug deep into the leather armrests. When her gaze met Jiang Xi's obsessively possessive ravenous stare, a wave of icy dread surged up her spine, straight to the crown of her skull. It was over. This lunatic meant to burn everything down tonight, himself included. Tell me, why risk being riddled with bullets just to scale this second-floor balcony? Jiang Xi moistened his parched lips, a guttural chuckle rumbling from his throat. His eyes remained riveted on Shen Xingyu's face, twisted with jealous envy and raw, unhealed resentment. I simply needed to see for myself. The woman who toyed with me so effortlessly. What celestial beauty she truly was. At these words, Bo Xian's brow furrowed sharply. The gun barrel pressed harder, its tip biting into flesh. The living Yama's voice dripped with icy impatience. What madness possesses you? Madness? Jiang Xi's voice cracked raw and unhinged, his inner dam of sanity shattering completely. He pointed a trembling finger at Shen Xingyu cowering behind the sofa, his voice thick with a grotesque, soul-rending grievance. Bo Xian, do you truly believe the woman cradled in your arms is some innocent wide-eyed rabbit? Do you have any idea how wildly she runs loose beyond your sight? In that instant, the pressure in the master bedroom plummeted to absolute zero. Shen Xingyu's heart seized, frozen mid-beat, as if gripped by an invisible fist. She shot Jiang Xi frantic, murderous glances, her eyes screaming silence. Shut up, you wretched bastard, shut your mouth now. Yet jealousy had long incinerated Jiang Xi's reason. How could he possibly let slip this perfect chance to tear her mask away with his own hands? Night Owl sister. Suddenly, all mockery vanished. Jiang Xi's voice softened, unervingly tender, as those 4 words slipped out. They detonated like a thermonuclear blast in the silent chamber. Boom. Bo Xian's colossal frame locked rigid, struck motionless as if by lightning. His grip on the pistol trembled, and a flash of stunned disbelief flickered across his obsidian eyes. Night Owl. He knew that name better than his own. The peerless hacker who ruled the dark web. Just days ago, she'd personally repaired Bo Group's firewall. The same elite operative he'd just been probing covertly, and even spent vast sums to shield from Lu Zhao's overseas empire. How could it possibly be her? Jiang Xi savored Bo Xian's stunned silence. His eyes burned crimson, fixed unblinkingly on Shen Xingyu. His voice thick with the agony of betrayal. Are you truly astonished? Night Owl sister, by day draped in this absurd nightgown clinging to his neck and whispering husband in breathy sweetness. And by night, she turns on the dark web, slaughtering rivals, wielding lines of frost-cold code to tease me. You deceived me so cruelly, sister. Step by step he advanced. Even as the gun barrel pierced his skin, he felt nothing. Do you know how close I came to tearing the entire dark web apart, just to find you? Silence. A suffocating absolute silence. Outside, wind still howled. Inside, not even the fall of a pin could be heard. The legendary battlefield of heartbreak had erupted, full-scale catastrophic. Bo Xian turned, slowly, deliberately. His pistol still aimed at Jiang Xi, but his gaze now pinned unrelenting upon Shen Xingyu on the sofa. The shock and disbelief in his fathomless black eyes were receding, replaced by something far more terrifying: rapid, ruthless reconstruction. All the overlooked details, all the tiny nagging inconsistencies, now flooded his mind like a breached dam. Why had she effortlessly hurled Bo Jingxuan headfirst into the pool with a single judo throw? Why did her phone run a deranged version of Match 3 and grow scorching hot? Why moments after he sent a playful kiss emoji across the dark web had she sprinted barefoot from the study, straight into his arms? Why seconds after he confirmed collaboration with Night Owl in bed had a strange vibration pulsed from beneath? In that instant, the moment Night Owl was named, every doubt snapped into place with chilling perfect alignment. The case was solved. There were no coincidences. The delicate, seemingly helpless wife nestled in his arms, the one who couldn't recite her multiplication tables, was none other than the supreme hacker who manipulated him and the entire dark web like marionettes. Deception. Utter, total deception. Every tender gesture, every indulgent smile, shattered instantly before the brutal truth, igniting a furnace of savage wrath. The living Yama's presence plunged the room into absolute zero, his aura of annihilation now 100-fold more terrifying than when confronting Jiang Xi. For her, he'd shattered Beijing's delicate power balance, clashed openly with noble families. Like a fool, he'd devoured absurd love manuals, and cooked her scrambled eggs with his own hands. And what had she done? Hidden in shadows, using those same fingers, capable of weaving world-class code, to spin lie after lie, puppeteering him with flawless, merciless precision. Shen Xingyu. Bo Xian enunciated each syllable with unbearable slowness, each word bleeding raw as if grinding her name between his teeth until it shattered. He did not lower the gun. Instead, with lethal grace he advanced, step by deliberate step, toward the sofa. His eyes, dark and predatory, radiated a terror so profound it froze the marrow in one's bones. Is what he said true? His voice dropped to a whisper, death's final verdict. Shen Xingyu's scalp prickled her nerves, shrieking. It was over. Utterly, irrevocably over. That carefully concealed identity, torn open without mercy by this rabid dog, facing the living Yama's murderous glare. And Jiang Si standing at the doorway, eyes feverishly obsessive, advancing relentlessly. Shen Xingyu's mind screamed the highest level red alert. If she confessed now, Bo Xian would devour her whole, bones and all. But denial. Jiang Si surely held damning proof, ready to unleash at any moment. No retreat. No escape. A death sentence, inescapable, absolute. Her hacking skills were useless here, her combat prowess meaningless against a loaded firearm. With all physical defenses stripped away, only one recourse remained, magic. Desperate. Alan. Shen Xingyu bit down hard on her lower lip, marshalling every ounce of emotional resonance within her. Husband, please let me explain. It's not what you think. Is what he said true? Bo Xian's low, hoarse voice echoed through the master bedroom like a final ultimatum from the Grim Reaper. His large, distinctly knuckled hand had already clamped tightly around Shen Xingyu's slender wrist. The force was astonishing, as if he would devour her alive in the next second. The dangerous, murderous aura enveloped her completely, leaving no room for retreat. Shen Xingyu's mind raced frantically in that instant. She knew full well that no matter how logically she tried to explain herself, it would appear feeble and futile before these two obsessive men. Since physical defense and hacking skills were useless, she had no choice but to unleash her ultimate magical attack. As long as she cried loud enough, they couldn't possibly blame her. Shen Xingyu took a deep breath, and in an instant her clear eyes brimmed with a flood of tears. Instead of bowing her head in apology, she violently jerked her arm away. Taking advantage of Bo Xian's instinctive loosening of his grip, afraid of hurting her, she let her legs go limp. She slid down smoothly, landing on the thick Persian carpet with a soft thud. Walk! A earth-shattering, ear-splitting wail of misery erupted without warning in the master bedroom. The crying was utterly heart-wrenching enough to make listeners weep and witnesses mourn. Bo Xian's entire body stiffened. The murderous intent that had already peaked was jarringly suspended midair by that single outburst. Jiang Si, standing by the window, was completely dumbfounded. The glass cutter in his hand trembled slightly, his face a mask of utter disbelief. The two supremely arrogant tycoons were completely bewildered by this sudden dramatic tantrum. Boo-hoo. You're both bullying me. Shen Xingyu pressed her small hands tightly over her eyes, crystal teardrops streaming down through her fingers as if money were no object. Amidst her loud sobbing, she angrily extended her slender finger, pointing it accusingly at Jiang Si's devilishly handsome face. You lunatic, climbing onto someone else's balcony in the dead of night. You're nothing but a perverted peeping Tom. So what if I know a little bit of computer skills? What's wrong with earning some pocket money online with my own abilities? She sobbed breathlessly, her voice cracking with grievance. You couldn't beat me online, so when your server crashed you came to blame me. Not only did you stalk me, but you also tried to sow discord. Do you want to push me to my death before you're satisfied? This textbook example of turning the tables and blaming the victim sent Jiang Si's pathological rationality up in flames. Jiang Si's bloodshot phoenix eyes widened in disbelief. He simply couldn't fathom that a woman so brazenly shameless existed in this world. Know a little bit of computer skills. Earn some pocket money. You call hacking into an overseas arms depot and destroying a super AI server worth hundreds of millions knowing a little bit? Sister, you need to have a conscience. Jiang Si's voice trembled with rage, his chest heaving violently. You were the one who took the job on the dark web to hack me first. You not only burned my mainframe, but you also made a fool out of me. Shut up. You're just a bad guy. Shen Xingyu didn't even let him defend himself, drowning out his accusations with even louder wails. Then she abruptly switched targets. She lunged forward and tightly wrapped her arms around Bo Xian's long, impeccably tailored leg. Honey, you're bullying me too. She rubbed her tear-streaked, snot-covered little face wantonly against the man's expensive custom-made trousers. You don't trust me at all. Just because someone else says a few words you yell at me. I'm just a fake heiress kicked out of my family. I don't even have a family to return to. Shen Xingyu lifted her tear-streaked face, her wet eyelashes fluttering wildly. Her eyes were filled with heartbreaking despair and misery. I was afraid you'd think I was useless, afraid you'd think I could only spend your money. I just wanted to write some code on my own to secretly prepare a surprise for you. I wanted to prove to everyone that I deserved the title of Mrs. Bo. But now, because of an outsider, you're looking at me with such terrifying eyes. She cried even more bitterly, as if she had suffered the greatest injustice in the world. Don't you want me anymore? Boo-hoo. Then just throw me out to feed the dogs. This tearful accusation, 90% feigned and 10% genuine, was a spiritual nuclear bomb. Flawless logical closure coupled with saturated emotional rendering. It vividly portrayed the image of a fragile wife lacking any sense of security who desperately worked hard for love, yet was misunderstood. Bo Sion looked down at the girl clinging tightly to his leg, her shoulders shaking with sobs. His heart felt as if it were being brutally squeezed by an invisible hand, a dull pain that made his breath catch. The rage of being deceived, the shock of discovering she was the queen of the dark web. All of it under the overwhelming assault of her tears was like cold water splashed onto a red-hot iron, instantly turning into white steam and dissipating without a trace. His little liar hadn't betrayed him. She had simply lacked a sense of security, and to prevent him from looking down on her, she had donned the cold cloak of a hacker to take jobs and earn money. And even the money she earned by risking her life was meant to prepare a surprise for him. The living Hell King's rock-solid rationality crumbled completely in that moment. To hell with the dark web, Night Owl. To hell with the deception. Even if she was a little liar full of falsehoods, she was still the life Bo Sion cherished at the very core of his heart. Stop crying. Bo Sion let out a helpless sigh, his tone devoid of any trace of the icy murderousness from moments ago. He bent his tall, imposing frame, sliding one arm under her armpits and the other under her knees, gently lifting the girl from the floor and cradling her horizontally in his arms. He pressed her against his hard, burning chest, his rough thumb tenderly wiping away the teardrops at the corners of her eyes. Crying like a little kitten. When did I ever say I didn't want you? Bo Sion's voice was low and husky, carrying an unreasonable extreme possessiveness and indulgence. Do you need to go online to put up with these lunatics just to earn some pocket money? Is the black card I gave you just for show? He lowered his head and kissed her tear-reddened eyelids with reverence. From now on, whoever dares to look down on you, I'll cut out their tongue. There, don't cry. This scene of blatant favoritism bordering on utter lack of principle. To Jiang Si standing by, it was 10,000 times more cruel than driving a knife straight into his heart. This was madness. The entire world had gone mad. The decisive, ruthless living Hell King of the Capital Circle had actually been completely fooled by this shoddy acting. Bo Sion, you actually believe her bullshit. Jiang Si was driven mad by jealousy, the bloodshot veins in his eyes spreading like a spiderweb. The hacker queen he had been desperately searching for was actually acting weak and coquettish in another man's arms right in front of him. And this powerful overlord of the Capital Circle was soothing her with the natural, unshakable air of a legitimate spouse. This extreme sense of exclusivity caused Jiang Si's pathological obsession to erupt like a volcano. Sister, stop pretending. You're coming with me. Jiang Si clenched the glass cutter in his hand and charged recklessly at Bo Sion. Even if he had to die here today, he would never allow her to stay in another man's arms. However, Bo Sion slowly turned around. The man shielded Shen Xingyu securely behind his broad back. The tenderness in his deep black eyes for his wife vanished in an instant, replaced by an extreme deathly coldness devoid of any human warmth, as if he were looking at a corpse. President Zhang breaking into someone's home at night, and even daring to draw a blade in front of me. Bo Sion looked down upon him with the air of a cold Azura judging life and death. It seems technology has been having too comfortable a time in this country. As his words fell, a dense sound of footsteps came from outside the master bedroom. Assistant Lin led a large group of fully armed top-tier bodyguards flooding the hallway on the second floor like a tide. Sir, the outer perimeter is under complete lockdown. All traces of the intrusion have been cut off. Assistant Lin rushed into the room anxiously, and upon seeing the chaos, cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Bo Sion stared at Jiang Si, now surrounded by bodyguards, with a cruel glint in his eye. The man's thin lips parted slightly, and he uttered two emotionless words. Take him. Dozens of bodyguards pounced on Jiang Si like wolves and tigers, pinning him firmly to the ground. Bo Sion, let me go. Sister, look at me. Jiang Si struggled wildly on the floor like a mad dog, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. Bo Sion coldly covered Shen Xingyu's ears, shielding her from the disgusting barking. He turned his head, a storm of destruction surging in his pitch-black eyes. This brutal purge between men had finally begun its opening act in the dead of night. Bo Sion, let me go. Sister, look at me. Jiang Si was pinned to the cold floor by several burly top-tier secret guards, struggling like a mad dog cornered into a dead end. The veins on his fair hand bulged, and his devilishly handsome face twisted grotesquely with jealousy and rage. Do you think you've won? She doesn't love you at all. She's just using you. Jiang Si's hoarse roar echoed through the master bedroom, carrying a chilling pathological obsession. Yet faced with this hysterical provocation, Bo Sion didn't even twitch an eyebrow. The living king of hell naturally extended his broad palm, pulling the trembling Shen Xingyu closer in his arms. With his other hand, he gently covered her small ears, completely blocking out the nauseating, piercing bark. Assistant Lin, Bo Sion tilted his head slightly, his dark, profound eyes surging with a destructive, murderous intent. His voice was low, hoarse, yet carried an absolute dominance over all beings. Sir, here. Assistant Lin quickly stepped forward, cold sweat soaking the shirt on his back. Since President Jiang loves typing so much, let him never touch a computer again in this life. Bo Sion looked down at Jiang Si on the ground, his gaze like that on a pile of stinking mud. The man's thin lips parted slightly, delivering the coldest physical verdict without emotion. Immediately notify the Risk Control Department and the Action Team. In 10 minutes, I want all core data centers of K.O. Technology in Jing City reduced to scrap metal. Smash their proud super AI system to pieces. Don't leave a single intact motherboard. Hearing this, Jiang Si's frantic struggle froze. His bloodshot phoenix, eyes wide and teeth clenched, unable to believe his ears. Smash the data center. What kind of barbaric, unreasonable thuggery was this? He was a genius hacker, prepared countless sophisticated cyber counterattack plans. If Bo Sion dared to attack him online, he could definitely make the Bo group bleed. But in all his calculations, he missed one thing. The man before him simply disdained playing hacker games with him. In the face of absolute crushing physical force, any flashy code was as fragile as a piece of toilet paper. Bo Sion, you wouldn't dare? This is illegal. Jiang Si roared in fury, his voice cracking. Illegal? Bo Sion seemed to hear a funny joke, a cruel cold arc curling at the corner of his mouth. On my turf, my word is law. The living king of hell's patience had clearly run out. He couldn't bear to look at him any longer, directly waving at Assistant Lin. Pack this lunatic up tonight and throw him onto my private cargo plane to Africa. Send him to the most remote potato plantation in the Congo. Bo Sion held Shin Zingia's slender waist, his tone chilling to the bone. Without my permission, he'll be digging potatoes in the mud for the rest of his life. Anyone who dares to provide him with any electronic device, will sink them into the moat too. Africa, digging potatoes. This utterly humiliating blow shattered Jiang Si's pathological self-esteem into pieces. He, a tech mogul controlling countless network lifelines, was to be exiled to Africa as a laborer. Yes, Master Bo. He'll handle it immediately. Assistant Lin, relieved, immediately waved his hand. Several wolf-like secret guards pulled out special tactical zip ties, brutally binding Jiang Si's hands and feet. The movements were fluid, leaving him no chance to use any micro-devices. Then two burly men, like carrying a chick, hoisted him up on either side. Sister, look at me. Jiang Si dragged toward the door, completely lost his mind. He twisted his neck frantically, his eyes glued to Shen Xingyu. That gaze was mixed with madness, jealousy, and a deep-rooted obsession. I won't give up. Sister, I will come. Wait for me. As the piercing roar faded, a heavy door slam echoed from the corridor. This once arrogant, sickly hacker brother thus ended his Jing City trip in humiliation, embarking on a sun-scorched African farm life. The entire master bedroom finally fell into a deathly silence. The shattered glass and messy Persian carpet bore witness to the epic, brutal showdown. Shen Xingyu, nestled in Bo Sion's arms, perked up her ears to confirm Jiang Si was completely gone, then let out a long, silent sigh of relief. Awesome. So damn satisfying. This possessive CEO's physical cleanup method was right up her alley. As long as Jiang Si, that mad dog, was thrown onto the internetless African savannah, her night owl identity was absolutely safe. Now it's peaceful. Bo Sion's hoarse voice sounded above her head as the man slowly released his hand covering her ears. He lowered his head, his warm thumb gently caressing her fair cheek. His eyes no longer held the slightest hint of violent, murderous intent, only unfathomable possessiveness. Honey. Shen Xingyu cooperatively lifted her small face, her watery eyes full of post-crisis panic. Is that weirdo finally gone? He was so fierce just now, scared my legs weak. Like a docile ragdoll cat, she rubbed her cheek against the man's warm palm. I won't study computers anymore, won't earn pocket money either. He'll just stay home obediently, okay? Seeing her utterly dependent, innocent look, Bo Sion's Adam's apple bobbed violently. The last shred of doubt in his heart dissipated completely in this obedient coaxing. To hell with the dark web kingpin. His treasure was just a fool who even feared thunder. How could she be connected to a hacker who walked on the edge of a knife? All that was Jiang Si, that madman spewing nonsense because he couldn't have her. All right, no more studying. Bo Sion domineeringly lifted her by the waist, striding over the glass shards to the intact large double bed. He gently placed her on the soft velvet bedding, his tall frame covering hers. Husband will support you for life. The man's low, sexy voice brushed past her ear, carrying dangerous aggression. But just now, in front of me, being called sister so many times by another man. Bo Sion's gaze was dark as an abyss. He bit her collarbone as punishment. Shouldn't we settle this score? The deadly pheromones swept over her overwhelmingly. Shen Xingyi's heart raced from the scent. Damn, this living king of hell's jealous aftertaste was way too long. Though one big trouble was solved, the hungry wolf before her, ready to pounce at any moment, was obviously a tough one to deal with. Honey. I've been so scared today, I'm so tired. She blinked her big eyes trying to escape the exhausting punishment by playing pitiful. Bo Sion chuckled lightly, not buying it at all. It's okay, you just lie down. I'm not tired. His long fingers skillfully unclasped the strap of her nightgown, the lust in his eyes fully ignited. Shun Xingyu closed her eyes in despair. Fine, consider it the physical price for keeping her identity safe. She cooperatively wrapped her arms around the man's neck, ready to face the storm-like punishment. Just as their lips were about to meet at that critical moment, a sudden change. Boom! Rumble, rumble. A deafening sky-rending roar exploded without warning from above the Jing Garden. This sound was no ordinary thunder. It was the terrifying mechanical roar of heavy military helicopter blades tearing through the air at high speed. A violent hurricane instantly poured through the already shattered floor-to-ceiling windows. The powerful airflow, like a Category 12 typhoon, sent the expensive gauze curtains in the master bedroom flying wildly. Even the lamp on the bedside table was knocked over by the terrifying wind, shattering with a smack. Shun Xingyu's eardrums ached from the sudden noise, and every hair on her body stood on end. The top-tier killer's sharp instinct told her this was no ordinary helicopter flyby. The lust in Bo Sion's eyes was instantly replaced by absolute icy calm. The man quickly pulled the blanket over Shun Xingyu, wrapping her half-undressed form tightly. Then, like a provoked primordial beast, he sprang up from the bed. In a few strides, he reached the broken floor-to-ceiling window where the wind howled. In the pitch-black night sky, the glaring searchlight swept down like a sword, illuminating the once peaceful backyard of the Jing Garden. Bo Sion squinted his deep black eyes, looking upward against the strong light. Their three pitch-black heavy-armed helicopters without any civil aviation markings hovered like three ferocious steel beasts. Arrogantly, domineeringly, they completely ignored Jing City's low-altitude flight ban. They hung menacingly right above the main building of the Jing Garden in an absolute combat posture. Shun Xingyu sat on the bed wrapped in the blanket, listening to the oppressive roar of the rotors. Her mind went blank for only a second before a terrifying memory flooded back. Damn it! This crude, violent style that disregards all laws. In this world, besides that madman, there was no second person. Shed just nipped one peach blossom in the bud, and now another, even more lethal nuclear weapon was coming. Bo Sion stared fixedly at the helicopters in midair, his murderous aura nearly tearing the night sky apart. What's going on today? One after another seeking death. The man's low, violent voice was filled with crushing fury. Shun Xingyu swallowed, forcing herself to walk to his side and look up nervously. Honey, who's flying? Husband, who's that flying in the sky again? Shun Xingyu wrapped herself in the quilt, lifting her delicate face with trepidation, her watery eyes brimming with terror. The gale poured into the master bedroom, causing the silk blanket around her to rustle violently. Bo Sion did not answer. He domineeringly shielded her behind his broad back. Like an Azura of slaughter repelling all things, he coldly stared at the night sky outside the window. Three heavy-armed helicopters devoid of any markings loomed like steel beasts from hell. They audaciously tore through the tranquil night sky of the capital. Forming a triangular combat formation, they hovered blatantly above the main building of Jingyuan. The violent currents from the rotors uprooted the precious vegetation in the rear garden, sending it flying through the air. This spectacle was 1,000,000 times more explosive than a Hollywood doomsday movie. Master, the air defense radar has detected an anomaly. They've forcibly breached the capital's low-altitude airspace. Outside the corridor, Assistant Lin, clutching a walkie-talkie, trembled violently from shock. They haven't opened any communication channels. And they're carrying heavy firepower. Repeat, they are equipped with weapons of mass destruction. Hearing this terrifying report, Shun Xingyu felt a chill climb from her spine to her crown. Madness. This world had completely gone mad. That troublesome puppy Jiangxi had just been packed off to Africa to dig potatoes overnight. And now the dark web arms Lord Lu Xiao himself was bringing mercenaries to join the fun. This damned romantic entanglement was one wave after another. Other men pursuing women might give sports cars or yachts, or at worst tens of thousands of roses. But this mad dog had parked a fully armed helicopter formation on his rival's rooftop. This wasn't a wedding theft, it was the start of a localized war. Bo Sion's face darkened as if it could drip thick ink. The violent aura in the man's eyes had completely boiled over, transforming into tangible, terrifying killing intent. He slowly loosened his tie, a cruel smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. On my turf, deploying heavy firepower. The living Yama laughed in extreme rage, his voice icy and piercing, exuding an arrogance that crushed all. Fine, since someone is tired of living and wants a war, the Bo family will oblige today. He pressed the concealed communicator at his ear, issuing the highest level physical elimination order without hesitation. Activate all defensive domes of Jingyuan. Snipers in position, load all anti-air heavy machine guns. Lock onto those three iron turtles in the sky. If they dare descend an inch, no need for approval, turn them into Swiss cheese. With the living Yamas' bloody command, Jingyuan instantly transformed from a dormant luxury estate into an ultimate fortress bristling with weapons. Concealed heavy firepower points rose from the shadows. The grinding of mechanical gears sent shivers down the spine. Countless red laser sights densely interwove in the pitch-black night sky, precisely locking onto the three-armed helicopters midair. Shun Xingyu hid behind Bo Xian, her heart pounding like thunder at the tense commotion outside. Damn it! This was truly going to be Mars crashing into Earth. Lu Xiao, that obsessive maniac crawling out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, was a stubborn martial fanatic who never gave up. Once he set his sights on prey, even if the Heavenly King himself came, he would forcibly tear off a piece of flesh. If these two nuclear-level powerhouses clashed, heat in here, not just Jingyuan, but the entire capital would be turned upside down. Husband, how about we call the police? Shun Xingyu clutched the man's clothes, trying to defuse this deadly deadlock with her soft, useless little brain. They're so noisy they'll wake the neighbors. The police uncle will take them away. She blinked her big eyes, striving to play the part of a frightened, innocent. Bo Xian looked down at her, his large hands soothingly rubbing the top of her head. The killing intent in his eyes melted into fatal tenderness and indulgence when he looked at her. Be good, no need to call the police. The cops can't handle scum of this level. Close your eyes obediently. Your husband will handle it personally. At this critical, air-suffocating moment, the deafening roar of the helicopter rotors in the sky suddenly and eerily changed rhythm. The largest, most heavily armored Black Command helicopter in the center completely ignored the dense anti-air fire locks below. It arrogantly and defiantly broke formation, beginning a forced descent. The gale swept up fallen leaves and lawn soil, nearly blinding everyone. The powerful air pressure from the helicopter even shook the marble railings on the balcony. Warning: the enemy is force landing. All units prepare. Assistant Lin screamed frantically into the walkie-talkie. But before his command finished with a heavy grinding of metal, the reinforced armored side door of the helicopter was violently yanked open from inside. The searchlight's beam pierced through the swirling dust, glaringly illuminating the second-floor terrace. A tall wild man like an iron tower appeared at the doorway. He wore a black tactical vest stained with gun. His muscular arms bulged with terrifying veins. He casually hefted a visually stunning heavy Gatling gun in one hand. Like an invincible dark war god, he exuded a thick aura of blood. The wind tousled his jet-black short hair, revealing his deep, untamed face, and the striking, sinister dark red old scar at the corner of his right eye. Lu Xiao? He had personally led his team to the capital. The man held the door with one hand, his arrogant gaze looking down upon Jingyuan from above. His bloodshot eyes, like a wolf locking onto prey, fixed on Shun Xingyu hiding behind Bo Xian. He paid no heed to the anti-air weapons around him that could tear him apart. Lu Xiao bared his teeth in a bloodthirsty, cruel grin. His hoarse, rough voice, amplified by the helicopter's speakers, exploded across the night sky with crushed. Night Owl, I've come to take you home. Yixiao, I've come to bring you home. A thunderous, arrogant roar echoed across the Jing Garden sky, accompanied by the deafening shriek of helicopter blades tearing through the air. The command helicopter hovering midair brazenly ignored the dense network of anti-aircraft fire control radars below. It aggressively descended, unleashing gales that whipped shattered branches and leaves into a frenzied storm, slamming against the bulletproof cockpit glass with sharp percussive cracks. Lu Xiao stood at the open cabin door, gripping a heavy Gatling gun in one hand. His bloodshot, bestial eyes, like those of a lone wolf locking onto prey in darkness, were fixed unblinkingly on the second-floor terrace. Suddenly, a cruel, bloodthirsty snarl twisted his lips. He hurled the Gatling carelessly into the cabin, then seized a black tactical rappelling rope with practiced ferocity. Without hesitation, he grasped the rope in one hand and leapt headlong from over 10 meters above ground. Alert! Target executing forced airborne insertion. Sniper team, prepare. Lin, the executive assistant, screamed frantically over the comms channel, sweat drenching his brow. No further orders were needed. Dozens of searing red laser targeting beams instantly crisscrossed the air. They converged densely upon the chest of that plummeting black silhouette. With but a single gesture from Bo Xian, Lu Xiao would be reduced to a riddled, lifeless husk, riddled like a wasp's nest. Yet Lu Xiao was pure, unadulterated madness. He dismissed those lethal infrared beams as if they were mere dust motes. All he heard was the savage, roaring wind of his own terminal descent. Boom! A deep, muffled detonation. Lu Xiao's towering, ironclad frame, wild, primal, and indomitable, plummeted like a meteorite of doom. He crashed violently onto the expansive terrace outside the master bedroom. The solid white marble tiles fractured beneath him in a sprawling web of cracks, shards exploding outward in every direction. The gale whipped his black tactical vest, still reeking of gunpowder, Thick, corded muscles bulged along his arms, veins coiling like wrathful dragons beneath taut skin. Slowly he straightened to his full height, and a killing aura forged in mountains of corpses and seas of blood surged forth like a tangible force engulfing the entire terrace. Jing Garden's elite shadow guards instantly drew their weapons. Dozens of black, gaping muzzles locked onto his skull from every angle, the tension snapping taut razor-sharp beyond endurance. "Don't move, any of you." Lu Xiao swept a contemptuous glance over the armed men surrounding him, his eyes brimming with undisguised mockery. He didn't regard them as threats, not even for an instant. His gaze pierced past the armed cordon, locking with chilling precision on the figure behind Bo Xian. There, concealed behind him, stood the woman he had hunted relentlessly for 3 long years, so obsessively, so desperately that sanity itself had begun to fray. "Why hide?" Lu Xiao strode forward, his combat boots striking the stone with measured thuds, the dagger strapped to his thigh gleaming with cold, predatory light. Ignoring the dozen assault rifles leveled at his chest, he advanced step by inexorable step, walking straight into the jaws of death. "Back in that Middle Eastern slum, you took down 7 mercenaries, alone. You weren't this timid then." His voice was hoarse, raw, charged with pathological fervor and an obsession etched deep into bone and marrow. Shun Xingyu huddled behind Bo Xian's broad back, and beneath the blanket felt her scalp prickle with icy dread. A lunatic, this man was utterly, irrevocably deranged, facing hundreds of barrels, yet speaking casually, as if reminiscing over tea. Did he truly believe Bo Xian wouldn't dare give the order to fire? "You've mistaken me for someone else." Shun Xingyu peered out halfway, fingers clenched white-knuckled around the hem of Bo Xian's shirt, playing the delicate, spoiled darling to perfection. "What slum? What mercenaries? I have no idea what you're talking about." Her voice trembled, eyes shimmering with tears as she burrowed deeper into his chest, feigning fragile distress. "Husband, this man looks terrifying. He has a scar on his face. Is he a kidnapper trying to take me away?" At that soft, honeyed address, "Husband," Lu Xiao's advance froze mid-stride. The dark crimson scar at his right temple twitched violently. Crimson fury flooded his irises, consuming reason entirely, drowning him in jealous madness. "Husband? You call him husband?" Each word ground from Lu Xiao's teeth like splintered bone, thick with metallic blood and venomous rage. "Yes, Xiao, you'd stoop to such pathetic theatrics just to evade me." He thrust his arm forward, pointing directly at Bo Xian, standing between them, his tone dripping with supreme arrogance. "What is he really? A capitalist who plays with numbers in air-conditioned offices? How dare he presume to protect you?" That brazen provocation froze the very air on the terrace, solidifying it into glacial silence. Every shadow guard drew a sharp collective breath. To openly curse a living Yama, the Lord of Death, in the heart of Jing City. Lu Xiao was undoubtedly the first, and perhaps only, man in history bold enough to do so. Bo Xian did not erupt. Instead, the fury in his obsidian-deep eyes settled, uncanny, absolute, into a fathomless, dead-cold abyss. Slowly, deliberately, he raised his arm and drew Shun Xingyu fully behind him, shielding her completely within the fortress of his presence. A possessive, impermeable sanctuary no one dared breach. Finished speaking, Bo Xian's thin lips parted. His voice was calm, eerily, lethally so. "Whether you're raving mad or simply mistaken, tonight you will die here." Lu Xiao threw back his head and unleashed a wild, unrestrained laugh. "Die? With those pitiful guns of yours? Do you truly think they can hold me?" He yanked open the zipper of his tactical vest, revealing across his broad chest a row of glaring C4 explosives. Their crimson detonator lights pulsed sharply in the night, ticking with cold mechanical menace. "I am Lu Xiao. I crawled out of mass graves. My life is already forfeit. I've lived more than enough." His gaze turned feverishly, obsessively, toward the exquisite face hidden behind Bo Xian. "Yes, Xiao. I searched for you for 3 whole years. 1,000 days and nights, each one haunted by your absence. To find you, I climbed atop mountains of corpses, seized control of the entire overseas arms trade." He lunged forward one decisive step, his voice cracking with raw, shredded intensity. A torrent of unbridled emotion, possessive, tyrannical, and fanatically absolute, burst forth like a breached dam. "Tonight, even if I detonate these charges, even if I level this entire estate, you will leave with me. You belong only to me." Utter madness, utter annihilation. His willingness to obliterate everything, including himself, left the hidden snipers paralyzed, unwilling to risk a single shot. For if the explosives detonated the master bedroom, and both Bo Xian and his wife would vanish in an instant. Shun Xingyu's heart hammered wildly. She knew Lu Xiao better than anyone, a man without moral boundaries, a warlord whose promises were written in blood and always kept. Just as her mind raced, preparing to hijack Lu Xiao's detonator signal via a micro-device, the man shielding her moved. From Bo Xian's frame erupted a destructive aura far more terrifying than any high-explosive charge, cold, ancient, and infinitely lethal. Level the estate. Come with me. Those words had pierced the one inviolable sanctum buried deep within Bo Xian's soul, the absolute unassailable domain of his sovereignty. To claim his woman, on his soil, before his very eyes. This was no longer provocation. It was dancing on the edge of the underworld's ledger of souls. Bo Xian slowly rotated his neck, crisp, bone-deep cracks echoed in the wind. He issued no command to fire. Instead, with unhurried elegance, he slid his right hand into the rear waistband of his tailored trousers. Click! A crisp metallic click, clear and chilling, cut through the howling gale. From its holster emerged a sleek matte black Glock pistol radiating an austere lethal sheen. His motion flowed like liquid steel, graceful, precise, honed by countless battles. Not a flicker of hesitation, not a trace of retreat. His tall, commanding form stood immovable, like an unscalable mountain, between Shen Xingyu and oblivion. The barrel rose slowly, tracing a merciless arc of death through the air, then halted unwavering, centered precisely on Lu Xiao's forehead. Two titans, two forces reigning at the apex of human power, collided on that second-floor terrace. The air vanished. Even the wind ceased breathing. Lu Xiao narrowed his blood-flecked lupin eyes. He hadn't expected the legendary tycoon, rumored to live in gilded comfort, to draw with such ruthless battlefield-honed precision. You threaten me with explosives, eh? Bo Xian's gaze remained abyssal, empty of emotion, void of mercy. His long index finger settled onto the trigger, applying steady, crushing pressure. Test it. See whether your detonator fires faster, or my bullet shatters your skull first. His voice dropped to a velvet-throated growl, resonating with absolute, unquestionable dominion. I'll count to 3. Either you withdraw, dragging your scrap metal out of my sight. Bo Xian's pupils flared with savage intent. The gun remained rocksteady. Or tonight, I shall grant you your wish, to let this rabid, worthless dog finally die. Here. The cold muzzle of the gun pressed firmly against Lu Xiao's forehead. The black Glock pistol glinted with a bloodthirsty chill in the night. The air on the terrace froze into a lethal ice brick in that moment. Bo Xiang's grip on the gun was steady without a hint of tremor. In the depths of his dark eyes lay a violent, killing intent capable of overturning the entire capital city. Stealing my wife on my territory. Bo Xiang's cold voice was like ancient ice, each word carrying the brutality to crush everything. Lu Xiao, do you really think you can leave the capital alive tonight? Faced with the imminent threat of death, Lu Xiao did not retreat, even a half-step. Instead, a smug, cold smile broke across his wild and deep face. Bo, do you think I came here alone for the dark red scar at the corner of Lu Xiao's right? I twitched, slightly revealing a chilling madness. He casually raised his burly arm and snapped his fingers. Ka. Accompanied by the heavy sound of mechanical rotation, the black command helicopter, hovering in midair, suddenly swung its nose. The heavy Gatling gun protruded from the side of the cabin, aggressively emerging. 6 thick black gun barrels glimmered with the sheen of death under the powerful spotlight. Beep. The red laser infrared line accurately penetrated the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, directly locking onto the luxurious bed in the master bedroom along with the surrounding valuable furniture. Try shooting. Go ahead. Lu Xiao grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth, laughing like a complete war maniac. As long as I go down, that heavy machine gun will turn this room and everyone in it into a pile of minced meat. All turned into a heap of rotten flesh. The fierce wind rushed in, and the curtains were torn, making a rustling sound. The two top figures, akin to nuclear weapons, engaged in a hardcore confrontation on the terrace. One held a gun to the head, the other locked down the city with heavy firepower. Neither was willing to give an inch. Whoever retreated would lose their dignity as a man. A life-and-death battle on the verge of erupting, the smell of gunpowder so thick that a single spark could blow the sky apart. At this moment, Shen Xingyu, tightly protected by Bo Xiang, was bundled in a thick silk quilt. She poked her half head out from the man's arm, watching the tense standoff outside. Her entire being went numb. What kind of hellish, epic battlefield was this? She screamed internally, wishing she could kneel before these two lunatics. Brothers, this is real life, not some battle royale game you're playing on the dark web. If you want to fight, could you please go practice in the dance studio instead? Don't have a shootout in my bedroom. My closet is filled with the seasonal, global, limited edition haute couture that the living king of hell just bought for me. If the Gatling gun goes off, who am I supposed to cry to? Honey. Shen Xingyu swallowed hard, cautiously tugging at Bo Xiang's suit pants. That big guy looks a bit insane. What if his gun goes off? She tried to make her voice soft and trembling, attempting to use magic to defeat the physical clash between the two men. Let's ignore this lunatic and let the bodyguards deal with him, okay? Hearing the soft, honey, the red veins in Lu Xiao's eyes exploded instantly. He stared fiercely at Shen Xingyu's delicate face, his chest heaving violently. Night Owl, shut up. Lu Xiao roared hoarsely like a feral beast deprived of its mate. Do you really think this old man can protect you? He doesn't even know your true identity. Are you brave enough to tell him who you really are? Bo Xiang's eyes sharpened, and he thrust the gun forward sharply. It left a deep red mark on Lu Xiao's forehead, blood seeping out instantly. My wife is not someone an outsider like you can comment on. The voice of the King of Hell was low and hoarse, carrying an absolute authority and a protective dominance. Lu Xiao, I will count to 3. Get your broken plane out of my airspace, or I guarantee you won't leave here with a complete corpse tonight. 1. Bo Xiang showed no hesitation, directly beginning the countdown to death. Bo Xiang, you really have guts. Lu Xiao laughed angrily, not afraid, advancing an inch forward as blood trickled down his nose. Come on, if you dare shoot. Let's all die here together. 2. Bo Xiang's voice was eerily calm, his long index finger already resting on the trigger. Click. The extremely subtle sound of the hammer engaging was almost crystal clear amidst the howling wind. They had gone mad. These two men were completely insane. Shen Xingyu watched this suffocating scene, her scalp tingling. The murderous intent and oppressive atmosphere in the air had become so intense that she could hardly breathe. She knew very well that these two men were definitely not joking. They truly intended to perish together here. Shen Xingyu was caught in the middle like a helpless onlooker. Crouched in the corner of the sofa, her fingers trembled uncontrollably from the tension. This high-pressure environment where she could be shot in the head or sprayed with bullets at any moment was simply too torturous. To alleviate this suffocating terror, her gaze began to wander around the room unnaturally, trying to find something to distract her. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of the marble coffee table beside her. Next to the pile of magazines blown about by the wind sat a delicate white porcelain plate. It was the last half-piece of strawberry cake from last night that Bo Xiang had used to punish her untouched. The bright red strawberries glimmered enticingly under the faint light of the wall lamp. Shen Xingyu swallowed hard. In this hellish battlefield where death could come at any moment, her foodie instincts and the nervous twitch to relieve stress bizarrely overcame her rationality. After all, if death was inevitable, she might as well not die hungry. She unthinkingly, slowly and cautiously extended a delicate little hand from the quilt. She crouched low, sneaking toward the strawberry cake. Her index finger and thumb accurately pinched the plumpest strawberry. Just as she was about to smoothly pop the strawberry into her mouth to savor the last sweetness, Bo Xiang suddenly coldly announced the final number. 3. This penetrating cold shout startled Shen Xingyu's hand, causing it to twitch. Plop. The strawberry covered in cream slipped directly from her hand. It fell crisply onto her pink bare pajama's belly and even rolled off the silky fabric onto the cold. In this silence where only the sound of the wind could be heard, the sound of that plop was 1,000 times louder than the sound of the Gatling gun firing. The two top nuclear weapons on the terrace simultaneously paused, as if a button had been pressed. Bo Xiang's grip on the gun hesitated slightly. Lu Xiao's manic grin froze on his face. Two murderous men turned their heads in unison, their gazes sharp as searchlights. They fixed their eyes on the woman who was caught in the act of sneaking a bite with cream all over her hand. The air fell completely silent in that second. Shen Xingyu, holding her cream-covered hand aloft, awkwardly froze in midair. She looked at the two pairs of eyes outside that seemed ready to devour her, forcing out an awkward smile. She nervously licked the cream off the corner of her mouth, her voice as tiny as a fly. If I say it was this piece of cake that made the first move, would you believe me? If I said it was this piece of cake that made the first move, would you believe me? Shen Xingyu curled up in the messy quilt, awkwardly holding the half-piece of incomplete strawberry black forest cake. The corner of her delicate lips was smeared with a distinct ring of white cream. With her eyes wide open in a guilty expression, she looked just like a hamster that had been caught in the act of frantically stealing food before winter. In a desperate attempt to ease the incredibly awkward atmosphere, she uncontrollably swallowed the mouthful of fluffy cake. The abrupt sound of her chewing echoed sharply on the silent terrace as if thunder had struck the ground. The terrifying, murderous aura in the air, which could almost blow the entire city of Beijing to pieces, was suddenly pierced by an absurd needle. Bo Xiyuan's fingers gripping the Glock pistol abruptly froze in midair. The man's originally bloodshot black eyes, filled with an ancient chill of killing intent, suddenly shrank violently. He stared fixedly at the cream-covered little face, the veins on his forehead starting to throb at a terrifying frequency. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao, who was originally poised for a mutual destruction stance at the edge of the terrace, was utterly dumbfounded. He glanced down at the high-explosive C4 bomb strapped to his chest, then looked at the heavy Gatling gun mounted on the helicopter, radiating lethal intent. Finally, his gaze laboriously returned to the limp piece of strawberry cake in Shen Xingyu's hand. You damn. Lu Xiao's wild and unruly face twitched violently, the pathological obsession in his eyes shattering in an instant. I'm here risking my life for you, ready to drag the entire city down with me. He pointed at Shun Xingyu, his voice hoarse to the point of breaking, carrying a sense of collapse, as if his worldview had been violently ground to dust. You actually chose this moment to hide in a man's bed and sneak some cake. What is this? Two nuclear-level big shots, standing at the pinnacle of power and military might, are pointing guns at each other over her, even betting their coffins. Yet this dead woman showed no awareness of being a femme fatale. Instead, she comfortably became an unconcerned bystander in the middle of it all. This ridiculous scene, devoid of any tension, completely shattered the deadlock between the two top forces. I just had a hypoglycemic episode. If I don't eat something sweet, I might faint. Shun Xingyu weakly defended herself, silently hiding the remaining cake behind her. How was she to know that the standoff between these two would last this long? After her frantic hacking earlier, she was genuinely starving. Hypoglycemia. Bo Siyuan laughed in fury, his eerie laughter resonating from his chest, exuding a chilling sense of danger. He slowly holstered his pistol, striding confidently to the side of the bed. The man's long, well-defined hand shot out, mercilessly snatching the half-piece of cake she tried to hide. Shun Xingyu, you really have the heart to contain the entire universe. Bo Siyuan gritted his teeth, each word seeming to be forced out from between clenched jaws. With a heavy machine gun pointed at your head outside, you still have the mind to savor the sweetness of the cream here. He casually threw the pitiful piece of cake into the trash bin, roughly gripping her chin. His rough thumb harshly wiped away the cream at the corner of her mouth with such force that it felt like it might scrape off a layer of her skin. Ouch! Ouch, ouch, ouch. Honey, be gentle. Shun Xingyu's eyes welled with tears as she clutched his wrist tightly, continuing to play the role of the delicate woman. It's all that scarred freak's fault. He had to fly a plane in the middle of the night to disturb our sleep. She skillfully deflected the blame onto Lu Xiao on the terrace. Lu Xiao watched the two engage in such friendly interaction, seemingly oblivious to his presence, feeling as if he had been struck hard in the chest. His proud arms empire, his violent means capable of destroying everything, seemed laughable and unnecessary in front of this little woman who could act spoiled and sneak cake. Very good. Lu Xiao suddenly burst into wild, yet sorrowful laughter. He fiercely tore off the detonator from his chest and tossed it into the boundless night. That madness of mutual destruction was replaced by a deep and unwilling obsession. He knew that in this absurd atmosphere tonight, a forceful grab would have been a complete joke. Even if he did open fire, he wouldn't take away a woman who was not afraid of death, only focused on sneaking cake. Bo Siyuan, you got lucky today. Lu Xiao abruptly turned around, grabbing the black tactical rope that was falling from the helicopter. The wind whipped up the hem of his coat as he turned back, his bloodshot wolf-like eyes fixed intensely on Shun Xingyu. Night Owl, listen carefully. The woman I, Lu Xiao, have set my sights on will not be released, even if I have to pursue her to the 18th level of hell. Get your neck clean for me to return. With that arrogant farewell declaration, the black-armed helicopter suddenly... The roar of the rotor blades was deafening, carrying those arrogant overseas mercenaries as they quickly vanished into the pitch-black sky of Beijing. Until that roar completely faded away, the entire Jingyuan finally returned to a deathly silence. The crisis was resolved in a bizarre and unbelievable manner. Shun Xingyu hid under the covers, letting out a long sigh of relief in her heart. Damn it, this group of lunatics finally left clean. Just as she was about to pull out a sweet smile to soothe the furious man in front of her, she suddenly felt the temperature of the entire master bedroom drop at a terrifying speed. Bo Siyuan did not pursue Lu Xiao, nor did he pay attention to the frantic reports of Assistant Lin downstairs. The man slowly turned around. His tall and straight figure resembled an insurmountable dark tower, completely blocking out all light. He approached the bed step by step steadily. In his deep abyss-like black eyes, there was no longer the calmness from earlier during the standoff. Instead, a deadly danger and aggression tore apart all pretense. Honey. Shun Xingyu swallowed hard, feeling her scalp tingle. She instinctively shrank back into the corner of the bed, but was domineeringly grasped by the thin ankle by the man. Bo Siyuan forcefully dragged her back under him, his hands pressing firmly on either side of her face. His hot and hurried breaths, filled with a strong sense of oppression, sprayed directly onto her nose. Lu Xiao is gone. Jiang Si has also left. The living Demon King's low and husky voice exuded extreme sexiness and brutality, speaking each word deliberately. Now shouldn't we settle the score between us? What score, honey? I was just too hungry earlier. I promise I'll ask you before eating next time. Still trying to play? The dark fire in Bo Siyuan's eyes exploded, his large hand fiercely gripping the back of her head, pressing her forcefully against himself. Did you hack into Lu Xiao's Trojan program because you were hungry? The deafening roar of the propellers finally faded away into the distance. The night wind swirled with fallen branches and leaves dancing on the chaotic terrace. Lu Xiao's several ostentatious armed helicopters completely vanished into the pitch-black night sky of the capital city. At this moment the vast terrace was eerily silent save for the howling wind. All of you get out of here. Bo Siyuan did not even turn his head, his voice cold and devoid of any fluctuation. The dark guards around, armed and on alert, retreated like a tide, as if granted amnesty. The acrid smell of gunpowder in the air did not dissipate, instead it grew more intense. Although the external enemy had retreated, the internal chaos was just beginning. Shen Xingyu still maintained that awkward position of sneaking a taste. She cautiously licked the white cream at the corner of her mouth, the sweet flavor spreading in her mouth. This half-piece of strawberry cake had completely shattered the apocalyptic scene from earlier. Yet the crisis had not been averted. The living embodiment of the King of Hell standing before her was staring at her with a chilling gaze. Bo Siyuan slowly put away the dark Glock pistol. He casually tossed it onto the cracked glass coffee table beside him. The crisp sound echoed like a heavy hammer striking Shen Xingyi's tense nerves. The man took long strides, approaching her step by step. His tall figure blocked the glow of the street lamp, enveloping her entirely in an oppressive shadow. Husband. Shen Xingyu swallowed hard and instinctively shrank back into the spacious master bedroom. The wind is so strong outside, can we go back to sleep? She blinked, her beautiful eyes shimmering with moisture, attempting to use her soft, feeble tactics to muddle through. But Bo Siyuan was no longer swayed by such tricks. In the depths of the man's dark eyes, unprecedented rage and madness surged. The shocks of tonight were too numerous enough to tear apart all his rationality. First there was Jiang Si, that reckless hacker genius who had intruded into his private quarters, calling her sister affectionately. Then there was Lu Xiao, the ruthless arms dealer, hovering in an armed helicopter on the rooftop, forcibly snatching people. These two top-tier nuclear figures ruling the dark web were all coming for his wife. Bo Siyuan felt like a joke, completely in the dark. He had always thought he was raising a delicate little white rabbit in Jingyuan, one that would be scared of thunder. Who would have thought this little rabbit had provoked so many drooling wolves outside? Moreover, each rival was immensely influential. One was a madman controlling global AI technology, and the other a fugitive dominating the overseas arms market. Adding to that was the ex-husband who had been lurking in the shadows. This woman's luck with men was simply outrageous. Sleep? Bo Siyuan's throat emitted a low, cold laugh as he closed in. You caused such a mess, and now you want to talk about sleeping. Shen Xingyu was forced to retreat repeatedly, her bare feet stepping on the heavy Persian carpet, struggling to maintain her balance. I didn't mean to. I don't know why they suddenly went crazy. She clutched the silk blanket tightly, her heart pounding like thunder in her chest. What to do about an abundance of rotten peach blossoms? I'm waiting for an answer. It's urgent. The domineering aura in front of her had completely darkened. He really looked like he was going to eat her. Bang! Bo Siyuan kicked the broken glass door, completely shutting out the night wind. The temperature inside the room dropped to absolute zero in an instant. Shen Xingyu had nowhere to retreat, her back slammed against the cold wall of the master bedroom. What are you hiding from? The man suddenly stretched out his arms, pressing against the wall beside her ears, completely cutting off all her escape routes. His tall figure pressed down domineeringly, bringing their distance to a negative number. The intense scent of cedar mixed with an overwhelming sense of danger engulfed her. Shen Xingyu, how many things are you still hiding from me? Bo Siyuan leaned down, his hot, rapid breath directly spraying on her face. That madman Jiang Si infiltrated the Bo family for you, and Lu Xiao was willing to go head-to-head with me for you. The jealousy in his eyes was about to transform into a colossal wave, drowning the entire room. Your knack for attracting men is even more impressive than your keyboard skills. Shen Xingyi's back broke out in a cold sweat, cornered by his penetrating words, leaving her with nowhere to escape. I didn't attract them. They came looking for trouble on their own. She desperately clutched the collar of the man's shirt, her voice trembling with urgency, and a touch of grievance appeared in her eyes. Husband, you have to believe me, I didn't even look at them more than once. I only took orders on the dark web to make money. I had no idea why they were biting at me like rabid dogs. My heart only has you in it. Please don't be so fierce with me. She desperately tilted her beautiful face upwards, trying to use soft, tender coaxing to calm this storm of jealousy that could destroy everything. Didn't see them. Bo Siyuan looked down, his gaze dangerously fixed on her lips, which still had a bit of cream on them. The man's eyes burned like tangible flames, scorching and intense. His rough fingertip pressed down hard, slowly wiping away the sweet white at the corner of her mouth. The movement was extremely ambiguous, yet exuded a chilling possessiveness. The coarse friction made Shen Xingyu involuntarily shrink back. Bo Siyuan's voice had turned completely hoarse, laden with unyielding coldness and obsession. Little liar, isn't it time to clean up the fish in your pond? Little liar, isn't it time to clean out the fish in this pond? The man's low and husky voice echoed in the quiet master bedroom, his tone gentle, as if coaxing a lover. Yet the chilling ruthlessness in his gaze made Shen Xingyi's body hair stand on end. Bo Siyuan's rough fingertips grazed her soft lips, sending shivers through her. Husband, what are you talking about with fish ponds? I don't understand. Shun Xingyu swallowed hard, clinging to the last shred of hope, trying to play dumb. I stay home, obediently waiting for you to return from work every day. How could I have time to raise fish? She reached out her hands, wanting to wrap them around the man's neck, but Bo Siyuan deftly captured her wrist with one hand. The man twisted her hands behind her head, pressing them firmly against the cold wall. Don't understand. Bo Siyuan chuckled softly, the surging jealousy in his eyes almost burning away his reason. He freed one hand, and as if performing a magic trick, pulled out a silver-gray metallic object directly from his suit pocket. It was the specially made miniature computer that Shen Xingyu had hidden deep in the secret compartment of her vanity. At the sight of the computer, Shen Xingyu's pupils trembled violently. It was over. When did this living Yama uncover her trump card? Not only did he fend off Lu Xiao, but he even had the time to raid her hideout. Did you think you were hiding it well? Bo Siyuan slammed the miniature computer down heavily on the bedside table. Open it. The man's command was unquestionable, filled with absolute authority. Shen Xingyu bit her lip, tears swirling in her eyes. Husband, this is just my computer for playing Minesweeper. Shen Xingyu, my patience is limited. Bo Siyuan leaned closer, his warm breath directly brushing against her ear, his voice low and dangerous. Are you going to log into the Night Owl account yourself, or should I have the tech department forcibly breach your firewall? This was a clear warning. The living Yama not only knew she was the Night Owl, but he also understood the details of her dedicated device completely. There was no more pretending. Her disguise was stripped away, leaving her with nothing. Defeated, Shen Xingyu lowered her head, looking like a wilted eggplant. She slowly extended her delicate fingers and pressed them on the fingerprint recognition area of the miniature computer. Ding! Accompanied by a crisp unlocking sound, the deep blue screen lit up instantly. The highest level hacker operations on the dark web were laid bare before Bo Siyuan's eyes. As soon as she logged in, the notification sounds for private messages surged like death knells. First up was a flood of ambiguous messages from Jiang C, marked by a blood-red smiling face icon. Next was a forceful declaration from Lu Xiao, sent via the highest bounty on the dark web. The screen was filled with debt from Peach Blossom incidents, flashing more glaringly than neon lights in a nightclub. Bo Siyuan stared at the frantically jumping messages on the screen, the temperature around him dropping to absolute zero. Sister Night Owl. How what an affectionate way to address her. He glared at Jiang Sis' message, the killing intent in his eyes almost materializing into a sharp blade. And this Lu Xiao looking for you for 3 years must have you. Bo Siyuan slowly turned his head, his black eyes locking onto Shen Xingyu. Baby, your suitors really are extraordinary, each one more skilled than the last. Shen Xingyu shrank her neck in fear, quickly raising her hands to swear to the heavens. Husband, let me explain. They are all just acting crazy on their own. I have never paid any attention to them. I only recognize money, not people on the dark web. I haven't even looked at those messages. She was on the verge of tears, afraid that this jealous temperament would explode, swallowing her in the computer hole. Bo Siyuan grasped her chin, forcing her to look directly at him. If you don't know them, why keep these accounts around for the new year? The man's tone was gentle, but laced with a chilling dominance. Now clean up this pond in front of me. Shen Xingyu was stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. Husband, this account is the #1 ranking on the dark web that took me 5 years to build. It has many unsettled commissions, several tens of millions of dollars. She tried to reason with a pitiful tone. This idea of Night Owl was the culmination of her hacker career. How could it be destroyed just like that? Is tens of millions of dollars a lot? Bo Siyuan scoffed, raising an arrogant eyebrow. Tomorrow I'll have Assistant Lin transfer 10 billion to your account. Now do it immediately. Arrogant. Overbearing. Treating money like dirt. Shen Xingyu felt dizzy from this domineering speech, but as she looked at the account that had accompanied her for 5 years, she felt a little reluctant. She hesitated, her hands hovering over the keyboard, unable to press a single key. What? Are you reluctant to part with those wild dogs? Bo Siyuan's gaze instantly darkened, his large hand tightening around her waist. He pressed her body tightly against the wall. Shen Xingyu, I will say this one last time. The man lowered his head, dangerously biting her earlobe, his voice low and husky. If you don't delete it, I will make sure you are left with nothing here. Tomorrow you will have no strength to even get out of bed, let alone touch any computer. This is an outright threat. Shen Xingyu shivered all over as she knew too well the man's combat power. If he were to unleash his wrath, her little life would probably end up in bed. I will delete it. I'll delete it right now. A wise man doesn't suffer losses in front of him. Compared to saving her life, a virtual account is nothing. Shen Xingyu's eyes turned red as she turned her head, furiously striking the keyboard with 10 fingers. She pulled up the highest level account cancellation interface on the dark web. Wait a minute. Bo Siyuan suddenly pressed down on the back of her hand, his eyes revealing possessiveness and obsession. Before cancellation, post a global broadcast message. Shen Xingyu asked through tears, what should I say? Bo Siyuan looked at her, enunciating each word, domineeringly declaring. Just right, Night Owl is taken, please do not disturb. Those who dare to approach kill without mercy. How arrogant. How ruthless. How much hatred it stirs. Once this line was sent out, the entire dark web would likely be shattered. But under the terrifying gaze of the living Yama, Shun Xingyu didn't dare to utter a single word of denial. She sniffed, feeling wronged as she typed this domineering declaration of sovereignty on the keyboard. With every character she pressed, the gloom in Bo Siyuan's eyes dissipated a little, until the final period fell. Send it out, then cancel. Bo Siyuan commanded coldly. Shun Xingyu closed her eyes, steeling her heart. She pressed the enter key, confirming the action. Ding! The system emitted a crisp notification sound. A global broadcast with Night Owl's exclusive SS-level permission exploded on the dark web homepage like a nuclear bomb. Immediately after, the ultimate account data representing the #1 hacker on the dark web shattered into countless glowing particles on the screen. It was completely obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Done. Shun Xingyu slumped against the wall, feeling as if her hacker soul had been completely drained. Bo Siyuan gazed at the now completely blackened screen with satisfaction. He pulled the girl with reddened eyes into his arms, lowering his head to seal her lips. This time the kiss was no longer a punishment, but a gentle entanglement filled with utmost comfort and wild possessiveness. The man declared his absolute ownership of this wild rose through his actions. However, the two immersed in the kiss had no idea. At the very moment Shun Xingyu pressed the enter key, the entire network world was set ablaze by this arrogant statement and the sudden account cancellation. A massive, unprecedented tsunami of level 12 was unleashed. Underground hacker forums, overseas intelligence networks, and even the internal networks of real-world security agencies erupted. Far away in a secret base overseas, the serpent staring at the screen was pulling his hair out in frustration. He looked at the domineering broadcast message, his eyes nearly popping out in shock as he shouted despairingly into the communicator. What the hell? Boss, which deity kidnapped you? What the hell? Boss, which deity has kidnapped you? The desperate howl of the venomous snake echoed in the invisible earpiece. Overwhelmed with despair and terror, Shun Xingyu dared not utter a sound. She lay limp in Bo Siyuan's embrace like a quail drained of strength. She let the man domineeringly seize the air from her lungs. That extremely arrogant declaration of love was accompanied by the sound of the system's ultimate confirmation. It had completely become the mythological elegy of the dark web. What the hell is this? It took her 5 years to build this territory. Bo Siyuan finally released her swollen and bruised lips. In his deep black eyes, the earlier rage and jealousy had completely subsided. What replaced it was an extreme satisfaction after indulgence. Well done. His rough fingertips caressed her cheek, his voice deep and seductive. From now on, these hands that type can only be used to hold me. Shun Xingyu buried her face in his scorching chest on the verge of tears. She had no strength left to argue. Fine, as long as the living Yama does not pursue her crime of hiding her identity. What does it matter if it's a big account? At worst, she'll wash her hands of this and live peacefully as a billionaire lady waiting for death. She had thought this epic chaos caused by her reveal would finally come to an end. In the end, she severely underestimated the influence of the words Night Owl in the global underground network. The next morning, the sun was bright. Shun Xingyu was jolted awake by a series of frantic phone vibrations. In the large master bedroom, she was all alone. Groggily, she grabbed the specially made phone and struggled to open her eyes. She only glanced at it. Her remaining sleepiness was instantly shattered like a missile strike, leaving no trace behind. What the hell is this? Shun Xingyu suddenly sprang from the bed, her eyes wide as she stared at the screen, gasping for cold air. The entire online world had gone mad. Completely mad. The dark web forum server had been paralyzed by terrifying traffic 8 times. The homepage was filled with bold, blood-red-hot posts. The screen was inundated with exclamation marks, almost blinding her eyes. Epic earthquake. The dark web's #1 King Night Owl reveals a declaration of love, then permanently deactivates his account. Let's investigate. Who stole our cold-hearted hacker queen's heart? Global bounty. Find that wild man who defiled the cabbage. I want to black out his entire family's router. Shun Xingyu trembled as she opened the comment section. It was filled with top hackers crying and raging in despair. My faith has crumbled. Night Owl actually falls in love. And with a partner. This tone is too arrogant. This possessive dad-like statement was definitely made under the threat of a gun from some wild man. Brothers, grab your weapons. Unplug the cables. Share computing power. Today, even if we turn the entire Earth's network upside down, we will dig out that dog man who kidnapped our goddess and punish him. Shun Xingyu watched the furious mob and was drenched in cold sweat, soaking her silk pajamas. Please spare me, big brothers. The wild man you are looking for is none other than the living Yama of the Beijing Circle, who would clear the scene with just a word. If these hackers trace it back to the Bo Group, Bo Siyuan's temper could lead him to blow up the entire dark web server. The more deadly threat was yet to come. This 12-level tsunami of the underground network. had inexplicably spread to the surface network of the country in a bizarre way. The top 10 on Weibo's trending topics had been completely slaughtered. Next to the entry for Dark Web's #1 hacker Night Owl's retirement was another deep red word: Mrs. Boss Heavenly Skills suspected to be the real Night Owl. Shen Xingyu, with cold hands and feet, clicked on that entry, feeling her vision darken. The netizens in the country had all transformed into reincarnated Sherlock Holmes. Someone unethically captured the surveillance video of her yesterday in the underground parking lot, where she executed a shoulder throw, sending Bo Jingchuan to the orthopedic hospital. Then they paired it with various professional analyses of bone force and microexpression breakdowns. Family who understands this clean and swift killing technique, this disdainful arrogant gaze. Look closely at Mrs. Boss finger movements when she knocked on the car door yesterday. The frequency aligns with Night Owl's reported knocking habits at a staggering 99. Case solved. No wonder the living Yama dotes on her so much. She is not a delicate flower. She is a max-level boss slaughtering the newbie village. Oh my god. So the domineering declaration of love released by Night Owl last night was actually Bo Yi asserting his dominance. The comments and bullet screens scrolled at an insane speed. The entire internet was frantically piecing together the fragments of her fallen disguise. Shen Xingyu, in despair, covered her face and collapsed onto the soft pillow, letting out a miserable wail. It's over, it's over. Now my underwear has been stripped clean by the entire internet. She had just wanted to stir up some trouble, to tease her husband. And now it's as if she had blown up the entire ocean. Bo Xiyin had just cleared out the rotten peach blossoms and now the frenzied fans of the entire internet were swarming in like zombies. If the living Yama saw the netizens frantically peeling away her disguise, some even shouted to team up to steal Mrs. Bo. He would definitely do something crazy like buying and smashing the entire Weibo server. As Shen Xingyu was in a state of panic thinking about how to hack into Weibo's backend to forcefully remove the trending topic in a remote urban village in Beijing. In a basement reeking of mildew and sewage, dimly lit, Shen Mingwei resembled a venomous snake writhing in the mud. She stared intently at the painfully bright computer screen. Her once pure face was now twisted with jealousy and hatred like a demon crawling out of hell. A few days ago at the charity gala, she was thrown into despair by a single word from Bo Xiyin. Fat Wong, in order to distance himself, not only kicked her out, but even sent someone to beat her up. Now she felt like a rat crossing the street, needing to wear a mask just to buy a... But why? Why did that imposter who occupied 20 years of her life not only become the exalted Mrs. Bo, but also be worshipped by the entire internet like a deity? The more dazzling Shen Xingyu became, the more fiercely the poison in her heart burned. Ding dong. A worn-out old laptop suddenly popped up with an anonymous, encrypted email. Shen Mingwei pounced on it in a frenzy. Trembling, she opened the unsigned email. Inside lay a secret video attachment and several poorly... When she finally saw the content of the video, Shen Mingyu's bloodshot eyes widened in shock. Then she erupted into a frenzied, deranged laughter. Huh. Shen Xingyu, you have today too. It was a cleverly edited and forged video. The woman in the footage bore an identical face to Shen Xingyu. She was half-dressed in a chaotic underground casino, engaging in unspeakable dirty dealings with several tattooed foreign men. Though it was an AI deep forged video, the craftsmanship was so superb that even the naked eye could not discern its authenticity. This was undoubtedly a fatal poison crafted by a professional hacker team at great expense. Shen Mingwei did not care whether it was true or false. She only knew that this was enough to pin Shen Xingyu to the pillar of shame. She stared at the screen with venomous eyes like a cobra ready to strike. Her nails dug into the broken table as she pulled out her phone. She dialed an illegal marketing number from abroad. Didn't they say she was a goddess? Didn't they treat her like the nation's wife? Shen Mingwei screamed hysterically into the phone. Post this video to all foreign and domestic forums immediately. I will pay any amount. I want everyone in the world to see that the hacker queen they worship like a deity is actually a worthless woman. I will make the whole world see clearly that the hacker queen they worship is nothing but a worthless piece of trash. Shen Mingwei hung up the international call in a fit of rage, her heavy breathing echoing in the dark day. But soon the sickly fervor in her eyes cooled down, replaced by a more malicious scheme. No, relying on a few overseas gossip forums is far from enough. It won't achieve the level of destruction that satisfies her. Bo Xiyin holds absolute power in the capital, and such small online rumors could be suppressed by the Bo Group's public relations team in less than 3 minutes. By then, not even a splash would be stirred, and Shen Xingyu would still be the esteemed Mrs. Bo. I must find an occasion that Bo Xiyin absolutely cannot suppress. Shen Mingwei paced anxiously like a starving wolf driven into a corner in the narrow room. Suddenly, she sharply raised her head, her gaze fixed on the old television in the corner. The screen was playing a sweeping financial forecast. 3 days later, the Bo Group would hold its 5-year global summit for the launch of cutting-edge technology at the Jing City International Convention Center. Not only would hundreds of top media outlets from home and abroad conduct live high-definition broadcasts, but the living legend Bo Siyuan would also personally attend, accompanied by the recently popular Mrs. Bo Xinxingyu, to deliver a keynote speech. The launch event, live streaming across the internet. Xin Mingyue bit her thumbnail so hard that it drew blood without her noticing, slowly curling her lips into a mad smile. This is it. There is no more perfect execution ground than this. She immediately rushed back to her computer and skillfully logged into an illegal trading black market hidden at the edge of the dark web. This was a group of desperate hackers she had secretly nurtured during her time as the heiress of the Shun family to bring down her competitors. Take the big job. Price is up to you. Shun Mingyu's eyes turned bloodshot as she typed furiously, sending over the convincingly forged video and fake transaction records of a murder and smuggling. The face-swapping technology in the video was so realistic that anyone who watched it would believe it was Shun Xingyu engaging in indecent activities at an underground casino. At the Bo Group's launch event 3 days from now, I want you to use the most domineering virus to forcibly cut into the giant LED main screen at the venue. Even if Bo Siyuan has supernatural abilities, he definitely won't have time to pull the plug in front of millions of live viewers. 3 days will pass in the blink of an eye. The Jing City International Convention Center was filled with luxury cars and strict security. The venue was decorated with a distinctly futuristic technological feel, and the ultra-high-definition LED wall that occupied an entire side was breathtaking. Shun Xingyu, dressed elegantly in a French haute couture white gown, sat obediently in the front row of the VIP section. The cameras occasionally swept across her stunning profile, untouched by makeup, yet outshining everyone. Today she played the role of a perfect wife accompanying her husband to an important event. Mrs. Bo, you look so well, Mr. Bo truly dotes on you. Several wealthy ladies nearby approached her, trying to ingratiate themselves with thinly veiled envy and flattery. Thank you for the compliment. Shun Xingyu skillfully arched her eyebrows, revealing a sweet smile devoid of aggression. But hidden beneath her skirt, one hand subtly played with a coin-sized miniature signal interceptor. From the moment she entered, the terrifying instincts belonging to the night owl were frantically alerting her. In the frequency bands of the wireless signals at the venue, there seemed to be a subtle, yet highly aggressive, abnormal data stream lurking. Someone intends to cause trouble at this event, and the means they are using reeks of the stench of underground filth. Ladies and gentlemen, media friends, welcome to the Bo Group's annual summit launch event. As the host's highly provocative opening remarks were made, the lights in the venue suddenly dimmed. A dazzling spotlight shone on the center of the stage. Bo Siyuan, dressed in a sharply tailored black suit, strode up to the podium with steady long legs. The handsome man's face bore no extraneous expression. Like a cold deity overlooking the world, he held the power of life and death over the entire venue. However, the first thing he did upon taking the stage was to naturally turn his head. His deep gaze swept over the crowd, landing precisely on Shun Xingyu in the front row. Their eyes briefly locked in the air, and the rarely softening corner of the living legend's lips formed the faintest curve. This scene was instantly captured by hundreds of cameras on site. The barrage of comments in various live streaming rooms exploded, filled with frenzied shouts of "shipped." However, in a dark corner of the second-floor control room, Shun Mingyue, dressed in a loose cleaning uniform and wearing black frame glasses and a mask, was fixated on the radiant man on stage. The venom of jealousy was almost burning through her insides, twisting her breath into agonizing distortion. Laugh, go ahead and laugh. Let's see how you can still laugh later. She gritted her teeth nervously, her rough fingers tightly gripping a black remote control. For the past few days, she had evaded capture like a rat in a sewer, just waiting for this most lethal strike. In her ear, the invisible communicator brought the arrogant report from the foreign hackers. Boss, the firewall outside the Bo Group is tougher than expected, but we have forcibly opened a backdoor. Thanks to the vulnerability in the new transmission protocol used by their venue, it's truly a blessing from the heavens. The Trojan virus is in position. As soon as you press the button, the video will forcibly overwrite the large screens and all live signals within a second. Shun Mingyue was so excited that her entire body trembled violently, her murky eyes sparkling with manic malice. Good. Well done. I want shortchange you on this money. She locked her gaze firmly on Shun Xingyu in the front row like a dying snake bearing its venomous fang. Shun Xingyu, weren't you revered by the entire internet? Aren't you the untouchable Mrs. Bo? Today I will personally tear off your hypocritical mask in front of the whole world. I want to ruin you. I want you to become a puddle of mud, never to rise again. As time ticked away, the launch event reached its most intense peak. On stage, Bo Siyuan calmly finished introducing the Bo Group's latest generation of AI core chips. His bony hand casually rested on the podium, ready to deliver the final keynote speech. Thousands of media reporters on site, including representatives from dozens of countries around the globe, were all fixated on him. Next, I will demonstrate the most core visual computation of this chip to the world. The man's deep voice resonated through the top-notch sound system echoing throughout the convention center. The media reporters in the venue instantly held their breath. All cameras were pointed at the dozens of meters tall LED giant screen on stage. The atmosphere in the venue reached its peak. On the large screen, dazzling laser effects began to count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. The countdown was like a death knell striking at each person's heart. Everyone knew that the Bow Group's chip debut would directly change the landscape of global technology. Now is the time. Shun Mingyue, hiding in the dark corner on the second floor, widened her bloodshot eyes. The muscles in her face spasmed with excitement, resembling a demon that had just crawled out of hell. As soon as she presses the button in her hand, that unsightly video will instantly replace Bo Siyuan's presentation. On this world-class stage, even a deity could not save Shin Xingyu from this inevitable doom. The Bow Group would not only become the laughingstock of the world, but that lofty living legend would personally kill that wretched woman for this unprecedented humiliation. Go to hell, Shin Xingyu. With a mad laugh, Shun Mingyue decisively pressed down on the black remote sending button in her hand. Ding! A sharp electronic prompt sounded abruptly in the equipment control room. Shun Mingyue stared intensely at the large screen below her, breath completely halting from excitement. She anticipated seeing that filthy image spread across the venue, looking forward to Bo Siyuan's enraged and twisted face, expecting the shocked gasps and endless curses from the crowd. Die, you wretch. I will make Mr. Bo see the rotten bones of yours. The giant countdown numbers had turned a glaring red. 3, 2, 1. At this moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Bo Siyuan on stage slightly raised his head, his abyss-like black eyes calmly looking at the screen. Meanwhile, Shun Xingyu below slowly and imperceptibly twisted the miniature interceptor in her fingers. A swift glimmer of cold mockery swept across the innocent and beautiful face of the girl, akin to a hunter savoring the thrill of the catch. At the moment Shun Mingyue pressed the button. Die? This is the consequence of taking everything from me. Shun Mingyu's vicious voice echoed in the dark corner like a curse. Die? This is the consequence of stealing everything from me. Shun Mingyu's venomous voice echoed in the dark corner like a curse. Her rough fingers trembled with frenzied excitement as she forcefully pressed the black send button. The jarring electronic sound sliced through the air and the massive LED screen flickered violently. The sci-fi countdown display suddenly froze as if torn apart by some powerful virus. In this critical moment, Shun Xingyu, seated in the VIP section, slowly curved her red lips into a disdainful smirk. A chilling, murderous intent belonging to the queen of the dark web erupted from her originally innocent and clear eyes. Did they think they could play with a Trojan implant? In the territory of the Bo family, these third-rate hackers from abroad were like fools brandishing a big knife before Guangdong, unbelievably stupid. Shun Xingyu didn't even touch the computer. She elegantly crossed her legs, as if merely admiring her husband's charisma on stage. However, her left hand, hidden beneath the wide skirt, accurately pressed on the customized Patek Philippe watch concealed on her right wrist. With a slight twist of her fingertip, a terrifying reverse strangulation command was unleashed through the microinterceptor. Ziz. The foreign virus package, which intended to dominate the big screen, collided with Shin Xingyu's defense network and was obliterated within 0.1 seconds, like an egg crashing against a bronze wall. They were instantly crushed to pieces, leaving not even a line of garbled text behind, and the big screen remained as steady as Mount Tai. Shun Mingyue, hiding in the control room on the second floor, had her wild laughter freeze on her face. She stared at the unchanged big screen, desperately pressing the controller in her hand, her voice sharp enough to, "What's going on? Where's the video? Why isn't it playing? What are you useless bastards doing?" The frantic screams of the foreign hackers echoed in the invisible earpiece, accompanied by the sound of a keyboard being smashed. "Boss, our Trojan was instantly annihilated. The opponent has terrifying experts on their side and is currently reverse tracking our IP through the port. Cut off the connection. Useless. All of you are useless." Shun Mingyue, furious, smashed the communicator, jealousy and unwillingness driving her to the brink of madness. At this moment, Shun Xingyu below not only blocked the attack, but also nimbly tapped her fingers rapidly on the watch's dial. She had never sought passive defense. Instead, she aimed to uproot this group of ignorant pests. "You want to see a show? Then let me give you a spectacle today and see who the real clown is." A hint of mockery flashed in Shun Xingyu's eyes as she followed the trace of the data flow ghost-like, bypassing the main control console. The overwhelming computing power forcefully seized the highest authority of Shun Mingyu's hidden phone. Just when all the journalists thought that the screen flickering was merely a small technical glitch and were preparing to continue listening to Master Boss' concluding speech, the towering LED screen suddenly erupted with a blinding red light. Immediately after, the image was forcefully switched. What appeared on the screen was not the so-called indecent video that Shin Mingyue had meticulously forged. Instead, it was a detailed record of an overseas bank transfer with the transaction number clearly visible. The payee was none other than a notorious illegal hacker organization from abroad. The flashlights in the entire venue froze instantly, and thousands of journalists stared dumbfounded at the big screen. Before anyone could react, a clear, malicious female voice suddenly echoed through the venue's top-tier surround sound system. Immediately release this video to all foreign websites and domestic forums. I will pay any amount. I want the entire world to see clearly what kind of wretched piece of trash this hacker queen whom they worship as a goddess truly is. This highly recognizable, piercing voice reverberated back and forth in the exhibition center, which was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Every word felt like a resounding slap, brutally striking everyone's nerves and shattering the audience's worldview. Standing on stage, Bo Si-Yuan, whose previously deep and calm eyes erupted into a tidal wave of fury, radiated a violent, murderous aura that nearly froze the entire venue. Investigate. The living Yamas' lips parted slightly, his cold voice laced with rage capable of crushing everything. Surround the control room. Today not even a fly is allowed to escape. Assistant Lin, drenched in cold sweat, immediately led dozens of fully armed guards towards the second floor like wolves. The venue erupted into chaos, completely blown apart by this stunning reversal. Heavens, that's Shun Mingyu's voice. This woman actually broke out of prison and wants to cause havoc at the Bo family's press conference. My God, she hired foreign hackers to fabricate a video to slander Madame Bo, but instead she broadcasted her own evidence live. Is this the so-called true daughter? She's a million times more disgusting than a sewer rat. The sound of camera shutters was like a torrential downpour as the journalists frantically pointed their lenses at the irrefutable evidence on the big screen. The barrage in the live broadcast room was scrolling at a speed of millions of comments per second, and the server crashed 3 times due to this epic feud among the wealthy. In the dark equipment control room on the second floor, Shun Mingyue trembled violently, feeling as if she were being sifted. Through the one-way glass, she watched in despair as her ugly face and the clear transfer record appeared on the big screen. No. This is impossible. How could this happen? The immense fear instantly drained her of all strength. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed like a pile of mud onto the cold floor. It's over. She knew her life was completely ruined. Not only did she fail to destroy Shin Xingyu, but she had also delivered herself to the public execution stage of live broadcasting. Such a level of disgrace was something even a deity could not save her from. Bang! The heavy iron door of the control room was violently kicked open from the outside, smashing against the wall with a deafening crash. Assistant Lin stormed in, surrounded by bodyguards exuding a murderous aura, and a dark gun barrel was pressed against Shin Mingyu's forehead, pinning her firmly to the ground. Shin Xingyu had followed Bo Si-Yuan up to the second floor without her noticing. She stood elegantly at the door in her high heels, looking down at the pile of mud on the ground with a mocking smirk. Shin Mingyue, have you forgotten that when playing dirty with me your ancestors taught me how to be a person? Shun Mingyue, her hair disheveled, lifted her head, her face twisted in jealousy and despair. She glared at Shin Xingyu like a madwoman, letting out a tragic laugh, her saliva mixed with tears streaming down her face. Don't be smug. Shin Xingyu, you monster, do you think you've won for sure? Do you really think you've won? Shun Mingyue struggled violently on the ground like a madwoman. Her eyes were bloodshot as she glared at Shun Xingyu, her nails scraping against the cold marble floor, filled with resentment and bitterness. Shun Xingyu looked down from her elevated position at the pitiful figure below her, red lips curling into a mocking smile. What else? Do you expect those third-rate foreign hackers of yours to turn the tables? She elegantly raised her wrist to check her custom Patek Philippe, her tone indifferent. Time's up, your dedicated ride should be here soon. Just as her words fell, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor. A large group of heavily armed police officers broke through the bodyguards' line, charging into the control room, their dark gun barrels instantly locking onto Shun Mingyue on the floor. Shin Mingyue, you are suspected of hiring foreign illegal organizations to disrupt major business activities and of fabricating evidence and provoking trouble. You are hereby arrested in accordance with the law. The leading officer's voice boomed like a bell, and the cold handcuffs clicked sharply, brutally pinning her hands behind her back. At this moment, the reporters on the first floor, sensing blood in the water, somehow broke through the blockade, rushing in with cameras and microphones. Blinding flashes of light converged into a daylight-like spectacle, frantically capturing the fallen This epic spectacle of a downfall was being broadcast without reservation to tens of millions of viewers through the high-definition global live stream of the Bo family group. The barrage in various live streaming rooms was so dense it nearly crashed the servers, filled with frenzied mockery. Unbelievable. A genuine Heiress hires hackers to ruin events only to be swiftly countered. This level of intelligence should just stay out of the upper class. I screenshot that transfer record from the big screen. $200,000. How could a recently bailed out broke heiress afford to hire foreign hackers? The eyes of the netizens were sharp, and the police acted with thunderous efficiency. Just as Shen Mingyue was awkwardly escorted into the police car, the city's economic investigation team had already traced the clues and directly accessed her secret overseas account used for transactions. Shen Xingyu leaned against the railing on the second floor, lazily watching the police car disappear. Bo Siyuan naturally wrapped his arm around her slender waist, a dangerous glint flashing in his deep black eyes. Assistant Lin, go cooperate with the police to investigate her financial flow. The voice of the living tyrant was deep and cold. I want to see who has the audacity to secretly hand her a knife. In less than half an hour, the police investigation results came back. That $200,000 in dirty money was actually laundered through several layers of complex Russian underground banks before being transferred to Shun Mingyu's account. And the source IP of the remittance astonishingly pointed to the distant Siberian tundra. At this very moment, in a dilapidated, drafty farmhouse in Siberia, the blizzard outside howled like a knife, and the indoor temperature approached -20 degrees. Bo Jingchuan wrapped himself in a filthy, tattered military coat, his hands frostbitten and crimson. He was neurotically chewing on a raw potato, fixating on the half-broken second-hand computer on the table. Shun Xingyu, you treacherous woman. Uncle will soon see your disgusting face. As he frantically chewed the muddy potato, he let out a twisted cackle. That money was earned by selling the last bit of Shun family's overseas core secrets, a hard-won black gold. He had placed all his bets on Shun Mingyue, just waiting to see Shin Xingyi's complete downfall and being swept out by Bo Siyuan like garbage. As long as she fell from grace, he would have the chance to trample this exalted woman beneath his feet and torment. Bang! A harsh crash resounded as the already shaky door of the farmhouse was smashed to pieces by someone from the outside with a breaching hammer. The swirling snowstorm instantly poured into the dark farmhouse. Several burly Russian police officers cooperating with Interpol charged in like divine soldiers. Bo Jingchuan, you are suspected of transnational money laundering and financing a terrorist network crime. You are now officially arrested by Interpol. The leading officer yelled in stiff Chinese, giving Bo Jingchuan no chance to argue. Two strong men stepped forward, roughly pinning him to the muddy floor, the cold handcuffs biting harshly into his wrist bones. No, you've got the wrong person. I didn't launder money. I'm the eldest son of the Bo family. Bo Jingchuan screamed in terror, struggling desperately. But his body, weakened by years of indulgence and hollowed out by wine and women, appeared laughably like a small chick in front of these fierce Russian men. The police disdainfully kicked over his broken computer. The screen had just frozen on the live broadcast of Shun Mingyue being escorted into a police car by the domestic police. Seeing that image, Bo Jingchuan's pupils contracted sharply and his mind went blank. It was over. That incompetent fool Shin Mingyue had completely flipped the script. Not only did she fail to drag Shin Xingyu down with her, but she also exposed him completely. Behave. The Russian police roughly grabbed his hair, dragging him out of the warm wooden house like a dead dog, and directly threw him into the police car's trunk, where the snow was knee-deep outside. This time, the once exalted prince of the capital circle had been completely stripped of even the qualification to plant potatoes in Siberia. What awaited him was a humiliating extradition back to his country to spend a lifetime on a sewing machine behind the most secure electric fences. News of this reached the domestic scene, sending shockwaves through the entire capital circle. When Master Bo was enraged, 100,000 corpses lay in his wake. All the villains and rotten peach blossoms were ruthlessly swept away by his cold, thunderous methods on that day. Shin Jinan and his wife, Shin Mingyue, Bo Jingchuan, this group of once lofty scoundrels finally welcomed a ridiculous reunion within the cold iron bars. This bloody and brutal purge sent the upper class of the capital city into a state of fear, with those who once laughed at Shun Xingyu as a fake heiress at various socialite gatherings, and those relatives and servants who bullied her with their snobbish eyes in the Shin family, were now all curled up in their luxurious homes, trembling at the news, feeling as if a sharp guillotine was hanging over their necks. In the quiet night of Jingyuan, Shun Xingyu lazily leaned against Bo Siyuan's warm embrace, her fair fingers sliding across the phone screen. The screen was filled with those humble messages begging for forgiveness, even willing to go bankrupt for it. She slightly raised her red lips, a dangerous and malicious smile flashing in her eyes, turning the phone screen toward Bo Siyuan. Darling, those who once trampled on me are now outside begging me on their knees. What do you think I should do with them? Husband, how should I deal with them? Shun Xingyu lazily leaned against Bo Siyuan, her fingertips carelessly scrolling through the tearful, pleading messages on her phone. Bo Siyuan looked down at her cunning expression akin to a little fox, his deep black eyes filled with utmost indulgence and affection. The man naturally wrapped his arm around her slender waist, his rough fingertips gently caressing her fair cheek. If your eyes are offended, let them drown in the moat. His tone was as flat as a living king of hell, as if deciding the fate of a few ants, or let Assistant Lin directly acquire their family business for you to play with. This extremely overbearing and dismissive declaration of love made Shen Xingyu unable to stifle. She was just about to rise on her tiptoes to give this perfect husband a sweet kiss. Boom! A terrifying roar of a massive engine erupted suddenly above Jingyuan, a sound even more shocking than when Lu Xiao had attacked. The crystal chandelier of the villa shook violently under the ferocious sound wave. Bo Siyuan's expression hardened, instantly shielding Shen Xingyu behind him. The man's sharply piercing gaze shot towards the floor-to-ceiling window, and a fierce aura erupted around him. However, when he saw the scene outside, even the seasoned king of hell couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Dark clouds obscured the sky. 30 enormous black helicopters in an exceedingly arrogant combat formation hovered like a moving iron storm cloud over Jinyuan. Each helicopter was emblazoned with a prominently displayed ancient majestic dark golden character for Song. It's the Song family from Gangxing. Assistant Lin rushed into the master bedroom, his voice trembling with shock. Master, the supreme authority of the hidden financial magnate Old Master Song, who is worth hundreds of billions, has personally come to Jinyuan. The absolute overlord capable of causing a tsunami across Asia with a stomp. Shen Xingyu hid behind Bo Siyuan, her heart skipping a beat. A strange, almost blood-related sensation surged uncontrollably in her heart. The most luxurious custom helicopter slowly descended onto the expansive golf course of Jinyuan. As the cabin door opened, hundreds of fully armed, fierce black-clad bodyguards poured out, like a tidal wave, instantly taking control of the scene. Next, an elderly man dressed in a dark red tang suit leaning on an exquisite sandalwood cane walked down the steps with the support of two exceptionally handsome and tall young men. Although the old man was advanced in age, his sharp eyes resembled those of a hawk, radiating a dominating aura capable of crushing everything. Who is it? Who dares to bully my precious granddaughter Song, Qingyan? The old man's thunderous roar reverberated across the entire Jinyuan. Kneeling outside Jingyuan, those socialites and plastic sisters who had been pleading for Shen Xingyi's forgiveness were struck with fear, collapsing to the ground, some even wetting their pants. Bo Siyuan tightly held Shen Xingyi's hand, calmly walking out of the main building. Old Master Song's gaze precisely locked onto Shen Xingyi's face, like a searchlight. When he saw her strikingly beautiful face, which bore a resemblance to his deceased daughter, this billionaire, who had been decisive in the business world, trembled violently. She looks so much like her. Tears streamed down the old man's face as he pushed aside his two grandsons, stumbling towards Shen Xingyu. Shen Xingyu was completely stunned. She stood rigidly in place, her mind blank. Girl, is there a crescent-shaped red birthmark below your collarbone? The extremely charming cousin from the Song family with reddened eyes asked urgently. Boom. Shen Xingyu felt as if struck by lightning. This highly confidential birthmark was known only to her and Bo Siyuan. No one else could possibly know. Yesterday we intercepted a highly secret data stream on the dark web, and through the highest level of facial and genetic matching we finally found you. Her second cousin was also so emotional that he was in tears. The old man trembled as he pulled out a translucent fragment of a jade pendant, the broken edge perfectly matching the half pendant Shen Xingyu had worn since childhood. My dear granddaughter, you are not some wild child of the Shen family. You are the only legitimate bloodline of the Song family from Gangxing. The old man hugged Shen Xingyu tightly, crying loudly, Grandpa has finally found you. The truth is revealed. The case is solved. Shen Xingyu was not some fake heiress. She was the true ancestor, worth 1,000 times more than the Shen family. The entire scene fell silent. Those socialites kneeling outside heard it clearly, their faces turning ashen, completely sinking into despair. They had dared to offend Bo Gongzi, and now they had trodden on the true ancestor of Gangxing, the one they must never provoke. So my wife is a hidden billionaire heiress. Bo Siyuan raised an eyebrow slowly, a playful cold smile curving at the corner of his mouth, but the possessiveness in his eyes grew ever stronger. Just as this touching reunion moment occurred, an unexpected twist arose. Bang! A piercing sound of a heavy sniper rifle shattered the heartfelt atmosphere. Lu Xiao, hidden 1,000 meters away in a high building, made a desperate last-ditch effort attempting to take Shen Xingyu amidst the chaos. But the living king of hell and the Song family's secret guards were not to be trifled with. Bo Siyuan's terrifying reflexes exploded, shielding Shen Xingyu beneath him. Meanwhile, the handsome cousin from the Song family ruthlessly pressed a microcontroller. Dare to move my sister. Today I'll make sure you die without a grave. Several stealth-armed drones instantly dove down from the clouds, precisely locking onto Lu Xiao's. A barrage of densely packed micro-missiles rained down, turning the rooftop into a sea of raging flames. Lu Xiao, the dark web arms overlord, didn't even have time to utter a harsh word before being completely blown to ashes in this violent onslaught. The peach blossom calamity, under the absolute pressure of money and power, was completely uprooted. Old Master Song protectively pulled Shen Xingyu behind him, scrutinizing Bo Siyuan with great scrutiny, letting out a cold snort. Young man from the Bo family, I've heard you've been rather arrogant lately. My precious pearl from the Song family isn't someone you can win over with just a few sweet words. Bo Siyuan, instead of getting angry, surprisingly reined in all his hostility. He respectfully lowered his noble head, speaking clearly and firmly word by word. Your teachings are correct, Grandpa. Siyuan is willing to offer all shares of the Bo Group as a betrothal gift to marry Xingyu. Half a year later, in the port city, a so-called century wedding that shook the very foundations of the global economy was grandly held in the luxurious mountainside estate of the Song family, resembling a palace. 99,999 exquisite air-freight white roses adorned the entire estate, transforming it into an ethereal paradise. Top political and business elites from around the world, hidden bigwigs from the dark web, and even members of royal families from several nations sat respectfully in the audience, not daring to breathe. After all, the two getting married today were a decisive figure in the capital, known as the living king of hell, and a hacker matriarch who not only inherited a fortune of trillions in the port city, but also dominated the dark web. Sister, you look so beautiful today. In a faraway potato plantation in Africa, Jiangxi, wearing tattered camouflage clothing and covered in mud, was pitiably squatting on the ridge. In his hands was a very old second-hand radio, the only electronic device he had exchanged 3 months of potato-digging wages for, listening to the live broadcast of the wedding. Tears of despair filled his once imposing peach blossom eyes as he mournfully gnawed on a potato, crying uncontrollably for his deceased first love. The rotten peach blossoms were completely extinguished, leaving only extreme sweetness and affection. Inside the lavish lounge of the estate, Shen Xingyu wore a wedding gown embedded with 10,000 crushed diamonds, handcrafted by the world's top designer, for a full 6 months, breathtakingly beautiful to the point of suffocation. Honey, this veil is so heavy it's making my neck sore. She instinctively leaned back, softly collapsing into the broad embrace that exuded the scent of cold cedar. Bo Xiyin was dressed in an exquisitely tailored pure white tailcoat. The overwhelming violent aura he usually exuded had long vanished, replaced by an extreme tenderness that could drown a person. He carefully supported her heavy veil, his rough fingertips gently massaging her fair neck. Just hold on, after the ceremony, I'll personally help you take it off. Bo Xiyin lowered his head and passionately planted a scorching kiss on her smooth collarbone, his possessiveness reaching its peak today. At this moment, the heavy carved door was pushed open. The elder of the Song family entered, extremely excited, looking at the couple resembling celestial beings, tears streaming down his face. The auspicious time has come. Bo family boy, I am now entrusting you with my most precious granddaughter. If you dare let her suffer the slightest grievance, I Song family will risk everything to level your capital. Bo Xiyin stood up straight with utmost seriousness, directly pulling out an extremely thick document from his pocket and decisively signing his name in front of everyone. It was the deed of absolute ownership transfer of the Bo Group. Rest assured, Grandpa, from today on, everything of the Bo family belongs to Xingyu, and I, Bo Xiyin, am also her exclusive private possession. His deep, magnetic voice conveyed a profoundly unreasonable affection. If she is wronged, you don't have to lift a finger. I will give my life for her. This extremely crazy and extreme affection completely captivated the Song family present. The grand and sacred wedding march resounded powerfully above the entire estate. Bo Xiyin held Shen Xingyi's hand, walking step by step on the rose-petal-covered red carpet. The flashes of cameras on both sides flickered wildly like daylight, witnessing this extraordinarily incredible mutual journey. Shen Xingyu looked at the billionaire tycoon beside her, whom she once regarded as a shield, but now adored with all her heart, her eyes slightly moist. From being betrayed by a scumbag and losing her memory in a car accident, to being a delicate darling by day and a dark web queen by night, this journey was infinitely more thrilling than any movie. Honey. Amidst the priest's solemn declaration, Shen Xingyu playfully leaned into the man's ear, her breath fragrant like orchids. Although my dark web account has been closed, if you ever make me angry, they'll create a new account and blackmail all your secret stash. Bo Xiyin couldn't help but chuckle softly, a pleasant vibration resonating in his chest. He suddenly clasped the girl's slender waist, and amid the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd, he domineeringly leaned down, sealing her chattering lips. Go ahead and blackmail. As long as you can't escape, you will forever be my exclusive darling, Bo Xiyin. The sun shone brightly on the two embracing figures, refracting dazzling rays. With the rotten peach blossoms fallen, true love remains eternal and unbreakable.